Chapter 1. Becoming the Hokage in the Pirate World. Do you desire my treasure? If so, you may have it all. Go and seek it. I have hidden all my riches there. In the year 1498 of the sea calendar, the pirate king, Gold Roger, who conquered the Grand Line and the seas, uttered these final words before his execution, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. The world was plunged into a tumultuous and chaotic age. The Great Pirate Era is indeed a time of disorder. Even with the existence of violent institutions like the Navy, they can only manage the first half of the Grand Line, while the New World has become the domain of pirates, a veritable paradise for them. In the year 1517 of the sea calendar, in the East Bloodline regarded as the weakest seamen, formidable figures have emerged, including Pirate King Roger, Marine Hero Garp, the infamous Revolutionary Dragon, and the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, as well as the future Pirate King, Luffy. Why is it labeled weak? The mightiest force in the East Blue is not pirates, but bandits, exemplified by the Bandit King, Roronoa Zoro, who wield a bottle of liquor against the four emperors, standing over the future Pirate King. The seven warlords of the sea are a terrifying force. Indeed, moreover, the King of the Near Sea shows no regard for even the faces of those in power, taking one of their claws and nearly ending the future Pirate King's life, forcing Shanks to flee the East Blue under cover of night. Additionally, this is the hometown of Marine Hero Garp, who frequently returns to visit family. Whenever he encounters a pirate he finds disagreeable, he swiftly deals with them, resulting in the new stars of the pirate world being extinguished before they can even rise. And thus, it is humanity that forever brings down the stars, Rodney muttered to himself, glancing at the scarred, burly man on the deck, celebrating with his crew. With a cold chuckle, he observed the Steel Saw pirates, led by the ruthless Scarface Locke, with a bounty of 45 million berries. Is 45 million truly a class task? However, considering the danger level assigned to tasks, this fellow is hardly a threat. Today, I shall eliminate you all, he declared, lifting a barrel of liquor that was half his height and striding forward. Oh, Jack, is the liquor here? The scarred man, known as Scarface Locke, had just raided a village 2 days prior, making a hefty profit before setting the village ablaze, leaving countless innocent villagers homeless. He is a bloodthirsty and cruel man. Rodney wore a distinctly obsequious expression as he nodded and bowed. Yes, Captain, this is your favorite rum. Allow me to pour it for you personally. Gaha! The lad knows how to please. Scarface Locke guffawed, his laughter akin to that of a duck, relishing Rodney's sycophantic demeanor. The sailors below scoffed at his fawning over the captain, yet none could deny the fact that he was currently in the captain's favor. Scarface Locke took the rum-soaked cup from Rodney's hand and gulped it down, and once he finished, Rodney smiled at the other pirates, saying, "Come on, everyone, don't just stand there. This is fine liquor we just procured today." Scarface Locke cackled. "Jack is right, let's drink." With that, the other pirates, no longer reserved, eagerly rushed to savor the exquisite liquor. On the high seas, for pirates, liquor is an indispensable necessity. Many pirates suffer from alcohol dependence. Liquor is far easier to preserve than fresh water at sea, allowing them to forget their troubles and, when needed, serve as a disinfectant, a means to stave off cold, or a source of courage, leading them to a drunken stupor. Pirates at sea are essentially all drunks. Upon encountering fine liquor, the aroma stirred their appetites, and soon a barrel was emptied. Once everyone had consumed their share, Rodney smiled, but Scarface Locke suddenly exclaimed, "The liquor is gone. Jack, hurry and fetch me a few more barrels. Otherwise, what's happening? My body won't move?" Scarface Locke was suddenly alarmed. He felt his body stiffen, his lower half turning limp and numb, and he noticed his jaw growing heavy. Looking at his subordinates, they appeared similarly dazed, their faces adorned with expressions of confusion, as if they were drunk. "Jack, is it you?" Despite being a seasoned sailor, he quickly realized what was occurring. Rodney chuckled. "I apologize, Scarface Locke, but this fellow named Jack has already been dealt with by me yesterday. I suspect he is now residing in the belly of the King of the Near Sea and will soon merge with the seabed." "Who are you?" Scarface Locke shouted, astonished that someone had infiltrated his ship. But wait, they had been at sea for the past few days. How had this person managed aboard? "Ha! Let me show you who I am." Rodney laughed heartily. and with a sudden bang, white smoke enveloped him. As the smoke dissipated, a somewhat handsome young man emerged, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old, with a slender build, though not as exaggeratedly tall as Scarface Locke and his crew, who towered at 2 to 3 meters. He wore a jacket and blue sandals that revealed his toes, with a short knife strapped to his thigh and a modest bag slung at his back. Upon seeing Rodney's true form, Scarface Locke was taken aback. Noticing this reaction, Rodney felt a sense of satisfaction. Who would have thought he had reached the point where he could be recognized merely by appearance? "Who are you?" "Rodney." "Never mind. Why bother with someone on the brink of death?" Scarface Locke spat a thick phlegm towards him. "Pa, what skill is there in poisoning? If you have the guts, let me go and see if Scarface Locke won't make you taste my wrath." Rodney pulled out a shuriken from his bag and said, "This anesthetic is quite effective. I need not lift a finger, Scarface Locke. I shall claim the bounty of 45 million. Is that weapon in your hand from the pirate hunter, Josta J. Rodney?" Scarface Locke immediately recalled recent rumors of a pirate hunter named Josta J. Rodney, who used peculiar weapons to hunt pirates, employing poison and assassination without restraint, resulting in numerous pirates falling into his grasp. Each time, entire crews were delivered to the Navy, and apart from a name and the peculiar weapons left behind, the Navy sketches matched the man before him closely. "Oh, you're aware? Then no need for introductions. You are under arrest." Scarface Locke with a casual toss. He sent the shuriken straight into Scarface Locke's eye socket. "Oh!" Scarface Locke's scream echoed, but alas, he could do nothing but watch his life ebb away, feeling no pain as the anesthetic rendered him incapable of suffering, leaving him unable to utter another word. Before Rodney, a screen only visible to him appeared. Host, Josta J. Rodney. Race, human. Level, genin. Attributes, wind, fire, water, lightning, earth, yin yang. Ninjutsu, great fireball, phoenix fire, water clone, body flicker technique, earth wall, heart decapitation technique, healing technique. Taijutsu, Uchiha Shuriken technique, shadow dance leaf, leaf whirlwind, leaf great whirlwind, 8 gates. Bloodline limit, none. Task points, 260. Mission, eliminate Scarface Locke, captain of the Scarface Pirates. Mission level, D. Reward, 100 task points. Status, completed. With 100 task points credited, as a transmigrator, he found himself navigating this pirate world, pondering what sort of absurdity this Hokage system was in the realm of pirates. Having played a Naruto game while indulging in pirate lore, he had smashed his phone in a fit of rage, resulting in his disappearance. A sudden transmigration, leaving no trace behind. Fortunately, he had acquired a golden finger, the Hokage system, which offered a plethora of flashy taijutsu from the Naruto world, requiring task points for exchange and mastery. With his golden finger activated, he emerged from the village, proudly becoming a pirate hunter. Driven by the desire for task points, he grew stronger, specifically targeting those who wreak havoc upon the seas, indulging in plunder and slaughter. Unlike the Straw Hat crew, who were akin to adventurers, pirates are simply pirates, acting upon their desires, committing unspeakable evils. Rodney bore no psychological burden in eliminating such scum. These wretches who waste the air by living and the land by dying, polluting the waters by being tossed into the sea, deserve to be eradicated. Scarface Locke's 45 million, plus the first mate and the crew aboard, could amount to around 6 million explosive tags of 30,000 each. He'll start by purchasing 100. Explosive tags in the Naruto world cost 300 Ryo each, roughly equivalent to 300 yen, and berries have similar purchasing power to yen, making them 30,000 each. Recalling the 600 billion explosive tags owned by Conan, the wealthiest woman in Naruto, Rodney couldn't help but exclaim, "Money truly allows one to act as one wishes. Indeed, I must earn more. I am destined to become Hokage. Hokage I shall be." Chapter 2. Targeting the 100 Strategies of Kuro. Loguetown. This is the town where beginnings and endings intertwine. Pirate King Roger was born here and met his demise here. The Navy is stationed, with the commanding officer hailing from the naval headquarters, exhibiting formidable strength and showing no leniency towards pirates, thus sparing the local residents from their incessant harassment. Casual inquiries reveal that the new arrival is far superior to the previous colonel, who merely occupied his position while colluding with pirates. A naval vessel emerges over the horizon, prompting the soldiers at the port to immediately retrieve their telescopes should it be a pirate ship. A swift report must be made, however. What they behold is a familiar sight. At the bow dangles the lifeless body of a pirate, and behind the impeccably groomed man stands a throng of trembling pirates, clearly intimidated by his striking demeanor. It's Rodney. He has come again to claim the bounty. One of the Navy soldiers breathes a sigh of relief. Rodney is a recently ascendant bounty hunter, known for routinely delivering entire crews of pirates. Summon the others at once. Prepare to receive the pirates. Understood. Shortly thereafter, the vessel belonging to the Steel Saw pirate crew docks, and a contingent of naval soldiers disperses the crowd, each brandishing handcuffs and leg irons, ready to escort the entire band of pirates away. Leading them is a striking woman adorned with glasses and a long sword at her side, Navy Ensign Dasky. Mr. Rodney, Dasky approaches with utmost politeness, greeting Rodney. Hello, Dasky. The members of the Steel Saw pirate crew are all here. How much bounty do you estimate? Dasky smiles. Please hold on, we still need to calculate. But you will certainly receive no less than what you are owed. Her gaze towards Rodney is imbued with respect, acknowledging his contributions to the sea. Very well, he nods. Dasky is a kind-hearted individual, one who would not deceive him. Nor is she concerned that Smoker might embezzle the funds. If even he were to act thus, then the Navy would be doomed. Before long, 4 stacks of cash are placed in his hands, one stack notably smaller, totaling 5,630,000 berries for the entire Steel Saw pirate crew. 3 million berries are allotted for explosives, while 100,000 berries are designated for shurikens and kunai, with the remainder to be spent freely. After securing lodgings at an inn, he purchases explosives, shurikens, kunai, steel wire, and more from the system shop. The system shop offers not only these items but also ninjutsu, physical techniques, and bloodline limits, though they require task points. The 8 gates, chakra blade, chakra extraction technique, and his own chakra are all gift from the system's grand package. Currently, he can only unlock one of the 8 gates, necessitating continuous physical refinement to utilize it. Task points and berries in the shop are reminiscent of game currency and diamonds, a stark contrast that evokes a sense of familiarity. However, this time his investments yield no returns. Placing a stack of explosives into his waist pouch, he stows away a small heap of ninja tools as well. The pouch possesses a cubic space, akin to space scrolls, yet the scrolls in the shop are exorbitantly priced and offer limited storage. Once again, I find myself in dire financial straits. Ding! Task issued. Just as he laments his poverty, a task materializes. He opens it. Task: Eliminate by Kuro. Task level: C. Roi. Permanent chakra fruit, 150 task points. Chakra fruit? That is indeed a valuable item. The chakra fruit here is not the one consumed by Otsutsuki Kagaya, but a diminished version, classified into permanent and explosive types. The permanent chakra fruit allows for a significant increase in his internal chakra, expanding his chakra capacity, whereas the explosive chakra fruit offers a greater surge of chakra, but is limited to a brief duration before dissipating. Kuro, however, is not an easy adversary to contend with. Moreover, is it not reckless to escalate from 4,500,000 to 16 million? Kuro is renowned as the second most cunning individual after Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates, notorious for faking his death and infiltrating wealthy households in Silab Village to seize their fortunes. He is a clever fellow, though unfortunate to cross paths with the great Usopp and Monkey D. Luffy. Currently, it is the latter half of the year 1517 in the Sea Circle calendar by the timeline. He has only been in the Koya household for about 6 months. That insidious character could prove to be quite a challenge. Dealing with clever individuals is always a cumbersome affair, though not without its conveniences. Once more, Rodney embarks on his journey, following the merchant ship without a solid understanding of navigation. One is prone to straying into windless zones or encountering natural disasters. Unversed in these matters, Rodney naturally aligns himself with the merchant vessel, which is en route to Silab Village and in need of protection, presenting an opportunity to earn some additional coin. The merchant ship makes intermittent stops to buy or sell goods, and the journey is relatively tranquil after receiving 50,000 berries from the ship's captain. He boards a small boat to reach Silab village. The merchant vessel merely passes through rather than docking, necessitating his small boat to anchor at the northern edge of Silab village. Silab village is a peaceful settlement, the hometown of the sharpshooter Yasop from the red-haired pirates and Usopp from the straw hat pirates. Trouble. Pirates are coming. Pirates are coming. The cries resonate throughout the village. Sounding from a young boy, has he mistaken him for a pirate? In the distance, a cloud of dust rises, and Rodney peers closely to discern a boy clad in a headscarf, with a long nose and an explosive hairstyle, sprinting ahead, pursued by a throng of adults. In the hands of the adults, brooms and wooden sticks pursued the youth, their faces contorted with fury. Usopp, the future deity, swiftly slipped away by his side, while the relentless adults continued their chase. Rodney sees one of the adults and exclaimed, "A child, is it really necessary?" "Necessary?" The adult retorted, "This brat does this every day. Once or twice might be tolerable, but daily. It's infuriating. Truly, he is the son of a pirate. Just like his father." The villagers harbored a strong disdain for Usopp, for he constantly frightened them with such fabrications that a few instances might have been forgivable, but the daily occurrences were undeniably aggravating. Especially given Usopp's father's infamy as a pirate, in the hearts of many, pirates were unequivocally villains. That Usopp's father, Yasop, had accepted the invitation of the renowned pirate Shanks and became one himself to the villagers. This was the epitome of a scoundrel who abandoned his family, particularly as his wife had wished to see him one last time before her passing to comfort his mother during her illness. Usopp spun tales of pirates arriving, instilling hope within her. After her death, he developed the habit of claiming pirates were coming, becoming a notorious liar despised by all. Is that so? By the way, where's the wealthiest family in this village? One man pointed to a villa atop the hill and replied, "That is it. But wait, why do you ask?" Eyeing Rodney's attire with scrutiny, he added, "Honestly, you don't look like a good person. I'm a pirate hunter. And a pirate has infiltrated this village. Isn't that the little brat from earlier? His father is also a pirate. No, that little brat is hardly a pirate. Thanks anyway." Infused with chakra, Rodney sprinted towards the villa atop the hill, his speed surpassing that of an ordinary person, akin to a gust of wind, and he soon vanished from sight. That kid wouldn't happen to be a pirate, would he? The man scratched his face, pondering, then called a few others to follow. However, how could they match Rodney's speed? The distance was short, and he entered the villa's backyard undetected. This was the wealthiest family in Syrup Village, and also the hideout of the cunning crocodile. This individual had realized that becoming a pirate drew too much attention. Thus he faked his own death to escape, using one of his crew members as a decoy, hypnotized by a hypnotist to make them believe he was Crocodile. He orchestrated a scheme to have the Navy surround and eliminate himself, killing all witnesses while leaving only the crew member and a naval officer, thus extricating himself perfectly from the situation. Upon arriving in Syrup Village, he disguised himself as a crew member cast ashore by the fleet, gaining the family's trust and becoming their steward, donning a facade that convinced the entire village of his sincerity. As one of the most astute individuals, second only to Ben Beckman, his machinations were nothing short of masterful, his cunning truly terrifying. Rodney entered the flower-laden backyard and leapt into a tree, concealing himself among the leaves. The mansion of the affluent was vast, making the search somewhat cumbersome, so he opted to wait patiently for the opportune moment. Chapter 3. The calculated schemer, a breeze carrying the scent of the sea, gently caressed his cheeks, the mild wind and perfect sunlight inducing a slight drowsiness. Rodney remained vigilant, observing below, where Crocodile moved silently, akin to a cat, and a bespectacled man emerged, clad in a black suit adorned with whimsical patterns, and flamboyant shoes reflecting his eccentric personality, his slick back hair gleaming under the sun, emanating a dangerously charming aura. "Miss Kaya, what a splendid day it is," Crocodile remarked as he emerged through the back door. Following him was a girl in a white dress, her light golden hair and fair skin radiating joy as she exclaimed, "Indeed, Crocodile, the weather is delightful today." The girl flashed a sweet smile, exuding cuteness. From his perch in the tree, Rodney found the situation troublesome, He could not allow the child to witness any bloody scenes. Utilizing a transformation technique, he altered his appearance to resemble the notorious Scarface Rock. Then leapt down a year prior. Crocodile had sensed danger and, without hesitation, whisked Kaya away, his agile form propelling him swiftly to the back door, where he cheerfully instructed, "Miss Kaya, we have an unexpected guest today. Mary, please take good care of her." The sheep-haired servant nodded in acknowledgement and picked up Kaya, closing the door behind them. Pushing his glasses up with an upward motion of his palm, a habit retained from his days as a pirate, Crocodile never forgot the essence of battle. Turning to Rodney, he questioned, "Scarface Rock, what brings you here?" News of Scarface Rock's demise had yet to reach the remote syrup village. I never anticipated the infamous Crocodile to be alive and even serving as a steward for a little girl. TSK, is this a case of abandoning the shadows for the light? Crocodile scoffed, taken aback by the unexpected recognition. His previous ruse of faking his death had been a means to seize Kaya's family's fortune. In his plan, Kaya could not perish yet, for her parents still lived. If she were to die now, his scheme would collapse. "I've come to a realization. I no longer wish to be a pirate." Crocodile stated, "We have no ties, nor any enmity. What is your purpose for being here?" "For what purpose? To eliminate you, of course." Rodney chuckled darkly, declaring, "Once a pirate, always a pirate, is an indelible trait, Crocodile, to covet the fortunes of these two individuals. I have come today to end you." With a powerful kick, Rodney unleashed a rapid strike aimed at Crocodile's head. However, Crocodile was no ordinary foe. Before feigning his death, he had been a pirate worth 16 million berries. Adept in speed, he retreated, disappearing within a few agile leaps. Rodney muttered in frustration, "Damn it, he can really run." Just then, he heard hurried footsteps as a group of bodyguards approached, armed with guns and clubs. With a disdainful smirk, he leapt onto the rooftop, laughing maniacally. "Crocodile, I grant you 1 hour. If you do not emerge, I shall ensure your name resonates throughout the East Blue. Trust me, I possess that capability. The East Blue Gazette will undoubtedly relish such sensational news. I have even thought of a fitting headline. Shock. Crocodile fakes death to retire. But for what? Ha ha. I will be waiting for you in the northern forest. And you have only 1 hour." Having said this, he departed the rooftop, heading towards the forest. Within Crocodile's chamber, upon hearing Rodney's words, his expression darkened. He had painstakingly earned the trust of Kaya's parents and cultivated a close relationship with her. Integrating himself with the villagers, all actions he deemed necessary to secure Kaya's family's wealth, he understood that robbing as a pirate was illegal, yet becoming wealthy and robbing was perfectly lawful. Thus, he was willing to endure humiliation, all for the sake of that vast fortune. Now, with Rodney's arrival disrupting his plans, he had to devise a way to eliminate this deviation and restore his scheme to its intended course. Dragging a package from beneath his bed, he revealed his renowned weapon, the 10 blades. Cat claws. Adorning the cat claws, he flexed his fingers, the glinting blades reflecting a cold light, capable of slicing through the air with lethal precision. This weapon had long been his trademark, and despite not having fought for years, he maintained a state of alertness and combat instinct. Pushing the window open and finding no one around, he swiftly leapt out, racing towards the eastern forest at maximum speed. Replaying the information about Scarface Rock in his mind, he recalled that the bounty on him was 4,500,000 berries, skilled at using a steel saw to bisect his enemies. Known for his immense strength and foul language, steel saw, he suddenly halted. The Scarface Rock he encountered earlier was peculiar. Why had he not seen any weapons? Furthermore, a pirate with only a bounty of 450,000 berries had recognized him, yet chosen not to flee, instead threatening him. How strange. Crocodile realized the multitude of oversights. The forest must be filled with traps. However, if he did not go, Rodney had laid a trap for him. Whether to go or not was his choice. But he was certain traps awaited him, but if he chose not to show, he would be left to face the Navy. For the sake of his plan, Crocodile could only be led by the nose. The thought of this infuriated him. Who was he? He was the illustrious Crocodile, and yet here he was, being maneuvered into a corner. This rendered him unable to swallow his resentment. Infuriating, I must eliminate that bastard. If only Zhang Ao were present, my trusted hypnotist and first mate, it would make things considerably easier. Alas, due to my orders, he is absolutely barred from being here. The forest to the east is not far. Klo draws upon his signature skill, silent steps, moving across the ground with not a whisper, akin to a feline predator on the hunt. Occasionally, the forest echoes with the calls of birds, while sunlight filters through the foliage, casting dappled patterns on the grass, creating a scene of serene beauty. Scarface Locke, I am upon you. The surroundings are devoid of life, an eerily quiet ambience, prompting Klo to shatter the stillness, just in time. Clang, clang. The air seems to resonate with the clash of metal, and Klo perceives a shadow darting past. He shifts his body, narrowly evading the trajectory of Shuriken. No, there were two sounds just now. Sensing something amiss, he feels a sharp pain in his back. Two shurikens have lodged themselves there, while another is embedded in a nearby tree. The Uchiha Shuriken technique alters the path of shurikens through their collision. A remarkably practical ability. Clang, clang. The sounds echo once more as Klo brandishes his 10 blades. Cat's claw, deflecting the shurikens to in a flash, he darts to a tree, and with a single swipe, he shears off its crown. Subsequently, a figure bursts forth. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A blazing orb, the size of a house, materializes from thin air, hurtling toward Klo. He swiftly leaps back onto the very tree he had just decapitated. The fireball crashing into it, igniting the tree and reducing it to charred remains in moments. The intense heat of the chakra-infused flames rendering it to ash. What a terrifying power, a user of a devil fruit. Perhaps a sense of retreat begins to creep upon Klo. Rodney lands on the ground. Indeed, like Amaterasu, the great fireball has never claimed a life. Silent steps. Upon seeing Rodney's emergence, Klo decides to take a gamble. His speed is remarkable. When he reappears, it is behind Rodney, 10 blades. Cat's claw aimed at his nape, a mere swipe would sever this fool's head from his body. Substitution technique. I've won. His claw descends, effortlessly tearing through Rodney's form. Yet in the next instant, he is met with a wooden stump, which shatters into several pieces. What? Enough. The game is over. Earth release. Heart's decapitation technique. A hand erupt from the ground, seizing Klo's ankle with a vice-like grip. With a forceful tug, he is pulled into the earth, and shortly after, Rodney emerges, his body dusted in grime, shaking off the dirt yet still unkempt. The area where Klo had sunk is now stained red with blood. With cunning, he has ensnared Klo in the earth, restricting his proud speed, ensuring that even his most impressive techniques are rendered useless, leading to his untimely demise. I need to find a place to wash and change clothes. Transforming back into his previous form, Rodney makes his way toward the village. Chapter 4. Behold, an elder's fist. After bathing, feeling utterly refreshed, his long black hair hangs damp, and in his hand he holds a dark red orb the size of a lychee, the permanent chakra fruit. It bears a striking resemblance to the chakra elixirs crafted by the Otsutsuki clan, or perhaps is quite similar. He swiftly pops it into his mouth, swallowing it whole without chewing, for he has tasted it once before. And the flavor is less than delightful. It is likely more palatable than a devil fruit, akin to consuming canned herring, while the devil fruit is rumored to taste like excrement. The secret concoction of the eighth elder. Cough, cough. The chakra fruit dissolves instantly upon entry, replenishing his chakra expended in battle, and his chakra reserves begin to swell. If his chakra was previously equivalent to 0.5 Kakashi, it now stands at 0.8 Kakashi. It is well known that Kakashi serves as a unit of measurement for chakra. Chakra is the physical energy within every cell of the body combined with one's mental energy. Released through hand seals to perform ninjutsu. Rodney feels remarkably powerful at this moment. Of course, this is merely an illusion. Countless individuals across the seas surpass his strength. He must be cautious and bide his time. The one thing that irks him is that due to Klo's feigned death, even if he brings him to the Navy, he cannot collect the bounty, as Klo's warrant has been rescinded, recorded as deceased. If he brings him along, it will only lead the Navy to suspect he is attempting to defraud them. Opening the marketplace, he finds he now possesses 510 task points, finally able to redeem something he has long desired. Forbidden technique. Mutual explosive tag. Cost 500 task points. The mutual explosive tag, a forbidden technique crafted by the second Hokage, is an A-rank infinite explosive ninjutsu by using a single explosive tag. One can summon countless explosive tags, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. Just one is sufficient to ensnare the enemy beyond escape. The caveat is that one must possess a sufficient number of explosive tags. This explains why it is an A-rank forbidden technique, yet so affordable, because it requires investment. Nevertheless, its power is considerable. With enough explosive tags, one can unleash a barrage of destruction. Originally paired with the impure world reincarnation technique, one can substitute it with a water clone. Merely attaching one to the enemy would suffice for an explosive finish. Considering the physical resilience of this world's inhabitants, a vast quantity of explosive tags will likely be necessary. And should he enter the new world, where everyone possesses Hokage, this forbidden technique's practicality diminishes. At least in the East Blue in the first half of the Grand Line, it is undeniably a divine technique. Upon redeeming the mutual explosive tag, the methods and corresponding summoning seals flood his mind. As it was developed by the second Hokage, it emphasizes practicality and swiftness, requiring only a hand gesture and the corresponding chakra to activate, with minimal chakra consumption. However, summoning each explosive tag demands chakra, making it a resource-intensive ninjutsu that it consumes not only chakra, but also funds. After enjoying a meal on the island, he hears news of Crocodile, the butler of the Kaya family, being abducted by pirates. The restaurant owner laments the misfortune of that kind-hearted old man. In terms of acting, Kuro could easily win an Oscar, but alas, there are always greater mountains beyond. That mountain is Blackbeard. The next ninjutsu to redeem is the healing wound destruction. Let me see, gasp. Upon seeing the task points required for healing wound destruction, a staggering 5,000 points, it is no wonder it is an A-rank forbidden technique, entirely on a different level from the mutual explosive tag. Too expensive, perhaps I shall consider it later. With no tasks at hand, Rodney decides to leave this island. The village of West Rob has grown too small, its pace of life too languid that a visit to a larger city like Loguetown would be far more invigorating. As the small boat departs West Rob, he rows through the waves, emerging onto the open sea. Though uncertain of his direction, he can drift along with the current. His provisions are ample. His backpack is stocked with soldiers' pills, each worth 1,000 berries, sufficient for a day's basic energy. For a touch of luxury, he might indulge in a bowl of Ikaka ramen for 2,000 berries, though it merely fills the stomach and accelerates chakra recovery. Yet its taste is quite agreeable. Water is no concern. Possessing water-style chakra allows him to generate fresh water to replenish his bodily needs. Unfortunately, the system states that chakra-generated water cannot alleviate the curse of the sea upon devil fruit users. As it is energy manufactured, its ability to replenish moisture is already commendable. Moreover, should he employ water release using seawater, the chakra infused within it would reduce the suppression on devil fruit users, thereby diminishing the curse of the sea. The seawater, which would typically sap the strength of fruit users, would merely weaken them. With a stroke of luck, they might lose their powers, but their stamina would remain intact. Undoubtedly, the efficacy of water release has been diminished. He had initially planned to confront any devil fruit user with a massive wave of water, but the system doused that ambition with a bucket of cold reality. The small boat sways atop the water as he raises the sunshade and dons sunglasses to avoid sunburn and dehydration. After drifting for a time, a colossal creature suddenly breaches the surface from the depths below. Its body, over 20 meters long, emerges with a rhinoceros's head, its form covered in azure scales, truly a fierce beast of the ocean. The Sea King, roaring, the Sea King bellows at Rodney, asserting its dominance. Why the ruckus? Rodney removes his sunglasses, stepping from a small boat, striding across the water toward the Sea King. It has never encountered a human who can run across the sea surface before. But to it, this figure appears as a mere snack, opening its massive jaws to snap at him. Shadow dance. Leaf. A powerful kick strikes the Sea King's jaw, sending it reeling backward, creating a splash. While Rodney rides the waves, bobbing up and down. Oh no. I'm in trouble today. The Sea King possesses a degree of intelligence. It realizes the danger too late. The winds are fierce and turbulent. Yet, regrettably for it, it has encountered Rodney, and escape is no longer an option. Heh, free labor has arrived. Shortly thereafter, atop the head crown with a prominent red swelling, the rhinoceros of the Sea Kings bore a steel wire bound to its horn, the other end tethered to the bow of Rodney's small boat. The vessel's speed surged instantly, transforming into Rodney's towing apparatus. The Sea King moved with remarkable swiftness through the ocean, particularly the ones for the East Sea, which were notoriously easy to manipulate. Point 1. Can only wonder how the red-haired individual lost an ARM as the creature navigated the waves. Any attempt to drag itself into the depths would result in a fierce beating. And having learned its lesson, the Sea King dared not repeat such folly. It was instructed to transport him to the nearest island. Cursed be the wretched humans. Once I am powerful, I shall devour you. Enduring pain and tears, he pressed forward. Due to the excessive speed, Rodney experienced a roller coaster-like thrill, soaring into the air only to plummet back down repeatedly, an endless cycle. Damn it, slow down. Objects hurled by the bullies behind struck his head, causing discomfort. Woe is me. This is an affront to the Sea Kings. As the speed diminished, a ship loomed ahead, but the Sea King paid it no heed, charging straight forward. Rodney, having disciplined the Sea King, lay back to enjoy life. Boom! Waves splashed around him. Boom! Another surge of water. A small black dot rapidly expanded before his eyes. It was a cannonball. What the? The projectile whizzed past him, piercing the hull of the boat behind. The seawater gushed in. Without hesitation, Rodney leaped from the small vessel to the top of the Sea King. Before him loomed a warship. He stepped firmly upon the Sea King's head and exclaimed, "What have you done, you scoundrel?" The Sea King whimpered, having done nothing but approach that direction. Rodney noticed an imposing figure on the ship's railing, an elderly man clad in a cloak of justice, wielding a cannonball which he hurled in their direction. Despite the strength of his arm, the speed of the cannonball rivaled that of a shot from a cannon. How had he encountered this old man? Was he mistaking him for a pirate? Evading the cannonball, he then observed an increasing barrage of projectiles incoming. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Small fireballs shot forth, detonating upon collision with the cannonballs. Seizing the opportunity, Rodney leapt onto the surface of the water, propelling himself onto the warship. Stop! I am not a pirate. You shall first receive a punch from me. Bang! Rodney fell incapacitated. Chapter 5. Would you like to join the Navy? Lad? My apologies, my good man. I received reports from my subordinates believing you to be a pirate. Are you unscathed? The robust elder laughed heartily, patting Rodney's back with a hand the size of a fan. Once, twice. Puff. Vice Admiral Garp, please refrain from such actions. Mr. Josta is spitting blood. A medic shouted loudly. The naval hero, Garp, chuckled sheepishly. This won't do. How can a man's body be so frail? How can one brave the seas in such a state? Who can withstand your palm? Rodney wiped the blood from his mouth. Realizing his physique was already commendable, he had survived a punch from Garp. He had survived. One must remember that this very elder once pummeled the pirate king Roger to a pulp, sending him fleeing across the seas. Garp, known for winning hearts with virtue, casually mentioned that his fists were named Virtue. With a lump on his head, he felt an agony akin to that endured by the Sea King earlier. A green glow emanated from his palm, and a healing technique was immediately applied to his wounds, stimulating the cells in the swollen area to accelerate recovery. Quite a unique ability you possess. Are you a devil fruit user? I suppose, he replied, scratching his head, his words vague. A rather impressive ability indeed. Can it be applied to others? Garp inquired with interest. Garp's eyes sparkled at this revelation. What is your name, lad? Josta, J. Rodney. I shall simply call you Rodney. Join the Navy, Rodney. Ding. Garp extended an invitation to you. Do you accept? Yes, no, I apologize, but I do not wish to become a Navy officer. Rodney declined Garp's invitation. Garp, bewildered, asked, why not? Your ability could significantly expedite the recovery of many Navy personnel, contributing to justice. No, the Navy is too troublesome. I find my current life quite satisfactory. The Navy was excessively complicated, and he wished to steer clear of the world government and the scum known as the Celestial Dragons. The so-called justice was burdened by a host of individuals. It would be better not to participate at all than to endure their indignities. I believe you would excel as a fine sailor, though your physique is rather weak. With my guidance, you would undoubtedly grow. Garp chuckled. Farewell. Good day. Rodney turned to leave. He was not like Monkey D. Luffy, possessing such formidable vitality. Training under Garp would surely lead to his demise. He was certain of it. A pair of calloused hands grasped his shoulder, the elderly man smiling kindly. Lad, you shall thank me later. No, help. Garp seemed resolute, dragging Rodney off to train. Garp. Rodney's ability was invaluable, and he appeared to have potential worth nurturing. He was also rather bored aboard the warship. Give it your all. Rodney, hang in there. Garp it into a donut while sitting on Rodney's back, clad in iron armor as he performed push-ups. This was the third day of Garp's training. Rodney was subjected to rigorous physical drills, exhausted to the point of resembling a lifeless dog. Yet there were benefits. His physique was growing at an astonishing rate. Chakra was being consumed at an equally rapid pace. His sweat drenched him as if caught in a downpour, dripping onto the deck, while his chakra was relentlessly drained, making his body feel heavier. The iron armor weighed a staggering 1,000 pounds, combined with Garp's imposing stature. Had it not been for his originally commendable constitution, he might not have been able to withstand it. I can't take it anymore. He collapsed onto the deck. Garp queried, how many did you complete? A naval soldier, continuously recording reply for 1,320, an increase of 400 from before. Your physique is improving rapidly. This won't do. How can I ever grow into an excellent Navy officer like this? Garp shook his head in disapproval. I never said I would become a Navy officer. I'm a pirate hunter. Not a naval officer. Why must I join the Navy? He shed the iron armor, revealing a robust upper body. Feeling a sense of relief, a sharp pain struck his head, having honed his haki to the pinnacle of strength. Even without it, his punches were immensely painful. Even the rubber man, Luffy, could feel excruciating pain from his blows. What are you saying? Your abilities are perfectly suited for the Navy, whether as a medic or a proper naval officer. Do not waste your talents. Garp had observed Rodney closely over the past days. Initially, he merely wished to train him well for the sake of retribution for the accidental injury. However, Rodney's demonstrated healing abilities and rapid growth sparked a desire to nurture him. Yet this lad seemed as stubborn as his grandson, fixated on being a pirate hunter. What good is being a pirate hunter? Have you allowed money to corrupt your heart? Of course, old man, money may not be everything. But being broke is absolutely intolerable. How vulgar. Becoming a Navy officer comes with a salary too. Come now, taking down a bounty pirate would sustain me for quite some time. The Navy provides food, shelter, and benefits. I'm sorry, but I roam the seas fearlessly. Ouch. Old man, are you hitting me again? I believe you need some discipline. Garp's fists cracked ominously. Re-education. Special education. On what grounds? I haven't done anything wrong. Rodney protested defiantly. Still daring to retort? You seek punishment. Crack. On the deck, Garp chased Rodney, who exhibited no signs of exhaustion. Bang. A punch sent Rodney crashing into the deck, drawing the ire of the shipwright. A gaping hole was troublesome to repair. Ha ha. Rodney, it seems these days of training have enabled you to withstand a punch from me. This punch was far from his full strength. Had he unleashed his might, Rodney would have been obliterated. Consider it a mere basic attack, perhaps even less. Humph, old man, even if I perish, lying in a coffin, I shall shout with my decayed vocal cords. I shall never become a Navy officer. Rodney rose, bruised and battered. You little rascal, do you truly cherish money so much? Absolutely. I'm a pirate hunter, tirelessly traversing the vast ocean in pursuit of riches. Rodney, tending to his own wounds, spoke. Then, I shall employ you to assist me in capturing an individual. Very well, I seek the training methods of armament haki or the Marine 6 styles. You truly have the audacity to make such bold demands, Garp retorted, rolling up his sleeves, his muscular arms radiating an intimidating aura. Of course, the person you wish for me to capture must be formidable, hence my request for compensation is not exorbitant. Rodney flashed a cunning smile. Garp chuckled and scolded. You are quite the sly one. Your current physique is not yet capable of mastering haki. As for the 6 styles, I can grant you 1 technique initially, and upon your successful capture, 2 additional techniques. Agreed. Who is it that you wish for me to apprehend? My grandson, Ace. Who? Your grandson? Where is he now? Garp's intention to capture Ace was unexpected. Had he not set sail 3 months prior, becoming a pirate instead of a marine soldier? The old man was infuriated that Ace had chosen the path of piracy and was likely nearing Reverse Mountain. Young man, I hope you can help me bring my dear grandson back. Garp understood that with Ace's abilities, he would undoubtedly make a name for himself on the seas. Once he reached a certain level, the world government would inevitably take notice. Given the omnipresent nature of CP agents, if Ace's identity as the son of the Pirate King were to be discovered, his chances of survival would be slim. The world government would not permit such a malevolent lineage to persist. They would never allow Ace to be scrutinized by the world government, yet Garp did not wish to thwart his grandson's dreams. If he were to capture him personally, mercy would surely prevail. Thus, he entrusted this task to the young man. Garp's subordinates retrieved Rodney's information. He was known for his ruthless efficiency in capturing pirates, showing little mercy towards them, yet exhibiting kindness towards ordinary folk. A man with a sense of justice, albeit one ensnared by the allure of wealth. Such a man would be ashamed to see not join the Marines. Chapter 6. My Fortunate Luck Ding. Side quest activated. The previously inconspicuous system suddenly sprang to life, issuing a task. There's a side quest. Task. Capture the pirate port Ace. Level. See reward. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. 3 Tomo Sharingan. 800 task points. This side quest could be declined. Would you like to refuse? Gasping at the sight of the rewards, Rodney realized not only was the Great Fire Annihilation a prize, but the 3 Tomo Sharingan was also included. With each Sharingan costing 3,000 points for a single Tomo, the prospect of obtaining 3 Tomo at once was too enticing to pass up. Very well, I accept, but since he is your grandson, I will require Sea Stone as insurance. What if Ace has consumed the Mara Nomi by then? Garp replied, I never use Sea Stone. I am merely on vacation this time. Besides, you likely won't need it to deal with Ace. From Garp's reaction, it appeared Ace had yet to consume the Mara Noem in the original tale. Ace did not display any signs of having eaten it, so a trip should be feasible. You possess his Viver card. Rodney inquired if I had one, would I still need you? Fair point. Rodney sighed. All right, I will find a way to capture him. This task must be accomplished. The prospect of the 3 Tomo Sharingan and the Great Fire Annihilation was too significant to ignore, yet he wondered if such a reward truly belonged to a mere sea-level quest. Which technique from the 6 styles will you teach me? I shall teach you Suru. Whether you can master it depends on your own capabilities. Thus, Rodney's arduous existence continued. Half a month later, at Loguetown, Rodney strolled through the streets clad in marine attire. He had not enlisted, but had run out of his own clothes and was left with the ship's uniform. Encountering Garp had been both fortunate and unfortunate. Was this the consequence of antagonizing Sea Kings? Although he had mastered Soru, perfecting it would take time. Garp's hellish training had significantly enhanced his physical abilities, allowing him to unlock the second gate of the 8 gates. He had borrowed a small boat from Garp and captured a Sea King to expedite his journey, taking an entire week to reach Loguetown. This was largely due to Garp's route being the opposite of his own. Rodney had planned to travel from West Blue Village to Loguetown, while Garp was heading from Loguetown to the Goa Kingdom, making their paths entirely divergent. Consequently, he had exchanged several Sea Kings and, under the stars, finally arrived at Loguetown. The system provided real-time tracking. Ace had yet to leave the East Blue and was heading in this direction, so all he needed to do was wait for an opportunity. Mr. Jasta, hearing someone call his name, he turned to see Dasky. Lieutenant Dasky, what brings you here in such a hurry? We received reports of a pirate dining and dashing at Uncle Frank's restaurant, so I'm going to handle it. No time to chat, Dasky stated, leading her team away. Who would dare be so audacious as to dine and dash in Loguetown? Rodney mused, preparing to follow for the spectacle. It is human nature to enjoy watching a commotion. It had become ingrained in Rodney's DNA, an irresistible temptation to observe the drama unfold. In the streets of Loguetown, a crowd of people were sprinting frantically. One among them bore an orange cowboy hat, shirtless, with bubbles of snot appearing and disappearing as he slept soundly. Our captain is asleep again. Do we lack funds? One man, wielding a gun, remarked, it's perfectly normal for our captain to sleep through meals. Besides, we often dine and dash. It's his habit. A blue-haired man responded, glancing back at their pursuers. Run faster. The Marines are on their way. They do not share the same fondness for Captain Iska. Soon, they reached the harbor. Apologies, this route is blocked. Thanks to Garp's training, Rodney's speed had dramatically increased, allowing him to leap ahead of the crowd. Who goes there? Stand aside, shouted one burly man, barreling towards him. Rodney leaped and struck him squarely on the forehead. Bill, Rodney marveled at the satisfaction coursing through his fist. Marine, step aside. The gunman immediately aimed his weapon at him. Rodney dodged deftly, leaping to confront the group, knocking one of them down with a single punch. Shadow Dance Leaf, Leaf Whirlwind, Leaf Great Whirlwind. He dispatched several foes with a flurry of kicks, but just as he prepared to kick another, a hand caught his leg. Apologies, but I cannot allow you to continue bullying my crew. A freckled youth said, radiating a searing heat from his palm. Startled, Rodney retreated swiftly, realizing flames were igniting in the youth's hand, a Loguetown devil fruit user. The Mara no Mi. Rodney's expression darkened. He had not anticipated encountering his target so swiftly, nor that Ace had already consumed a devil fruit. Poor Gastita Ace. My apologies for the disturbance. I just dozed off. How is everyone doing? Ace inquired of the blue-haired youth beside him. Mascud Dita Juice, ship's doctor of the Spade Pirates. Just some superficial injuries, but it will be difficult for them to awaken within 3 hours, Juice replied calmly. Then all is well. Everyone, take the unconscious back to the ship. I will handle this. Ace regarded Rodney with grave intensity. Rodney ignored Ace's crew, focusing solely on his mission to bring Ace to Garp. Captain, be careful. Juice trusted in Ace's strength, showing no concern for any potential danger to Loguetown fruits were virtually invulnerable in the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas. So there was no need to worry about Ace facing peril. They would only serve as a hindrance to him. Poor Gastite Ace, your grandfather has tasked me with bringing you back. Surrender without resistance. Fortune favored him. The tracking system had revealed Ace's location just days prior, and he had not expected Ace to arrive so soon. No, I refuse to return. I will not see the old man. Ace shouted defiantly, you cannot stop me. Flame Pillar. One arm transformed into a column of fire, charging towards Rodney. Earth Release. Earthflow Rampart. Unlike Kakashi, who chiseled a dog's head into his wall, Rodney merely erected a plain and sturdy barrier. The fire pillar collided with the earth wall, obliterating it. You fool, there are too many people here. What are you trying to accomplish? Rodney could not tolerate this reckless attack in a crowded area. Fearing for the safety of innocents. My apologies, Ace quickly replied. Seizing the opportunity, Rodney lunged forward and struck Ace atop his head. With a single punch, he struck Ace, but flames engulfed the wound. How despicable! You dare to launch a surprise attack. Ace's headless body recoiled, a terrifying sight as flames erupted, and his head reappeared. The absence of Hokage is indeed insurmountable for a Logia user. No wonder such a concept was introduced later. Muttering under his breath, he now felt his hands tied. How to engage? This fiend appears immune to fire attacks, and lacking any effective means of offense. He finds himself at a loss. Explosive tags might only serve to delay, and even if detonated, he would regenerate. Noticing Rodney refraining from further assault, Ace smirked and declared, step aside. You cannot defeat me. While you may not be able to, I can. White Snake. A plume of white smoke surged forth, leading with a gloved fist aimed at Ace. Ace leaped to evade the blow, landing atop a building, where he beheld a white-clad man striding confidently towards him. His right arm billowed like smoke. His silver hair, slicked back, adorned in a white leather jacket that revealed his muscular form. The word justice emblazoned across his back. A cigar clamped between his teeth, his expression more fearsome than that of any pirate. It was Colonel Smoker of the Marine Headquarters. Oh, how fortuitous! Colonel Smoker, Admiral Garp has tasked me with capturing his grandson. Could you lend a hand? The grandson of Admiral Garp? Smoker paused, then scoffed. Even if he is Garp's grandson, he belongs in prison. There's no way he would be handed over. Rodney shrugged, recognizing the man's seriousness. Then let us capture him first. Smoker's 10 hands, each tipped with sea prism stone, were indeed the bane of devil fruit users. Chapter 7. Firefist Ace. I absolutely, unequivocally refuse to return to that old man. Ace retorted loudly. What concern is that of mine? My mission is merely to escort you back, and Admiral Garp has compensated me for my efforts. Rodney stretched his limbs and added, Logia users are truly troublesome. Colonel Smoker, I will cover you. Producing shurikens and kunai, he hurled them towards Ace. Fire gun. Ace pointed his fingers like guns, and from their tips, small fireballs erupted, hurtling towards his assailants. Rodney leaped into the air, executing a spin, his legs striking Ace's upper body with the force of a steel whip. How many times must I tell you not to fight in the marketplace? Dasky, ensure the townsfolk evacuate the area, Smoker commanded, puffing on his cigar while instructing Dasky to clear the vicinity of any spectators. In an instant, the townsfolk, upon hearing of the battle, fled in droves, abandoning their shops and homes. Naturally, when the Navy and pirates clash, the risk to life is far too great. Who would bother with possessions when one's very existence is at stake? Rodney, without hockey, found his kicks ineffective against Ace, who did not even need to dodge. Ace's upper body reformed from flames, remarking, what a formidable attack. Why not join my crew? Rodney's expression darkened. Was it a family trait? Don't you dare recruit pirates in my presence. Smoker stomped the ground, vanishing from sight. 6 styles. Shave. His 10 hands descended upon Ace, who instinctively sensed the threat. Rather than elementalize, he chose to evade. How perilous. What is this? A kunai suddenly appeared at his feet, bound with an explosive tag. The tag ignited, detonating and obliterating Ace's form, leaving no trace of his head. As flames engulfed the area, a solemn Ace re-emerged, stating, it appears you are not an ordinary Marine. I'm a pirate hunter. I simply lack suitable attire at the moment. Smoker snorted dismissively. Rodney, cease wasting time and apprehend him. Rodney deftly pinched 6 kunai, each attached to an explosive tag, hurling them at Ace, while drawing shurikens from his waist pouch to strike first, altering the kunai's trajectories to avoid destruction by Ace's flames. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted, sending clouds of dust into the air. A figure of flames emerged from the smoke, wearing a low-brimmed hat as he grinned. My crew awaits. I must take my leave. Young man, do you think you can escape? Smoker used Shave to instantly appear before Ace. Startled, Ace waved his hand, flames engulfing Smoker, who thrust one of his hands through the inferno, crashing into Ace and pinning him against a building, the sea prism stone hindering Ace's ability to elementalize. Ouch! What on earth? I was unable to elementalize just now. Rising from the rubble, Ace bore minor abrasions, merely superficial scrapes. Indeed, a child raised by Garp has his merits. Surviving this long is no mere coincidence. By the way, how long have you possessed this ability? Rodney inquired. Ace dusted himself off and, without much thought, replied, I acquired it 2 days ago. Rodney remarked, no wonder you lack formidable power. You haven't fully harnessed it yet, have you? If you become proficient, dealing with you will be quite a challenge. Smoker took a deep drag from a cigar, the remnants dwindling rapidly. Producing 2 new cigars, he ignited them with the remnants of the old ones. Clearly a seasoned smoker. Marines, you are truly bothersome. Ace adjusted his hat, determined not to yield easily. I am destined to be the Pirate King. How could I falter here? His dreams remained unaltered, despite the absence of paternal love and the disdain towards his pirate father. I care not for that. My sole responsibility is to return you to Admiral Garp. After that, whether you stay or flee is of no concern to me. Rodney felt a sense of helplessness against the stubborn nature of a Logia user, reminiscent of the collective struggle against a beetle, a tiger biting a hedgehog. Where to strike? In stark contrast, Smoker replied, Colonel Smoker, may I borrow your 10 hands? Smoker shot him a glance, his silence speaking volumes. No way. Frustrated by his failed attempts, Rodney sighed as Ace queried, what benefits did that old man grant you? Half of the 6 styles and knowledge on how to cultivate hockey. Rodney chuckled. Ace, do not underestimate your grandfather. He was once a fierce figure who chased the pirate king across the seas. His leniency towards you is due to your lineage. Garp, embodying justice, his very essence shackled by it, could only watch helplessly as his beloved grandson faced peril. Rodney mused, do not speculate whether Akainu would perish at Garp's hands. Severe injuries are inevitable. Ace fell into silence before asserting, words are futile. I will escape today, for my crew awaits. I shall capture you all. One by one. White fist. Smoker's limbs transformed into smoke as he struck, having consumed the smoke fruit, capable of vanishing into vapor to attack and track enemies. His fists and feet remained solid, while his arms and legs morphed into smoke, allowing him to accelerate his strikes, creating considerable trouble for Ace. Meanwhile, Rodney could only awkwardly observe the duel between the two Logia users, lacking Hokage and bereft of Sea Prism Stone, trembling as he clutched his melon while watching. The Flame Fruit's powers excelled in offense, and had Ace fully mastered his abilities, the outcome of the battle against Smoker would be uncertain. Fire Fist. Ace swung his arm, igniting it into flames, a colossal fiery fist towering 3 stories high. Hurtling towards Smoker and Rodney. Boom! The entire street was shattered, flames scorching the debris. Smoker thought to himself how fortunate it was that Dasky had evacuated the civilians. Otherwise, countless lives would surely have been lost. His resolve to capture Ace intensified, even if it meant confronting Garp's grandson. Does being the grandson of Vice Admiral grant you free reign? I dare to strike my superiors. I would not hesitate to offend a Marine hero. Emerging from the ground, Rodney gazed at the cleared surroundings, his expression grave. Damn it. How many times must I say not to employ such widespread attacks? What if innocent bystanders are harmed? This is precisely why I despise you pirates. The distinction between watching a show and experiencing reality is stark. His worldview cannot accommodate indifference or cruelty. The world, inherently twisted, does not reflect his nature. He can only attend to his own needs. Yet he will undoubtedly lend assistance within his capacity. He harbors a strong aversion to Ace's reckless disregard for his own life. Apologies. Fortunately, Ace maintains a commendable attitude, readily acknowledging his mistakes at this moment. Smoker seizes the opportunity to advance, brandishing the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs towards Ace's throat. Should they make contact, even Ace's robust physique would struggle to withstand the blow. However, as the grandson of Garp, his honed reflexes and physical prowess allow him to evade the strike. Retaliating with a flaming fist that shatters Smoker's chest, Smoker continues to wield the handcuffs, forcing Ace back. Rodney charges in, drawing a dagger from his leg and slicing into Ace's body. The latter, resigned, remarks, "You know that physical attacks hardly harm me. If you don't land a couple of hits, I might feel quite embarrassed." Rodney shrugs, glancing at Smoker with exasperation. "Colonel Smoker, can't you use Hokage? Just lend me your weapon. If I could use Hokage, would I need this?" Smoker replies as he is still in the process of mastering armament Hokage. Chapter 8. Taste my ex-justice flying kick. Smoker's expression darkens. Rodney's words strike a nerve, as his demotion and assignment to this wretched place stemmed from assaulting a superior. Now he finds himself far from the Grand Line, confronting formidable pirates. With his own body not what it once was lately, he's been neglecting his training. Once I deal with this fool, I will get back to exercising. Taking advantage of the moment, Ace suddenly lands a punch on Rodney, sending him flying into the sea. TSK. Taking a puff from his cigar, Smoker launches another attack. Rodney, scowling, rises from the water with his knife, unanticipated by Ace's sudden ambush. However, he knows that if he does not retaliate, he cannot be considered a time traveler. Water clones arise. The water clones can only be created where water exists. He had not intended to use them. But now he is compelled. The ocean swells, and multiple Rodneys appear, rushing towards Ace. How can there be so many? Are they his brethren? Is he also a devil fruit user? Ace realizes he has stirred up trouble with Rodney. Each water clone, while not as capable as the original, can still present Ace with minor complications. After shattering the first water clone, Ace finds himself doused in chakra-infused seawater, momentarily slowing his movements, seizing the chance. Smoker strikes Ace with a Sea Prism Stone handcuff, making him appear like a street thug bullying a student. Ace scrambles to escape. His crew is not far and will arrive soon. Knowing lingering here is unwise. He flees. "You think you can run after offending me?" Rodney sneers, having already devised a plan. Infusing chakra into the seawater beneath him, he creates another wave of water clones, all charging at Ace as he runs. A shadow looms overhead, and upon looking up, he sees a multitude of water clones descending upon him. This is bad. Fire Fist. The flames shatter the water clones, reverting them to seawater. Hiss. The intense flames meet water. Generating steam. A thick cloud of vapor envelopes Ace's skin, causing scalding burns that elicit cries of pain. Hot, hot, hot. Oh no. Ace resembles a boiled crab, jumping around in agony as he runs forward. Rodney, taken aback, had not anticipated that steam could harm Ace. Is it because it is water, thus considered natural? That remains to be seen. Charge. With only a few water clones remaining, Ace learns from his previous mistake and opts not to use flames, instead deciding to fight with his fists. Thud! He punches one water clone, but another seizes his arm. Should he elementalize now, he would face the same predicament as before, raising his other fist to strike. Not happening, another water clone grabs his fist. The remaining water clones swarm him, transforming into seawater that drenches him, but a wave of weakness washes over him. His devil fruit powers are restrained, leaving him with only his physical strength as his body shifts from elemental to corporeal form. Taste my ex-Justice flying kick. Justice descends as Rodney kicks Ace squarely in the chest. Bang! Ace is sent flying, and Rodney swiftly releases a steel wire from his fingers, wrapping it around Smoker's C-Prism stone handcuffs before yanking it with force. Smoker, witnessing this, does not intervene, allowing him to proceed. Rodney charges forward, pressing the handcuffs against Ace's throat, rendering him incapable of resistance. Damn it! You've really captured me. Ace bellows that I will not give up. Why have I lost my strength? This is the C-Prism stone, specifically designed to counter devil fruit users, Rodney explains, turning to Smoker. Colonel Smoker, do you have any C-Prism stone handcuffs? Holding this is quite tiring. Dasky, fetch the C-Prism stone handcuffs, Smoker commands loudly. They have reserves of C-Prism stone handcuffs, though only 2 pairs, specifically for restraining users of devil fruits. After all, C-Prism stone is a scarce resource, exclusively produced in Wano country, and its processing is exceptionally cumbersome. Smoker can only equip them because he brought them from headquarters. Otherwise, how could he deal with devil fruit users? He cannot remain in this position indefinitely. After all, he is a colonel and deserves some respect. I can't muster any strength. What is this? Ace feels betrayed by the devil fruit. Its power, while formidable, has rendered him reliant on it, leading to Rodney's cunning trap. With the C-Prism stone present, escape is impossible. Don't struggle, Ace. You cannot escape that. I refuse to let you meet that old man. Ace shouts defiantly. Having just set sail, he cannot allow himself to be taken back. Luffy and everyone in the village will surely mock him. No, that cannot happen. Absolutely not. He is determined to bring Sabo's share into the sea as well. Of course, I will not let you meet Vice Admiral Garp. I intend to take you to prison for proper discipline. Your future lies in a naval prison. Captain. Release our captain at once. The members of the Black Spade Pirates rush over, alarmed to see their once mighty captain in such a predicament. They hurriedly pull their triggers. Firing bullets, Smoker stands still, allowing the bullets to pierce through him. Despite being labeled the weakest of the Logia types, he is still a Logia user. Without Haki, he will only suffer. Meanwhile, Rodney's reflexes are swift, evading the incoming bullets with a series of deft movements. Everyone, quickly escape. You are no match for them. Ace feels deeply touched by his crew's attempt to rescue him. However, against these 2 cunning adversaries, his crew stands no chance. They must flee. Do you truly think I can be ignored? White Snake. His arm vaporizes, coiling like a serpent towards the pirates. The ship's doctor, Deus, throws a vial of green reagent, shattering it on the ground and releasing a thick cloud of green smoke. As the smoke dissipates, everyone is gone, infuriating Smoker. You have a clever crew member, Rodney observes. Deus wisely chooses to flee instead of recklessly serving himself up to Smoker. Logia users are a significant concern in the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line. Ace exhales, falling silent. He knows he faces either imprisonment or meeting with Garp. However, prison is preferable to facing Garp. There is a chance of escape from prison, while confronting that old man, though possible, would be exceedingly frustrating. Shortly after, Dasky returns with the C-Prism stone handcuffs, personally placing them on Ace. Rodney tosses the C-Prism stone handcuffs to Smoker and hoists Ace over his shoulder. Hey, Rodney, what do you think you're doing? Of course, I'm taking him to see Vice Admiral Garp as I promised. Smoker's face darkens as he asserts, I do not care whether he meets Vice Admiral Garp. He must go to prison now, and later, Garp can visit him. Huh, I'm sorry, but if the old man wishes to see his beloved grandson, I must oblige, Rodney states with mock seriousness. Smoker, with disdain, replies, enough with your greedy nature. You bounty hunters are just as profit-driven as pirates, only slightly better. You must have received some benefit from Vice Admiral Garp to be this eager. Hand him over. As he speaks, smoke begins to billow from his body, making his intentions clear. If you do not comply, I will take him by force. Smoker shows no mercy to pirates, regardless of their lineage. Even if it were the esteemed grandson of the naval marshal, Sun Tzu of the Warring States, being captured by him would make no difference. A vice admiral. Does a vice admiral truly possess the privilege to act with impunity? Even a naval hero is not exempt. While I hold great respect for Garp, respect is one matter. Duty and responsibility are entirely another. You are indeed correct. The 6 dials are an irresistible temptation. Smoker, farewell. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a smoke bomb, and as Smoker charged into the fog, he discovered Rodney carrying Ace towards the port, gliding effortlessly across the water. Damn it, where's my bill long? Report here. Immediately, he had his amphibious motorcycle pushed over. Injecting smoke into the motorcycle, he twisted the throttle and sped off in pursuit. Upon seeing this, Rodney cursed, 8 gates of Duanjia. Open, release the mental domain restrictions, and unleash 100 of my physical capabilities. Suddenly accelerating, he kicked up a spray of waves as he outpaced Smoker, leaving only his silhouette behind. That bastard. I must have him arrested. Chapter 9. The tradition of the monkey family as Rodney raced across the sea. Carrying Ace, he halted atop a rocky outcrop. The town of Rogu barely visible in the distance, he plopped down onto the stone, sweat steaming off him. The initial gait put quite a strain on his body. If it weren't for Garp's grueling training over the past few days, he could not have endured this long. Let me go. My crew is waiting for me. I will not see that old man. Apologies, but that is of no concern to me. I am nearing the completion of Vice Admiral Garp's mission. That I have captured Ace, yet the task has not indicated completion. It is clear that I must deliver Ace into Garp's hands. With the prospect of red-eye disease looming, how could I possibly halt my advance? As long as I do not stop, I shall reach that place. As long as I do not cease, the path shall continue to stretch forth. Coughing, Ace attempted to struggle, but alas, his body was weakened by the sea prism stone, rendering him powerless. Damn it! Why did that old codger send you to capture me? Who knows? Perhaps it was merely on a whim. To be honest, even without the devil fruit, it would have been a challenge to subdue you, but you chose to consume that fruit and underestimated your opponent, not to mention your unfamiliarity with the sea prism stone. Rodney's ability to capture Ace was largely due to luck. Ace's inexperience with his fruit powers, combined with his newfound reliance on his flaming form, led to his downfall, ultimately resulting in his capture through the concerted efforts of Rodney and Smoker. Had Ace been familiar with the fruit's abilities, he would have fled at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, Doze and the others managed to break free from the naval encirclement. Doze declared, "The captain has been captured. We must devise a plan to rescue him." One individual inquired, "But where do we go to save the captain?" The earlier speaker mentioned that he was sent by Vice Admiral Garp to apprehend the captain. Vice Admiral Garp is a naval hero, hailing from the Goa Kingdom in the East Blue, and the captain has previously spoken of his homeland. Thus, we might as well head to the captain's hometown and try our luck. Doze calmly analyzed the situation and reached this conclusion. The other crew members exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. Although the captain could be somewhat reckless, neglecting to pay for his meals and often dozing off intermittently. He is their captain in the Spade Pirates. How could they abandon him? Spade Pirates. Operation to rescue the captain. Commence. Rodney continued striding across the water with Ace in tow, who gazed at the undulating sea, utterly baffled that someone could walk upon the ocean's surface. "Hey, aren't you afraid of being devoured by sea kings?" Ace asked. "Oh, just in time. It would make for a splendid mount. The sea kings of the East Blue are not nearly as colossal as those of the New World, often measuring only a few dozen meters at most, and they're particularly easy to bully to oh, how did the red-haired shanks lose an arm? Dangerous." Ace noticed a shadow growing larger beneath them. Rapidly approaching, here comes some free labor. With a sudden leap, A sea king with a lion's head burst from the waves, its massive jaws snapping towards the two. Rodney spun in midair, chakra converging in his legs. Leaf great whirlwind. Bam! The lion sea king was struck down by a single kick. Ace remarked, impressive. This person's physical strength seems hardly diminished compared to before he consumed the flame fruit. He is quite formidable. Steadily landing atop the sea, Rodney approached the lion sea king, who, realizing it was no match, attempted to flee but was seized by Rodney by its damp mane and delivered a kick, growling menacingly. Behave yourself, or I shall feast upon you shortly. The lion sea king, displaying a distinctly human-like expression of fear, understood the situation. While animals in this world can comprehend human speech, they occasionally lack common sense. Sobbing, the lion sea king resigned itself to its fate, allowing Rodney to grasp its mane as it was compelled to carry him, casting Ace aside. Take me in that direction, towards the nearest island. Pointing away from Loguetown, it was difficult to ascertain the direction of the Goa kingdom amidst the vast ocean, but they could allow the Sea King to guide them to the nearest island to gain a better understanding of their whereabouts before formulating further plans. Ace remained silent, as he was presently unable to muster any strength, rendering him powerless. After a while, he spoke, I'm hungry. Rodney retrieved a military ration from his pouch. I ate this chocolate, and this little amount won't even suffice for a snack. Are you going to eat or not? Fine. Better something than nothing. He opened his mouth and popped the ration into it. After a single bite, Ace exclaimed, This is disgusting, truly awful. Ace was not picky, but even he could not tolerate it. Which speaks volumes about the dreadful taste of the military ration. It's not so bad. You just have poor luck. The one I ate was honey-flavored. The system-produced military rations have random flavors, and most of them are indeed quite dreadful. Encountering a honey flavor is evidently a stroke of luck. The military ration is not chocolate, and you remain unaware of what flavor the next one will be. I can't take it anymore. Is there anything else? One of those can keep a person from hunger for an entire day and provide the necessary strength. You're still not full. Of course not. How could something so small and so terrible fill me up? Ace did not believe that such a minuscule and distasteful item could satisfy his hunger. Rodney pondered. Ace's stamina differed from the average person, having trained since childhood, and individuals in this world possess remarkable appetites. Therefore, it was not surprising that the military ration could not satiate him. Consequently, he produced another military ration. Seeing this, Ace cried, No, I would rather die than eat that. Let me go. Just then, a bubble of mucus suddenly emerged from his nose, and he fell asleep instantly. Rodney remarked, truly worthy of being Garp's grandson, capable of dozing off at any moment. Luffy can do that too. I wonder if Dragon can. The monkey family is terrifying indeed. He set Ace aside. After all, he could not escape. The pressing concern now was how to locate Garp. Must we head to Windmill Village? The Sea King's speed was acceptable, though this creature bore a striking resemblance to the one he had previously captured, and it would undoubtedly attempt to drown itself. However, as long as he maintained unwavering focus throughout the journey, all would be well. Afterward, the Lion Sea King swam onward with 3 large lumps atop its head. Ahead, a ship appeared. Take us aboard, and your task will be complete. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that Rodney finally spotted a vessel, its skull flag fluttering in the wind. Unmistakably a pirate ship. Upon hearing that its task was nearing completion, the Lion Sea King's eyes brightened, and it accelerated, leaping from the water with Rodney securely holding Ace as they landed aboard the pirate ship. I sincerely apologize, but I am commandeering your vessel. Who the hell are you? So brazen. The captain, a muscular man wielding a large axe, stood around 3 to 4 meters tall, his face adorned with a thick beard. Exuding an intimidating presence, his crew regarded Rodney and Ace with expressions of bewilderment, clearly underestimating them. TSK. Chakra surged into his legs as he leapt before the pirate captain. Leaf great whirlwind. Seeking death, the pirate captain swung his axe. But he was a moment too slow. Rodney's kick struck the axe handle, bending the iron shaft and sending the captain himself flying into the sea. Hey everyone, enjoy your meal. The Lion Sea King seemed to sense the opportunity, leaping forth to swallow the captain whole, dragging him beneath the waves. All right, is there anyone else? As the pirates surveyed their surroundings, Witnessing the demise of their captain, they trembled, their weapons slipping from their grasp. On a typical pirate ship, the captain stands as the strongest, and once he is vanquished, the resolve of these scallywags crumbles, extinguishing any desire to fight back. Very well, I declare this vessel mine. Turn about and set a course for the kingdom of Goya. Prepare a sumptuous feast, and tend to this fellow. Do not mistreat him, lest you meet a fate akin to your captain's. Among pirates, kindness is a rarity. Individuals like Luffy and Ace are but a handful, rendering their fates and sentiments inconsequential. Chapter 10. I too have caught the red-eye disease in the kingdom of Goya. Windmill Village is a quaint little hamlet, not dissimilar to Syrup Village, tranquil and serene. Rarely disturbed by marauding pirates. It is also the birthplace of the naval hero Garp and the future pirate king. But a naval warship anchored at the port is a common sight for the villagers, signaling the return of their esteemed hero to his homeland. As the pirate ship slowly docked, the Navy personnel brought by Garp sprang into action, seizing their weapons and leveling their cannons at the pirate vessel. Just as Vice Admiral Bogart raised his hand to signal the firing of the cannons, he spotted Rodney standing at the bow of the ship and immediately ordered a halt. "Mr. Jostad," Bogart acknowledged, nodding in greeting. Rodney smiled and replied, "Vice Admiral Bogart, these ruffians are now in your capable hands, and pirate is without blood on their hands." "Understood. Thank you for your gallant assistance," Bogart responded, promptly directing his men to apprehend the pirates. The pirates offered no resistance, acutely aware of the futility of defiance, and allowed themselves to be shackled by the Navy, resigned to their fate of imprisonment once Garp departed us. "So, this is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp?" "You truly managed to bring him back," Bogart remarked, surprised by the presence of a visibly discontent Ace behind Rodney. Ace had grown significantly rounder since the day Rodney captured him, indulged with fine food and lacking exercise. However, a single training session would rectify that. His appetite could rival that of an entire crew, leading Rodney to hunt 2 small sea kings along the way to replenish his reserves. "Where's Vice Admiral Garp?" "I've captured his eldest grandson," Bogart replied, gesturing towards the village's only tavern. "Very well, Ace. We shall take our leave." "No, I refuse to meet that old coot," Ace protested weakly, attempting to resist Rodney, but the seastone handcuffs rendered him powerless against Rodney's strength. "Seastone handcuffs? Has Garp's grandson also become a devil fruit user?" Bogart inquired, bemused. "Indeed, a natural type. It took considerable effort to capture him. By the way, I acquired these seastone handcuffs from Captain Smoker. He has placed a bounty of 3 million berries on my head." "So, I apologize for the trouble, Bogart," Rodney explained, his expression apologetic. Oliver, understanding the situation, chuckled. "No problem. Revoking a bounty under 10 million is quite straightforward. I shall notify them to rescind your bounty." Who would have thought you could capture a natural type user? Having spent a few days aboard the same ship, they knew that Rodney lacked hockey, and facing a natural type would pose significant challenges. Astonishingly, he had managed to capture Ace, leaving Oliver genuinely surprised. "Haha, luck is just luck. I must take my leave. I appreciate your assistance here." With that, he hoisted Ace over his shoulder, ignoring the latter's futile struggles. "Ace? Is that not Ace?" The villagers at the port recognized him instantly, perplexed as to why he had returned so suddenly and in chains. "Excuse me, good sir, could you direct me to the tavern?" Rodney inquired, stopping an elderly gentleman clad in a yellow heart-patterned shirt. The elder pointed, "Head that way. The 3rd house on the right is the tavern." "But why are you capturing him?" "Capturing him? His grandfather ordered me to," Rodney replied without hesitation. "Vice Admiral Garp?" The elder stepped aside, having grasped the situation, exchanging a knowing glance with Ace, who felt a knot of discomfort in his stomach. He had departed from Windmill Village with grand aspirations, yet he returned in such a disheveled state, utterly humiliated. This was not how he had envisioned his homecoming. He had dreamed of returning as the Pirate King, showcasing his triumph to the villagers who had once regarded him as a mere child, now risen above the legacy of his revered yet despised father. "Rodney, release me at once. I refuse to return here." Over the course of their journey, Ace had grown somewhat familiar with Rodney, yet no amount of pleading would sway him. Each time Ace protested, Rodney would silence him with food and apologies. It's for my 6 powers. There are no hard feelings afterward, Rodney stated. You scoundrel, you've bound me. How can there be no animosity? Once I break free of these wretched handcuffs, I shall have my revenge, Ace declared, his gaze sweeping over the familiar surroundings and villagers. His humiliation swelling within. Is this the place? The two arrived at the tavern, and before entering, they overheard Garp's booming voice. Luffy, you little rascal. How many times must I tell you to become a great Navy officer? Take this, my beloved Iron Fist. Ouch! Grandfather, a boy's anguished cry echoed, accompanied by a gentle woman's voice advising. Vice Admiral Garp, please stop. You've swollen Luffy's face. Upon hearing that Luffy's face had been bruised, Ace shouted. You old coot, you struck Luffy again. Rodney, let me go. I must protect Luffy. Rodney pushed open the door and set Ace down, addressing the sleeping old man at the bar. Vice Admiral Garp, I brought back the one you sought. The tavern owner, Makino, was astonished to see Ace, exclaiming, Ace, weren't you out at sea? Ace's presence startled other patrons as well. With a loud pop, Garp's bubble of drool burst, awakening him from his slumber. Realizing his grandson was still asleep, he delivered another punch. How long are you planning to sleep? Luffy! Ah! Ow! Let me go. Faced with his grandfather, who had relentlessly pummeled him since childhood, Luffy exhibited no desire to resist, revealing the indelible psychological imprint Garp had left on him. Old coot, release Luffy at once. Ace could only shout, his body feeling weak and limp. Both Garp and Luffy turned their attention to him, Garp with delight and Luffy in shock. Ha! Well done, Rodney. You've accomplished your task splendidly. Care to join the Navy and work alongside me? Garp bellowed, laughing heartily upon seeing the bound Ace. Thoroughly pleased with Rodney's efforts, Garp's laughter echoed. The system notified Rodney of task completion. Flame extinguished. 3 Tomo Sharingan acquired. 800 task points credited. A unique chakra surged within his mind, converging toward his eyes, causing a sensation of discomfort, prompting him to rub his eyes until they reddened. The 3 black Tomo circled his pupils, gradually spinning, imbued with an aura of malevolence that momentarily stunned Garp. Rodney, what is wrong with your eyes? Nothing much. They occasionally behave this way, Rodney replied. With the Sharingan awakened, the world transformed. The movements of those around him seemed to slow to a crawl. Although not of the Uchiha clan, he found a perfect synergy with the eyes through the system as assistants. Merely requiring time to adjust to the decelerating world, I too have caught the red-eye disease. Release Ace at once. Gum pistol. Luffy escaped from Garp's grasp, and upon seeing Ace bound on the ground, his arms suddenly elongated, striking Rodney at an astonishing speed. Although the velocity was impressive to Rodney, it seemed as leisurely as a butterfly flitting through flowers. He sidestepped, deftly grasping Luffy's arm, and with the force of the blow, hurled him out of the tavern. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, showcasing his keen perception. Chapter 11. Rodney vs. Ace. Outside, chaos erupted, accompanied by Luffy's shouts. Rodney immediately thought system, exchange Konoha flow, sword technique, camellia dance, wind release, vacuum sphere, and water release, water surge wave. The 800 task points he had just received were quickly depleted. 500 for the Konoha flow, sword technique, 50 for camellia dance, 150 for wind release, vacuum sphere, and 100 for water release. Water surge wave point. 810 task points vanished in an instant. That moment. Luffy charged back in, ready to attack, but Ace quickly intervened, blocking Rodney's path. Wait, Luffy, you are no match for him. Currently, defeating Rodney posed a significant challenge for Luffy. Even with Garp present, he would still be on the receiving end of a beating. He could not bear to witness his brother being bullied without taking action. Get out of the way. Ace, I must avenge you. Luffy shouted furiously, asserting their bond as brothers, sharing both fortune and misfortune. I know, but you're simply not his opponent. Ace shook his head. Rodney wasn't a bad person, just somewhat greedy. Judging by the recent skirmish, he hadn't even displayed his true strength. Luffy would merely end up being soundly defeated. Yet Luffy wanted to argue further, but Garp interrupted him, saying, Enough, Luffy. Although Rodney's physique may not match yours, his intellect surpasses yours, making it easy for you to find yourself at a disadvantage in a fight. Grandpa, he hurt Ace. Luffy, unwavering in his stubbornness, was resolute in his beliefs, rendering even Garp helpless. For instance, his wish to become the Pirate King remained unshaken despite Garp's relentless efforts to deter him, a trait that epitomized the monkey family's lineage. Given that, I had initially planned to teach you a lesson to demonstrate that reckless bravado leads only to ruin. However, now I am more inclined to test my new abilities. Luffy, once he fixated on something, remained unyielding, no matter how many times he faced societal backlash. Thus, a beating would prove utterly ineffective. Perseverance is admirable, but when the enemy is equally persistent, it becomes quite bothersome. Hey Luffy, think of a way to free me. You alone cannot stand against him. Ace, noticing the spinning Tomo in Rodney's eyes, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, prompting him to continue. Quickly find someone to release me. Rodney mused, to adapt to this world system. Numerous alterations have been made, even diminishing the potency of illusions. The Sharingan, aside from its abilities of insight and replication, also possessed the power to dispel and penetrate illusions. The release of illusions relies on disrupting the enemy's chakra to obscure their five senses. However, this world lacks chakra. How could it be utilized? Thus, the system modified it to mental energy, allowing illusions to be effectively cast only upon enemies with weaker mental fortitude. Those with comparable mental strength would merely experience confusion, while those with superior mental power would remain unaffected. The emergence of the three-tomo Sharingan significantly amplified Rodney's chakra and mental energy, raising it from Kakashi 0.8 to 1.4, due to the compatibility of the Sharingan with his own abilities. He could manipulate it freely, resulting in a substantially reduced chakra expenditure, unlike Kakashi, who, lacking Uchiha blood, frequently suffered from shortage of chakra, though. I'll first give him a beating. Upon locking eyes with Rodney, Luffy succumbed to the illusion, and at merely 14 years of age, he lacked the mental strength to contend with Rodney. His conqueror's haki had yet to awaken, leaving him no choice but to comply with the illusion and dream. Hey, Rodney kid, what have you done to my grandson? Garp exclaimed in surprise at the dazed Luffy, failing to notice the emergence of the conqueror's haki. Rodney concealed the Sharingan, his eyes returning to an inky blackness, and replied, just a little trick of mine. He'll wake up after a short nap. With that, Luffy collapsed, falling into a deep slumber, mumbling, meat, meat, so much meat. He does that so. Let's go, old man. I'll take you to another place. Ace, you follow along. The T hoisted Luffy and led the way. Let us depart. Rodney strode away confidently, with Ace reluctantly trailing behind them. Garp took them to Bogart to procure the key to the sea stone handcuffs. Freeing Ace, who immediately felt his strength returning, flames igniting on his body, the Logia type Mera Mera no Mi. Truly an extraordinary fruit ability. Garp marveled at his grandson's prowess. Just a small matter, a small matter. Garp beamed with pride over his grandson's accomplishments. Rodney. Once freed, Ace was eager to reclaim his honor and charged at Rodney. Fire gun. Sparks erupted from his fingertips, only to be effortlessly dodged by Rodney. Landing safely on the open sea. Standing on water? How is that possible? Is he a devil fruit user? The onlooking Marines gasped in astonishment, including Garp and Bogart, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such an ability would prove remarkably beneficial in capturing pirates. Fire Fist. A blazing fist surged toward Rodney. With a speed honed over decades, he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release. Water surge wave. He unleashed a torrent of water, akin to a river in the rainy season. The flames collided with the water, producing a cloud of white steam, but Rodney wasted no time forming another seal. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. With a rapid compression of air, he expelled a high-speed air bullet that pierced through the steam and struck Ace, creating numerous holes in his body while leaving imprints on the ground behind him. Water clone technique. The sea coalesced into 5 water clones that dashed towards Ace, each drawing a short blade from their legs to assail him. Having learned from his previous encounter, Ace wasn't about to allow the water clones to outmaneuver him. He shattered 4 of them with ranged attacks, only to realize none remained. Where did they go? Here, a figure emerged from beneath the earth, brandishing a short blade that glinted in the sunlight, lunging at him repeatedly. Camellia Dance. This technique, wielded by the Kagaya clan's Kimimaro, was deceptively soft yet incredibly swift. Any hint of underestimation could lead to fatal consequences. Unfortunately for Ace, his Logia-type fruit was virtually invincible. Even when pierced, it proved futile that a fist collided with Rodney, flames roaring. Yet he discovered he had struck nothing but a puddle of liquid. Splash! A sudden tightness around his ankle revealed something had ensnared him. He looked down to find the sea stone handcuffs he'd just removed now shackled to his feet. Damn it! Ace realized he had lost once more. And this time it was a one-on-one defeat. He hadn't even exerted his full strength. The frustration was palpable. Haha, Ace, fruit abilities do not equate to superiority. While Rodney may lack your raw power, his techniques are clearly far more sophisticated. Garp laughed, observing Rodney emerging from the ground, and added, "Well done, Rodney. Care to join the Navy? Thank you for the compliment, Vice Admiral Garp. Perhaps it's time to redeem your promise." Rodney replied with a smile, completely disregarding Garp's invitation. "Not a problem. What would you like to learn?" Garp responded generously, "I've already acquired Shave, so naturally I wish to learn the evolved Moonwalk, and perhaps a Gale Palm as well. Vice Admiral, is it proper to teach Mr. Rodney so many Rokushiki techniques?" Bogart, as a Vice Admiral, felt it necessary to remind Garp of protocol. Rodney interjected, "Vice Admiral Bogart, your statement is misguided. The Navy's Rokushiki techniques are hardly classified secrets in this world." "Are they? Many pirates in the New World possess a handful of Rokushiki techniques, and I'm not a pirate, so there's no harm in learning in the Navy. There are also defectors, this group of sailors, to varying degrees, has mastered the 6 styles. After turning to piracy, they pass on their knowledge to their subordinates. While such individuals may be rare in the 4 seas or the first half of the Grand Line, they are quite prevalent in the New World. Thus, this information can be considered a not-so-secret secret. If one were to delve into it, there is not much to elaborate upon." Chapter 12. Commitment, the Sharingan. Renowned for its exceptional insight, coupled with the wielder's formidable capacity for learning, enables the user to effortlessly replicate their opponent's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even genjutsu. Therefore, after Garp demonstrated the moonwalk and gale foot techniques, Rodney easily memorized the key movements but still found himself unable to execute them. This was primarily due to his body not yet meeting the requisite standards. The training for the 6 styles imposes certain physical demands on the practitioner. Just like ninjas who possess high attack power but low stamina, Rodney faced a similar predicament. Although his physique was native to the pirate world, it had not been rigorously trained. Necessitating further conditioning, he also needed a shadow clone. Yet acquiring one required 1,000 points, which he often forgot amidst his frequent expenditures at present. He could only focus on vigorous training to enhance his physical strength. He had already learned to utilize Shave, while the moonwalk and galefoot techniques were still under practice. Rubber Gatling. Countless fists rained down, yet Rodney deftly evaded them. Shave. In an instant he appeared before Luffy. Shadow Dance Leaf. A kick struck Luffy's chin, propelling him upward. Rodney leapt into the air, positioning himself parallel to Luffy's back, twisting his body to deliver a kick to Luffy's abdomen. Whirlwind. Lined barrage. Boom. Luffy was sent crashing into the ground, rising and dusting himself off. He exclaimed, "That was close. You're really strong." His expression turned serious as he adjusted his straw hat. Having been easily taken down by Rodney's Sharingan last time, Luffy, feeling unwilling to accept defeat, issued a challenge. Initially, Rodney declined, but eventually succumbed to Luffy's persistent entreaties. The rubber fruit grants immunity to blunt force, and as Rodney lacked the ability to use haki, his punches and kicks were ineffective against Luffy. Consequently, he resorted to throwing shurikens and kunai, gripping them between his fingers and launching them at Luffy. The shurikens collided mid-air, altering their trajectories. With the Sharingan, Uchiha Shuriken technique became even more adept, effectively sealing off Luffy's escape routes and leaving only a straight path directly toward him. As anticipated, upon realizing all his escape routes were blocked, Luffy charged forward, forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A wave of intense heat surged toward him, prompting Luffy's eyes to widen in surprise. He leapt up, only to witness Rodney forming hand seals once again. In a mere breath, a barrage of small fireballs erupted forth. Fire release. Phoenix fire. In a panic, Luffy found himself without a means of escape. At only 14 years of age, his combat experience was limited, yet he charged forward recklessly, disregarding whether his rubber body could withstand the scorching flames conjured by chakra. The phoenix fire struck his body, igniting his clothes, yet miraculously, it did not touch the straw hat atop his head. Indeed, the straw hat must be his true essence. Rubber pistol, his arm extended, trailing behind as he struck Rodney with a fierce blow, which transformed into a wooden log amidst a cloud of white smoke. Ha ha, that foolish Luffy. Rodney had already slipped away. Garp laughed heartily from the side, having sensed Rodney signal and vanish at breakneck speed, leaving behind a mere wooden dummy to deceive Luffy. Where did he go? Earth release. Heart-cutting technique. All that remained on the ground was a head. Let me go. Release me, Luffy shouted, frantically brushing off the dust. Rodney paid him no mind. While the earth release technique was undoubtedly effective, it left a considerable amount of dust on him, making baths particularly troublesome. Did you see that, Ace? That kid Rodney loves to fight with his head. You all rely too heavily on your abilities. That's where the true disadvantage lies. Rodney, why not join a navy? Your skills would be well suited for naval service. Garp continued to extend his invitation to Rodney, who promptly declined. Meanwhile, Ace interjected, "Old man, let me go. I need to get to the sea." Though he could move freely, the sea stone handcuffs weighed him down, leaving him feeling weak and uncomfortable. "Call me Grandpa." Garp delivered a punch that left a smoldering mark on Ace's head. "You old man, why one T you? Just let me call you Grandpa. Even I wish for my grandson's affection. Rodney, why not be my grandson instead?" Garp's thoughts drifted, demonstrating that he was indeed Luffy's grandfather. It remained a mystery how he fathered the exceptionally intelligent dragon, and even more perplexing how Dragon sired the remarkably simple-minded Luffy. Perhaps Dragon inherited traits from his mother. The Garp lineage seemed to have evolved through Luffy. No. Rodney stepped back, gazing toward the sea, where it appeared a large ship was approaching. Activating his Sharingan, his vision significantly enhanced. He quickly discerned the flag and the crew aboard. "The Black Spade Pirates! Ace, your crew has arrived." "What?" Ace was deeply moved, suddenly remembering that Garp was still present, and exclaimed, "No, they cannot come here." Garp turned his gaze toward the sea, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, Ace, it seems you've gathered quite a reliable crew. For a leader, having crewmates who would not abandon their captain in the vast ocean is an invaluable treasure, and Ace had not chosen poorly." "Of course," Ace replied with pride. However, upon seeing Garp donning his justice cloak and striding toward the port, he panicked and shouted, "Wait, old man, where are you going?" "What else is there to ask? A group of pirates has arrived, and as a Marine Vice Admiral, it is only natural for me to take action." Ace dashed forward, but was hurled back by Garp. Rodney lifted him up, and Ace looked at him earnestly, saying, "Rodney, please let me go. I must save my friends." He was unaware of Garp's strength, but knew that Garp was stronger than him, and even more so than his father, whom he both revered and resented. If Garp intervened, his crew and friends would only be captured. Rodney regarded him thoughtfully. He could indeed free Ace, possessing the key to the sea stone handcuffs. However, if Ace escaped and ventured into the Grand Line, the likelihood of him becoming Whitebeard's son would significantly increase. This was a person who had never experienced paternal love. Once he felt it from Whitebeard, he could easily be drawn into his fold. What followed was Blackbeard and the Marineford War. Rodney simply observed him and asked, "Ace, must you become a pirate?" "Naturally, even if it means death." "I fear not death, even if it means dying before Vice Admiral Garp. Let this man who raised you watch helplessly as you perish, living with regret for the decades to come. At Marineford, Garp will be bound by justice, forced to witness his grandson die at Akainu's hands. Does that not cause him pain? How could it not? Ace, you and Luffy are his grandsons. How could a grandparent not cherish their grandchildren?" This time, Ace hesitated. He held Garp in high regard, though he called him an old man and a geezer. Garp was still his grandfather, albeit one he was reluctant to acknowledge. That Rodney's question placed him in a dilemma. He was a pirate, and as a pirate, he would inevitably clash with the Navy. The moment he decided to become a pirate, he had already cast aside his concerns for life and death. Yet, Rodney's question made him suddenly feel a twinge of fear towards death, dying before that old man, watching himself perish while he could do nothing to save him. Living with guilt until the end of his days? How cruel would that be? Even with Garp's reputation as a naval hero, in the face of familial bonds, he was merely an ordinary elder. Ace, what are you still pondering? Those are your crewmates, your companions. Shouldn't you be responsible for them? Luffy suddenly shouted, believing that comradeship trumped all, causing Rodney's expression to darken. That Luffy's words solidified Ace's resolve. Looking earnestly at Rodney, he declared, I will not die before that old man. Absolutely not. Rodney, I promise you here and now. Please help me. As their captain, I must lead them out and take responsibility for them. The people of this world often regard loyalty above all else. A sentiment that elicits both admiration and incredulity. Chapter 13, Grandfather and Grandson. Rodney gazed at Ace, letting out a sigh, aware that this man had already made up his mind. The monkey family was resolute in their convictions. Garp dedicated his life to the Navy, while Dragon fought tirelessly to rescue the oppressed masses living in dire conditions. Luffy pursued the dream of becoming the Pirate King, seeking freedom and adventure. And Ace, led into a trap by Whitebeard, was it for the paternal love he had longed for? Humanity is intricate, and the people of this world are even more so. Simple yet complex, easily understood yet profoundly enigmatic. Ace revered his mother, a woman of commendable strength who, through extraordinary means, ensured his birth in this world, enduring 20 months in her womb before Garp appeared and she ultimately succumbed. He harbored resentment towards his father, blaming him for his mother's demise. Despite being the pirate king who conquered the seas, the freest man upon the ocean, he could not protect his own wife. Had it not been for Garp, he might have perished long ago. Yet he also held respect for Roger, who had conquered the seas and achieved the unprecedented feat of circumnavigating the globe, embodying true freedom and igniting in Ace a yearning to prove his own strength and honor his lineage. To speak further is futile. All he said was, I can assist you, but you must agree to one condition, one that you must adhere to. This is a pact between men. Ace, with utmost seriousness, locked eyes with Rodney's blood-red gaze and declared, Speak, and I shall abide by it. Once they enter the Grand Line, encountering the Whitebeard pirates, he must not join them, correct? How could I possibly join another crew? I set sail to become the Pirate King. Then let us see if you can endure Whitebeard's fatherly embrace before we discuss further. I will undoubtedly become the Pirate King. Luffy shouted exuberantly. Yet both men ignored him. Rodney nodded and produced the key to Ace's sea stone handcuffs, liberating him. Feeling the surge of unshackled power, Ace nodded, saying, Although I harbor a strong dislike for you, Rodney, you are a person of principle. Indeed, wealth is paramount, Rodney quipped, pocketing the sea stone handcuffs as he watched Ace pursue Garp. His efforts were limited. Ace chased freedom, while Garp pursued justice. To witness his grandson perish before him, bound by the chains of righteousness, was undoubtedly tormenting for an old man. Rodney, possessing a compassionate heart, found it difficult to bear such tragic scenes. If Ace honored their agreement, then Blackbeard would not capture him, nor would any other calamity befall him. If he failed to adhere to it, he would have only himself to blame. One cannot deter a man from pursuing freedom and familial bonds. He acted solely to prevent an old man from enduring the agony of losing his grandson. Garp was a remarkable individual. Whether in the anime or during their encounters, Rodney recognized him as a good man. Hey, Rodney, let me out, Luffy shouted from the sidelines. Observing the soil beside him loosening, Rodney replied, Figure it out yourself. It won't be long. With a whoosh, he vanished, and flames began to ignite at the port. Old man, I will never allow you to harm them. Ace's crew had arrived, standing upon their ship, calling for their captain. Ace, do you intend to stop me for your crew? Garp laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he beheld the wall of flames behind Ace. Naturally, old man, I'm their captain. Ace resolved to stand with his crew, for he was their leader. You cannot hope to defeat me. Garp strode forward, his presence as imposing as a mountain. Once he had dared to stand before the legendary pirate rocks, and even in old age, his aura remained formidable. Ace stepped back, aware that he could not best his grandfather. This was a man on par with his despicable father. He could see that moment. He was simply not a match. However, I absolutely cannot allow you to harm them. Flames blazed fiercely around him, an invisible force emanating from his being that caused Garp to raise an eyebrow. The surrounding navy and ordinary villagers succumbed to this intangible pressure, with only a few managing to endure. As Ace awakened his conqueror's haki, Garp's fist clenched tightly as he lunged forward, moving with near-instantaneous speed to confront Ace. Ace had no chance to react before he was struck by Garp's loving iron fist. Bang! Ace was sent flying by Garp's punch, crashing through the wall of flames and landing solidly on the ship of the Spade Pirates, where his crew caught him with care. His captain, "Are you all right?" "Captain," the ship's doctor, Dus, rushed to check on Ace, and the crew's concern deeply moved him. Though struck by Garp, he understood that the old man had not exerted his full strength, rather than being defeated. He felt he had been uplifted. "Enough talk, Duke. Turn the ship around. We must leave." "Aye, Captain," the helmsman, Duke, obeyed eagerly. Suddenly the nearby waters erupted, creating immense waves that propelled the ship swiftly away from the port. "Tisk, missed!" "Rodney, you rascal!" "Cannons! Cannons!" Unbeknownst to him, Garp had already boarded the warship, joined by a rushing Rodney. Rodney, wearing an expression of exasperation, handed Garp a lead cannonball the size of an ostrich egg. The naval ship and pirate vessel were merely hundreds of meters apart. With Garp's strength and precision, how could he possibly miss? However, Rodney chose not to expose Garp's intentions, assisting instead as Garp sent his grandson forth into the sea. He was merely frustrated that Ace had departed without bidding him farewell, and he had jokingly teased Garp, never expecting he would actually capture Ace. Nevertheless, it was for the best. He could now ease his grandson's burdens. Meteor Fist. The cannonball was launched with the speed of a cannon, striking the pirate ship squarely, creating waves that aided the crew's escape. "You little brat, don't let me catch you." Garp laughed heartily as the pirate ship sailed away. "Grandpa, thank you for all your care." Ace knelt on the ship, bowing deeply towards Garp. Upon hearing Ace finally address him as Grandpa, Garp's sturdy frame trembled slightly, yet he merely laughed heartily. "This little rascal never listens. I wanted him to become a Navy man. Yet he insists on becoming the Pirate King. Truly, I cannot fathom what is so appealing about that life. Rodney, you better not become a pirate, that I doubt it, as long as no one forces me. I think being a pirate hunter is quite fine," he shrugged, opting not to challenge the old man's words, instead asking, "Garp, do you truly not regret it?" "Regret? I have never regretted my actions. I wished for him to join the Navy, but he refused. I cannot bind him here, preventing him from pursuing his own freedom. That I cannot do. Yes, that's so." Rodney understood that Garp could never truly act against Ace. It was evident from the original work that had he wished it, he could have captured Ace long before his name became known across the Grand Line. Yet he chose to quietly observe his grandson navigating the seas, pursuing his own path. Haha, enough of this. These new recruits fell so easily. I must thoroughly train them. A Navy soldier cannot be so weak. Silently wishing for the best for the Navy, just then Luffy rushed over, standing on the warship, shouting, "Ace, wait for me. I will never let you have the title of Pirate King." Garp's expression darkened. "Luffy." Bang! Garp's loving iron fist struck Luffy on the head, dragging him off the warship as he said, "It seems I must train you properly." "Ah, Grandpa, let go of me. Grandpa." Chapter 14. The bounty of Ace. Every time Garp took a vacation, he would return to Windmill Village to visit his grandson. As the holiday drew to a close, he left with satisfaction after exhausting Luffy, who was left feeling as weary as a dog. Rodney, too, shared in this fatigue. Garp had deemed his physique too frail, lacking the vitality necessary for survival on the battlefield. Thus, Rodney's hellish regimen commenced once more by day. He trained diligently. By night, he honed his chakra. This relentless cycle continued until Garp's vacation came to an end, marking the temporary conclusion of his torment. Indulging in copious amounts of food, he absorbed energy from his meals, his physique beginning to resemble that of the denizens of the nearby village. Sun-kissed and wind-touched, his skin mirrored their appearance. And if this continued, he might very well aspire to become the Hokage. This couldn't happen. He needed to master all 6 styles swiftly and learn the technique of life return, lest he truly become one of them. Thanks to the Sharingan, he meticulously recorded Garp's movements when he employed the 6 styles, realizing that once he learned them, synthesizing the techniques would significantly enhance his chances of mastering life return. However, he first had to acquire the 6 styles. Why hadn't he opted for the shadow clone technique earlier? He remembered. It was too expensive. Damn it, I need to complete a mission. Ding! Mission issued. So accommodating are we? Mission: assassinate pirate Clive Chasso. Mission level: D reward 100 mission points. Clive Chasso? Who is that? On board the warship, Rodney inquired of Vice Admiral Bogart about this individual. Prior to his time with Garp, Bogart had been with CP3, specializing in intelligence. After a moment's reflection, he replied, Clive Chasso, captain of the cannon pirate crew. With a bounty of 11 million, he commands the most heavily armed ship in the East Sea, leading a crew of 1,000 pirates. 2 months ago, he appeared in Greylow Village, and Colonel Smoker attempted to apprehend him, but he managed to escape. Evade Smoker's grasp certainly indicates some level of skill. Smoker was one of the strongest in the East Sea, wielding a Logia fruit alongside the Navy's 6 styles, making him nearly invincible. Only the captain of the Dragon pirate crew could potentially rival him, that if too much time passed, he would truly be outmatched. Without Hokage or Sea Stone, a Logia fruit user is nearly unbeatable. Escaping is indeed a commendable feat. Are you planning to take action against him? Vice Admiral Bogart asked. Rodney smiled. Naturally, a targeting map appeared on the screen before him. The vastness of the ocean made locating a single individual nearly impossible without assistance. Hence the need for precise coordinates. I forgot you were a bounty hunter. Where do you intend to capture him? Bogart queried. First, I'll check with the nearby Navy base for information. Rodney replied, thanking them for their hospitality over the past few days. With that, he leaped from his ship and began walking on water. Has that kid left? Garp donned his dog hat, munching on a donut. Indeed, should we not recruit someone of his caliber in the Navy? Bogart questioned. Rodney's abilities, awareness, and perspective on justice made him a suitable candidate for Navy service. Garp had invited him numerous times, but he consistently declined, citing his desire to remain unbound by commands, opting instead to continue his life as a bounty hunter. Recruiting him seemed futile. By the way, is being a bounty hunter lucrative? Garp inquired. Absolutely. Bounty hunters can exchange capture pirates for bounties. For a pirate with a 10 million bounty, it would take an ordinary family a long time to save that amount. Is that so? Then perhaps we should become bounty hunters ourselves, Garp mused, causing Bogart considerable distress. Admiral Garp, the Navy does not receive bounties for eliminating pirates. It is their duty to capture or eliminate them. And they're only entitled to a standard bonus. Extravagant bounties are out of the question. I nearly forgot. Garp laughed heartily, watching Rodney as he taught his Sea King a lesson. That kid, as long as he doesn't fall from grace, can undoubtedly become a partner in justice. Garp understood Rodney's inherent goodness. As long as this goodness remained untainted by the corruptions of the world, he would surely shine as he was meant to. Rodney knew the distinction between good and evil. He would feel rage at the harm pirates inflicted upon others, and he would be equally indignant when saving others. He would remain indifferent to matters beyond his sight, expressing his anger only briefly before moving on. Yet in the face of injustice, he would ensure that those responsible faced consequences, while he did not desire to resort to violence. It was the prevailing norm of this world. Even the Navy was merely a simplistic force of brutality. He could only manage what was directly within his reach. Beyond that, he was powerless, still in the phase of self-preservation. Ultimately, he was still too weak. Perched upon the head of a Sea King, Rodney's Sharingan glimmered in its eyes, a clear sign of his control. His mental prowess flawlessly dominated it, transforming the creature into his mode of transport. The Sharingan was indeed a remarkable tool. The Sea King glided swiftly across the ocean, while above, a seabird soared on the currents, adorned with a hat and a somewhat tattered satchel, patting the Sea King to halt. Rodney waved at the bird above. Over here, a newspaper pleased at the newsbird, tasked with delivering papers, descended gracefully, landing on the Sea King's horn. With remarkable dexterity, it extracted a newspaper using its wings, while Rodney placed 100 berries into the bird's satchel. It was worth noting that this 100 berries could buy 2 choppers. Rodney felt a pang of sympathy for Chopper, who, despite only having a handful of coins, was engaged in transactions worth millions. The newsbird took flight, allowing the Sea King to resume its journey, while Rodney turned his attention to the newspaper in his hands. The World News Economic Agency consistently unearthed an abundance of news from across the globe. Morgan's was the world's foremost gossip monger, tirelessly dedicated to his craft. Those who made it into his World News report were undoubtedly significant newsworthy events. A bounty notice? This individual is Ace. Nestled within a newspaper was a bounty notice featuring Ace's smiling visage. Pork-ass-eated Ace. Bounty of 50 million berries, dead or alive. This fellow spent 2 months entering the Grand Line and has already made a name for himself. How swift indeed. Shaking his head, he hoped Ace would uphold their agreement. The bounty notice flew away with the wind, while Rodney continued to peruse the news on the paper. Traveling proved tedious. When he next reached a town, he resolved to purchase a few books. Otherwise, the monotony would be unbearable. Most of the articles focused on the New World, with scant information about the first half of the Grand Line. The pirate graveyard earned its reputation. It was a primary focus for the Navy. Guarded by the 7 warlords, few pirates emerged alive from there to reach Sabiti Archipelago, having traversed Fishman Island into the New World, and those who did were typically formidable foes, only to be swiftly taught a lesson by the 4 emperors. In the New World, the 4 emperors wielded absolute authority. Newcomer pirates faced a choice, to affiliate or to challenge. Affiliation meant survival. Challenging would lead to their demise. The paper recounted the tale of a foolhardy pirate with a bounty of 530 million who dared to challenge Big Mom, only to be swiftly subdued by her subordinates after accidentally consuming her cake, resulting in a single punch that flattened him. Of course, if one could earn the favor of an emperor, survival was possible. Whitebeard might take you as a son. Big Mom could accept you as a son-in-law. If your bloodline was special and you were powerful enough, Kaido would take you as a subordinate. Or else face the thunderous warning to work in the mines. Shanks might invite you for a drink. After finishing the newspaper, Rodney felt a sense of ennui wash over him. He still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching his objective, with days of travel ahead. Consequently, he anticipated a rather dull few days. He resolved to procure some books in the future, uncertain of how the novels in this world fared, hoping they would be engaging enough. Chapter 15. The Mission Hall East Sea, Sherlock Village. A band of pirates encircled the village. In the vastness of the ocean, pirates embodied freedom. Yet they were indolent, contributing little to production. Gold and silver would not simply materialize aboard their ships. Thus, from where did their daily expenses derive? Naturally, they plundered from the common folk. Only a select few sought treasure. Who could possibly believe that a wealth of hidden riches awaited discovery? Those who hoarded their wealth instead of spending it were surely unwell. The cannon pirate crew had no intention of searching for treasures. They opted for a more convenient and advantageous method: robbery. The so-called freedom and dreams are but a mere veil of deception. In their reckless pursuit of indulgence, they abandon their homeland and venture into the boundless sea. Relying on the plundered wealth of others to sustain themselves, they squander riches with abandon, feast gluttonously, and indulge in brutal excess. Such is the plight of most pirates. Come now, support our artillery pirate crew. Once our captain ascends to the throne of Pirate King, we shall greatly repay your village. A gaunt, lanky man resembling a bamboo pole chuckled, his reckless gaze sweeping over the terrified villagers. The ruffians surrounding him were unmistakably menacing, their eyes devoid of restraint, searching the crowd for women to alleviate their boredom on the ship. The frightened young girls shrank back, fearing to attract unwanted attention. The village elder of Sherlock Village, a frail old man trembling as if he would depart this world at any moment, stammered, "My lord, our village is utterly destitute. I implore you to show mercy." Sherlock Village was not affluent. Had it not been for its remote location, it would have long ceased to exist. Occasionally, pirates would come to take advantage of them, and they could scrape together some money. But recently, a pirate crew had taken most of their wealth. Now, another crew had appeared. How were they to survive? What? No money. Old man, do you wish to die? One burly man, resembling a bear, seized the village elder with an arm as thick as a normal person's thigh, as if he were about to crush him. The glint of a blade flashed ominously in the village, and the adults could only show signs of fear. They were not unwilling to resist, but utterly powerless in the face of the rampant piracy of this era, with only the common folk suffering. Who is Clive Chazot? a sudden voice called from behind, causing the pirates to turn. They beheld Rodney, dragging two hefty men toward them. Upon recognizing the faces of the men he was dragging, they realized they were the ones left behind on the ship. "Kid, who are you?" The bear-like man carelessly tossed the village elder aside, who was caught by a young villager, and advanced towards Rodney, his gigantic hand reaching out like a fan. Gazing up at the towering man, Rodney could only shake his head in resignation. The nutrition in the pirate world had produced some truly formidable physiques. He delivered a punch into the exposed belly of the brute, sending him flying and crashing into a tree, unconscious. The pirates around them were stunned. This was one of the top 10 fighters among them, and this newcomer had effortlessly defeated him. "What are you still standing there for? Attack quickly! He is alone, and we are many. Let us charge together." The lanky man, seemingly of high status, rallied the group to charge at Rodney. Shadow Dance Leaf, Leaf Tornado, Leaf Great Tornado, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Fireballs erupted among the pirate ranks, sending them scattering in panic. The bamboo pole man lunged forward with lightning speed, but he lacked the astonishing velocity of someone like Kuro. Drawing a chakra short sword, White Fang, Rodney effortlessly tore through the bamboo man's skin, muscle, and windpipe. "Hiss!" The bamboo man gasped, his voice resembling a deflating windbag, blood flooding into his windpipe as his life force swiftly ebbed away. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the ground where Rodney stood erupted, catching the bamboo man in the blast as well that he vanished amidst the explosion, fired upon by a hulking man, standing at least 2.5 meters tall. Puffing on a cigar, wielding a cannon that was not overly thick, tossing the cannon to a subordinate, he seized another one from their hands while the first was being reloaded. Clive Chazot, a pirate with a bounty of 11 million berries, was notoriously arrogant and had already set his sights on the Grand Line, likely to meet his demise shortly after entering. "Ha! Foolish little thing, daring to bring trouble to Lord Clive. Ha! That fool Sherlock was actually taken down by such a person." Clive laughed disdainfully, the swirling smoke accentuating his malevolence. A chill ran down his spine as he seemingly heard the sound of flesh being torn. "Ninjas are capable of body flicker technique, Mr. Chazot." Rodney grinned. Appearing behind him, White Fang already plunged into Clive's back, the 40-centimeter blade buried deep within his body, leaving no chance for salvation. "How could you?" Clive stammered, still able to speak. "Oh, I forgot to withdraw the blade." Rodney smiled, pulling it out and releasing a fountain of blood. It's red, not some peculiar color. Captain, how could this happen? Captain, what are you doing?" The pirates stared in disbelief at their ambush captain. This was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 11 million berries. How could he be defeated by an unknown novice? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Are we still dreaming? Next, it will be your turn. With a kick to the barely breathing Clive, Rodney charged toward the remaining pirates. Those who resisted were killed, while those who attempted to flee were struck down. And he ordered them to surrender the remaining treasure aboard the ship as compensation for the villagers' suffering. The villagers of Sherlock expressed their heartfelt gratitude. They had initially hoped to invite Rodney to stay for a meal, but he declined, taking a few pieces of dried meat as snack for the journey, before instructing the remaining pirates to bury the corpses of their fallen comrades. Among them, only Clive Chazot and the bamboo pole man had bounties. The latter, as the first mate, had a bounty of 3 million, and thus Rodney took his head as well. The pirate ship, along with the remaining crew, departed with Rodney aboard, intending to deliver them to the nearest Navy outpost. "No one gets away. If you do, prepare to feed the Sea Kings." Rodney grinned with a devilish smile. The ship was already adrift on the ocean. Escape was no longer possible. The pirates displayed expressions of despair as they awaited their fate. Whether to be imprisoned or to leap overboard and be devoured by Sea Kings. Neither option was appealing. However, being captured was the lesser of two evils, as it meant they could still cling to life. Better to live a miserable life than to die. Rodney scoffed. "If it weren't for the fact that you all have no bounties, I would have surely eliminated you all to prevent future troubles." In this line of work, one must always pay their dues. These individuals were too weak. He had no desire to eliminate them as for his task. It had been accomplished, and there would be no new missions for the time being. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Host has completed 20 tasks. The task hall is now accessible. The task hall, their essay task hall. Upon opening this so-called task hall, he found it to be a place for accepting missions. But rather than a linear sequence, he could choose from various tasks. Not only were there assassination missions, but also escort tasks for merchant ships, espionage missions to uncover the private lives of certain kings, and even tasks to help a tavern sell liquor. However, these were all rank missions, with points ranging from 10 to 100, offering no special rewards. The system stated from now on, the host can freely accept tasks. But tasks assigned by the system must be undertaken without evasion. This meant he had to accept system-assigned missions without escape, allowing for greater freedom and a wider selection of tasks. Chapter 16, Navy Branch 153. Rodney arrived at Navy Branch 153, turning over the members of the artillery pirate crew, and exchanged the heads of Clive Chazot and the bamboo pole man for their bounties. After securing the bounty, he sought a restaurant to enjoy a meal. After days of consuming the pirate's terrible cooking, he was eager for something more palatable. "Sir, your dish, please enjoy." A large plate of meat was served, smelling delightful. Just as he was about to dig in with his fork, a cacophony of barking erupted outside, followed by a large dog barreling into the restaurant, charging straight at him. How could Rodney allow such an affront? He delivered a swift kick, sending the dog flying, and the entire restaurant fell silent. The hefty dog crashed against the wall, groaning as it stood up, barking twice at Rodney, its eyes now filled with fear. The restaurant owner quickly warned, "Young man, you should run. That dog belongs to Colonel Monka's son. If you hurt his dog, he won't let you off easily." Colonel Monka? Rodney seemed to recall that name. Captain Monka, originally a naval officer, had been promoted to the rank of colonel in the Navy branch after capturing the notorious Baijiquilo, who had merely faked his death. Monka, however, had undergone a transformation due to the influence of a hypnotist named Zon Kao, leading him to believe he had indeed apprehended Baijiquilo. This hypnosis had drastically altered his temperament, turning him from a passionate naval officer into an arrogant and cruel individual who now ruled over the town of Shells and the Naval Branch 153. As expected, just after the boss finished speaking, a young man with a center part and a double chin, sporting yellow hair, rushed in, followed by two Navy officers with grim expressions. If they could, they would have relished the opportunity to teach this kid a lesson. But he was the son of Colonel Monka, and any such action would surely spell trouble for them. Rodney glanced at the young man, who was clad in garish attire, clearly not a decent character. Upon hearing him shout, Who dares to harm my beloved dog?" the recently kicked dog barked at him, prompting a furious retort from a fellow named Barumaber. "So it's you, brat. Now I suspect you're a pirate. Someone, take him back." Yes, the two Navy officers with faces twisted in discomfort approached and muttered, "We're sorry." Bang, bang. Both were knocked unconscious by Rodney's swift strikes. Rodney chuckled, pulling a piece of meat from a plate and devouring it as he approached Barumaber, saying, "So you want to capture me, huh?" Barumaber, terrified, stumbled backward and fell to the ground, invoking his father. "My dad is the strongest man here. Colonel Monka, you dare to harm me?" Rodney finished the meat in his hand and replied mockingly, "Oh dear, I'm so scared." With a swift slap, Barumaber's face swelled up significantly, and he fled, sobbing and covering his face. The restaurant owner, witnessing this, urged, "Sir, you must run. Colonel Monka is not an easy man to deal with. You should know that having struck his son, he will surely come looking for trouble." Rodney, with a slight frame, would undoubtedly be no match for the burly Colonel Monka, so it was wise to flee. The others felt a sense of vindication at Rodney's audacity in striking Barumaber, having long desired to teach that arrogant brat a lesson themselves, but had refrained out of fear of his father. Rodney's slap was truly cathartic. "And oh worries," Rodney said, returning to his seat to continue his meal, which tasted quite good, especially after the satisfaction of that slap. The restaurant owner was increasingly anxious, fearing that a fight would damage his establishment. In martial arts novels, conflicts often erupt in inns, with the unfortunate innkeeper bearing the brunt, left with a mess to clean up and financial losses. The prospect of a battle would be disastrous for the owner. Expecting compensation from Colonel Monka was nearly impossible, unless the sun rose in the west. Seeing Rodney ignore his warnings, the owner grew frantic as footsteps approached. Before long, Barumaber returned with his father, Colonel Monka, who had just entered the town from a navy and encountered his beaten son. How could he possibly tolerate such indignity? He swiftly brought his men along, having had his jaw crushed by Kilo. He now sported an iron jaw adorned with the Navy insignia and wielded a battle axe in his right hand. Towering and imposing, he surveyed the scene with contempt. Truly, he was the Axe King Monka, the one who had felled the naval hero Garp with a single blow, and upon seeing him now, his reputation was evidently well-deserved. "You struck my son?" Rodney, having finished a plate of meat, casually picked at his teeth with a toothpick and replied, "Indeed, do you have an issue with that? Well, there isn't really a problem, except you will have to pay the price." Raising his right hand, the battle axe was poised to descend, but suddenly his body froze. His eyes trembled uncontrollably, as if he had forgotten something essential. Yet, what that was eluded his recollection. Within his crimson pupils, 3 black tomo began to swirl, shattering the false memories and replacing them with that bloody night. His towering frame swayed before collapsing. "Boss, here's the payment." He tossed a bill onto the table, gritting his teeth as he departed, leaving the Navy officers blocking the exit too intimidated to stop him. Utilizing his Sharingan, he had unraveled the hypnosis cast by Zonkao, allowing Colonel Monka to recall the truth of that fateful night. The extent of the change was now dependent solely on him. At the very least, he would no longer be as arrogant and dismissive as before. The restaurant fell silent, the patrons holding their breath, fearing for Colonel Monka's well-being. Father, wake up! Don't scare me like this!" Barumabur cried out. After a thorough examination, a Navy officer reported, "Young Master Barumabur, no need to worry. Colonel Monka merely fainted. He is unharmed." "Then what are you waiting for? Get my father back on his feet." Yes, the Navy officers begrudgingly began to lift Colonel Monka and carry him away. Mission: escort the merchant ship to Crocodile village. Mission level: deem mission reward 20 mission points. Thus, the task commenced in an orderly fashion. The escort mission was not particularly challenging, even described as leisurely, allowing him ample time to train and enhance his physical strength in the pirate world. Mere physical training could lead one to the pinnacle of this realm. For instance, Garp, in his youth, faced the notorious Rocks pirates alongside Roger and his crew. That it is worth noting that the Rocks pirates included formidable figures such as the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and a young Kaido. Yet they were decisively defeated by Garp and Roger, showcasing that one could indeed rise to the top through sheer physical prowess. Rodney aimed to master the 8 gates swiftly, enhancing his body to a significant level, enabling him to open the 7th gate. The 8th gate, a last resort for mutual destruction, would only be opened when absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it would be foolish. Yet, he believed he might never face such a situation, as he had no desire to meet his demise. Training in the 6 forms was also part of his plan, albeit requiring a methodical approach, as his body needed time to strengthen sufficiently. Fortunately, with the Sharingan, pinpointing the essentials became feasible. Garp's movements had been etched into his memory. The remaining issue was his inadequate physical condition, a common weakness among many ninjas. High attack, but low health. Not everyone possessed the strength of the Senju or the Uzumaki, nor had all trained in the Raijin armor technique. Thus, enhancing his training and ensuring adequate nutritional intake were imperative. Time would be needed to accomplish these goals. As he engaged in the mission while training, that was the current state of affairs. Chapter 17. The Clique Pirates Mission. Annihilate Clique Mission Level. See Reward: 500 mission points, 1 permanent chakra fruit. Shadow Clone Technique, Taijutsu, Konoha Dragon God. This task was not one from the mission hall, but rather a genuine assignment issued by the system, with rewards comparable to the previous mission of capturing Ace. The Clique Pirates? Wasn't he that the crew that was chased back to the East Blue by Hokage just a week after entering the Grand Line? They claimed to be the largest pirate crew in the East Blue. Yet 5,000 of them were cut down by Hokage alone. One could hardly blame them. A weakling leading 5,000 cannon fodder against the world's greatest swordsman clearly had no chance of resistance. So how did Hokage manage to traverse the calm belt alone in a small boat? Was he truly paddling with his supreme black blade, Knight, as an oar? Otherwise, his mode of propulsion remains inexplicable. Having witnessed Clique rowing in the calm belt, his aloof image shattered, he likely harbored thoughts of silencing him, perhaps having seen something even more incriminating. The situation was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared, leaving one to ponder what Clique had truly witnessed. Rodney was now accompanying the merchant ship, engaged in the escort mission. At this point, Clique had yet to reach his later scale. 5,000 men were certainly not present, but the exact number remained uncertain. That a plan would need to be drawn up en route. Should he summon the smoke man from Loguetown first? Rodney stroked his chin, contemplating the situation. Although the smoke-laden man was in a dire predicament, he could still be deemed a fair match, capable of exchanging blows with anyone, yet ultimately unable to secure a victory. This reminded him of Kakashi's archetype. It had been 2 or 3 days since he departed from the 153rd branch, and a considerable distance remained to Loguetown. However, through his tracking, he discovered that the clique pirate crew was drawing near. Should he lie in wait, execute a surprise attack, or confront them head-on? He decided to charge in first. If that failed, he would resort to stealthy assassination, embracing the role of an incompetent assassin. Alas, not everyone is a renowned assassin, wielding a colossal sword while clad in heavy armor, ready to claim heads at the slightest provocation, and resorting to cannibalism when starved. The distinction between true assassins and impostors was stark. Shaking off such thoughts, he resumed his training, for it brought him joy. 3 days later, on a day blessed with brilliant sunshine, Rodney prepared himself for action. That he donned his ninja gear, including leg bindings, white fangs, shurikens, kunai, and explosive tags, ensuring that all his tools were ready. He observed the clique pirate crew approaching a merchant vessel, utilizing chakra to adhere to the soles of his feet. He ascended to the lookout tower and activated his Sharingan, granting him an extensive field of vision. But on the distant horizon, a fleet of ships was steadily advancing. Each pirate flag bore the same emblem, a skull flanked by hourglasses. Leading the fleet was a massive sailing ship adorned with a figurehead resembling a fierce black panther, exuding an aura of intimidation and aggression. The clique pirate crew. A smile crept across Rodney's face. But first, he needed to alert the merchant ship's captain to retreat swiftly. "What? Pirates?" exclaimed the corpulent captain, showing no fear. "The news that it is precisely because of pirates that I hired you lot. Otherwise, what use would I have for you? Leave these ruffians to your band of guard. That I cannot protect so many. That is not my concern. You must find a way. Pirate Hunter Jonathan J. Rodney, this is your problem. Not mine. I hired you, so you must devise a solution." He jabbed a finger, thick as a radish, at Rodney, his eyes filled with disdain. "Are you out of your mind?" Rodney thought of throwing his sandal at the captain's oversized face, but instead his eyes narrowed, and the Sharingan's genjutsu ensnared the captain, compelling him to issue orders to halt the fleet. After shaking his head, he exited the cabin, and under the captain's command, the fleet came to a standstill. The merchant vessels were not singular. There were many, carrying goods daily, local specialties, tobacco, liquor, and other items. This captain seemed to possess some conscience, refraining from dealing with illegal wares. Each day, the ships employed guards, but from Rodney's estimation, they appeared incapable of matching his prowess, implying that these individuals were merely there to earn a living. The merchant ship was not a passenger vessel. Aside from the primary crew, there were merely a little over 100 individuals on board, including the guards. In a real fight, he might not be able to protect them all. Rodney nodded, leaped from the ship, and found himself amidst the tumultuous sea. His body undulated with the waves as he walked upon the water surface. Strangely, no sea kings attacked him along the way, leading to a sense of frustration. He had initially hoped to capture a sea king to serve as free labor, but alas, disappointment ensued. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. From this distance, he could execute numerous strategies. Water clone. The seawater coalesced into 3 duplicates, each grasping an explosive tag, before charging towards the distant fleet. He retracted his Sharingan to conserve energy, for while it perfectly complemented his body, a grand confrontation loomed, and chakra should be preserved whenever possible. The Deladano de Sobrelu, a grand sailing vessel claimed by the self-proclaimed pirate Admiral Clique, served as the stronghold for his elite crew. Clique, adorned in heavy golden armor, his lavender hair bound by a bandana, appeared unremarkable amidst the strikingly diverse beauty of the pirate world, where the attractive were exceptionally so, and the unattractive were grotesquely so, an extreme dichotomy. Perhaps the unattractive were easier to illustrate and possess character. Too much character, he mused. Hey lads, is there no amusement to be found? Cleek propped his head on one hand, expressing his boredom. Sailing was a tedious affair, the monotony often outweighing any sense of thrill. Captain Cleek, a merchant fleet has come to a halt in the distance, announced a lookout from the crow's nest, peering through a spyglass. Oh, a merchant fleet? Cleek perked up at the news, erupting into laughter. Lads, prepare yourselves. Notify the others. Today we're in for a grand feast. Ho ho ho. The pirates aboard the ship raised their weapons in jubilant cheer. Captain Cleek inquired his strategist. Eddie, man, should we employ our usual tactics? The usual tactics entail masquerading as naval officers to lower the enemy's guard, a ruse Cleek had often employed, luring foes into a false sense of security only to turn the tables on them. He was unrepentantly ruthless, willing to resort to any means necessary, devoid of gratitude. A true villain. No, we will approach directly. I am weary of such underhanded tactics. This time, we shall rob them openly, an honest robbery. Ha ha! His laughter echoed grotesquely as he guffawed. The pirates aboard joined in, agreeing that the thrill of a straightforward heist was far more exhilarating than the usual deceit. How could the guards of the merchant fleet possibly stand against the Cleek pirate crew? The overlords of the East Sea? Surely they could not fail to seize a mere merchant fleet. Yet as their confidence swelled, the lookout's voice rang out again, astonished. Captain Cleek, there are individuals running on the water's surface, approaching an astonishing speed. Are you out of your mind? What nonsense is this? How could anyone run on water? This is the ocean. Do you understand? A pirate of some stature berated. How could anyone run on the sea? Do you lack even this basic understanding? The lookout retorted. Fool, I am not drunk. I see clearly. There are 4 of them, and they look identical. They're looking at me. Unfazed, Cleek replied, they must be devil fruit users. It is hardly worth our concern. We're the Cleek pirate crew, rulers of the East Sea. A mere devil fruit user cannot pose a threat to us. These landlubbers are no match for us. We merely need to subdue them in the sea. Snipers, take them down. Understood, Captain Cleek. Chapter 18. The action begins. Bang. A gunshot echoed from the ship, grazing the hair of one water clone. Scatter, Rodney commanded, and the water clones dispersed, with one darting toward the other pirate vessels. Meanwhile, Rodney focused on the largest flagship. They had already detected him. One miss was followed by a hail of bullets. The Sharingan activated, and the speed of the lead projectiles seemed to slow. By predicting their trajectories in his mind, he reacted instinctively, dodging with remarkable agility in a flash. Useless! Useless! Shoot him! Turn him into a sieve! Cleek bellowed in fury. Understood. The pirates, trembling with fear, continued firing at Rodney and his water clones, only to find their shots effortlessly evaded. Give me the gun! Cleek, incensed by his crew's ineptitude, seized a firearm and aimed at Rodney, pulling the trigger. The distance was closing. The water clone hurled kunai, affixed with explosive tags, towards the pirate ship. What is that? A pirate leaned over the rail, peering curiously at the kunai. Suddenly, the explosive tag ignited, followed by a resounding explosion as a gaping hole ripped through the sturdy hull, allowing seawater to rush in. We're taking on water! Abandon ship! Quickly, abandon ship! The pirates, without a moment's hesitation, leapt into the sea, swimming towards other vessels. With such a large breach, there was no chance of repairs. They had no choice but to flee. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions erupted around the fleet as the water clones moved with remarkable speed. Each time they passed a ship, they would affix a detonating talisman near the water's surface, blasting open the holes and flooding the vessels, forcing the pirates to abandon their ships. That a fleet of over 1,000 was thus effortlessly dismantled. The greatest advantage of the Click pirates lay in their sheer numbers, yet on the sea. The most crucial asset is the ship itself. Without a vessel, one cannot even venture out to sea. The ships of the East Blue are not the grand vessels constructed in Water 7, lacking any special materials, making them exceedingly easy to destroy in no time. The surface of the ocean was teeming with bobbing heads, reminiscent of dumplings in a pot. Rodney cared not for the fate of these individuals. Their survival hinged solely on their own fortunes. Having chosen the path of piracy, they must accept the peril of the seas. In the world of the outlaws, one cannot avoid the blade. They must bear responsibility for their actions. Click Captain, save us. Let us aboard. Click Captain, I do not wish to die. Click Captain, please allow me to come aboard. I am your most loyal subordinate. The pirates clamored to board Click's grand ship, for it was the last remaining vessel. While the others had been obliterated by Rodney, their sole hope lay in Click's ship, their only chance at survival. Get down. All of you, get down. You worthless scum. Not a single one shall be accepted. Where the hell did that damn thing go? Initially, Click would take in some stricken crew members, but soon he refused those he deemed useless, instead ordering that the desperate souls attempting to board be cast back into the fray. Though his ship was large, it could not accommodate 1,000 or 2,000 men, and he knew that the intruder would find a way to board, making the fight more cumbersome with an excess of bodies. As for the so-called loyalty, he had no need for it. He did not trust his crew. His dominion over them was not built on camaraderie, but rather on fear and wealth, a combination of the iron fist and sweet promises. Instilling dread in his men sufficed. He had no need to concern himself with anything else. Lives could be replaced. He first needed to eliminate the bastard who had inflicted such devastation upon his fleet. "He is over there!" shouted one of the pirates. Rodney defied gravity, sprinting up the nearly vertical hull with the agility reminiscent of a certain legendary figure, confidently positioning himself atop the ship's railing. His eerie crimson eyes swept across the crowd, instilling profound fear in the hearts of many pirates. "Fire!" Click commanded ruthlessly, at his order. Armed subordinates drew their guns and fired, striking Rodney's form accurately, reducing him to a puddle of liquid. Yes, liquid, a mere water clone. Meanwhile, the true Rodney surged into the battlefield from another angle, accompanied by 2 remaining water clones. Water release. Water, surge wave. The sea surged violently, crashing waves sweeping countless hapless souls off the deck. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The Phoenix fire ignited the sails, while the great fireball plunged into the throng, erupting with deadly force. Claiming numerous lives, good heavens, the fireball is killing people. Seeking death, Click's right-hand man, the formidable combat chief of the Click Pirates, the demon mannequin, brandished 2 iron canes, each tipped with a heavy iron ball. A strike to the body would spell instant death for any ordinary person. Akin spun the iron balls with centrifugal force, enhancing their destructive potential as he charged toward the real Rodney, not through any discernment of the clone technique, but sheer fortune. Clang. The blades of the White Fang, imbued with wind chakra to augment their cutting power, clashed against Akin's iron balls, sending a shower of sparks flying. Yet, had Akin paused to examine his weapon, he would have noticed a shallow gash left upon the iron ball. White Fang effortlessly deflected Akin's assault. Each of his attacks was heavy, their centrifugal force amplifying the impact far beyond Akin's own strength. Rodney, however, found the confrontation not particularly taxing. His keen insight was unparalleled. The Sharingan captured Akin's movements with precision, allowing him to process and predict the attacks effortlessly. He countered with ease, utilizing less exertion to nullify Akin's strikes, leaving Akin with a sensation of striking cotton, utterly ineffective. How could this be? This man is on par with the chief. He is incredibly strong. Chief, hang in there. You must kill him. That's right, Chief. We're the Click Pirates. The strongest crew in the East Blue. A nearby water clone scoffed, knocking down a hapless pirate with a single punch. Strongest? Perhaps in numbers. The pirates, stung by the truth of the remark, fell silent, resorting to frenzied attacks. In the ensuing chaos, the 2 water clones quickly dissolved into mere puddles. Only Rodney remained to battle Akin. Click narrowed his eyes, recognizing that Akin was clearly at a disadvantage. He contemplated whether to fire a shot. Indifferent to the potential harm to Akin, in his view, trading a subordinate for a formidable enemy was a worthwhile exchange. However, Akin's value was still significant, so he bellowed, "Bala, go assist Jean." "Yes, Captain Click." "Allow me, Ironwall Bala." To show this scoundrel what true cruelty is, a figure resembling a sandwich cookie stood tall, wielding 2 steel shields, each taller than a man, impressively thick, encasing him like a sandwich. The shields bore intricate designs. with pearls the size of small watermelons embedded at the center, and he sported pearl earrings and a pearl atop his head, along with smaller shields on his hands, elbows, and knees. Iron Wall Bala, the most formidable defender of the clique pirates. Clang. The two shields clashed as Iron Wall Bala chuckled. Since you haven't countered me, your luck today is in the negatives. Rodney, pondering whether he was playing a game, resolved to end the battle swiftly. With his Sharingan pinpointing Akin's vulnerabilities, the white fang in his hand reflected the brilliant sunlight, the thin layer of wind chakra, bestowing it with the power to cleave through gold and stone. With a sudden surge of strength, he sliced through Akin's iron cane that Akin's eyes widened in disbelief, mirrored by those around him. Astonished, as if witnessing the impossible, that moment, someone recognized him and exclaimed, "I know who he is." The recently risen pirate hunter, Josta J. Rodney, Chapter 19. There are reasons for bad luck. I know who he is. The recently risen pirate hunter, Josta J. Rodney. Rodney turned to reveal a smile he believed to be benevolent. Yet was anything but, you know me? Excellent. Those who do not wish to perish, cover your heads with your hands and face the ship's railing. Bang! Akin drew a flintlock pistol and fired, leaving behind only a wooden stump. Rodney instantaneously appeared behind him, the white fang slicing downward with precision. Regardless of whether Akin was a formidable foe, Rodney had no intention of sparing him. Akin was known as a ruthless pirate. Even if his enemies pleaded for mercy, he would show none. Though he valued loyalty, Rodney had no obligation to spare him. Shaking the blood from the white fang, a gust of wind heralded the approach of Iron Wall Bala, charging recklessly with his shield aimed at Rodney's face. Rodney leaned back to evade the strike while deftly affixing a detonating talisman to the shield before swiftly retreating. Boom! Iron Wall Bala staggered back, the flesh between the two shields quaking from the explosion, as though struck by a heavy blow, leaving him quite discomfort. Bala! Chief! Captain Click! The chief has lost his life. The pirates gazed in panic at Click, seeking reassurance amid the chaos that I see. That worthless gene is gone. Bala! You go after him. This fool cannot breach your defenses, and I will support you from the sidelines. Click spat contemptuously, having anticipated Akin's demise. He should have disposed of him long ago. Such a loyal subordinate was hard to come by. Understood, Captain Click. How unfortunate that the chief was slain by you. But I am Iron Wall Bala, the impenetrable shield of the Click pirates. I am he boasted as he clashed his shields, creating an unpleasant sound. Impenetrable? I doubt it. The quality of a shield is acceptable, but I shall ensure your demise here. Surprised that the detonating talisman had not detonated, he continued, You think you can kill me here? Huh? Bala erupted into a fit of laughter, as if he had just heard an exceptionally amusing joke. Raising a finger, he declared, I have fought in a total of 27 battles, and in none of them have I ever sustained an injury or shed blood. Even the naval cannonballs have proven ineffective against me. Can you kill me? If you can, I shall consume my shield on the spot. Rodney retorted, But you're already dead. How could you eat? I shall not die, for the one who will perish is you. With a fierce countenance, Iron Wall Bala charged forward like a frenzied bull. However, his weaknesses were glaringly apparent. He was merely a brute devoid of strategy, a mere supporting actor in this unfolding drama, thus requiring little concern. Darting aside, I leaped onto the mast, and Cleek immediately assumed a battle stance. From his golden armor, barrels emerged, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Rodney. Such peril, once again evading the onslaught. I plunged into the throng of pirates, a tiger among sheep, reveling in the chaos as I wreaked havoc upon this hapless crowd. Suddenly, a smoke bomb detonated, sending several pirates flying, one landing at Bala's feet. Bala felt a sharp pain in his heel before collapsing towards the fallen pirate. The pirate rolled over, stood up with a grin, and tossed another smoke bomb as the smoke enveloped the scene. Bala felt a chill in his throat, never to rise again. What transpired? Where's that fellow? Cleek inquired. I know not. Has that rascal Rodney fled? I believe I just heard Mr. Bala scream. Another voice chimed in. I heard it too. Where's Mr. Bala? Here, Cleek. Mr. Bala. He is dead. As the smoke dissipated, the crowd beheld the gruesome sight of Bala with a slashed throat, a bloodied foot still standing ominously nearby. instilling sheer terror. Rodney had vanished like a specter, seemingly poised to harvest their lives at any moment. In an instant, confusion reigned among the pirates. Clique roared in fury, firing a shot at the first pirate who discovered Bala's corpse. The unfortunate soul would never comprehend the reason for his demise. Perhaps it was Clique's suspicion or merely his desire to vent his frustrations. Regardless, he lay dead. "Prepare yourselves, lads," Clique proclaimed, removing the golden disc from his shoulder. Gripping the mechanism on the back, the disc's front displayed the emblem of Clique's pirate crew, the skull's mouth agape, revealing a gaping hole the size of an apple. Upon witnessing his posture, the surrounding pirates were struck with dread. That is MH5, the most fearsome poison gas weapon of Captain Clique. "Masks! Quick, don your masks! Where's my mask? My mask! Captain Clique, we are still aboard the ship." "Indeed, Captain. Could you please encourage us?" MH5, Clique's toxic gas bomb, would poison any ordinary person with a mere whiff, ensuring death within 10 minutes. Of course, this was aimed at the average individual. Those with stronger physiques could endure for a while, while the mightiest would suffer no ill effects. Clique scoffed. "What are you all babbling about? This is battle. The dead are merely unfortunate souls. I care not what means I employ. Victory is all that matters. Ha ha! Once I enter the Grand Line, I shall surely uncover the great treasure and ascend to become the Pirate King." He donned the gas mask and activated the switch. Instantly, a thick purple smoke spewed forth from the skull's mouth. Enveloping the deck, in the shadows, Rodney observed this fool, deeming him an imbecile to the gas bomb. How utterly lowbrow. Look at Magellan, who wields such toxins as if they were mere cigarettes, consuming and drinking them daily. See, he remains unscathed, though often finds himself acquainted with the restroom, his posterior frequently blooming. Donning a mask pilfered from a pirate, I strode through the gas. "No, please, spare me." Cries of anguish echoed through the toxic haze, causing Clique to retreat in terror. Desperately, he searched for Rodney's presence, but could only glimpse a fleeting shadow before witnessing yet another pirate collapse. This rascal toying with me, like a cat playing with a mouse? Realizing this, Clique bellowed in rage, disregarding the lives of those below him as he wielded the golden disc like a machine gun, the sharp spikes serving as bullets, and commenced mindless shooting. Captain Clique. "Why? No, I do not wish to die. Mother, I want to go home." "Wah, the sea is too terrifying." Some, paralyzed by fear, leapt overboard, joining their comrades in a watery grave. Today had proven too exhilarating. Clique's pirate crew had been annihilated by a single individual, leaving only the pirate Captain Clique, who continued to indiscriminately attack, indifferent to the fate of his subordinates. The toxic fog cleared. Clique was draped in a cloak of spikes. The spiked cloak, Rodney, brandishing a blade and wearing a gas mask, beheld the fully armed Clique with a tilted head before tossing a kunai affixed with an explosive tag. Boom! The effect was remarkable. Clique was sent flying, the spiked cloak obliterated. His golden armor lay in tatters. Numerous injuries marred his body as he struggled to rise, retrieving the two remaining intact golden discs and clashing them together. From their center emerged a sharp spearhead. The Great War Spear, Clique's most formidable weapon, weighing over a ton, would explode upon hitting its target, with greater force resulting from a more vigorous swing. Observing Clique's state, Rodney comprehended why this fool had encountered Dracul Mihawk within a week of entering the Grand Line. Returning in a state of utter defeat, from a fleet of 5,000, only a few hundred remained. His misfortune had its reasons. Why pursue a fool's errand becoming a gunner? A gunner is not a role for someone as unfortunate as you. Even Europeans become black men when they take up arms. Lucky is not a joke. Chapter 20. Red-eyed Rodney. Clique possessed a strength that made him formidable among the common folk of the East Blue. His Great War Spear whirled with ferocity, showing no signs of fatigue. His strikes were powerful, each collision accompanied by an explosion, the mechanics of which remained a mystery. Rodney, with high attack and low health, dared not engage him head-on, retreating while exchanging blows, and the fodder pirates were equally hesitant to join the fray. The recent events had made Clique's cold-blooded nature abundantly clear. They could not risk becoming easy targets. Surviving was paramount. Scoundrel! If you possess any skill, cease your cowardice. Frustrated by his inability to catch Rodney, Clique was left in a state of agitation, yet powerless to do anything as Rodney darted about like a monkey. Not only did he fail to capture him, but the deck was riddled with holes, teetering on the brink of destruction. Fine. Rodney hurled a kunai, once again affixed with an explosive tag. This time, Clique was wiser. He swung the great war spear to intercept the kunai. However, a shuriken, launched from Rodney's hand, struck the kunai, diverting its trajectory and allowing it to land accurately at Clique's feet. Boom! Once more, Clique was sent hurtling through the air. The great war spear slipping from his grasp, plummeting into the ocean, creating a splash, never to be seen again. Clique, it is over. Rodney swiftly severed Clique's head, leaving a headless corpse behind, stowing the head in his pouch. Surveying the remaining pirates, he pondered before placing an explosive tag on the nearby mast. Waving goodbye to the crew with a smile, he said, "Farewell. Whether you survive hinges upon your own fortune." With a graceful leap, he plunged off the deck, walking on the waves as he departed. "Quickly, that plague is left! Up, up! Throw down the ropes. This is our last ship, our only hope for over 1,000 souls. If this vessel meets disaster, we shall have no escape." Yet, Rodney was resolute. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as the towering mast was severed by the blast, igniting a chain reaction that unleashed a series of relentless detonations aboard the vessel. The illustrious Deladano de Sabaloo was thus obliterated by the explosive symbols of mutual destruction. Rodney extinguished all hope harbored by these pirates. As the adage goes, once one chooses the path of a pirate, one must resign oneself to a watery grave. It is nearly impossible to spare them. Evil begets consequence, in the vast ocean. Human life holds little value, yet paradoxically, it is also of the utmost worth, merely the lives of exceptional pirates, while the rest merely serve as cannon fodder. Ignoring the wails of the doomed, Rodney completed his mission, and the rewards were duly dispensed. Mission: annihilate Clique mission level. C status: completed reward, 500 mission points. 1 permanent chakra fruit, shadow clone technique, taijutsu, Konoha dragon god. Upon consuming the permanent chakra fruit, a portion of chakra was instantly replenished, accompanied by a surge of growth. Subsequently, he brought his index and middle fingers together, crossing his hands into a cross formation, sealing the Rin sign, and murmured, "Shadow clone technique." With a resounding pop, a duplicate of himself materialized beside him, tasked to venture in another direction, allowing them to sprint in tandem. Moments later, the clone dissipated, memories flooding back. It was an extraordinary sensation, akin to a cheat code for experience grinding. Truly, it was a technique developed by the second Hokage, undeniably practical. Konoha dragon god, his body spun at remarkable speed, coalescing into a colossal dragon-shaped whirlwind that swept up vast quantities of seawater, conjuring a water vortex that emerged from the ocean surface. As the vortex subsided, Rodney reappeared, a testament to the prowess of the legendary Konoha's strongest taijutsu ninja. This technique, an invention of a Konoha ninja, though originally from the TV series, had been incorporated into the system, alongside many previously unseen jutsu awaiting Rodney's exchange. Returning to the merchant ship, it continued its voyage across the sea. Once in his quarters, Rodney accessed the system. Host: Josta J. Rodney race. Human level: genin attributes: wind, fire, water, lightning, earthine, yang ninjutsu. Great fireball, phoenix fire, water clone, taijutsu. Uchiha shuriken technique, shadow dance leaf, Konoha whirlwind. Bloodline limit: none mission points, 760. Having accrued such a substantial number of mission points through diligent work, it was time to exchange for some jutsu. A grin spread across his face, for his power would surely grow. Lightning release: gratitude wave 250. Fire release: dragon fire technique 200. Water release: wave riding strike 300. After laboring tirelessly, he swiftly purchased his desired abilities. Lightning release: gratitude wave could be paired with water release to unleash double damage, provided he remembered to do so. Fire release: dragon fire technique offered linear attack capabilities with both speed and power that were unparalleled. AS for water release: wave riding strike, invented by the second Hokage. It also bore the names instant water and clear water wave. harnessing the water release to create aquatic environments and allowing for rapid movement across the water surface. All of these constituted exceedingly practical ninjutsu. With the downfall of the Clique pirates, the largest crew in the East Blue, Rodney's reputation surged throughout the region single-handedly. He had toppled a fleet of over 1,000 men, with the 3 strongest members of the Clique crew meeting their demise at his hands. Possessing an unknown devil fruit ability and exhibiting formidable combat prowess, his eerie red eyes became a symbol of demonic terror among the surviving pirates. Thus, the legend of Red-Eyed Rodney began to echo throughout the East Blue. Rodney, gazing at the newspaper filled with reports about himself, tore to shreds the Red-Eyed Rodney. "What kind of ridiculous moniker is that?" he exclaimed. "That can't the East Blue Press adopt the writing style of the World Economic Journal? Why not write something favorable? After all, I'm a person of integrity, am I not? What else with this red-eyed nonsense?" After finally securing a rare opportunity for a vacation, this newspaper had utterly ruined his mood. He had little regard for his reputation, but he was certainly displeased by the moniker bestowed upon him by that lot. Indeed, if not handled properly, such a title could follow him for life. He could not allow them to tarnish his name, that he needed to devise a plan to rectify this misnomer. What should he write? Perhaps something like 50-50? No, he was no Konoha's top technician. He couldn't use that name. Fate Weaver Rodney sounded impressive. Yes, that would do. He took out pen and paper, and with fervent strokes, an excellent article emerged. He then sought the nearest submission point for the East Blue Press. Tucking in a few larger denomination berries for good measure, that on the 3rd day, his article graced the most prominent position in the East Blue newspaper, blooming amidst carnage, like a flower at dawn. Just J. Rodney, a man who dares to toy with fate, it eloquently articulated his insights into the origins of his nickname, alongside a rather flattering self-portrait. The name Fate Weaver swiftly gained traction, far superior to the absurd red-eyed title. Rodney effortlessly salvaged his reputation, albeit at the cost of a few berries. Money was of no concern to him. Subsequently, he attempted to claim the bounty on Clique, only to discover that the pirate's worth did not exceed 1 million. Despite commanding the largest fleet in the East Blue, even with such a ragtag crew, it seemed that Smoker and his allies were aware of Clique's dubious nature, failing to apprehend him in a timely manner. Ultimately, Rodney had dismantled the entire crew, and the survival of the remaining misfits was of no concern to him. He continued his routine of completing missions, and on this particular day, the merchant vessel arrived at a seaside restaurant. Chapter 21. Baratai the Baratai, a renowned floating restaurant famed for its combat prowess, stood as the most illustrious eatery in the East Blue. Its head chef, Redleg Zeph, was a pirate who had traversed the Grand Line for an entire year, only to return to the East Blue after losing his most vital right leg. He established this maritime dining establishment to offer unforgettable culinary delights to merchants and pirates alike traversing the open seas. The ambience of the restaurant was pristine and serene, providing a comfortable refuge where patrons savored exquisite cuisine that a young man clad in a black suit, with golden hair and wavy eyebrows, elegantly navigated through a throng of young women and mothers. His demeanor that of a true gentleman. Rodney settled into his seat, and a waiter promptly approached, pouring him a glass of fresh water and presenting the menu with a courteous inquiry. "What may I get for you?" Esteemed guest. Upon opening the menu, he ordered 1 serving of sweet and sour sea king tenderloin, braised beef balls, seafood fried rice, and sea rainbow fish sashimi, along with a bottle of any wine. "Very well. Esteemed guest, please hold on for a moment while I arrange your order. However, I must remind you that Baratai has a strict no-waste policy. Are you certain you can finish all this?" the waiter inquired. Noting Rodney's physique, that in the ocean, every morsel of food is hard-earned, and waste is intolerable. Anyone caught wasting food would be expelled from the Baratai. "Rest assured, I can handle it," Rodney replied with a smile. The waiter nodded, took note of Rodney's order, and departed. The restaurant's atmosphere was delightful, with every patron relishing the culinary masterpieces prepared by Chef Zeph. This was a source of immense pleasure for them, including many affluent merchants, some even seeking to hire a chef from Baratai exclusively for their culinary needs. Alas, all of Baratai's chefs uniformly declined, as the restaurant held profound significance for them. providing nourishment to every sailor traversing the seas, and witnessing the satisfied smiles on their faces was the greatest reward for the chefs. There were numerous talented chefs in the establishment, presenting a challenge that would enhance their culinary skills. Under Chef Zeph's tutelage, they experienced rapid growth in their craft. Before long, Rodney's order arrived. The sweet and sour Sea King tenderloin was a grand serving. The Sea King's massive physique yielding a sizable cut that occupied a significant portion of the table. Many patrons were unfazed, for in this world, many possessed prodigious appetites, capable of consuming vast quantities and exhibiting great strength. Rodney commenced his meal, beginning with the sashimi. Each slice was uniformly thick, glistening and translucent, artfully arranged on the plate. He picked up a piece, dipped it in Bertie's secret sauce, and savored the sea rainbow fish sashimi. Delectable, he exclaimed, feeling a riot of flavors awaken his palate, his stomach churning in eager anticipation of more food. He then selected a soup-filled brown beef ball. Exquisite. The beef balls were soaked in rich broth. And with a single bite, a burst of intense freshness erupted forth, delivering an exhilarating sensation. A piece of pork tenderloin drenched in crimson sauce was sliced at delightful. The tangy sweetness eradicated the fishy taste inherent in seafood, rendering it appetizing. Truly the first dish to indulge in, though the order was of little consequence that a mouthful of seafood fried rice followed. Delectable, various seafood intermingled with the rice, creating an explosion of flavor that danced joyfully down the esophagus into the stomach. Quelling the pangs of hunger, satisfaction reigned supreme. Let the feast begin. Gorging on meat and sipping wine, the pleasure was unparalleled, not to mention the exquisite taste. Though his movements were modest, the dishes on the table vanished with remarkable speed. Waiter, bring me another of the same. Skip the sashimi, and 3 more bottles of wine, Rodney instructed. This time, the waiter no longer questioned his capacity to consume, for despite the vast amount of food consumed, Rodney's stomach merely swelled slightly. Through rigorous training, Rodney's physique had grown, amplifying his appetite. The energy provided by the beef balls was indeed sufficient, yet did not hinder his ability to eat. Everything he ingested was thoroughly chewed and compressed within his belly, some even beginning to digest. Another dish arrived promptly, and Rodney continued to indulge, patting his full belly in satisfaction, exclaiming, what bliss! Truly, this is the renowned Bartai restaurant. Time to settle the bill. The prices at Bartai were quite reasonable, and he hadn't spent much, similar to the last time he utilized the explosive talisman. After patting his belly, he stowed away a few bottles of wine in his waist pouch. Just then, a gang of thuggish ruffians burst into the restaurant, led by a one-eyed brute, flanked by lackeys whose appearance was so dismal it was hard to behold, with a gaping mouth revealing a set of decayed teeth. He stuttered, "You don't move. It's a robbery. Our boss commanded it. Robbery." Men on the left, women on the right, and those of ambiguous gender in the middle. A short, squat fellow shouted nearby, "Pirates! The pirates have come!" The once quiet restaurant erupted into chaos. The patrons, devoid of any combat prowess, cowered in fear, heightening the audacity of these pirates. Hand over your money. And that lad over there, summon your head chef. Bring out all your cash. Before the squat man could finish his tirade, a polished shoe loomed before him, sending him sprawling into the sea with a resounding splash. Sanji lifted his leg, cigarette clenched between his teeth, remarking, "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that." His action elicited a chorus of screams from the female patrons. After all, he was quite the handsome sight. Rodney, initially poised to intervene, simply settled back into his seat, realizing no effort on his part was necessary. Sanji was undoubtedly the pinnacle of combat prowess at Bartai, with EF possibly rivaling him, though one could only speculate how much strength the old man retained after losing a leg. Charge! Rush them! The din of battle ensued. With a flurry of blows, Sanji expelled the ruffians from the restaurant, for they were unwelcome here, clearly not individuals who valued sustenance, and they had frightened the lovely maidens. The maidens, oh dear! Lost in thought, Sanji's expression softened, though a cook with a penchant for flirtation. He embodied the essence of a gentleman, or perhaps a knight, one who would not even harm those of the third gender in this world. After driving off the pirates, Rodney returned to the merchant ship with his bottles of wine. This modest amount would hardly intoxicate him, akin to mere refreshment. Next on his agenda was training. One cannot neglect such pursuits. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, he created a duplicate and commenced a rigorous sparring session. Employing taijutsu akin to that in Naruto, along with the Marine Six Styles, he bound weights to his body, activating the Sharingan throughout their combat. This method ensured double the experience and enhanced his reflexes. The two engaged in combat upon the sea, closely trailing the merchant vessel, remaining unseen, and thus time passed swiftly as they completed a protective mission. Upon boarding another merchant convoy, Rodney undertook a reconnaissance assignment, primarily to investigate what the convoy was covertly transporting. That night, upon entering his quarters, Rodney commanded a shadow clone to transform and stealthily infiltrate the hold. Such perilous tasks were best left to the clone. The second Hokage had conceived this technique for the very purpose of gathering intelligence and executing dangerous missions. The shadow clone slipped into the hold, effortlessly controlling the guards with the Sharingan, and ventured to the innermost depths of the ship. After a thorough search, he discovered only grains and local specialties. This felt peculiar. There must be something amiss, for the system would not have issued the task otherwise. Could it be? Arriving at the grain storage, he began to sift through the provisions and soon unearthed a box beneath the grains. Upon opening it, he found pristine firearms, smuggling arms. Such audacity! If discovered, the consequences would be dire. However, a significant portion of the East Blue Navy was rather corrupt, so with the right bribes, concealing these items beneath foodstuffs and selling them to pirates would pose no issue, providing a substantial profit. The shadow clone vanished. Days later, Smoker received a tip from a concerned citizen and subsequently detained the merchant convoy. Chapter 22. The great god Buggy days at sea often drifted into a monotonous routine. One cannot train incessantly. Life demands a balance. Indeed, the system shop featured a steamy paradise penned by Jiraiya himself. His literary prowess is renowned, having risked life and limb to gather material, crafting a heart-wrenching bestseller that captivated the ninja world. Profound and plentiful. Even the Konoha minions praised it, though it might lead one to seek out tissues. Ahem, being young, one cannot escape the heat of the sun and wind at sea, leading to a bit of a nosebleed. Hence, he generally avoided such literature. It was simply unbearable. Pirate-themed novels were mere entertainment, such as The Second Pirate King, The Overbearing Pirate Falls for Me, and others that in the world of pirates. 9 out of 10 books were centered around them, with one dedicated to the Revolutionary Army. The Navy, reduced to tears in the restroom, found unexpected popularity in this realm. Reading it ignited a fervor, inciting one to immediately set sail as a pirate, slaying Whitebeard, recruiting Kaido, and making Big Mama Maid, while disregarding Shanks entirely, all in pursuit of becoming a pirate. Such literature was impossible to suppress. The Navy ultimately relinquished any attempts to intervene, allowing it to flourish unchecked. The details of the comics remained somewhat unclear. With a novel resting upon his face, he lay in a recliner, indulging in a peaceful slumber, enjoying his vacation in a picturesque village. The local populace was warm and welcoming, exhibiting exceptional manners. If one could overlook the recent cries that had erupted, "Pirates! The pirates have arrived! Quickly, everyone, retreat to your homes!" Thus, one must ponder, does the pirate world truly offer no respite? Removing the novel from his face, he sighed softly. The village bore no combat capability, and the incoming individuals were far beyond their means to confront. Though these pirates were not overtly menacing, their attire was bewildering. They resembled a circus more than traditional pirates, each one adorned with garish makeup or donned peculiar clothing. Even the skull on their pirate flag sported a clown's red nose, invoking an inexplicable sense of amusement. Yet they were still pirates. Leading them was a grand figure, reminiscent of a clown, wearing a captain's hat, with lips painted an inexplicable shade of red, an amusingly large red nose, a tight red-striped bodysuit, loose trousers, and a red cape adorned with fur. Gleefully brandishing throwing knives and bellowing, "My minions, seize everything! All treasures here belong to us! Ha ha! Grab it all!" Buggy the Clown, a former apprentice on Joel D. Rogers' ship, friend to Shanks, had consumed the chop-chop fruit, becoming a man who could disassemble his body at will. rendering him immune to slashing attacks that a man capable of rearranging his name and form at will. Captain of the Buggy Pirates, possessor of the Conqueror's Haki, he boldly confronted the Emperor Whitebeard, with the world's greatest swordsman unable to subdue him, and even disregarded the dignity of those who had eaten the face fruit, nearly costing the future pirate king his life. Buggy, the eternal god, this deity-like figure laughed uproariously, leading his crew to experience life in the East Blue. As the saying goes, the small hide in the wild, the middle conceal in the city, and the great hide in the court. This man had mastered the art of concealment, a god mingling with weaklings while performing menial tasks. Such a profound and unfathomable cunning was truly fearsome, evoking involuntary gasps of terror. Today, one brave soul, risking death, dared to challenge the divine. Merely a fleeting encounter, all the pirates who invaded the village were swiftly dispatched by Rodney, lying strewn across the ground, either groaning in pain or rendered completely unconscious. Ever since being knocked down by a single punch from Garp, Rodney had scarcely sustained any injuries. One could only surmise the ferocity of Garp's blow, which still lingered as a dull ache in his head. Ninjas are notoriously fragile. While they may avoid injury, once wounded, they readily succumb to disadvantage. Engaging a mere spellcaster against a throng of warriors and tanks is indeed a daunting challenge. "Who dares to lay a hand on my esteemed Captain Buggy?" Buggy inquired imperiously, brandishing a dagger in what he believed to be a fearsome manner. Rodney appraised him from head to toe, and couldn't he help but think how feeble he appeared. Truly, one must commend Buggy for concealing his true strength so effectively that if Shanks, a mere apprentice under the Pirate King, could ascend to the ranks of the four emperors, surely Buggy could possess hidden prowess as well. Contemplating this, Rodney suddenly appeared before Buggy with a swift motion. With a chilling swipe, his blade descended like the sun's rays, cleaving Buggy in twain, yet astonishingly, no blood flowed, and the internal structure remained concealed, revealing only a ghastly red mass that was rather unsettling. One could only state that the disparity between anime and reality was stark. With a flurry of strikes, Dance of the Camellia, whoosh, 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 Buggy offered no resistance as he was systematically sliced into chunks. Suspended in midair, his crew displayed no surprise. Rather, a strange smile graced their faces. They had grown accustomed to such displays, viewing this as their Captain Buggy's merciful gesture towards challengers, akin to an impromptu performance. As Rodney stepped back, the dismembered pieces echoed Buggy's laughter. "Ha! I am immortal. Captain Buggy shall never be slain. Your attacks are utterly futile against me." The pieces of flesh reassembled into Buggy-esque form. His attire restored, such an odd ability indeed. Rodney's calm demeanor perplexed Buggy. Shouldn't he be terrified or weeping in fear? Why was there no reaction? This made Buggy feel quite awkward. "Oh, a devil fruit. Is it? How can you accept this so calmly?" The number of devil fruit users in the East Blue is exceedingly rare. To encounter such a power and not be astonished is incomprehensible. What is there to be surprised about? Not even if the face of the world appeared before me would I be taken aback. What on earth is a face person? A face fruit? Naturally, anyone who consumes the face fruit would command respect. Rodney declared with conviction, "Humph, you'll never witness that, for you shall perish at the hands of Captain Buggy. Prepare to embrace your demise." With a resounding roar, a purple-maned lion approached, atop which sat the beast tamer Machi, clad in a plush white vest, brandishing a small whip. "Go. Leaky, devour him," Machi urged, striking the lion with his whip. Leaky, eyes aflame with hunger, let out a fearsome roar and charged at Rodney. Bang, bang, after exchanging 2 punches. Both man and beast found themselves on the ground, nursing their wounds. "Well then, who else remains?" Rodney smiled, lacking any inclination to draw his sword. These foes were truly pathetic. He strolled towards Buggy, who bellowed, "Do not approach me." Just then his foot slipped, nearly sending him tumbling. What was this? Had there not been any stones? The ground seemed perfectly level. Was he to fall on flat terrain? How utterly embarrassing. Now that's my chance. Splitting cannon. Buggy's hand, clutching the dagger, detached from his arm, shooting towards Rodney in alarming speed, only to be narrowly dodged as Rodney caught the hand and pinned it beneath his foot. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! Kid, release my hand this instant." Buggy cried, the pain from his divided body still registering. How is this brat so quick to react? Ah, you're exerting far too much strength. Rodney pressed Buggy's hand into the ground, forcing him to experience the agony. Rascal, splitting pancake. Buggy's upper and lower have separated, spinning rapidly like a flying dagger. I'll strike. Ah, the excruciating pain surged through him as Buggy's upper body, suspended in the air, uncontrollably plummeted to the ground. Meanwhile, his lower half floated awkwardly above, legs twitching, while Rodney's foot found its mark in Buggy's vulnerable region. Fatal blow. To execute this strike, Rodney had deliberately activated his Sharingan. Captain Buggy, you must endure, urged his crew, rallying their captain against the pain. Summoning his strength, Buggy wobbled into the air, seething, you little brat, I shall kill you and toss your remains to the fishes. Don't kick, don't kick. Yamakuro. Ah, another strike sent the great Buggy crashing to the ground. Chapter 23. The pitiful Buggy, is he dead? Is he dead? Picking up a twig, I poked Buggy's red nose. Hey, red nose, big nose, are you awake? You little brat, who are you calling red nose? Seeking death, are we? At the mention of red nose, Buggy almost reflexively overcame his deep-seated pain and forced himself to rise, brimming with fury. Buggy could not abide being called red nose. Even in a state of severe unconsciousness, he would awaken forcefully. A rather peculiar trait. After a brief outburst of anger, reason returned, and the two locked eyes. Rodney, Buggy. An awkward silence enveloped them, creating an exceedingly uncomfortable atmosphere, splitting emergency escape with a sudden burst. Buggy's body fragmented into dozens of pieces, scattering in all directions. Not far from where he flew, he reassembled in the trees, floating in midair, yet lacking two legs, through the gaps in the leaves. He glimpsed his legs trapped beneath Rodney's foot. This was troubling. His splitting ability rendered his legs a significant weakness, preventing him from soaring, and his body could not stray far from them. Humph, fortunately, my power remains invincible here. Immune to slashes, I need not fear for my feet. Now, I simply need to devise a way to reclaim my legs and rescue my crew. Despite often bullying his crew, Buggy held a certain regard for them. Meanwhile, Rodney surveyed the 2 feet beneath him, grinning knowingly. He understood that cutting would not affect him and opted not to employ ninjutsu. He pointed at the remaining crew members and commanded, carry the unconscious back to the ship. Casting a glance back at Buggy in the forest, he grinned, a gesture that appeared rather unfriendly to Buggy. What on earth is this fellow's background? Buggy had yet to recall any information about Rodney, but recognized him as a formidable adversary. Choosing to observe the unfolding events, under Rodney's threat, Buggy's crew reluctantly began hauling the unconscious bodies back to their ship. Meanwhile, Buggy's legs still lay under Rodney's foot. Evidently, this individual had no intention of letting him go. Igniting Buggy's ire, how audacious! Do you intend to stay? The sensation of having his feet trampled was decidedly unpleasant. That moment. Rodney made his move, kicking Buggy's legs away, ultimately sending them onto the pirate ship. Oh no! Wait! Buggy's body could not maintain control, following suit in flight. Any part of him could be lost, but his legs were imperative. Set sail, Rodney commanded. Fearful of Rodney's might, Buggy's crew complied, a collective grumble in their hearts. Yet outwardly, they dared not display their discontent. Suspended at the back of the ship, Buggy quietly boarded while Rodney's attention was diverted. What is happening? Buggy inquired of a crew member on board. I don't know. Captain, this guy has ordered us to set sail towards the closest Navy base. What should we do? The crew member replied. The peak of the Buggy pirate crew's combat strength rested solely on Buggy, for he was a devil fruit user, a rarity in the East Blue, and they had always adhered to his commands. Buggy pondered for a moment before declaring, Let me consider this carefully. But first, you must retrieve my legs. He had to reclaim his legs. Otherwise, his powers would be severely hampered. Had I asked at the plan? A hand reached over from one side, presenting 2 feet. Without a moment's hesitation, Buggy accepted them, laughing as he exclaimed, Yoshi, indeed, this is it. Well done, lad. I hereby appoint you as my deputy. He smiled and locked eyes with a pair of crimson orbs. Buggy exclaimed, ex-winky face. Greetings, Captain Buggy, the young man replied. Your eyes remind me. You're the recently famed pirate hunter, Red-Eyed Rodney, aren't you? Buggy shouted this nickname, which Rodney was reluctant to acknowledge. So, you have set your sights on me, have you? Damn it. Rodney's forehead throbbed with veins. Yet he maintained a smile. Captain Buggy, you may call me the jester of fate. Rodney, I had no intention of capturing you. But now it seems I must escort you and your crew to Loguetown. The town of beginnings and endings. Quite fitting for you, wouldn't you say? Buggy's body trembled, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he stammered. Do you mean? Ah, I possess a unique intelligence network. I know your identity all too well. Rodney replied. What do you intend to do? You cannot reveal your status as a crew member of the Pirate King. Otherwise, you might attract a horde of Marines, and they are no less formidable than I. Rodney smiled faintly. Precisely. With a swift punch, he felled Buggy to the ground. Just as he was about to unleash the power of his splitting fruit, Buggy felt a chill grip his wrist, and soon, his entire body became limp and collapsed. What is this? Buggy thought, realizing, indeed, sea prism stone handcuffs. You shall not escape. I will deliver you all to Loguetown. To cast a glance at his crew, who had been watching in shock. What are you staring at? Hurry up and set sail. If you don't, I'll have you feed the Sea Kings. Yes. The crew hurriedly complied. While the scenery here is quite lovely, you may stay here, Rodney said, turning his back on Buggy. Though Buggy was weak, it did not mean he was without a backup plan. Seeing Rodney's back turned, he aimed his feet at him. Special Buggy cannon. A small, candy-sized cannonball erupted from his foot and shot swiftly toward Rodney. Rodney quickly turned, drawing his white blade, with lightning chakra coursing through it. With a single slash, he cleaved the special Buggy cannon in half. Boom! Even though it was cut, the special Buggy cannon detonated, the explosive force sending Rodney hurtling away. Buggy laughed heartily. Haha, you just took a special Buggy cannon from me. You must be in dire straits now, right? Rodney's body soared from the pirate ship, but instead of plummeting into the depths of the sea, he skipped across the water's surface like a stone, eventually coming to a stop. His clothes were tattered, his skin burned in multiple places, his face charred, and a portion of his bangs singed away by flames. Buggy gasped in disbelief. Winky-faced, this monster! He took a direct hit from my special Buggy cannon and still survived? Rodney glared with his blood-red Sharingan, and Buggy felt a chill of impending doom. What should I do? Am I destined to meet Captain Roger? No. I haven't found the treasure yet. He regretted using the special Buggy cannon against Rodney. Very well. You are quite resilient, Buggy. Rodney gritted his teeth. Acknowledging the pain coursing through his body, chakra glowed from his palm, aiding in the healing of his wounds, providing a cooling sensation. What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. Buggy retreated frantically, only to be seized by Rodney, who produced a special wire from his pouch. This wire was incredibly resilient. Unless severed, it was nearly impossible to break. One end was secured to the sea prism stone handcuffs, the other to the ship's railing. Wait, you don't mean to? Exactly as you think. With a swift kick, he sent Buggy tumbling overboard, dragging him across the ocean's surface. Gurgle. I'm Gurgle. Wait, Gurgle. Buggy was pulled by the ship, intermittently surfacing and submerging, his body powerless and unable to use his abilities, feeling utterly frustrated. I'll haul you up every half hour. This guy won't die. Rodney smirked at the crew, sending shivers down their spines. If you fail to comply, or if I catch you bringing him back up, you'll share his fate. Understood. The crew acknowledged nervously. Poor Captain Buggy, just endure a little longer, they murmured. Thus, for the following days, Buggy spent his time floating in the ocean, save for moments of eating and sleeping. His resilience kept him alive, whereas an ordinary person might have succumbed. Rodney, however, had indeed underestimated Buggy, who had retained a backup plan, resulting in his own suffering. The burns on his body took several days to heal, but his hair would need to regrow anew. Chapter 24. I will no longer be a ninja Loguetown smoker. Puffing on 2 cigars, glared at Rodney, who had delivered Buggy's crew to Loguetown. Although he had captured the pirate Buggy, he had also deceitfully secured the sea prism stone handcuffs, an item far more valuable than Buggy himself. Hey, Colonel Smoker, don't look at me like that. I'm not a beauty. Such a gaze might make me shy. Also, I'm a man who prefers women, Rodney said, stepping back and crossing his arms defensively upon sensing Smoker's scrutiny. Upon hearing this, Smoker touched his jit, his demeanor turning menacing. You bastard. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. How dare you put a bounty on my head? Ah, you took our sea prism stone handcuffs. And I haven't settled the score with you yet? Oh, that? It has already been reclaimed by Vice Admiral Garp, Rodney replied, refusing to meet Smoker's gaze. How could something as strategically valuable as sea prism stone handcuffs possibly be returned? They were a rarity in the East Blue. You think I would do something like that? Don't underestimate me. I aspire to be a partner of justice. Smoker scoffed. A partner of justice? How so? Don't believe me. I don't know, dear. Colonel Smoker and Mr. Rodney seem to have a wonderful relationship. Dasky chimed in with a smile, oblivious to the tension between the two that Rodney maintained a forced smile. Remembering something, he turned his attention to Dasky and inquired, Lieutenant Dasky, what about my bounty? Buggy's bounty was also over 10 million, a sum that could procure quite a lot. Here it is. Please take good care of it. Dasky handed Rodney a bag filled with bounty. Rodney took it without counting, knowing Smoker and Dasky were not the type to pocket extra. Well, I've handed Buggy over to you. This matter is concluded. Having received payment, I have no need to linger here. As he reached the door, he suddenly remembered. By the way, have the damages from the last capture of Ace been repaired? Dasky replied, yes, most of it has been fixed. It should be operational again soon that I see. After a moment's thought, he tossed a handful of belly to Dasky. Consider this a token of apology for the previous damages, though it isn't too much. After all, one must offer some form of recompense for destroying another's property that we all need to eat, after all that, But the Navy has already compensated that. No, this is my apology. Smoker interjected, why did Firefist Ace enter the Grand Line? Rodney, shouldn't you explain? Currently, Ace was the most dazzling star in the Grand Line, with few pirates in his league. His remarkable physique and stamina, combined with his formidable Logia fruit powers and crew, made him a formidable presence in the first half of the Grand Line. That? Don't ask me. Go ask Vice Admiral Garp. Rodney quickly deflected the question. Weren't you the one who assured that nothing would go wrong? Was I? You seem to need to recall the circumstances surrounding that time, Smoker said, once again grasping his jit. I've already said it has nothing to do with me. If you keep this up, be careful. I might sue you for defamation and disturbing the peace. Humph. I am the Navy. Smoker puffed out a cloud of white smoke, appearing more like a pirate than a marine. Forget it, regarding Firefist Ace. It has nothing to do with me. Perhaps the old man is just concerned for his grandson, Rodney said, shaking his head and distancing himself from the matter. Rain, I have no stake in this. Ding, a mission arrived. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Please excuse me, he said with a chuckle before turning to leave. The Chunin exam begins. Will you accept? Accept immediately and commence, or wait a year, then begin anew. Alas, the Chunin exam. Is this the onset of the Chunin exam already? It seems rather abrupt, does it not? After all, he has only been a genin for roughly a year. To ascend to Chunin in such a short span feels somewhat sudden. Moreover, I am not yet ready to part with this invincible rank. Reflecting on the battles of Konoha's genin, they are indeed formidable, capable of cataclysmic destruction. Conversely, considering the skirmishes between Konoha's two jonin, it often resembles a chaotic melee. Almost a jest, he is not eager to advance just yet. The sudden commencement of the Chunin exam catches one off guard. Yet when the time comes, progression is inevitable, confirming his participation in the Chunin exam on the system panel. A chime sounds. The host has accepted the Chunin exam. The task commences immediately. Chunin exam task. Hunt down the evil dragon pirate crew. Task level. C.Task rewards. Acquire the summoning beast slug, 100 healing technique. Creation rebirth and 1,000 task points. Hiss, upon seeing such bounteous rewards, Rodney gasps in astonishment. The slug, a summoning beast of one of Konoha's notorious yellow, gambling, and drug factions, while average in combat prowess, possesses remarkable healing capabilities, contingent upon the user providing an ample supply of chakra. Furthermore, the slug size is substantial. Unlike the frogs of Miyaboka Mountain or the snakes of Ryuchi Cave, the slug is a singular entity, with summoned forms being mere clones, a rarity in summoning. The 100 healing technique involves infusing a vast amount of chakra into the forehead's in seal, which can be released when necessary, allowing for the abundant chakra stored within to be utilized freely. This technique enables the use of chakra-intensive ninjutsu and forbidden arts, enhances physical combat, and can be synergized with the slug for group healing, summoning larger slugs, achieving seamless self-regeneration in battle, and augmenting the user's overall capabilities. Essentially, it serves as a reserve energy source, akin to a power bank, accumulating energy for eventual release, resulting in an explosive surge of strength for comprehensive enhancement, allowing one to heal while engaged in combat. Additionally, this technique can yield beautifying effects, preserving youthful vitality, a coveted aspiration for many young women, proving Tsunade's prowess, AS for creation rebirth. Truth be told, Rodney is somewhat reluctant, although it is indeed a superb medical ninjutsu. When paired with the 100 healing technique, it facilitates instantaneous recovery from injuries. However, this technique is a double-edged sword, as it shortens one's lifespan. Creation rebirth accelerates cellular division through chakra stimulation, promoting rapid wound healing. Even severe internal injuries can be mended. Yet the human body's cellular recovery has limits. Hastening cellular division effectively curtails one's lifespan. That AS for the technique of monstrous strength is a highly practical skill utilized by the Senju clan, allowing the practitioner to precisely control chakra, enveloping the entire body with it to unleash tremendous power. Notable practitioners include the first and second Hokage, Tsunade, and Sakura. Indeed, this is a pragmatic skill. Acquiring it would significantly bolster his strength, which currently feels woefully inadequate in this world teeming with monsters. In this pirate-infested realm, it is preferable to be formidable. Not everyone can attain the prowess of Gandalf, maxing out melee capabilities while casually casting a mere illumination spell. Consider the illustrious examples of the three great archmages from the neighboring Type Moon universe. Merlin, renowned for incantations and swordplay, dominates the Knights of the Round Table with his exceptional swordsmanship. The Axe King of Uruk substitutes magic with a wand from royal treasury, wielding an axe to vanquish foes. The illustrious King of Magic, a formidable caster, often dons the guise of the Ten Commandments, buffing himself to the brim, with a finger poised for action. With such exemplary figures before him, how can he not strive for excellence? He must enhance his melee capabilities, fortify his strength, and maximize various buffs for optimal effectiveness. After all, nothing embodies true masculinity quite like the romance of physical confrontation that a character with high attack, but low health, is destined for a bleak future. Rodney reflects, in my brief ninja existence, I've come to grasp a profound truth. The more one delves into ninjutsu, the more one realizes its limitations. Ninjutsu indeed has its confines. System. What on earth are you trying to convey? Rodney, I shall no longer be a ninja. I shall transcend the realm of ninjas. I shall become formidable. Chapter 25. The Thieving Cat Nami. The thieving cat Nami, having lost her parents to pirates at a tender age, was adopted alongside her sister Nojiko by a remarkable female Navy officer named Belmir. This officer raised them as her own daughters, and the trio shared a blissful life together. However, their idyllic existence was shattered by the evil dragon pirate crew, who disrupted the tranquility of their family and the entire village. The evil dragon pirate crew seized control of Kokoyashi village, using it as a stronghold to establish their nefarious empire, aiming to dominate the entire East Blue. The crew's captain, Arlong, murdered her adoptive mother and demanded a tribute from every villager each month. Her once happy life lay in ruins. Subsequently, Arlong, recognizing her talent for cartography, coerced her into servitude, threatening the lives of the villagers should she refuse. He made a pact with her. If she could amass 100 million berries, she could buy back the village and her freedom. Thus began her years of thievery, much to the disdain of the villagers. As the legend of the thieving cat spread, her skills became unparalleled in East Blue, rivaled only by the sly Karina. If she could just gather the 100 million berries, she could save everyone. She firmly believed it was possible. Yet, Arlong was exceedingly powerful, colluding with the nearby Navy's branch commander. Even the Navy forces sent to confront them were met with destruction. Their ships sunk, their crews lost to the sea. The physical prowess of fishmen dwarfed that of humans, and in the East Blue, exceptionally strong humans were a rarity. In comparison to Arlong, they were utterly outmatched. This left Nami in a state of despair. Forced to adhere to the rules she had established with Arlong, for it was the only path available to her. She understood the likelihood of being deceived was high, yet this was her sole glimmer of hope. She could not afford to relinquish it. No matter how faint, she gently patted her cheek and murmured, "Come on, Nami, just 23 million more berries, and I'll have enough to save everyone from Arlong's grasp." Though still a high school student on Earth, she had matured well, likely due to the superior nutrition of this world. Dressed in the uniform of a merchant ship's waitress, she pondered the wealth of the ship's owner. With graceful steps, she pushed a food cart toward the best-appointed rooms on the vessel. Having stealthily boarded under the cover of night, she was unaware of which room belonged to the owner. But she was certain that anyone residing in such luxurious quarters was affluent. Gently knocking on a door, a warm voice called out, "Who is it?" "The kitchen is delivering late-night snacks, sir. Would you like something to eat?" Nami inquired politely. "Late-night snacks? Just when I was getting hungry." "Thank you," came the reply, followed by footsteps. The door swung open to reveal a youth with bronze skin and long, ink-black hair cascading down his back. In the dim light of the cabin, his handsome features appeared exceptionally gentle. "Thank you. Please come in," Rodney gestured, his gaze sweeping over Nami's face as he welcomed her inside. This woman seemed somewhat suspicious. Rodney mused. He had boarded this vessel en route to Kokoyashi village, and if he could undertake a task while he was at it, why not? However, he had not anticipated encountering a thief along the way. As Nami entered with the food cart, her eyes swiftly scanned the room, honing in on the pouch Rodney had placed on the nightstand. Turning to him with a smile, she asked, "Sir, what dishes would you like to order?" The kitchen's fare was decent, certainly appealing to the senses, accompanied by a bottle of red wine. Nami had discreetly laced the food and drink with a sedative. Once consumed, she would be free to pilfer the man's treasures. "Thank you," Rodney said, settling down to relish the meal. The flavors were satisfactory, though they paled in comparison to Sanji's culinary mastery. After all, not everyone could rival the chefs of the floating restaurant Baratai. He devoured the dishes with unrestrained enthusiasm, finishing off a bottle of wine in a single gulp. Yawning, he remarked, "Please close the door on your way out. I am feeling rather sleepy, of course, sir." Nami, with a smile, pushed the dining cart away, closing the door behind her. Standing outside, she pressed her ear against the door, listening intently to the sounds emanating from within the room. Soon enough, as she had anticipated, the rhythmic sounds of deep slumber reached her ears. It seemed that the occupants had already succumbed to sleep. With a mischievous grin, she gently pushed the door open and, aided by the moonlight streaming through the porthole, she surveyed the room for any obstacles. Making her way to Rodney's bedside, her delicate hand reached for the waist pouch resting there. It was easily within her grasp. But wait, was something tugging at the pouch? Sensing an unusual sensation, Nami instinctively attempted to release her hold, only to have a dagger-like object shoot out from the shadowy figure across from her, slicing through the air and grazing her lovely cheek. What a close call. However, I, the crafty cat burglar Nami, am not so easily caught. She felt a surge of pride, believing the danger had passed, only to be met with another pull, as several shurikens flew from the shadow, this time tethered with steel wire. Thus, the wire formed a constricting net, binding Nami tightly and causing her to topple to the ground in a most unfortunate position. "What is this? It's so tight," Nami whispered, exerting all her strength, yet finding herself unable to budge the wire, which only seemed to tighten further, leaving her breathless. "What is happening?" "Oh dear, it appears you've triggered my trap, Miss Thief," Rodney said, sitting up with a smile, showing no signs of having just been in a deep slumber. You weren't caught?" Nami asked, incredulous. "Of course not. I often utilize sleeping potions, and naturally I possess the antidote as well," Rodney chuckled. "Moreover, let me tell you, sleeping potions are best mixed with strong spirits, as they are easily detected in dishes like red wine. Such potions carry a distinct flavor." "Nami, I've run into an expert. How unfortunate." With a pitiful expression, she pleaded, "I apologize, sir. This is my first offense, and I had no choice but to resort to this for survival. Please, I beg you to spare me. I have a family to support, and if the captain finds out, I will lose this job." Rodney tucked away the useless wire into his pouch and replied, "Miss Thief, Do you think I will believe your sob story? Leaning closer, he inhaled deeply, a sweet fragrance wafting through the air. This scent, it reeks of deceit. You're lying, Nami retorted. Just by smelling, you can tell I'm lying? What kind of nose do you have? And you can smell a lie. Are you making an international joke? Humph. Don't believe me. Well, you're just lying. Miss Thief, you're clearly a habitual offender. Thus I shall not show you mercy. The glint of his blade flashed ominously as it pointed directly at Nami, who could see her own fearful reflection in the gleaming edge. Am I going to die? No, I absolutely refuse to perish here. I cannot. If I die, who will save everyone? I must protect my cherished memories and rescue the villagers who are like family to me. I must survive, no matter the suffering I must endure. Please spare me. I cannot die. Nami cried out, Oh, give me a reason. Rodney replied nonchalantly, unaware that before him stood Nami, merely thinking her a beautiful thief. I want to save the villagers. Please, I cannot die. Is that yet another lie? Miss Thief, I relish deceiving those who consider themselves clever, yet I detest being deceived. With that, Rodney unsheathed his blade. Nami urgently shouted, Wait! I beg you, spare me. I can lead you to treasure. I know of a pirate crew that has hidden treasure. Rodney paused, intrigued by the mention of treasure. Very well, you have piqued my interest, Miss Thief. Treasure is indeed something I desire. Excellent. What is your name? Nami, what did you say? Please repeat it. Nami, is there a problem? This is a significant issue. Chapter 26, Additional Payment. Rodney gazed down at Nami, momentarily lost in thought. What good fortune! On my way to Cocoa Village, I encounter Nami. Thankfully, I didn't harm her or toss her into the sea. I'd surely be in trouble. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, he feigned curiosity. Are you that little cat burglar? Yes, Nami nodded. You reside in Cocoa Village. Nami, how does he know that? She regarded him warily, uncertain of his intentions. Rodney bent down, using a shuriken to cut the wire, helping her to her feet. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Joster J. Rodney, a pirate hunter. Red-eyed Rodney? Nami gasped. Please refrain from using such a dreadful moniker. Among nicknames, I prefer Gambler of Life, or you may simply call me Rodney, he replied with a smile. Hello, Mr. Rodney. Gambler of Life sounds rather embarrassing, exuding a strong air of youthful arrogance. She chose to reject it. However, I've heard that Mr. Rodney's eyes are red, Nami remarked half-heartedly. Rodney's reputation soared after he dismantled the clique pirate crew, single-handedly breaching a fleet of thousands. None of the high-ranking members survived. All sinking to the depths of the SEIT is said that only a small fraction of the fleet survived, while the rest became fish fodder. Those red eyes, akin to a demoness, signaled death to all who beheld them. In the East Blue. For pirates, Rodney's name has become synonymous with death. Encountering him equates to facing one's demise. The moniker Red-Eyed has become a means of identifying Rodney, far more fearsome than his self-styled Gambler of Life. She gazed into his crimson eyes. A shiver ran down Nami's spine. It felt as though she were ensnared by some malevolent spirit. When Rodney retracted his Sharingan, Nami felt a sense of relief wash over her. I apologize. That was merely a skill of mine, typically employed against troublesome opponents. There's no need for concern, Miss Nami. Unlike before, he now exuded a friendly demeanor, resembling an amiable older brother, instilling a sense of comfort within her. He didn't seem like a cold-blooded butcher, after all. Oh, you believe me now? He inquired. Nami quickly shook her head. I'm sorry, I misjudged you. May I leave now? That would not be permissible, Miss Nami, Rodney replied with a smile, shaking his head. Nami felt a jolt of alarm, her mind racing with unpleasant possibilities. Indeed, men are all the same. Taking a step back, her smile faltering, she asked, Mr. Rodney, what do you intend to do with me? Preparing herself for the worst, having navigated the seas alone for so long, Nami possessed a maturity beyond her years. Striving to maintain composure and prepare for a fight, a bitter smile crossed her lips. What chance would a weakling like her have against such a powerful foe? Yet, for everyone, her desire to survive reignited within her. She resolved to buy time with Rodney. Unbeknownst to her, Rodney had already labeled her as the antagonist. Maintaining his smile, he said, I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Questions? Please go ahead. Nami inhaled deeply. Daring not to relax, even a fraction, is it true that your village is under the dominion of the Arlong pirate crew? Rodney asked. Nami hesitated before asking, Do you intend to confront the Arlong pirate crew? Of course. That is my mission, if it is he. Nami felt a flicker of hope, only to be reminded of the Arlong pirate crew's formidable strength and the might of the fishmen. The hope that had just blossomed quickly withered. Even if he is red-eyed Rodney, how could he possibly stand against Arlong and his crew? They are so powerful and malevolent, and I must ensure everyone has survival. Please do not pursue this. You cannot hope to match the Arlong pirate crew. Rodney, curious, asked, Are you doubting my abilities? No. Please believe me. I am no weakling. No, compared to the Arlong pirate crew, the clique pirate crew is nothing. They possess physiques stronger than those of humans. The physical prowess of the fishmen is formidable, possessing innate strength that exceeds that of ordinary humans by more than tenfold. They can effortlessly toss houses as if they were mere toys, rendering any comparison between humans and fishmen akin to that of adults and children, utterly incomparable. The members of the clique pirate crew boast with great bravado, yet in reality, they are merely a ragtag bunch. She had once covertly boarded one of their ships and pilfered some treasures. Humanity stands no chance against the fishmen, she mused. Indeed, the clique pirate crew is nothing but a disorganized mob, but I am certainly not one to be underestimated. Please, Nami, trust me and take me to your village. Her gaze was filled with sincerity and brimming with confidence. Upon witnessing this look, Nami felt even more compelled to prevent Rodney from going. She could not allow a good person to meet a senseless demise. If the Navy could do nothing against them, how could she let him go? No, are you foolish? They are fishmen after all. Do you think I'm someone to be trifled with? Rest assured, I will definitely help you deal with them. Even if you refuse to let me go, I will reach there regardless, he declared, determined to participate in the Chunin exam, enticed by the bounty that awaited. Moreover, he was eager to eliminate Arlong, a self-proclaimed extremist racist who believed fishmen were superior to humans. After nearly being killed by Old Man Huang, he had learned of Jinbei's ascension to the warlords of the sea and, in a fit of rage, brought his willing subordinates to the East Sea to assert his dominance. Seeking to establish his so-called Dragon Empire. Why can't you comprehend what others are saying? Nami exclaimed loudly. Fear not. I will not be a burden to you or your village, Rodney replied with a smile. Nami concluded, All right, assessment complete. This fellow is undoubtedly a fool. Having never witnessed the strength of fishmen, this man will never concede. However, once he encounters the might of humanity, he may very well meet his end. Regardless, what does it matter to me? I must think of a way to leave this place immediately. Noticing Nami's reluctance, Rodney chuckled, retrieved his waist pouch, and took out a stack of cash upon seeing the money. Nami's eyes transformed into the shape of berries, captivated and unable to look away. What do you think? If you take me to Cocoa West Village, this money is yours. Knowing Nami's weakness, Rodney began to entice her. Although it was possible to pass by Cocoa West Village on a merchant ship, there was still a considerable distance to cover, which would be quite exhausting. It would be far more efficient to take Nami's small boat directly into Cocoa West Village. That place is my hometown. Do you not understand the terror of fishmen? I will disguise myself and will not reveal anything about you or your villagers. Please trust my promise. You misunderstood. I meant. Add more money. Nami, transformed into a money-loving merchant, counted the newly acquired bills. This would serve as a deposit, and after bringing Rodney to the island, he would pay an additional sum. They agreed that Rodney would never disclose that she was the one who brought him to the island. In this regard, she could only trust Rodney's assurance. All right, follow me. Having counted the money, Nami placed it into her dimensional pocket at her chest. Rodney's gaze grew profound as he recalled her age, retracting his gentlemanly demeanor. Clearing his throat, he asked, Where to? If you wish to go to the island, then follow me. The merchant ship is simply too slow, Nami replied, shaking her head. She had brought a small boat, which she had stolen from a port. Lightweight and incredibly practical. Fine, wait for me. After gathering his belongings, he boarded Nami's small vessel, where he spent the night on deck. Damn it, this is worse than taking the merchant ship. Chapter 27. The Dragon Pirate Crew, Coco West Village. This was a peaceful and tranquil little village, inhabited by a group of simple villagers. Aware of being a burden to Nami, they directed harsh words at her, hoping she would abandon them and embark on a path to freedom. They never wished to become a liability to a young girl. In their hearts, they simply hoped that this gentle and kind girl could attain true freedom and be treated with kindness. They were all lovable individuals, unable to withstand the oppression of the Dragon Pirate Crew, and could not change Nami's stubbornness. Thus, they resorted to this manner of urging her to let them go, allowing her to escape this place with a clear conscience. Nami navigated the boat, carrying a small bag as she stepped ashore. Rodney did not accompany her, but chose an alternative method of infiltration, primarily to avoid implicating the villagers. This was their agreed-upon plan. In the sea. Channeling chakra, Rodney propelled himself through the water like a cannonball. With the technique of water surface walking, he could remain submerged for extended periods, greatly extending his breath-holding time from a few minutes to half an hour. However, if he engaged in vigorous activity, the duration would significantly diminish. The scenery of the shallow sea was delightful, with sunlight streaming through the water, painting an enchanting picture. Schools of fish scattered at his approach, only to quickly return to darting past him. What? Is there a predator behind me? He glanced back, startled to see a massive sea king with a cow's head staring at him, adorned with a nose ring and significantly larger than typical sea kings. Nearly 100 meters in length. It gazed at him with a somewhat innocent expression, seemingly non-threatening. Just as he thought this, the cow sea king opened its mouth wide, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Lunging toward him. Damn it, I take back what I said. He quickly accelerated. In the water, both physical skills and ninjutsu were greatly diminished, and water release was rendered ineffective. He swam rapidly towards the surface. With a splash, he burst forth from the water like a dolphin, sprinting across the surface. The cow sea king followed suit, using the buoyancy of the water to rise upright, its white teeth sharp and menacing as it lunged at Rodney. You think I would be weak like I am in the water? Prepare to meet your end. He raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the cow sea king. With a resounding crash, the creature plummeted back into the sea, sending waves soaring dozens of meters high. Being in the coastal region, the commotion quickly drew the attention of the nearby Dragon Pirate Crew. Two fishermen spotted the fallen Sea King and Rodney on the surface. One rushed to report to their captain, while the other swam over to investigate. The fishermen were significantly faster than Rodney, who was using the water surface walking technique, and he remained unaware as he hastened toward the shore. He disregarded whether his infiltration had failed. If necessary, he would eliminate anyone who knew the truth. After all, no one would know. His speed on the surface was greater, but suddenly, a red-skinned fisherman burst from the water, lunging toward him. Rodney swiftly dodged, and the fisherman re-entered the sea, only to surface again and inquire, "Intruder, who are you? How can you walk on the water? What business is it of yours? And who are you?" The fisherman displayed an air of arrogance. "Listen well. I am Green, a crew member of the Dragon Pirate Crew. You have yet to answer my question. Never heard of you. You must be a minor character." Rodney retorted. "Human, I am a member of the formidable Dragon Pirate Crew. You dare not recognize such a powerful pirate crew? Oh, I see. Our Dragon Empire is still under construction. It is understandable that you are unaware. But since you have intruded upon the territory of the Dragon Pirate Crew, have you paid your protection fee?" Upon finishing, Green saw a foot the size of 42 looming closer. Bang! His face, measuring 58, met the foot with a resounding smack, leaving him with a splitting headache. Yet, a blow capable of shattering an adult skull was merely a painful inconvenience to a robust fisherman. Green sank to the seabed, rubbing his face, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts. This human is incredibly strong." Taking a deep breath, he filtered the seawater through the gills on his neck, suppressing the pain, and swam back toward Rodney on the surface. The two began a race, one above, one below, and Green refused to believe that a fisherman could lose to a human. Eventually, they reached the shore. The soft sand left behind a trail of footprints leading into the jungle. Following the footprints, Green rushed in. At the moment he entered the thicket, something seemed to snap beneath him. Swish, multiple shuriken flew out, embedding themselves in his body. he cried out in pain. From the trees, Rodney seized the opportunity to throw a shuriken affixed with an explosive tag, which accurately pierced Green's mouth. Boom! The explosive talisman can be manipulated by human hands. By simply infusing it with chakra, one can control the timing of its detonation. That it can also be triggered like a landmine, offering remarkable convenience. With a resounding boom, Green's head was severed, flesh and blood erupting as his robust body collapsed, crimson blood gushing forth and staining the earth. Rodney employed a transformation technique to assume Green's appearance, facilitating his infiltration into the dragon pirates without causing trouble for Nami and the others. As for the corpse, he paid it no heed. Not long after, he encountered an ordinary villager engaged in agricultural work, intending to inquire about the whereabouts of the dragon pirates, but the villager, frightened, fled in terror. The fishmen. Humans were akin to monsters that bullied them, so it was natural for him to run away. Alas, I completely forgot to use the Sharingan to ascertain the precise location of the dragon pirates, he lamented, shaking his head in frustration, just as he was about to revert to his true form to ask for directions. A fishman approached from a distance. Hey, Green, what happened to that human we found? Did you not bring him back? The fishman inquired. Excellent, a timely opportunity. Mimicking Green's voice, Rodney replied, I captured that fellow and drowned him in the sea. Humans are truly feeble. Upon hearing this, the fishman beamed with delight, exclaiming, Indeed, we fishmen are the superior race over humans. How could such a frail species ever compete with us? Rodney smirked. These creatures had likely been brainwashed by Arlong and failed to recall who had once been reduced to tears by Kazoo. Had it not been for the end of his shift, Arlong would have met his demise. Nonetheless, he had to play along, responding with feigned glee. Indeed, humans are weak and should be dominated by us fishmen. Those who wish for peaceful coexistence with humans are simply deluding themselves. That is certainly the case. Let us proceed. Captain Arlong is awaiting your report. The fisherman clapped Rodney on the shoulder, and they departed with their arms slung around each other. Arlong Park, a place designed in the style of a theme park reminiscent of the Shabandi archipelago, revealed Arlong's true aspirations despite his disdainful rhetoric towards humans. The entrance did not lead to a road, but rather to a waterway connecting directly to the sea, extending into the courtyard, which featured 3 pools linked to this waterway, allowing the dragon pirates to swiftly plunge into the ocean. Being a pirate crew of fishmen, they had no need for land routes. If not for the fatigue of travel, they could easily depart without ships, navigating even the calmest waters with ease. Together with the fishmen, Rodney leaped into the sea, holding his breath as they passed through the entrance and into the pool, eventually surfacing on land. Directly across sat a fishman with a serrated snout, dressed in a yellow floral shirt with his chest exposed. Emblazoned on the left side of his chest was the sun emblem of the Sun Pirates, while the symbol of the Dragon Pirates adorned his left forearm. Adorned in gold and silver, he resembled a nouveau riche, the leader of the Dragon Pirates. Arlong? Hey, Green, what happened to that human? Arlong asked nonchalantly, his voice grating, revealing a mouth full of jagged teeth that accentuated his grotesque appearance. Well, despite his ugliness, his sister was stunning. Indeed, a mature beauty, albeit without legs. Cough, cough. Rodney cleared the water from his body and replied with a smile. Of course I took care of it. Captain Arlong, that a mere human could never hope to stand against us fishmen. Ha ha ha. Well said. Arlong laughed heartily, proclaiming, for humans to resist fishmen is akin to defying the laws of nature. How could they not understand the need to submit to these natural laws? This was Arlong's creed, believing fishmen to be nobler than humans, destined to rule over them, a natural law that could not be contravened. His raucous laughter echoed throughout Arlong Park, and with him, the other fishmen joined in, filling the air with mirth. Suddenly, a glint flashed in the sunlight, like a white rainbow piercing the sky, aimed at Arlong. Startled, Arlong opened his jagged maw, clamping down fiercely on Rodney's white tooth. A thin layer of wind-infused chakra coated the blade, slicing into the corner of his mouth. Despite the pain, he did not relent. Rather, he transformed his agony into strength, biting down harder. With a crunch, the not-so-durable white tooth shattered. Damn, I shouldn't have expected too much from a white tooth. Among ninja tools, it was not particularly strong, merely exceptionally sharp. slightly more resilient than an ordinary knife that Arlong's teeth, however, proved unexpectedly formidable. Next time, I will go for the heart. Initially intending to deliver a swift blow to Arlong's throat, Rodney found his weapon shattered instead. Realizing he had underestimated Arlong's strength, Green, what are you doing? What was that? Arlong spat out fragments of teeth, the corner of his mouth torn open, blood staining his teeth and rendering him particularly fearsome. The other fishmen were taken aback. They had not anticipated the usually docile Green would launch a surprise attack on their leader. In this realm, Arlong was the strongest. Such an act was tantamount to courting death. Even though Arlong cared for his subordinates, Green would not come away unscathed. Having failed to strike, Rodney retreated at high speed, taking refuge atop a wall, shedding his disguise to reveal his true form. "Human, who are you? Where's Green?" Arlong bellowed. "Green? You mean that fisherman I dispatched? I killed him. He's in the woods. I hope he hasn't been dragged away by beasts." Rodney shrugged, revealing his crimson eyes. "You bastard. Despicable human. You dare slay my kin in such a manner and attempt to ambush me." Arlong seethed, his eyes bloodshot with rage, wishing to rend Rodney to pieces with his own teeth, releasing the pent-up fury within him. "Is that so? Are you furious, Arlong?" Rodney taunted, beginning to weave hand signs. In mere moments, he formed the final seal. "Leave him to me, Captain Arlong." "Cho," spoke a fishman with azure skin and tousled golden hair, his cheeks adorned with a flush. Cho, the kissing fishman, a cadre member of the Dragon Pirates, possessed strength ranking among the top 3 in the crew. "Yes, there are 5 of us, counting the formidable Sea Bull. Kill him for me." "Cho, I understand." Captain Arlong. With that, he unleashed a long stream of water arrows aimed directly at Rodney. Water release. Water chaos wave. The robust torrents collided with the water arrows, rapidly engulfing them and toppling Cho along with the other fishmen. Arlong and Cho remained unmoved, Arlong declaring without hesitation, "Ha! Human, we are fishmen. Water holds no power over us. Ha! Human, I will tear you apart." Cho remained silent, bowing his head to gulp down copious amounts of water. His body swelling like a balloon, and then unleashed a barrage toward Rodney. Water cannon. A multitude of water arrows whizzed forth, their speed comparable to bullets, easily piercing through trees. They also pierced through Rodney's body. Useless human, just as they believed victory was theirs. Rodney's form transformed into a wooden stake riddled with holes from the water arrows. "What? Where is he?" Chow's eyes widened in disbelief as a figure burst forth from the water, crashing into a nearby fishman. Boom! Smoke billowed, and suddenly, a fishman soared into the sky. Explosion! The crowd heard Rodney's low growl, followed by a resounding blast. The fishman above was violently torn apart by the unexpected explosion, plummeting into the pool, fresh blood staining the ocean red. Bastard! Humans are indeed a treacherous breed. Everyone, retreat. Dive into the sea. The smoke had barely settled when such an occurrence shocked them, prompting a hasty retreat to minimize casualties. At Arlong's command, the fishmen leaped into the sea, and as the smoke dissipated, not a single one remained that don't come up. I refuse to believe he can last much longer. Fishmen could breathe freely underwater, a feat beyond human capability. Even if that human mingled among his kin, he could not hold his breath for long. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed. A figure emerged from the water, eyes gleaming with malevolence, charging toward the Long with the intent to take his life. The Long remained still as the creature beside him, a gray-skinned merman named Keluobi, with 2 bun-like hairdos and clad in martial arts attire, intervened that he lifted a foot and aimed a kick directly at Rodney's abdomen. Merman karate, ocean speed, lower abdomen kick. The kick struck Rodney's stomach with unerring precision, a blow powerful enough to shatter human ribs, sever the spine, and result in a fatality. Yet in the next instant, Keluobi found his target had transformed into a puddle of seawater. Water clone. Water? How is this possible? Keluobi and his companions had never encountered such a bizarre ability. Could it be the work of a devil fruit user? Long quickly dismissed this notion. How could a devil fruit user possibly enter the water, where they would become powerless? But how to explain this ability? There was no ninjutsu in this world, and the techniques from Wano were merely akin to illusions, far inferior to the authentic ninjutsu wielded by someone like Rodney. Along. Look, Cho suddenly exclaimed. Along followed his gaze to see fresh blood surging in the pool, indicating that someone beneath the surface was injured. With a splash, a wounded merman emerged from the sea, panting heavily. Along. The human is right below. Without a moment's hesitation, Cho leaped into the water, prompting Along, concerned for his companion, to follow suit. However, Kyobi gazed at him with seriousness, stating, "That voice does not belong to Ted. Human." Upper-level exploding palm. He unleashed a palm strike towards Rodney, who reverted to his original form. And in an instant, his Sharingan caught Kyobi's movements, mirroring the same posture. Upper-level exploding palm. A resounding explosion echoed as Rodney and Kyobi both staggered back, though Rodney was propelled further. How is this possible? That posture was indeed upper-level exploding palm. How can a mere human master Merman Karate? Kyobi, a black belt holder in Merman Karate, recognized that Rodney's previous move was one he had just executed. He could not fathom that Rodney had copied his actions using the Sharingan and amplified his strength with chakra, allowing him to match Kyobi's power. After all, the physical prowess of mermen far surpassed that of humans. Why should I tell you? Rodney mused, contemplating the merits of Merman Karate. Once he mastered the technique, his abilities would see a significant enhancement. Moreover, if memory served correctly, humans could indeed learn Merman Karate. He was a living example. Additionally, there were masters in the Revolutionary Army teaching Merman Karate, including Sabo's girlfriend. Thus, it was a form of extraordinarily powerful martial arts, akin to harvesting chives. Right for the taking, Chapter 29. What did you just say? In that instant, Rodney regarded Kyobi with newfound admiration. Compared to the martial arts from the world of Naruto, many aspects of this world were lacking. The martial arts in Naruto boasted strong coordination and adaptability, while the techniques in the pirate realm were straightforward and immensely destructive, attributable to the superior physical attributes of its denizens. However, the destructive capabilities of this world surpassed those of ordinary martial arts. With various martial arts schools like the Marine Six Styles and Merman Karate, Rodney's Sharingan could flawlessly replicate movements, and chakra could substitute for muscle power. Thus, utilizing seemingly genuine martial arts was entirely feasible. Though the potency may vary with the user, as physical strength grows and chakra increases, the power will undoubtedly soar. With this thought, Rodney flashed a slight smile, mimicking Kyobi's stance, inciting Kyobi's fury. "Damn human! How dare you steal our Merman Karate techniques? I will kill you, Merman Karate!" Rising back kick. A high kick was launched towards Rodney. Merman Karate. Rising back kick. Once again, both unleashed identical attacks, colliding in a furious exchange. Kyobi was incensed, infuriated by being struck with his own technique by a human he had long deemed inferior. As a black belt in Merman Karate, it was his pride. This human was trampling upon it. He could scarcely fathom which traitorous merman had imparted the pride of their kind to a repugnant human, only to use it against him. "I shall employ the essence of Merman Karate against you, making you understand that humanity can never surpass merman." With that, he positioned his right fist at his waist, while his left hand formed a knife hand posture, point 100-tile fist. In the water, the strike could shatter 100 tiles, a testament to the power of his fist. The resistance of water significantly affected even mermen, and this technique would be swifter on land where air resistance was absent. Observing Kyobi's stance, Rodney's eyes tracked his movements and muscle contractions, mimicking the same posture, channeling chakra into his fist. Merman Karate. 100-tile fist. Merman Karate. 100-tile fist. Boom! Their fists collided, a tremendous force clashing as Kyobi and Rodney stood their ground. A fierce gale swept through, dislodging tiles from rooftops, and the surrounding trees swayed perilously, as if on the cusp of collapse. Ultimately, it was Rodney who faltered first, as his imitation, derived from the Sharingan and chakra, lacked the authenticity of the original. His hand, engaged in the exchange, throbbed painfully, rendering it temporarily immobile. Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have been so reckless. Rodney retreated, standing atop a building, his right hand incapacitated but having successfully gleaned a portion of Merman Karate. Recovery would take time, yet now, His gaze fell upon Kuro, who wore a smug expression, reveling in his perceived superiority in merman karate over this human. How naive. Humans can never rival mermen, Kuro declared. Just then a long, Cho, and an octopus man with 6 arms, accompanied by a throng of others, emerged ashore. Did the water clone fail to hold up? No matter. Let's obliterate this place. Rodney was an artist. Along glared at Rodney, a look of fury etched upon his features. Despicable human. You resort to such underhanded tactics against my kin. It appeared the water clone had dispatched numerous mermen. In such an environment, water clones were especially effective, akin to stand-ins. Shadow clones would drain a significant amount of chakra, and their demise would be wasteful, whereas water clones, after receiving a portion of chakra, could function independently. The only drawback was the absence of memory transfer. Otherwise, shadow clones would be unnecessary. So that's how it is. Shadow clones, with an additional clone by his side, his temporarily functional right hand retrieved 3 shuriken from his pouch and hurled them forth. While the shadow clone did likewise, the shuriken sailed effortlessly past Along and the others. Nearby, the octopus named Xiaoba smugly remarked, "Humans are indeed humans. They can't even throw a weapon accurately." The shuriken were tethered with fine steel wire, which Xiaoba bit down on while pulling it back with his left hand. Consequently, the shuriken spiraled in the air, altering their trajectory to ensnare several of them. Is this feeble contraption meant to bind us mermen? Along scoffed, dismissing Rodney entirely, as the shadow clone formed hand seals. Biting down on one of the steel wires, he unleashed fire release. Dragon fire technique. The searing flames surged along the wire towards the 4 mermen. Not good. Along swiftly severed the wire, and Kuro and Xiaoba followed suit, retreating towards the pool. However, Cho did not follow suit. Instead, he opened his mouth and sprayed seawater from his belly to extinguish the flames. Unfortunately, the high-temperature flames ignited by chakra were far beyond the capacity of a mere trickle of seawater to extinguish. When water met fire, in the next instant, the seawater evaporated in the blaze. Indeed, water could extinguish flames, but when the flames reached such a high temperature and ferocity, a mere splash would prove futile. Cho was engulfed in flames, transformed into a blazing torch, the agony overwhelming him. The torment compelled him to break free from the steel wire and leap into the pool. Soon after, Along, Kuro, and Xiaoba emerged from the shore, carrying the charred but tender Cho. Not a single patch of his skin remained unscathed. Even his hair had been singed away. Rodney, receiving healing from his clone, found that his right hand had regained some mobility, though he could not make significant movements. Observing the grievously injured Cho below, he chuckled, overestimating oneself. The damage from flames far exceeds that of water. "Human, I will kill you." This time, Aaron chose not to watch the spectacle. He had already heard Kruby mention that this human practiced fishman karate, a threat that must be eradicated. With a powerful leap, he opened his mouth and lunged at Rodney, who, along with his clone, effortlessly dodged the attack. The structure beneath their feet crumbled as Aaron crashed through the wall, emerging with a serrated large blade in hand. The great cleaver struck with ferocity. Gazing at the weapon, Rodney let out a hiss, clenched his fists, and felt it was time to engage. However, facing Aaron required a guerrilla approach. His chakra was still abundant, yet caution was paramount when confronting a fishman. Aaron bent his legs and surged forward with the force of a torpedo launched from a submarine, swinging his blade downward. Shark water arrow, leaf dragon god. As his body spun, a dragon-shaped whirlwind materialized, colliding with Aaron's blade and sending him flying into the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, the shadow clone charged towards Kruby. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The invisible air bullets struck Kruby, causing him immense pain as multiple gaping wounds appeared on his arms and chest, blood gushing forth. How could this be? What kind of ability is this? Many of Wind Release's attacks are imperceptible unless one possesses the ability to sense chakra or has the keen perception akin to the Sharingan. For this group, a technique like Vacuum Sphere posed a significant threat. "Allow me to send you on your way," the shadow clone exclaimed. Just then, the waves surged and droplets of water shot toward him like bullets. The shadow clones could not withstand even the slightest attack. Being struck by these droplets caused them to vanish instantly. Aaron emerged unscathed from the ocean, having orchestrated that very assault. A shark fishman. He could fully exploit this capability, wielding the ordinary water as if it were shrapnel. "Let me demonstrate the power of the merfolk," he proclaimed, gathering seawater and conjuring a deluge of droplets. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The flames incinerated the droplets, converting them into steam and forcing Aaron to evade. Rodney inquired, "What did you just say?" Chapter 30. Exhausting chakra. The atmosphere turned tense. Rodney's actions further enraged Aaron, whose eyes transformed into bloodthirsty slits. A hallmark of an irate fishman. "You have harmed my dear compatriots, leading to their demise, and you continue to insult we noble fishmen." He glared at Rodney, their eyes locking in a fierce confrontation. "I will kill you. You shall learn the true meaning of cruelty." "Kruby, little 8, join me in slaying him." Understood. Kruby assumed a stance of fishman karate. "Oh, I see." Little 8 readied his 6 arms, wielding 6 long blades. Preparing for united front. Water release. Water chaos wave. A torrent gushed forth from his mouth, but Aaron, Kruby, and Little 8 braced against the deluge. Little 8 chuckled. "Is this human a fool? Water could never affect us fishmen." As he spoke, his 6 tentacles waved animatedly, reflecting his jovial spirit. Aaron scoffed. How could a mere human comprehend the might of fishmen? "Wait. Aaron, look at his hands." Kruby noticed Rodney's continuous hand movements and shouted. Lightning release. Lightning wave. Brilliant lightning erupted from Rodney, zipping towards the 3 fishmen. Crackle. Eh. 3. The trio was jolted by the surge, their bodies paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, Rodney halted the water flow, inhaled deeply, and formed a single hand sign. His chest swelled as chakra converged in his throat. The next instant, a raging inferno surged forth towards the trio. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing technique. What? The wall of flames surged towards them, searing their skin. The moisture evaporated rapidly, causing their skin to crack, and soon the flames engulfed them. Rodney heard their anguished screams and the sound of heavy bodies plummeting into the water, realizing what had transpired. He ceased his chakra output, having expended a significant portion of his reserves. Not everyone possessed the prowess of the legendary Madara, and rank technique had yielded results akin to a forbidden jutsu. Nonetheless, he had also invested considerable chakra for the visual effect, ensuring its potency. They must not escape. The 8 gates technique. First gate. Open. Release the mental limitations, allowing for complete physical utilization. The 8 gates technique. Second gate. Rest gate. Release fatigue limits, pushing the body beyond its limits to restore energy, alleviating exhaustion from chakra expenditure. The 8 gates technique. Third gate. Life gate. Open. Blood surge to the surface. Green chakra energy pulsating fiercely. This marked the last safe zone of the 8 gates technique. Here, Rodney paused, prioritizing his well-being. This was merely an experiment, not a life-threatening endeavor. The shackles within him temporarily vanished, allowing chakra to flow freely throughout his body, which was sufficient. With a powerful stomp, he shattered the structure beneath him, akin to a cannonball freshly fired, plunging into the water. Wave impact. Before the system activated, Rodney spotted Aaron, his body charred and extensively burned. Aaron, too, noticed him, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Human, you dare enter the sea. This is the domain of the fishmen." He realized that this human's attack method involved expelling a myriad of flashy techniques from his mouth. Yet he was no devil fruit user, for he moved effortlessly through the water, showing no signs of fatigue. Wait a moment. Aaron, look at the aura surrounding him. Kruby, sensing Rodney's imposing presence, grew apprehensive. He had also sustained burns. The pain was considerable, but such minor injuries were trivial for fishmen, requiring no concern. The manifested chakra surrounding Rodney rendered Kruby hesitant to attack, who knew what extraordinary techniques he might unleash. However, Rodney had no intention of employing any special abilities. Empowered by a vast reservoir of chakra, he executed the moon step, launching himself towards Aaron like a released arrow. Aaron would not yield to a human nor choose to flee. He aimed to defeat Rodney and tear him apart with his proud teeth. Even in death, he would not relent. He opened his mouth wide, aiming to bite Rodney. Alas, awaiting him was a fist of unparalleled ferocity. Even underwater, where resistance was considerable, sufficient strength could compensate for speed. That punch shattered Aaron's razor-sharp teeth. And Rodney offered him no respite. One punch after another rained down upon Aaron, as if he were merely a punching bag. With his right fist drawn to his waist, the movement caught Kurobe's attention, who was preparing to assist. Fishman karate, 1,500 tile punches. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, propelling Aaron above the water's surface. Rodney did not pause. He burst through the surface, stepping swiftly across the water to pursue Aaron, employing the moon step to leap into the air, positioning himself behind Aaron, and delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring. Kick after kick followed with unrelenting desire. After an unknown number of strikes, he launched Aaron into the ruins of Aaron's paradise. Aaron lay bloodied, sprawled amidst the wreckage, as Rodney approached without uttering a word. Aaron had long lost consciousness, fully aware of the trouble this foe posed. Placing a foot upon his chest, he stomped down upon the emblem of the Sun Pirates emblazoned there. Crack! Aaron's ribs shattered beneath that blow, collapsing inward, splintered bone piercing his lungs, heart, and blood vessels, the crimson liquid surging forth without hesitation. Gushing from his mouth, Aaron, no please. Kurobe and Little 8 scrambled ashore, witnessing Aaron's demise. Now it's your turn. Rodney fixed his gaze upon Kurobe and Little 8. With these two remaining, the task would be complete. Ah, I will kill you. Kurobe bellowed, Fishman karate, 1,000-tile punch. Rodney deftly evaded, his Sharingan once more capturing Kurobe's movements, revealing the unmistakable gesture of the 100-fist technique, albeit with amplified force. As he sidestepped, he drew a kunai from his waist pouch, a layer of wind blade enveloping it. With a swift motion, he severed a robust arm with ease, his actions unceasing as he affixed an explosive tag to Kurobe's body, executing a spinning kick to his abdomen. The sound of an explosion echoed. Boom, boom, boom. The chain reaction ensued, the successive detonations obliterating Kurobe, the soft-boned merman. It's your turn. Xiao Ba, trembling as he gripped his weapon, retreated repeatedly to him. Rodney appeared as a god of death, casting a dreadful shadow upon his heart, a terror far surpassing that which Arlong instilled in him. If you withdraw from the Arlong pirates now, I can spare your life. Leave this place immediately and return to your hometown. Rodney declared. A system notification chimed. The task was complete, with only Xiao Ba remaining. The Arlong pirates had effectively been eradicated. Xiao Ba, possessing a simple and honest nature, generally treated others with kindness when not engaged in battle. In the original narrative, he committed no egregious acts, allowing Rodney to overlook him. You killed everyone. I refuse to back down. Despite the overwhelming fear gripping him, Xiao Ba stood his ground. Is that so? Rodney countered, activating the 8 gates, delivering a punch that sent Xiao Ba flying into the sea. After dusting off his hands, Rodney felt the emptiness of powerlessness wash over him once the 8 gates concluded. The shackles within reemerged, leaving him with scant chakra, an uncomfortable sensation enveloping him, as if he were on the brink of death. This simply won't do. I cannot fall here. His consciousness began to wane as he staggered into the forest. And through a haze, he glimpsed a river, a group of mermen he had vanquished beckoning him warmly. Is this merely an illusion? Chapter 31. Healing Ding. The host has completed the CH9 exam task. CH9 exam task. Hunt down the Arlong Pirates task level. See task status. Completed. Reward. Summoning Beast Slug. 100 healing technique. Creation rebirth. 1,000 task points. Ding. Level up. Host. Josta J. Rodney race. Human level. CH9 attributes. Wind. Fire. Water. Lightning. Earth. Yang ninjutsu. Great Fireball. Phoenix Fire. Water Clone Taijutsu. Uchiha Shuriken Technique. Shadow Dance Leaf. Leaf Whirlwind. Leaf Great Whirlwind. 8 gates. Bloodline limit. None task points. 1340. Lying in bed, Rodney felt utterly drained. The room was modest, somewhat disheveled, filled with numerous books and scattered notes. A pleasant citrus scent wafted through the air, soothing to the senses. He was not taken away by his mother, but rather rescued by Nami, who had come to check on the situation. The battle at Arlong Park had drawn considerable attention from the villagers of Coco West, and Nami, still considered a member of the Arlong Pirates, was not attacked by them. As she approached, she spotted Rodney, presumed him defeated, and concealed him in the grass before heading to Arlong Park, only to find it laid to waste, Arlong's corpse resting amidst the rubble. Shocked, she realized that their nightmare had come to an end, so easily, so abruptly. In disbelief, she cautiously approached, plunging her trusty knife into Arlong's cold body multiple times, confirming at last. The nightmare was over. The torment she had longed to extinguish had been vanquished by Rodney. Overwhelmed with emotion, she wept beside Arlong's corpse, releasing the pent-up feelings she had harbored for so long. After an indeterminate time, she remembered Rodney, still hidden in the grass. With all her strength, she brought him back to her room. Laying him down gently, "Mr. Rodney, are you feeling better?" A blue-haired girl with bronze skin entered, displaying deep respect for Rodney. He had slain Arlong, lifting the burden from the heads of the surrounding villages, allowing her beloved sister to no longer risk her life at sea, and freeing the villagers from their guilt-ridden hostility toward Nami. All this owed gratitude to him, or Rodney to is that you? No, Jiko. I'm all right, just unable to move, Rodney replied, his voice weak, reminiscent of someone who had been cultivating for days. Having exhausted far too much chakra, he recalled when Kakashi faced Zabuza. The prolonged use of a Sharingan drained his chakra, leaving him incapacitated for a considerable time. That Rodney's current state mirrored this, his body burdened with hidden injuries. Arlong's threat had been minimal. Conversely, Kruby had inflicted significant harm upon him, the fishman karate leaving deep, concealed wounds that required timely treatment. That I see. Then please continue to rest. Is there anything you need? No, Jiko inquired. Nothing much. How is Nami? After 2 days of lying here, he gathered that she was leading efforts to excavate the treasures buried beneath the rubble, wealth that had long been extorted from Coco West and other villages by the Arlong pirates. No, Jiko replied. Nami and the others are distributing the treasures. And what about Arlong's head? As per your instructions, it has been taken care of by the village butcher. Thank you for your help. With that, he closed his eyes, realizing that without being able to move his hands, he could not gather chakra, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. Blast it, I will never exhaust all my chakra again that I shouldn't have opened the 8 gates. A day later, Rodney regained control of his hands, and with no Jiko's assistance, began to form the hand seals to gather chakra. After half a day, his hands moved slowly, forming the seals. Injutsu Shinyuna. He slapped his hand on the bed, and black runes spread like a web around him. Summoning technique. Boom! White smoke billowed, revealing a slug, blue and white, standing less than a meter tall at his bedside. Greetings, Lord Rodney. The slug's voice was ethereal and gentle, akin to a neighborly older sister. Observing Rodney's injuries, it inquired, You are wounded. Do you require treatment? Please heal my hidden injuries first, but I have little chakra left. Without your chakra, the healing will be slow. However, as long as your chakra does not deplete to the point of preventing me from maintaining the summoning technique, it will suffice, the slug explained. Compared to the summoning beasts of Mayaboka Mountain and Richi Cave, this slug excelled in healing, yet without sufficient chakra, it could not perform extraordinary feats of regeneration. When Tsunade was bisected, the slug had to balance maintaining the contract while healing the 5 Kage, resulting in a significant reduction in healing speed. However, once Tsunade recovered, the Kage quickly revived. Its healing ability would be influenced by the contract holder, though not significantly impacted if they were not exceptionally powerful medical ninjas. Then I shall trouble you. Please proceed. Yes, the slug ascended Rodney's body, initiating the healing process. Instantly, Rodney felt a refreshing sensation, akin to quenching a long-standing thirst in a desert. It was as if he had plunged into an oasis. My chakra. He sensed the restoration of his chakra accelerating. Lord Rodney, you have mastered the 100 healing technique, allowing your chakra to resonate with mine. I shall now expedite your chakra recovery. And once you complete the 100 healing technique, I can transmit a small amount of chakra to you. The slug elucidated. Its sage chakra was not something an ordinary person could withstand. It could only restore a small amount of chakra to the contract holder. Otherwise, the holder's body would be overwhelmed, potentially leading to complications that I feel stronger. In that case, Let us proceed and refine my chakra. Rodney-san, Nojiko and Nami burst through the door, both women startled to see the slug atop Rodney. Nami, maintaining a modicum of calm, withdrew a collapsible staff from her dimensional pocket, ready to strike the slug. Wait, it's not an enemy. As Nami's staff neared the slug, Rodney hastily interjected, prompting her to halt, perplexed by his and the slug's interaction. The slug turned, reassuring, "Please do not worry. I'm currently healing Lord Rodney." "Ah, a talking bug!" Nojiko and Nami exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the pirate world is filled with an array of peculiar lifestyles, yet talking animals are rather rare. In the East Blue, they are virtually non-existent. Even after years of adventuring in the East Blue, Nami had never encountered such strange creatures. Rodney explained, "The slug is my companion and can assist in healing my wounds at I see. But bugs are rather disgusting," Nami said, rubbing her arms, covered in goosebumps, despite being a lady of grace. Her attacks carried an inherent ferocity, leaving the three main members of the Straw Hat crew with numerous injuries. However, she still retained a ladylike demeanor. Upon hearing this, the slug's antennae drooped, appearing somewhat hurt. Realizing her thoughtless comment, Nami quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I have a bit of a fear of insects. It's quite all right," the slug replied, her voice reminiscent of a comforting older sister, if one were to disregard thoughts of the gun god in the land of shadows. Well, if one were to set those thoughts aside, it seemed that this voice was quite common among older young women. Nami mused that Lady Tsunade and Sakura, these female ninjas, were far more preferable. The slug's mutterings were overheard by Rodney that "It appears that Sister Slug harbors some resentment," Rodney remarked. However, according to the slug, she was not merely a summoning beast created by the system. Rather, she was connected to the world of Naruto, and the storyline might be nearing its conclusion, at least halfway through. Thus, could it be possible to reverse summon through the slug, transporting himself to the Wetbone Forest, and subsequently entering the Naruto world? Chapter 32. The restricted summoning technique. Once the idea took root, it was hard to suppress, but he refrained from inquiring further, as Nami and Nojiko were still present. Nami asked, "Mr. Rodney, how is your body faring?" "I'm doing well. Sister Slug's healing has been quite effective, and my body is gradually recovering. The muscle soreness is dissipating, and the chakra within me is slowly replenishing. Soon, I should be able to rise and walk." He then inquired, "How is the situation with the villagers?" "Everyone has reclaimed the treasures plundered by Arlong and is fervently repairing the village, especially since their homes were previously destroyed. We are planning to erect a statue in honor of Mr. Rodney." "At a statue? That's unnecessary. I merely came to deal with Arlong. I must express my gratitude for saving me. Otherwise, in that state, I might have been devoured by a passing beast." Rodney chuckled, "But if you truly wish to repay me, perhaps you could assist me with a small favor later." "Help will incur a fee, you know," Nami replied, her demeanor that of a money-minded individual, as she rubbed her fingers together. Wait a moment. Nami and Nojiko exchanged exasperated glances at their sister. "Sigh, this child has become rather greedy due to her past experiences. A fee. That's acceptable. I'll hand over Arlong's bounty to you, which should amount to around 10 to 20 million berries. That should suffice, right?" That's more than enough." Nami eagerly nodded, her eyes sparkling with the shape of berries. After a moment of thought, she added, "However, since you helped everyone, I shall begrudgingly accept only half. By the way, Mr. Rodney, what favor do you need from me? At least you possess a modicum of conscience." Rodney replied, "I intend to depart directly from here to the Grand Line. Please escort me to the entrance of Reverse Mountain." Traveling by merchant ship would be far too slow. He was ready to enter the Grand Line, having captured most of the notorious pirates in this area. Thus, remaining here held no further significance. "The Grand Line? Mr. Rodney, are you planning to enter it now?" Nami pondered. Considering Rodney's ability to defeat the Krieg pirates and the Arlong pirates, it was indeed reasonable that he found no rivals in the East Blue and chose to venture into the Grand Line. Rodney's thoughts aligned with hers. Remaining here had grown meaningless. "Miss Nami, I am aware of your exceptional skills as a navigator, so I would like to request your assistance in escorting me to the entrance of Reverse Mountain. I will proceed alone from there." Upon hearing him refer to her as an outstanding navigator, Nami felt a swell of pride and grinned, though she queried, alone. How will you traverse the currents? I'll walk across. Isn't that obvious? Rodney could disregard the turbulent currents and traverse the mountainside without concern for his safety. He was likely the only one capable of doing so in the entire world. Oh, right, you can walk on water. That indeed poses no issue. Nami nodded, smiling as she asked, when do you plan to set off? When I'm fully recovered, but for now, I shall impose upon you for a while. Nokigo shook her head with a smile, saying, no problem at all. You saved our village, so it is only right that we assist you. Please feel free to rest here while we prepare lunch. With that, she and her sister exited, allowing Rodney to continue his recovery undisturbed. Such gentle little girls, Sister Slug mused. Is that so? Indeed, it is, Rodney replied. By the way, Sister Slug, may I ask you something? He proceeded to share his earlier speculation with Sister Slug. After pondering for a moment, Sister Slug responded, that is not feasible, Mr. Rodney. Your contract is rather unique. I am unaware of when you made a pact with me. Moreover, I cannot perform reverse summoning for you. This is my first time entering a world so rich in natural energy. The wet bone forest and the habitats of summoning beasts do not completely align with the Naruto world. Typically, it is the ninjas who sign contracts that pass them down to their disciples, or perhaps a fortunate ninja might stumble upon it, and if they pass the trial, they can establish a contract with us summoning beasts. As for me, I am a split entity of the slug sage of the wet bone forest, aware that there are other worlds beyond, yet I have never ventured into them. Being summoned here by you is my first experience. The abundant natural energy in the pirate world is one reason why its flora and fauna are particularly large. For slugs like her, who cultivate sage techniques through chakra, this world is undoubtedly a paradise. The reason Sister Slug came here was due to the unexpected emergence of Rodney's contract, which intrigued her, prompting her visit. Why is it not possible? I also wish to visit Konoha, he pondered. It seemed that the system was preventing him from wandering aimlessly. I apologize, Mr. Rodney, but I am uncertain. Sister Slug's antennae twitched, revealing her displeasure. Wait, I can't go to the wet bone forest. How then can I cultivate sage techniques? He had hoped to learn sage techniques, but it now appeared unattainable, feeling as if he had lost several billion in potential. System, was this also part of your calculations? Sister Slug stated, Mr. Rodney, so you're aware of sage techniques. However, you need not venture to the wet bone forest. Simply seek out places rich in natural energy to cultivate. How so? Sister Slug elucidated. Ordinary ninjas must enter the 3 great sacred lands because the natural energy there is more abundant, allowing them to more easily comprehend it. Sages typically do not stray far from these sacred lands. However, the natural energy in this world is so plentiful, exceeding that of Lady Tsunade's world by more than double. It can be considered a treasure trove. This is excellent news. If the East Blue possesses such rich natural energy, what about the Grand Line? The New World, using the Sea Kings in these regions as examples. The disparity between the Sea Kings of the New World and those of the East Blue was like comparing clouds to mud. Here, they might reach a few dozen meters at most. Yet in the New World, the deep-sea Sea Kings often towered thousands of meters tall, making comparison impossible. Thus, the natural energy there would undoubtedly be abundant. By the way, Sister Slug, did you mention Lady Tsunade? Is she the 5th Hokage? Yes, I never imagined Mr. Rodney would know of Lady Tsunade. Indeed, due to some unique circumstances, I am familiar with certain matters from that world. Yes, she's still the 5th Hokage? No, Lady Tsunade has retired. Currently, Konoha is under the governance of the 6th Hokage. So, the story has concluded. Konoha is now under the leadership of the 5th and 6th Hokage, and the era of ninjas is nearing its end. Can they come here? If I could summon Lady Tsunade through Sister Slug's reverse summoning, she could aid in case of injury. Sister Slug shook her head, saying, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Mr. Rodney, your contract differs from Lady Tsunade's, making reverse summoning unfeasible. I can only come here or return. To be honest, I do not know how this contract came to be. How should I put it? Someone facilitated the transfer of your contract to me. I consider myself the sole ninja in this world. Sister Slug, would you like to be my summoning beast? Sister Slug's tentacles twitched slightly, her voice gentle. Of course, Mr. Rodney, your strength is remarkable, and I find this world quite fascinating. After all, aside from the Naruto world, she had never visited other realms, and having lived for so long, such a novel experience was a rarity. Thank you, Sister Slug. Not at all. Having regained some strength, I managed to rise from the bed, yet a wave of weakness washed over me, as if my very essence had been drained. Curse it all. I find myself in need of a tailed beast power bank. Chakra, in a certain sense, is rather disappointing. The slug lady slowly crawled off me, leaving a sticky residue on my clothes, as one might expect from a slug. It seems I shall be a concern for Nokigo and her companions. What is that commotion outside? It appears there is quite a ruckus. I approached the window. Through the orange grove, I noticed a crowd gathered, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed as the door burst open. It was Nokigo, her face a mask of panic. Mr. Rodney, the Navy has arrived. They demand that we surrender you. You must leave this place at once. Surrender me? Why? Rodney was utterly bewildered, unsure of the unfolding events. Chapter 33. Shamelessness? Under Nokigo's explanation, Rodney came to understand that it was Colonel Mouse from the Navy's 16th Division, an accomplice of Arlong, who was in collusion with a nefarious pirate. This shameless naval scoundrel, who had taken bribes, was responsible for the oppression of the villagers. Without him, Arlong would not have had the audacity to tyrannize the villages surrounding Cocoa West. This individual, under the guise of a navy, had committed numerous vile acts, even robbing Nami of a hard-earned bounty of 100 million berries meant for the village's salvation. Such despicable behavior! Today he had come to collect his long-standing bribes from Arlong, only to discover that Arlong had been vanquished. Thus, he sent men to investigate, and when a villager inadvertently revealed that Rodney was still bedridden, he conceived a malicious intent to profit from Rodney's situation. Unfortunately, they had targeted the wrong individual. Let us go, Slug Lady. My body has sufficiently recovered to move, and I hardly regard a few Navy officers as a threat, he declared. Nokigo, still concerned, replied, But your health? She was worried for Rodney, having been bedridden for several days. Rodney shook his head, asserting that is precisely what makes it interesting that a mere rabble does not warrant my full strength. Ha! Miss Nokigo, please assist me. I shall pay a visit. Very well. Encouraged by his determination, Nokigo reluctantly supported him toward Colonel Mouse. Near Nami's home lay a grove of oranges, planted by Nokigo and Nami's adoptive mother, Belmere, to sell and support the household. She was a resilient woman and an exemplary member of the Navy. Outside the orange grove, villagers confronted the Navy, led by a man whose rat-like features were accentuated by a cap adorned with a mouse motif, his eyes shifty and his demeanor lascivious, complete with 6 whisker-like protrusions. What do you lot intend to do? Do you not recognize me as a Navy colonel? I come to pay respect to the great hero who vanquished the vile pirate. What is this nonsense? Are you attempting to defy the Navy? He sneered. Pay respects to a hero. Where were you when the Arlong pirates wreaked havoc? Retorted a middle-aged man clad in brown, his hat adorned with a spinning windmill. Bearing several intersecting scars upon his face that Mr. Igian, a true man, had sustained grievous injuries from Crocodile while defending Nami's mother. He treated Nami as if she were his own daughter, and had fate permitted, he might have formed a family with Nami's mother, which would have surely been a happy household. Nami, standing nearby, added, Humph, a bunch of scoundrels colluding with pirates. Colonel Mouse, eyeing her, smirked and said, I recall you were also one of the Arlong pirates. Little girl, what is it? I suspect you have ties to the Arlong pirates. Seize her. How dare you lay a finger on Nami? Try if you dare. No one is to harm our treasure. The villagers had initially gathered to obstruct the outrageous Colonel Mouse, expressing their gratitude towards Rodney, but unwilling to confront the Navy directly. They intended to stall for time, allowing Nokigo to escort Rodney away. However, when Colonel Mouse threatened to capture Nami, the situation changed dramatically. Nami was not merely a child. She was the heart of their community, raised as family, and had risked her life on the seas, scavenging treasures amid storms and dangers. How could they not feel anguish? How could they not be enraged? Colonel Mouse's words ignited a powder keg of fury among the villagers that we could tolerate your collusion with the Arlong pirates. But to threaten our beloved is intolerable. The villagers' collective spirits surged, causing Colonel Mouse to step back in fear. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he drew a pistol, aiming it at Mr. Igian. You lowly scum. You dare oppose the Navy? You seek death. Though the villagers felt trepidation at the sight of the drawn weapon, they stood their ground, glaring defiantly at Colonel Mouse, a clear testament of their resolve. At that moment, a voice rang out, I am Rodney. Who seeks me? Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd parted to form a path, and Rodney, supported by no Kigo, approached. The once massive slug had reduced to a palm-sized form. Perched upon his shoulder, this was a split-off of the slug, as her body had grown too large, leading to the creation of a smaller version to accompany him. Mr. Rodney, your health has not yet recovered. Why have you come out? Indeed, Mr. Rodney, leave this to us. You need not worry, Mr. Rodney. How could you come out in such a state? Nami exclaimed, her eyes urging her sister to take him back, questioning how he could be here in such a frail condition. No Kigo shook her head, indicating her helplessness that I am Jostad J. Rodney. What business do you have with me? Colonel Mouse lowered his weapon, observing Rodney's feeble state, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. This caused him to relax his guard. Though you have slain the Arlong, who even I could not best, your frail condition suggests you are no match for bullets. Are you? He naively believed that the weakened Rodney was someone he could easily manipulate. Clearing his throat, he stated, I am Colonel Mouse of the Navy's 16th Division, that I have heard you defeated the Arlong pirate Sarlong. Indeed, is there a problem? Of course, Colonel Mouse suddenly shouted, you have slain our target. A plan long in the making. You have disrupted our strategy. Jostad J. Rodney, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? How shameless. The villagers erupted in anger. You spend your days accepting bribes, never lifting a finger to help, colluding with Arlong to oppress us, and now you dare to absolve yourself of your sins and threaten our benefactor. How can such shamelessness exist? Rodney blinked in disbelief, having never encountered such a person capable of twisting bribery into an act of subterfuge. Are you waiting to ascend to Arlong's second-in-command position only to execute a grand betrayal? Nonsense. You are clearly in cahoots with the Arlong pirates, oppressing the innocent. If it were not for Mr. Rodney, we would still be enduring that kind of life. Where were you, Navy? Collecting bribes. And now you dare to slander Mr. Rodney. You are unworthy of being a Navy officer. Indeed, you are unworthy of being a Navy officer. Get out of our village. Yes, leave at once. Get out of our village. Get out. Get out. The crowd's fury escalated, causing Colonel Mouse to become agitated. He fired a shot into the air and bellowed, what is all this noise? Pirate Hunter Jostad J. Rodney, I now suspect you are in league with other pirate factions. Come with me to the Navy's headquarters. What a display of shamelessness. The slug lady remarked softly, Mr. Rodney, this human truly is without shame. Indeed, I have never encountered such shamelessness. Rodney concurred, dissolving the gun he held. Very well. The slug lady expelled a corrosive liquid, accurately landing on a handgun held by Colonel Mouse. With a sizzle, the slug lady's limited means of attack. Her acidic tongue exhibited formidable corrosiveness, reducing the gun to naught but a grip. Why you are attacking the Navy? There are witnesses, Colonel Mouse stammered, mustering courage to face Rodney. Rodney regarded him with a gaze reserved for fools, replying, Come now, use your brain. Everyone is simply here to witness my condition. There are no outsiders in the village, are there? The villagers paused for a moment before departing one by one, and indeed, the weather seems to suggest rain. I must return to fetch the laundry, that I shall accompany you, shall I, despite the clear, sunny day. Everyone insists that rain is imminent. Rodney wore a smile, remarking, You may act shamelessly, but so can I. Chapter 34. Journey to Upside Down Mountain. The villagers dispersed, while Colonel Mouse's countenance was as grim as a stormy sea. Behind him, the trembling Navy soldiers raised their firearms, aiming at Rodney. Oh, is this truly how it must be? Are you really going to shoot me? It will be quite disastrous, you know. Fatal indeed. Rodney gazed at them, a glimmer of crimson flickering in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, an illusion was cast, rendering the feeble-minded sailors rigid, paralyzed in a manner reminiscent of sleep paralysis, their eyes wide with terror as they stared at Rodney and his companions. You! Colonel Mouse was still able to move, which was Rodney's intention, to instill fear in him that don't even think about escaping. Rodney smiled. You, a mere scoundrel, are nothing but a nuisance. I shall act as the hand of justice today. No, please don't kill me. I have wealth. I can offer you all my money. The terrified Colonel Mouse fell to the ground, retreating in haste until he was backed against an orange tree. His body trembled, pallid as a ghost, his trousers becoming damp with fear. Such cowardice. Rodney scoffed, though his gaze was truly frightening. The Sharingan, powerful as it was, also contributed to his intimidating presence. Master Rodney, how shall we deal with this individual? Sister Slug inquired. Dispose of him, that I cannot remain here indefinitely. To avoid prolonged complications, we must take immediate action as for how he meets his demise. The villagers of Cocoa West shall never encounter him, Rodney replied with a grin. Turning to Colonel Mouse, he added, After all, I am not a devil. I shall grant you a head start of 40 meters. Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse scrambled to his feet, desperate to flee. Once he had gained sufficient distance, Rodney seized a handful of shurikens and hurled them at him. Ta-da! Colonel Mouse screamed as one pierced his heart. Collapsing lifelessly to the ground, Is everything truly fine with Mr. Rodney? Mr. Ijin asked. All is well. Should anyone inquire, we merely need the villagers to uniformly assert they have never seen that M&AS for you lot. He approached the Navy soldiers. Though you have committed numerous wrongdoings, your crimes do not warrant death. Look in my eyes. As the three-tomo began to spin, the soldiers' expressions grew dazed, and they fell to the ground. What just happened? Fear not. All is well. When this group awakens, they will leave on their own accord. He altered the illusion to suggest that Colonel Mouse had perished in a maritime disaster, consumed by sea creatures, dying in the line of duty rather than being slain in Cocoa West. They had merely sought refuge there after fleeing from peril at sea, and the villagers welcomed them kindly. Indeed, unless someone with the power of hypnosis intervenes, this illusion will persist, influencing them until they come to believe it as truth. That it is a simple application of illusion, though regrettably ineffective against those with strong will and superior mental fortitude. Rubbing his eyes, feeling a bit sore due to his depleted chakra, he instructed Sister Slug to dissolve Colonel Mouse's body with her acidic secretion, erasing all traces of him. Though Noki Gao and Nami were somewhat reluctant, they had no choice but to comply with Rodney's decision. 3 days later, with his chakra fully restored, Rodney regained his vigor. He was set to embark on his journey to Upside Down Mountain. The tasks in the East Blue had yielded insufficient rewards, and he needed to enter the Grand Line, departing on the ship of the evil dragon pirates, the Shark's Bab, a rather unattractive vessel. Its prow bore a serrated nose reminiscent of a dragon, lacking in aesthetic appeal. With Nami's guidance, Rodney's shadow clones set the ship sailing. He truly is fortunate that the ship wasn't damaged during the battle. Rodney mused that, Mr. Rodney, your abilities are exceedingly useful. You single-handedly constitute a pirate crew, Nami remarked, holding a sea chart and compass to ascertain their direction. The Grand Line's magnetic forces are not as overwhelming here, so the compass remains reliable. Not too shabby, Rodney replied, reclining in a deck chair, shaded by an umbrella, sipping a chilled beverage and enjoying the tranquility. The Shark's Bab cut through the waves, while a manatee pulled the vessel along. The manatee, mooing, had been brought by Arlong and his crew from the Grand Line. It was considered powerful in the East Blue, but alas, it had crossed paths with Rodney, who had rendered it unconscious. Upon awakening and finding the evil dragon pirates gone, it had wandered off, only to raid the villagers' sun-dried fish along the coast, ultimately captured by Rodney and forced into servitude, with a bandaged head. The manatee lamented its misfortune, having merely sought food, yet finding itself entangled with such a calamity. Curse my luck. Nami, studying the map, said, Mr. Rodney, let us first head to Loguetown to exchange Arlong's bounty, then find a way to sell this ship for a smaller one to take you to Upside Down Mountain. That will be our course of action. Rodney nodded, replying, No problem. You may arrange it as you see fit. Had Nami's abilities not been so limited, he would have taken her with him. Navigating the seas alongside a skilled navigator could avert numerous dangers, especially since Nami would eventually blossom into a stunning beauty. Well, it is a painful loss of several million, but I shall consider it a benevolent act, he sighed, continuing his sunbathing tea noon. They dined on braised sea king, with the manatee consuming the most, as it was engaged in labor. Dinner was enjoyed at the Bartai, floating restaurant, where an unexpected encounter led to a delightful meal with Nami. During the meal, Sanji prepared a variety of dishes for Nami, though most ended up in Rodney's stomach, as Nami, being a beautiful girl who did not engage in combat, had minimal energy expenditure and could not consume much. Sanji's culinary skills are quite impressive, Rodney noted, inciting Sanji's ire, nearly leading to a one-sided brawl. Ultimately, Nami intervened to restore peace. Tea was delightful. Last night's dinner was truly exquisite, Nami reminisced, still savoring Sanji's cooking. Rodney offered her a pack of spicy strips he had requested from the Barides chef the night before. Would you like some? Thank you. So spicy, yet so fragrant. Nami instantly adored the flavor, and the two chatted away as they polished off the entire pack. Throughout the day, they engaged in conversation, feasting, playing cards, and reading newspapers and novels. Life at sea was undeniably monotonous. With Nami by his side, the allure of paradise was diminished, as she was still a minor. Thus, they continued until they reached Loguetown. There, they exchanged Arlong's bounty with Smoker and sold the shark spab, splitting the proceeds as previously agreed. They then purchased a lightweight vessel to head towards Upside Down Mountain, as the shark spab was far too large for Nami to handle alone. Rodney obtained the sea chart for Upside Down Mountain from Smoker, who reluctantly provided it, fearing that Rodney might become a pirate in the Grand Line, that he viewed Rodney as a potential threat, driven more by greed than justice, and feared that should he turn to piracy, he would become a formidable nuisance, causing significant trouble for the Navy. Nevertheless, Smoker ultimately relented. While the chart was scarce in the East Blue, it was not entirely absent, and he could acquire another from elsewhere. With the chart in hand, under Nami's guidance, Rodney and his companions arrived at a point where Upside Down Mountain was visible. Here, Rodney instructed Nami to halt, for as they drew closer, the currents would carry the ship away, leading to potential peril. Farewell, Nami, he called from atop the manatee. Farewell, Mr. Rodney. In a few years, I too shall venture into the Grand Line to chart the seas. I hope you will be my ally then. Absolutely. Wave your hand, and let the manatee moo swim towards the Upside Down Mountain. Chapter 35. The Upside Down Mountain and the Island Whale. The Upside Down Mountain, also known as Levis Mountain, is one of the two intersecting points between the Red Soil continent and the Grand Line, the other being Mary Geos. This mountain is fraught with both wonder and peril, serving as the gateway to the Grand Line. Unless one traverses the windless zone, it is imperative to pass through this mountain to access the Grand Line. The waters of the four seas, driven by powerful ocean currents, have become so formidable that they defy gravity, flowing upwards to converge at the summit in an X-shaped intersection. This confluence, the seawater cascades downward, marking the sole exit and the entrance to the Grand Line. Newton exclaimed, "Do you cartoonists not know how to show me some respect?" The Upside Down Mountain is both the starting and concluding point of the Grand Line. On the other side lies the edge of the New World. However, one must first navigate the Red Soil continent before venturing into the vast and treacherous New World. Moreover, one can never predict what one might encounter in the ever-changing environment of the New World. Sailing remains the safest method, at least in comparison to others. The Upside Down Mountain towers into the clouds, its peak obscured from view, and at the mountain's waist, thick clouds shroud the surroundings. The mountain rises majestically, leaving a lasting impression, its surface barren, revealing the red stone beneath. Goodness, how high is it? I cannot ascertain its height, but it is undeniably lofty. Approaching the entrance to the waterway, the seawater defies the laws of physics as it surges upwards, creating a surreal spectacle that a series of white stone gates stand tall above the waterway, stacked upon one another, adorned with mysterious carvings. These gates have stood here for an indeterminate length of time, having bid farewell to countless ambitious youths yearning for the great treasure. They will continue to remain here, day after day, year after year, like sentinels enduring the elements, steadfast as mountains that moo. Let's ascend, leave this place, and venture to the Grand Line, where you shall find your freedom, Rodney urged, patting the manatee Moo-Moo's towering horn that Moo-Moo called out, propelled by the currents, swimming towards the mountain. The currents were tumultuous, akin to a cascade rushing downwards, yet flowing from low to high. Whoever claims that water flows downward, I shall be furious. Moo Moo swayed its tail, moving swiftly, the wind whipping against its face, stinging and causing it to squint. With the currents propelling them, they pierced through the misty clouds, making several bursts of speed until they reached the summit, where they could see 3 other incoming waterways converging at the peak, all flowing towards the same exit. Go. Rodney laughed heartily, urging Moo Moo to plunge downward. The experience was exhilarating and thrilling, akin to a roller coaster, and Moo Moo remained steady, though the surrounding seawater often splashed up, drenching him. He had become a wet chicken, yet his spirits soared, for the thrill surpassed that of any amusement ride. Oh, Moo Moo, accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Moo Moo quickened its pace, the fierce wind battering its face, its expression a comical sight. Once more breaking through the cloud cover, Rodney could now see the exit below, along with a dark island. Wait, an island? Moo Moo, slow down, slow down, slow down. Please slow down, Rodney shouted, fearing they would collide with the island at such speed. Why would an island obstruct the exit? Moo Moo, too, wished to decelerate, but even halting its motion, the momentum combined with the current's force rendered it alarmingly swift. On the verge of collision. Humans, why must you be so treacherous? An ear-piercing wail echoed in their ears, and Rodney felt as if dozens of people were clamoring beside him, some even scratching a chalkboard, others scraping glass with knives. Moo Moo, in distress, shut its eyes, pressing its ears against its skin. Its hearing was far more acute than Rodney's, allowing it to discern the anguish, longing, and sorrow woven into that cacophony. Yet, the pain inflicted on its hearing was overwhelming. Unable to resist, its body rolled, plunging into the water, and Rodney followed suit, his feet seemingly glued to Moo Moo's scalp, gripping its horns tightly. However, sound travels faster in water, exacerbating their discomfort. They had no choice but to surface. The massive black island loomed before them. Despite a significant reduction in speed, it still seemed they would collide, just as Rodney made a move. The island shifted, a gaping abyss opened wide, revealing white fangs like mountain peaks, with seawater cascading through the gaps. Moo Moo, turn quickly, if you wish to avoid being swallowed. Upon hearing this, Moo Moo summoned all its strength to break free from the terrifying pull, successfully maneuvering to the opposite side of the island. Phew, we made it. Both manatee and human exhaled in relief, glad that Moo Moo was not a ship, for otherwise, turning would have proved exceedingly difficult. Rodney gazed at the island, murmuring, "Is this the island whale Laboon? It is indeed colossal." They arrived beneath Laboon's enormous eye, gazing up at the nearly 100-meter-wide orb in awe. Once a resident of the West Sea, Laboon followed the Rumbar pirates here decades ago. Entrusted to the care of the twins' guardian, Crocus, Laboon had been promised a reunion after the crew circumnavigated the globe. But tragically, the Rumbar pirates were obliterated by rival crews in the mystical Triangle Sea 49 years prior. The once joyous crew, now reduced to a solitary brook, who had consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi, remained trapped in the mystical Triangle Sea. Laboon waited for 50 years without the return of the Rumbar pirates, unable to navigate the waterway back to its former home, yearning to reunite with friends, repeatedly battering the red soil continent in hopes of reaching the other side to meet the crew and fulfill the long-standing promise. This whale possessed human emotions, rendering it all the more pitiable. Daily it collided with the red soil continent, its body marred with wounds. Had it not been for the Pirate King's doctor, Crocus, tending to its injuries, it likely would have perished long ago. Well then, let us lend a hand. Sighing, Rodney gathered chakra near his vocal cords, amplifying his voice. Laboon, look this way. I have news regarding the Rumbar pirates. To Laboon. The Rumbar pirates were akin to family. Upon hearing this, its immense eye shifted towards Rodney and Moo Moo. Moo Moo was so frightened it nearly wept, on the brink of fainting, wishing to flee but was threatened by Rodney. Do not run. If you do, I shall stew you, just like those sea kings you devoured. Moo Moo lamented. I am truly suffering. TT. A piercing sound erupted once more, compelling Rodney to cover his ears, though to no avail. Young man, where did you learn about the Rumbar pirates? At that moment, A robust elder Don in a floral shirt and a rooster comb headpiece stood atop Laboon's back, his gaze unfriendly that he was Crocus, the Pirate King's doctor and the guardian of the Twin Cape, who spent his days reading newspapers and accompanying Laboon, tending to its needs. Laboon had become his dear friend over the decades they had spent together. Aside from brief absences when he sailed with Roger, Crocus was always by Laboon's side. Yet despite sailing to Raftel, they never encountered the Rumbar pirates at that time. He realized the crew likely no longer existed. To spare Laboon from further meaningless waiting, he conveyed this news, prompting Laboon to begin battering the Red Soil continent in a bid to reach the other side and personally search for the Rumbar pirates. Hearing a young man speak of the crew, he suspected the lad might be a fraud. The boy appeared no older than 20, and the Rumbar pirates had vanished 50 years prior, with few aware of their tale. This boy's demeanor suggested he was a smooth talker, leading Crocus to believe he was likely a charlatan. Chapter 36. My Special Ability. Young man, where did you learn about the Rumbar pirates? Crocus inquired. Standing atop Laboon's back, Rodney, unable to see the elder, said to Moo, "Wait for me here for a moment." With a graceful leap, I landed upon the moist skin of Laboon, my feet equipped with suction-like appendages, allowing me to ascend vertically with ease. Laboon, a colossal island whale, truly embodies its scientific name, resembling an island itself. As its size has grown, the once externally administered medical treatment by Kuroka's has now retreated to the depths of its body, where Kuroka's has established a cozy sanctuary within Laboon's stomach, constructing various amenities that do not disrupt Laboon's daily existence, such as the marvel of pirate life. Upon reaching Laboon's back, I found it to be significantly larger than a plaza. There, I encountered Kuroka's, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King crew, who regarded me with a somewhat unfriendly expression. Beside him lay a recliner, adorned with a sunshade, suggesting he was indulging in the pleasures of life. "Have you heard of the Rumbar pirates?" I inquired. "Indeed, I have," Kuroka's replied to D. "Oh, you realize that this pirate crew was active 50 years ago?" "Yes, I know. This island whale Laboon was brought here by them, although they have all perished." Laboon, possessing acute hearing, could detect even the faintest sound, including my remarks. Its mood soured, and its massive body shifted restlessly. "Wait, I haven't finished speaking," I said. "You little rascal, are you here to amuse yourself at the expense of me and Laboon?" Kuroka's retorted that of course not. 50 years ago, the Rumbar pirates were annihilated in the mysterious waters of the Devil-esque Triangle, and indeed, everyone perished. However, one individual named Brooke, who consumed the Revive fruit, came back to life. He is the last of the Rumbar pirates, but he remains trapped in that place that it is said that his shadow was taken by the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, which is why he cannot escape. Rodney explained. A low rumble emanated from beneath me, as Laboon's demeanor shifted from sorrow to a hint of joy. "You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Kuroka's asked. Rodney shook his head, saying no. Why would I lie to the doctor of the Pirate King? That would be sheer folly. Kuroka's stroked his beard, stating, "I am now quite curious about the source of your information. Knowledge of the Pirate King's ship doctor is not common, and Kuroka's found himself intrigued by Rodney's revelations regarding the fate of the Rumbar pirates." Rodney chuckled. "I consumed a peculiar devil fruit, which occasionally grants me visions that I happen to witness events concerning the Rumbar pirates. That Brooke is a man clad in a black suit, wearing a top hat, with an impressive afro and thick lips. He also seems to possess a rather lascivious nature." As he spoke, his eyes transformed, manifesting the Sharingan to enhance his credibility. That does sound like Brooke," Kuroka's mused. Now entirely convinced, this peculiar ability of his was indeed remarkable. "You dare to venture into the Grand Line alone?" he questioned, believing Rodney to be overestimating his capabilities. The journey of a pirate is never a solitary endeavor. It is only through mutual support among comrades that one can hope to persevere. I also have a manatee with me. Although I plan to release it later, my goal in traversing the Grand Line is to hone my skills, not to court death. Moreover, it can escape easily. Once in a crowded area, I can simply transform and blend in, ensuring I remain undetected. This eye of yours bestows upon you more than mere abilities." Kuroka's remarked. Shaking his head, he folded up his recliner and added, "Young man, if what you say holds true, then both Laboon and I owe you a considerable debt of gratitude." "Nothing." Just a simple act. Rodney replied, shaking his head. Seemingly lost in thought, he rubbed his hands together, smiling sheepishly. However, I lack a log pose. You see, in this magnetic chaos and unpredictable climate of the Grand Line, one must utilize a log pose to sense the magnetic fields between islands, guiding oneself from one island to the next. Each journey requires a waiting period for the log pose to recharge its magnetic compass, pointing towards the next destination. Kuroka's laughed heartily. No matter. Follow me. Laboon can wait. You shall soon meet the individual you have longed to see. With a mighty swish of its tail, Laboon propelled itself forward, creating towering waves as it swam towards the lighthouse. Upon landing, Kuroka's learned that Rodney was a bounty hunter, having eliminated formidable pirates from the East Blue, which explained his capture of the manatee as he ventured into the Grand Line. Truly, the young are fearless. Kuroka's mused, reflecting on how today's youth rivaled their own experiences. Please wait here a moment. Kuroka's instructed as he entered the lighthouse to fetch a log pose for Rodney. Meanwhile, Rodney observed the myriad scars crisscrossing Laboon's body. Some fresh, likely sustained recently, the result of years spent crashing against the red Earth continent. Summoning technique. With a resounding thud, a 20-meter-long slug appeared beside him. Lady Slug, please heed my command. Rodney requested. Do you believe the whale's wounds can heal? The slug turned its gaze toward Laboon, marveling at its size. Compared to her true form in the wet-bone forest, Laboon seemed relatively small, for she was the embodiment of the entire wet-bone forest. These wounds will heal swiftly, likely within half an hour. Master Rodney, would you like me to begin now? However, please ensure that the seawater on its skin is washed away first, as the salt could damage my mucus. While it won't be fatal, it would be quite uncomfortable for me. Being a slug, the salt would dissolve her cellular structure, and though she would not perish due to her nature as a summoned beast, it would still be unpleasant. No problem. Laboon, could you please come a bit closer? Laboon complied obediently, nearly pressing against the sheer cliff face. Here we go, water style. Water surge. Chakra manifested as a torrent of fresh water cascaded over Laboon's skin, washing away some of the salt. All right, I'm going in. Lady Slug began to traverse Laboon's body, her lengthy form resembling a mere plaything atop the whale. Green healing chakra permeated Laboon's skin, stimulating the healing of its wounds. While the old scars were beyond remedy, the newer ones were not. Even without chakra, medical ninjutsu could still be applied to physical injuries, using chakra to facilitate healing. Laboon felt immense relief. This healing method was far more enjoyable than the injections Kuroka's administered. Kuroka's emerged from the lighthouse, log pose in hand. Upon seeing Lady Slug perched atop Laboon, he inquired curiously, "Oh, Mr. Kuroka's, this is my companion, Lady Slug, who can accelerate healing using her bodily energy, one of my abilities." "Is this ability your own creation?" Kuroka's asked. "No, it's a summoning technique. These eyes can perform miracles." The red irises caught Kuroka's off guard momentarily, before he broke into a smile. "Indeed, those two abilities alone are quite astonishing. Young man, your power is truly remarkable. Is it all right for me to share this with the old man?" "Of course, it's fine. You want to divulge my abilities." "How reassuring," Kuroka's chuckled. "Here, this is the log pose you requested. It is fully charged and points to the next island. Now, which route do you intend to take?" he asked. "This is the starting point of the Grand Line. From here, 7 different magnetic lines extend, representing 7 different routes. However, regardless of the chosen path, all lead to the final destination of Raftel. Once a route is selected, it cannot be altered. One must continue forward without deviation, as returning to take another route serves no purpose." "The Grand Line, which route should I take to Alabasta?" "Take that one." Kuroka's indicated a direction. "Understood, I shall choose that path." The reasoning behind this choice was simple. In the anime, Luffy had taken that very route, and Rodney was only familiar with its circumstances, while the other 6 routes were shrouded in mystery, leading him to opt for the one he knew best. Chapter 37. Riding the Whale, all done. "Master Rodney!" Lady Slug gradually descended from Laboon's back, its fresh wounds completely healed, now in excellent health. However, aiding Laboon had drained a considerable amount of Rodney's chakra, necessitating a brief recovery period. The talking slug astounded Kuroka's momentarily. Yet having traveled with Roger through storm and calm, he had witnessed far stranger sights. Though he had encountered few talking animals, Lady Slug genuinely surprised him. A talking creature? Ah, the Elder Slug is indeed formidable, though not particularly skilled in combat. However, when it comes to healing, there is no one who could surpass her at that moment. Rodney confidently patted the Elder Slug's body, only to find his hand coated in a layer of slime. What a remarkable ability, indeed, Kurokasa marveled. Lord Rodney, the natural energy here is significantly more potent than before. It is nearly at the level suitable for cultivating celestial arts. The Elder Slug quietly remarked. How long will the cultivation take? That remains uncertain, but it will definitely be slower than in the wet bone forest. Let us not dwell on that for now, that I appreciate your assistance. Elder Slug, it's nothing. I shall take my leave now. The Elder Slug said before vanishing without a trace. Kurokasa once again expressed his admiration. Your abilities are truly impressive. Was it you who utilized your fruit powers to send away such a large slug? Pretty much I simply guided the Elder Slug back to her origin. Rodney replied with a slight smile. He then inquired, Old Kurokasu, when do you intend to set sail? What? Do you wish to accompany me? Well, if there's a favorable ship, I would certainly like to hitch a ride, Rodney boldly stated, as he would undoubtedly follow Kurokasu unless there was a mission at hand. Huh, that sounds good. I must first head to the Sabati Archipelago to summon an old friend. Do you wish to join me there, the Sabati Archipelago? Are you seeking the Dark King, really? Poor Moria is likely in for a rough time, despite the aging crew of the Pirate King. One must remember that age does not equate to weakness in the pirate world, especially among those old monsters from yesteryears. While the powers of Garp, Sengoku, Whitebeard, and Rayleigh may have diminished, one must wonder just how much they have truly waned. Even if they are not as strong as in their youth, they still stand atop the pinnacle of this world. Your esteemed self remains ever formidable, Kurokasu remarked. Though Kurokasu's profession was that of a ship's doctor, he was no slouch among Roger's crew. He could easily handle himself in a fight, though facing off against the likes of Moria could pose some trouble. Having the Dark King along would certainly facilitate matters, especially if they needed to intimidate Moria into returning Brook's shadow. Furthermore, Kurokasu also wished to reunite with the first mate. By the way, I sent your crewmate Buggy to prison, Rodney mentioned. Huh, that rascal Buggy? Sent to prison, you say? Well, I suppose that is simply his misfortune, Kurokasu chuckled. Recalling the red-nosed fellow, he paid it little mind, confident that Buggy would never be one to be easily restrained. Although timid, he was a man of great importance to the captain and would not be subdued so easily. He continued, so, Rodney, is it? Prepare yourself. We are ready to depart. Just like that. Indeed, Kurokasu nodded, and they boarded Laboon, where they could rest within its belly that night. As for provisions, they would manage during their sea voyage. All they needed were sufficient fresh water and fine wine. A sudden flash caught Rodney's eye as a mission appeared before him. Mission: dissolve the Baroque Works mission level. Be reward: Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Water release: water barrier, mastery of celestial arts, permanent chakra fruit, 5,000 mission points. Mission: defeat Crocodile mission level. Be reward: bloodline limit. Boil release, fire release. Peony claw, fire release. Head hardening, lightning release. False darkness. Lightning release. Angry Thunder Tiger, 5,000 mission points. 2 missions. Surprised, Rodney fell into contemplation. He had merely intended to traverse the route to Alabasta, and yet 2 missions were suddenly issued. However, the rewards were quite enticing. Are B-level missions really so rewarding? What's wrong? Kurokasu noticed Rodney had halted, staring blankly ahead as if entranced. Nothing, just recalling certain matters, Rodney replied, shaking his head. Approaching the cliff, he observed a manatee surfacing from a sea, saying, "You are free now. Go wherever you wish." The manatee swiftly dove back into the water, seemingly eager to depart. Oh my, am I that detestable? Indeed, seeing you frightens me more than encountering Arlong. I can't wait to leave this harbinger of doom. At least now, I have true freedom, although I wonder who will provide me with food. Back when I was with Arlong, it was always Xiaoba who took care of me. Then let us depart. It has been far too long to remain here. Laboon, let us commence our journey, Kurokasu said, patting La Boone's hide, eliciting an excited and joyful call from the creature. "How do we proceed?" Rodney asked. "We go inside La Boone's belly, heading towards the nearest destination." "Rodney, coincidentally, the route you chose is quite similar," Kurokasu explained. "Indeed, I am bound for Alabasta." Kurokasu pondered for a moment before saying, "I recall you are a bounty hunter, correct? Do you intend to confront the warlord of the sea there?" Alabasta is the domain of the warlord Crocodile, who frequently eradicates pirates arriving in the nation, leading the populace to regard him as a hero. The warlords of the sea are recognized pirates by the world government, permitted to plunder legally without being pursued, essentially serving as lackeys of the world government. Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, and Don Quixote da Flamingo operate like sieves, filtering out pirates and significantly alleviating the Navy's burdens. Though they may be displeasing to watch, one cannot deny that they have aided the Navy to some extent. "Haha, old man, don't say that. Right now, I'm not strong enough to take on a warlord." I supposed he recalled that Crocodile's fruit was weak against water. As sand would lose its effectiveness when saturated, much like Garp. He just wasn't sure if water created from water-style chakra would have the same effect. If it did, even without Hokage, he could potentially defeat Crocodile. The sand fruit's powers were nearly a boon in Alabasta, but could easily be countered. Moreover, Crocodile was wholly focused on seeking the Dark King's whereabouts, having neglected his Hokage training, making it likely a 60-40 matchup in Rodney's favor. He was akin to a certain overzealous deity, introduced too early and ultimately suffering the consequences. Rodney continued, "I have some matters to investigate in Alabasta. Why eyes have seen certain things that require clarification." "Oh." Kurokasu became intrigued, asking, "May I inquire what that is?" Rodney contemplated before responding. "Someone is secretly utilizing dance powder." Dance powder, such a substance, is utterly useless in a water-scarce nation like Alabasta. It is meant for artificially inducing rain, albeit with an extreme effect, drawing nearby moisture to create precipitation. Relying on plundering others to solve one's own water crisis is essentially a death sentence for a desert nation. "Did you see who it was?" Rodney shook his head. "Only fragments, which is why I wish to investigate further and eliminate that individual." He made a gesture as if to behead someone, exuding a fierce aura. "Then go ahead, but I may not be able to accompany you." "Old man, no. I am grateful for your escort. If I let Moo take me, its speed would slow down in such vastness, and I would have to wait here for pirate ships to cross over, which would be quite troublesome." "Let us go fetch some wine and water, make some preparations, and you come help too." "All right then." Chapter 38. Whiskey Peak. The days of sailing remained much the same, yet different in essence. That La Boone's belly was spacious enough to accommodate them comfortably. The blue sky and white clouds overhead were whimsically painted by Kurokasu, appearing bright rather than dark, and it was a mystery what kind of paint he used that had not been corroded by La Boone's stomach acid. The pale green gastric juices sprawled like a lake, with a tiny island floating in the center, upon which stood a small wooden hut accompanied by a coconut tree. Several garments were hung on a makeshift drying rack between the tree and the hut. If one could overlook the noise, this place could be deemed suitable for a leisurely retreat. And as for the noise, Rodney had summoned a multitude of shadow clones, diligently practicing the 6 styles and fishman karate. His chakra now allowed him to create hundreds of shadow clones, each engaging in their training, bringing back their experiences to him, thus accelerating his cultivation at an exponential rate. What a terrifying accelerator! Kuroka's could not help but exclaim. The youth of today are truly astonishing. Their ability to walk upon water alone is enough to leave one in a By the way, what sort of devil fruit has this lad consumed? His powers are manifold: prophecy, healing, duplication, and walking on water. He must possess a hidden trump card as well, that if such abilities are properly cultivated, it is certain that this young man will carve out a place for himself upon the vast seas in due time. Suddenly, he felt as though he had been cast aside by the tides of time, or rather, that he could no longer keep pace with the evolving era. Such formidable powers would have been terrifying in their own time. Yet the weakness of the duplication ability was evident. Otherwise, one could dominate the seas solely through that skill. It was no wonder the lad asserted that no one could capture him if he so desired. Redirecting his gaze to the book in hand, his focus deepened. What a remarkable author! He mused, feeling a surge of excitement akin to that of a young M.I.S. this Jiraiya. Truly, a formidable writer. Meanwhile, Labu swam through the depths of the ocean, following the direction indicated by Kuroka's. With its colossal frame, the creatures of the sea, many times larger than the kings of the East Blue, dared not approach. The capricious weather above the surface was of little concern. No matter how tumultuous the waves, it could not disrupt the depths of several hundred meters below. For Labu, such depths were merely shallow. Before long, Labu surfaced and Kuroka's emerged from the valve on its back. In the distance, land appeared. A large island adorned with numerous gigantic spherical cacti, shrouded in a thin mist, creating a somewhat ethereal ambience. Glancing at the recording compass on his wrist, he addressed Rodney, who had just surfaced. Rodney, the compass's magnetic force has diminished. We must pause here to replenish its energy. Since Rodney was still learning, the task remained with Kuroka's. Each island possessed a unique magnetic field, necessitating a period of local recording to recharge before the compass would point towards the next destination. Thus, they must wait, though the duration remained uncertain, perhaps hours, or even a year. Time was unpredictable. Have we scarcely traveled a few days? Rodney inquired. So soon. Kuroka's chuckled. Do not underestimate Labu's speed. It is indeed swift. Such a large creature can only dwell in the depths, unable to venture into shallower waters. Hence, it is only fitting that we ascend first. Patting Labu's skin, he continued, Labu, we shall ascend. Once the magnetic energy is fully stored, we shall embark. Labu let out a call in response. Then I leave it to you. Rodney tossed a rope and produced a wooden board reminiscent of a surfboard. Understood. Rodney secured the rope around his waist and leaped from Labu's back, landing steadily upon the surface of the sea. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, Kuroka's in tow, as the wooden board served as a surfboard, slicing through the waves with remarkable speed towards the island ahead. In no time, they reached the shore. Kuroka's remarked, This is Whiskey Peak. Although I am aware of it, I have seldom visited. Whiskey Peak lies in close proximity to Twin Cape, yet he was uncertain of the specific circumstances there. While he was in the dark, Rodney was well informed. This is a town that welcomes pirates, though it is, in reality, a haven for bounty hunters, and also a subordinate branch of the clandestine criminal organization, Baroque Works. With a slight smile, he suggested, Old man, let us explore the town. With a name like Whiskey Peak, I wonder if there is any whiskey to be found. Indeed, Kuroka's agreed that a significant portion of the pirates upon the sea are known to be imbibers. Always yearning for fine spirits, the old man and the youth proceeded towards the town nestled beneath the enormous spherical cacti. Their discreet arrival garnered no grand welcome from the townsfolk, yet the presence of two unfamiliar faces inevitably drew attention. In the shadows, an individual clutched Rodney's previous wanted poster, stating, Jostad J. Rodney, a bounty hunter from the East Blue, with a bounty of 3 million berries, a veritable prize. The old man beside him remains a mystery. Little did he know that Rodney's bounty had already been rescinded by Garp's associates, rendering the wanted poster obsolete. This notice had been acquired long ago, and regrettably, the speed of its rescindment had left them unaware of the current information. The bounty hunters in town had already set their sights on Rodney, intent on capturing him to claim the bounty from the Navy, prepare a banquet, then to offer this bounty hunter a most splendid evening. Of course, they chuckled sinisterly, their intentions clear. Aware of their own meager capabilities, they conspired to leverage the arrogance of others, deceiving the unsuspecting novices into dire straits. Many inexperienced young pirates had already fallen prey to their schemes, yielding bounties in exchange for their misfortune. Fortunately, Rodney was privy to their true nature, and he was accompanied by a seasoned veteran. Not long after their arrival, Rodney and Kuroka's found themselves encircled by a group of eager individuals. Their faces alight with anticipation, Point One inquired, Pray tell, are you two pirates? Is this it already? Kuroka's laughed heartily. The old man dabbled in piracy for a few years, but now he is retired. Why retire? Old man, surely, pirates are the heroes of the sea. One asked, intrigued. Age has caught up with me. My body is no longer up to the task. Kuroka's replied with a smile, though internally perplexed. The reputation of pirates upon the seas was hardly commendable. He had traversed this path himself, and it was unlikely anyone would be so welcoming that it was a peculiar experience to find a town that embraced pirates, leaving him with an odd feeling. Is the young man beside you your grandson? Rodney maintained a smile, but remained silent. Before Kurokas could respond, another interjected, Your grandson must surely be a formidable pirate. Rodney continued to smile, listening to the flattery directed at him. Kurokas had intended to clarify, yet upon witnessing the grin on Rodney's face, which hinted at mischief, he chose to remain silent. At the tea that moment, Rodney spoke, his voice elongated to capture their attention. I am a pirate hunter. The atmosphere grew awkward as the crowd fell silent, uncertain of how to react. The earlier flattery had clearly missed the mark that a strange, quiet tension filled the air, prompting Kurokas to laugh heartily as he and Rodney departed from the scene. How infuriating. That lad is toying with us. Indeed, but we must find a way to capture them. Is he not a bounty hunter like us? Worthless. No, you are mistaken. Just look at that smug grin on his face. I cannot shake the urge to land a punch upon it. Count me and doubt me too. Same here. Chapter 39. Diamond Barbie. Rodney and Kurokas entered an inn where the air was rife with the scent of alcohol. Not particularly fine, yet not unpleasant either. The drink was passable, though the alcohol content left much to be desired. Kurokas, ever the seasoned veteran, could discern the potency of the liquor merely by its aroma, while Rodney, a novice, could only follow suit, exclaiming 666 in admiration. Good sirs, what would you like to drink? We offer the finest wines, crafted from last year's bountiful grape harvest. The flavor is exquisite. The innkeeper enthusiastically recommended. Kurokas waved his hand dismissively. Bring me the strongest drink you have. Wine is little more than juice. What pleasure is there in that? The old man's boisterous nature was evident. He preferred strong spirits and dangerous escapades. Certainly. The innkeeper smiled and turned to fetch the strongest libation available. The patrons, eyeing each other knowingly, recognized the newcomers as unfortunate souls. They were bold enough to request the strongest drink, which meant they would soon find themselves in dire straits. When Kurokas's drink arrived, Rodney requested, I would like a cup of oolong tea. Oolong tea. What is that? The innkeeper paused, clearly unfamiliar with Rodney's request, that my apologies. I seem to have forgotten something. With a sudden inspiration, I seized a bottle of whiskey and a bottle of an unknown clear liquor from the shelf. Mixing them together, I concentrated fire chakra on my fingertips. The high temperature ignited the concoction. It is widely acknowledged that oolong tea is indeed flammable. After extinguishing the flames, I took a satisfying sip. Rodney silently placed his glass down, rolled his eyes, and slumped onto the table. Remaining there, the crowd murmured, Kurokas, your alcohol tolerance is abysmal. How can you navigate the seas like this? As he spoke, he downed an entire bottle in quick succession, pointing at Rodney, bring him 10 more bottles, and put on his tab. After 10 bottles, Kurokas too succumbed to intoxication. Humph, you two lightweights, I can handle an entire barrel. One individual scoffed. Humph, I can drink 3 barrels. I can drink 10 barrels. 20 barrels. Unbeknownst to them, the bounty hunters in the tavern erupted into a cacophony of banter. Enough of this ruckus. At that moment, 2 figures entered, halting their commotion. The newcomers included a middle-aged man with long, curly hair, dressed in a tailored suit, speaking in a slow, amiable manner. His presence quelled the previously lively tavern into silence. Following him was a tall, dark-skinned nun, clad in the traditional garb of her order, yet her countenance was strikingly masculine, resembling a square-jawed figure. One might mistake her for a man were it not for the absence of facial hair. These individuals were Icolum, the mayor of Whiskey Peak, and the nun, who was in fact a member of the Baroque Works, Mr. 8, and Miss Monday. Mr. 8 was not merely a mid-level agent of Baroque Works, but also the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard, operating undercover to protect Princess Vivi and to investigate the secrets of Baroque Works. He had infiltrated Baroque Works alongside Princess Vivi. However, he had been dispatched by Crocodile to oversee the bounty hunters here, capturing Na'vi young pirates who had just entered the Grand Line, utilizing these unfortunate souls as a means to generate funds for Baroque Works. That Mr. 8 surveyed the now subdued crowd, stating, a pirate hunter from the East Blue, worth merely 300,000 berries. eliminate him, and send him to the Navy branch for the bounty point, 300,000 berries. Quite a paltry sum that a pirate hunter, truly ineffective in the weakest sea. Indeed, I doubt we even need to intoxicate them. Just an old fool, not worth much. Toss him into the sea and let fate decide his survival. As they exchanged pleasantries, a few approached to lift Rodney. But in his drunken stupor, he waved them off, sending them crashing into the wall. Such tremendous strength. Witnessing the spectacle of those individuals embedded within the wall, the crowd swallowed hard. Mr. 8 frowned and instructed. Miss Monday, you handle this. Understood. Miss Monday advanced, her bear-like hand reaching for Rodney. However, her wrist was suddenly seized by another hand, smaller, yet possessing greater strength. Rodney opened his eyes, his dark irises brimming with mockery. Just like this, Miss Monday twisted her wrist free from Rodney's grip. Her voice, unexpectedly delicate, contrasting with her rugged appearance. Your strength is impressive, but not as formidable as mine. Rodney replied, who said anything about that? Furthermore, I have yet to exert my full strength, endowed with the skill of monstrous strength. He was enveloped in chakra, unleashing a powerful gust capable of shattering walls, a skill that amplified his might. The more chakra he utilized, the greater his strength became, as long as it was well managed. The destructive potential increased, with chakra consumption remaining manageable. Seated there, his chakra erupted, stirring a tempestuous wind that rustled the clothing of those nearby. Kurokas could not help but open one eye to glance at Rodney. This kid has more hidden tricks up his sleeve? No wonder he dares to venture into the Grand Line alone. Miss Monday narrowed her eyes, tearing at her nun's attire with a swift motion, as if it were mere paper, revealing beneath its safety shorts and a pink plaid jumpsuit. However, the most striking feature was her muscular physique, reminiscent of a bronze statue. Rodney exclaimed, "What the? Is that a muscular Barbie?" No. Has she crossed into the realm of a bro? Miss Monday's masculine appearance made it difficult for him to look directly at her. Damn it, what kind of twisted imagination does the artist possess? I have never encountered a man stronger than myself. So can your strength truly surpass mine? Miss Monday addressed him with a voice that belied her appearance. With one hand, she lifted a cabinet from the tavern and hurled it at Rodney. He effortlessly caught it and tossed it aside. In his monstrous strength state, a cabinet filled with liquor felt as light as a feather, though even in his normal state, it would not have been overly challenging. Seizing Kurokas, he smashed through a wall and emerged onto the street, where a group of individuals armed with knives and guns surrounded them, clearly prepared for a confrontation. Old man, stop pretending. You should find a safe spot above. With that, he tossed Kurokas onto the rooftop. Kurokas landed safely, plopping down on the roof, exclaiming, "Ha! Let me see your strength." Boom! Miss Monday similarly charged through the wall, opting not to use the door, but rather the opening created by Rodney. Though she was a head taller, necessitating her brute force, her muscles rippled, embodying the aesthetics of strength, yet Rodney was not inclined to appreciate it. Miss Monday raised her fist, preparing to strike down upon him. Fishman karate, monster strength, upper palm smash. The upper palm smash, empowered by her monstrous strength, met Rodney with a resounding crash, fracturing the ground beneath him as he transferred the impact into the earth. Miss Monday, however, was less fortunate, being pushed back by the force, and Rodney seized the opportunity to pursue her. Shave. Monster strength. Leaf hurricane. Boom. Miss Monday was sent flying by his kick. Though it was powerful, it was not lethal, merely injuring her and rendering her unable to recover for a brief period. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and take him down, Mr. 8 urged, rousing the stunned bounty hunter from their shock at Miss Monday's defeat. Raising their guns, they aimed at Rodney and opened fire. Chapter 40. Eternal Pointer and Little Garden Tat 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 Tat. Although Rodney couldn't comprehend how they managed to fire off dozens of rounds without magazines, he still needed to evade. While dodging, he executed a rapid motion, slamming his palm against the ground. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A wall of earth suddenly rose, blocking the incoming bullets. Water release. Water surge. A torrent of water erupted from behind the earthen wall, sweeping the group away as if flushing a toilet, leaving only a few, including Mr. 8. Seeing his subordinates falter, Mr. 8 scoffed, "Incompetent fools, I shouldn't have let you engage." Spotting Rodney peeking out, he commanded, "Prepare for bombardment." The curls atop his head sprouted gun barrels. "Bombardment ready." He tugged at his bow tie. Curls cannon. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets the size of lychees were launched. Rodney retaliated with a punch that shattered the earthen wall, causing a collision with the bullets, resulting in a powerful explosion. Shave. A figure dashed forward, appearing before Mr. 8, delivering a knife-hand strike to his neck. Mr. 8 was knocked unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Rodney then turned his attention to the approaching bounty hunters. A faint smile gracing his lips. Shadow clone. Boom, boom, boom. 3 clones surged forth, charging into the oncoming crowd, overpowering them with ease. Akin to a lone tiger amidst a legion of ninja, they piled the assailants together and roused Mr. 8. Inquiring, "Baroque works?" Mr. 8 was taken aback. "Naturally, my objective this time is to eliminate you." Rodney smiled as he said, "Come now, disclose to me the location of your Baroque Works headquarters, or summon a few individuals for me to deal with." Consider this carefully with a kunai poised at Mr. 8's chin. Your life hangs in the balance. Who exactly are you? What are your intentions? Are you attempting to extract information from me? Rodney chuckled, just a J. "Rodney, all you need to know is that I intend to dismantle Baroque Works. So make your decision swiftly. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you." The East Sea's bounty hunter. Why is he so formidable, yet only worth a mere 3 million berries? That was a prior offense against someone, which has long been rescinded. Your intelligence network is rather lacking, Mr. 8 remarked. Kaloka's approached with his hands behind his back, chuckling, "You won't extract much from him this way." Rodney replied, "I'll ensure he speaks. The Sharingan is not necessary for now. He has his own thoughts. No need to rush." Mr. 8 glanced at the unconscious bounty hunters. They were in fact members of Baroque Works, luring newcomers to form a settlement here. Deceiving unsuspecting novice pirates. Sighing, he confessed, "Baroque Works is located in Alabasta, but I can't tell you the precise location. However, you might try your luck there. This is all I can reveal," together with Princess Vivi. He had infiltrated Baroque Works to uncover the truth, but thus far he had not gleaned anything substantial. Although the man before him was a bounty hunter, it was uncertain whether he was trustworthy. Encountering Baroque Works might inadvertently expose the hidden truths. Rodney remained oblivious to Mr. 8's true intentions, and he had little desire to know. Were it not for Mr. 8's apparent goodwill, he would have dealt with him directly, as these individuals merely sought the bounty on pirates, serving as a sieve to prevent nefarious characters from harming innocent lives. Very well, you have outlived your usefulness. With a swift squeeze on Mr. 8's neck, he rendered him unconscious. Is this how it ends? Of course not. Searching through Mr. 8's belongings, he found what he desired and chuckled. "Ah, here it is." In his hand lay a permanent record pointer, silently indicating the magnetic force of Alabasta, eternally pointing to its location, never to waver, to a permanent pointer. "How did you know to look for it on him?" Kalokas inquired, puzzled. Rodney replied, "It's not that. The likelihood of a Baroque Works member possessing a permanent pointer is considerably higher. So I merely wanted to check." That he acknowledged that there was an element of chance involved, but crucially his gamble had paid off. Tossing the permanent pointer in his hand, he stated, "Old man, let us depart." It hadn't taken much time at all. "Never mind, there's still some liquor at the tavern. Let us take it with us." Onward. Though both possessed considerable strength, they could only carry away half a warehouse of alcohol. Rodney hoisted Kalokas while Kalokas balanced a large wooden plank laden with barrels of liquor, and together they stacked up to enter Laboon's mouth. After placing the liquor in a storage compartment within Laboon's body, they resumed their journey. Little Garden, after several days of sailing. As night approached, Laboon halted before an island where they intended to spend the night. Upon landing, Rodney took a deep breath, inhaling the pungent aroma of sulfur. This island has a volcano. Otherwise, the sulfur scent would not be so strong, Kalokas remarked. "So, this must be Little Garden. The island's volcanic activity creates quite an unpleasant odor," Rodney said, pinching his nose while surveying the surroundings. The trees bore a Jurassic resemblance, akin to tree ferns, accompanied by a plethora of other peculiar plants. No matter, one gets used to it after a while. "Let us see if we can find some game for Laboon's dinner, and perhaps something for ourselves." Rodney waved his hand as he ventured into the jungle. "Oh, that old man can start the fire," Kalokas mused as he set off to gather dry branches. as Rodney walked through the jungle. The dimming light filtered through the leaves, reducing visibility. He halted, glancing up to find a saber-toothed tiger lounging on a fallen tree trunk, its predatory gaze fixed upon him. Its elongated teeth resembled two gleaming blades, capable of piercing his flesh with ease. What a sight! A living saber-toothed tiger, he thought. Due to the vast ocean, the islands lacked communication, leading to disparate developments. Some had evolved into modern societies, while others remained entrenched in ancient times. Many islands hosted unique creatures that vanished beyond their shores. This particular island, owing to its climate and location, harbored a series of extinct species, including dinosaurs. The saber-toothed tiger was not even the apex predator here. Rodney contemplated, if I were to take down a large one, this saber-toothed tiger alone wouldn't suffice for my needs. Get lost. With a surge of strength, he unleashed a shockwave that sent the saber-toothed tiger fleeing. Its tail tucked between its legs. Climbing a tree for a better vantage point, he spotted a herd of brachiosauruses feasting on tree ferns, nearly 100 meters in height. Among them, one bore numerous old scars and a fierce gaze, exuding a more formidable presence than the others. It was likely the leader. That "You're the one," Rodney thought, zeroing in on his prey. Cracking his knuckles in anticipation, in a flash, he appeared before the brachiosaurus leader. Fist of the beast. With a mighty blow that could cleave mountains, he struck the brachiosaurus leader on the head, effortlessly toppling it to the ground, as if an avalanche had occurred. You wish to perish? Rodney questioned the remaining brachiosauruses. They quickly shook their heads and retreated in haste. Well, I suppose I can share the thigh with the old man, and Laboon can consume the rest, being so large. Laboon eats a considerable amount each meal. This should satiate him for now, and he can hunt for the remainder. Gripping the brachiosaurus's body, he pulled and tugged, but it proved quite a task. Thud, thud, thud. The thunderous sound drew Rodney's attention. Is it raining? A giant clad in armor, wielding a sharp axe and round shield, appeared, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight. He beheld the fallen brachiosaurus leader and the struggling Rodney, perplexed but human. His voice boomed like thunder, laced with curiosity. Another human has come to this place? Human, do you have any liquor? Indeed, would you care for some? The giant responded with a unique, hearty laugh. Baba Baba. Splendid. Allow me to assist you. Climb into my hand. All right. Rodney leapt on his hand, directing him, head that way. Baba Baba, let us set off. The giant dragged the brachiosaurus while carrying Rodney along. Chapter 41. The glory of a warrior. By the way, human, I am Brokey. What is your name? Brokey's voice resonated as if someone were drumming in his ear. I am Rodney. Pleased to meet you. Baba Baba, are you and your crew here to gather magnetic force? Brokey inquired. Brokey, one of the captains of the giant warrior pirate crew a century ago, known as the Red Demon, was a close friend of the Blue Demon Dory. However, a trivial dispute arose when a little girl questioned who could hunt the larger prey, leading to a duel that lasted for 100 years. With each confrontation ending in a stalemate, it seemed rather a waste of life to quarrel for a century over such trivial matters. However, the lifespan of giants is thrice that of humans, making 100 years merely a third of their existence, entirely bearable. They remained good friends, continually seeking to outdo one another in combat for the sake of glory. Yet their camaraderie remained unscathed. Rodney shook his head. I merely ventured out for a hunt. I brought a permanent pointer to IC. You are fortunate. If it were a record pointer, you would need to remain here for a year to amass enough magnetic force. Brokey remarked, the little garden is an exceptionally perilous place that if one were to use a log post to reach it, it would take an entire year to fully charge its magnetic pull. While it may not pose a threat to Rodney, it is nothing short of a nightmare for less formidable pirates. Volcanic eruptions occur with the regularity of daily meals, and apex predators, such as the Tyrannosaurus rex, roam freely. The oppressive heat can be terrifying, making it nearly impossible for an average person to survive even a year here. Moreover, Brokey and Dory use the eruptions of the central volcano as a signal to engage in battle. Should an unfortunate soul become inadvertently entangled in their combat, death is almost assured at that moment. Rodney suddenly spotted a giant seated at the very spot where he had just landed. The colossal figure held a barrel of ale that seemed no larger than a regular cup in the hands of a mere mortal. With a single gulp, he finished off an entire barrel. Upon seeing the giant, Brokey exclaimed, Dory? Dory! Ha ha ha! Have you come a drink as well? The long-bearded giant was none other than Dory, Brokey's rival for a century. They typically engaged in battle only when the volcano erupted, refraining from conflict at other times. Indeed, I came at Rodney's invitation. I've heard there is exquisite wine here. He greeted Rodney and Dory with a jovial yo. Ha ha! Then let us partake together. Wine is most enjoyable when shared with friends. Dory laughed heartily as he polished off a barrel of ale. Kurakasu, having spotted Rodney, chimed in, I encountered Dory while gathering firewood. Upon learning he was from the giant pirate crew, I invited him over. Though Dory was older and familiar with the crew, by that time, the giant pirate crew had already fallen into decline. Brokey settled down, dismembering the leader of the Thunder Dragons, using the splintered branches as skewers for roasting the meat, which he placed over a fire made from tree trunks. He accepted the barrel of ale Dory offered, lifted the lid, and gulped it down. Ah, the long-lost taste of strong liquor. Brokey bellowed with laughter. Sitting alongside Dory, he mused, indeed, it has been far too long since I enjoyed a drink with friends. Friendship. The giants were inherently simple-hearted. If one treated them with kindness, they would reciprocate as friends. Cheers! Kurakasu and Rodney raised their cups, as they found drinking from barrels too cumbersome. Soon, the meat from the Thunder Dragon was ready, and they feasted heartily, drinking and devouring. Dory inquired, Kurakasu, you mentioned you know about the giant pirate crew. How are my comrades faring now? They've disbanded. Disbanded? Impossible. Even if we departed, Yururu and Sanruru would ensure the crew continued its voyage. Dory asserted, decades ago, when I ventured into the sea, it had already disbanded. I heard it from another giant, Kurakasu replied. How could this be? Sanruru and the others should still be able to hold on. Dory protested. The giant pirate crew had 4 captains, Brokey, Dory, Sanruru, and Ru. Brokey and Dory had fought for a century due to a wager, never leaving, but they believed that even if they departed, the other 2 captains could sustain the crew. Kurakasu recounted, many years ago, the giant pirate crew was captured by the Navy after losing 2 powerful captains. Just as they were about to be executed, they were rescued by Sister Carmelo. Since then, the giant pirate crew has vanished from the seas, and the giant race has seldom been seen. What? Brokey exclaimed, slapping his forehead in self-reproach. Dory expressed relief. Thank goodness for that, sister. Take tea this moment. Rodney interjected. You might want to reconsider expressing gratitude towards that individual. Dory and Brokey turned to him, while Kurakasu asked in astonishment, Did you see something? Yes, it was a conspiracy, Rodney explained. Sister Carmelo and the Navy staged a performance to allow her entry into Elbaf, aiming to eliminate the animosity between Elbaf and the Navy, thereby facilitating the introduction of giant soldiers to the Navy. This is the play orchestrated by Sister Carmelo and the Navy. What? Such a thing exists. Kurakasu was taken aback by this revelation. The despicable Navy. How dare they deceive our kin? They prefer to trust their friends rather than a stranger they had never met. Rodney turned to Kurakasu and asked, Have you heard of someone known as Yamaba in the underworld? Yamaba. Kurakasu pondered. I have heard she is a human trafficker. Indeed, she is referred to as the Holy Mother in Elbaf. Yet in truth, she is nothing more than a ruthless trafficker, selling the children she adopts to CP. Furthermore, she adopted one of the 4 emperors, Big Amon. I chose not to mention that Sister Carmelo possesses the powers of the soul fruit, as discussing it further would yield no benefit. Why does this mouth of yours always spill the beans? A moment of revelation brings joy, yet unending spoilers lead to discontent. After all, there are no bounty hunters here. Big Amon? That monster. Kurakasu recalled their alliance with Garp. Remembering the woman from the Rocks Pirates, in a crew filled with monsters, she was indeed formidable, now standing on par with Shanks as one of the 4 emperors. Did she abduct our giant kin's children? Not exactly. However, the Navy currently possesses a giant army, and several have been fortunate, Rodney replied. Suddenly, Dory rose, declaring, Let us continue our battle. Brokey also stood, affirming, Indeed, let us fight on. Only those who remain alive can return. I shall revive the giant pirate crew. With that, the 2 giants brandished their massive sword and axe. clashing in a furious storm of combat that rendered the air nearly unbreathable. Kurakasu stood firm, safeguarding his drink, while Rodney braced himself against the tempest, his feet seemingly glued to the ground. How did it escalate to a brawl so suddenly? Rodney thought, unable even to turn his head. This was the might of giants. The mere aftermath of their battle unleashed a terrifying force. Yet, Big Mom was even more fearsome. At the age of 5, she had gravely injured Doruru, another captain of the giant pirate crew, leading to his eventual demise, though her actions were partly due to a bout of hunger pangs. It showcased the terrifying nature of that monster. This is the essence of giants. However, they are but one type of monster among many upon the seas. Rodney, you have a long journey ahead, Kurakasu mused as he leisurely savored his drink. Their combat was of little concern to him. Regardless of how long they fought, it would always end in a stalemate unless interrupted by external forces. They would continue this way for the rest of their lives, which he felt was a waste of existence. The prowess of Brokey and Dory was indeed equal. Even the fabric of their attire and the quality of their weapons were remarkably similar, making any unforeseen incident improbable, unless someone interfered or one of them slipped, causing an unintended mishap for the other. Giants fight for honor. The reasons for their battles are of little significance. Indeed, it no longer mattered. They would fight to the death for the glory of warriors. Chapter 42. The kingdom once again. The battle between Brokey and Dory concluded in a draw. They lay upon the ground, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars. Dory mused, Brokey, how much longer do you think we will continue fighting? Perhaps for a long time that we've fought so many battles. Has it been nearly a century, or perhaps already a century? After all these years, have we not always ended in this manner? The future seems no different. Haha, Dory, you truly are my dear friend. Of course, we are lifelong rivals. The two giants reclined on the ground, engaging in casual conversation, while Rodney and Kurakasu dragged a Tyrannosaurus and a Triceratops alongside them, heading toward the shore to present dinner to Labu. Dory turned his gaze to the duo and suddenly remarked, Brokey, what if Brokey, being Dory's lifelong friend, instantly discerned his thoughts. Very well then, Rodney. Rodney turned back, inquiring, Is there something you need? We wish to ask you for a favor. What is it? Please speak. Could you please visit Elbaf and see how things fare? If all is well, we can rest easy to, if I happen to pass by one day. I shall do so, Rodney replied, unable to guarantee a visit to Elbaf. Then we entrust this to you to, as gratitude. We shall present you with a gift, Brokey stated that, your gifts are far too large for me. Perhaps it's best to forego it. Donnelly chuckled and said, No, it's not an object. Currently, we cannot present anything of value. All we possess is a permanent pointer directing us to Elbaf, but I cannot offer that to you. Instead, it's a combat technique. The combat technique of giants? Rodney inquired, pondering whether it referred to the extraordinary skill known among giants as the hero's spear. He wondered if he could truly master it, considering that no human had ever utilized the skills of the giants. Brokey and Donnelly stood up and proclaimed the giant's ultimate skill, the Elbaf spear, Wagwa. Here it is assumed that Big Mom's Wagwa is a technique of the giants. Wagwa. Rodney's eyes lit up. The destructive power of Big Mom's Wagwa was formidable, although it was likely learned within the Rocks Pirates, as the giant race had deemed her a significant adversary, making it improbable for them to have taught her. It was only in the Rocks Pirates that such knowledge could have been acquired. Can a mere human like me truly learn it? Rodney questioned, recognizing the vast disparity between giant and human physiques. Mastering Wagwa was no simple feat. Even among giants, not everyone could wield it. Perhaps, Donnelly replied, rising to, I will simplify Wagwa for you, making it easier to learn. You can always revisit Elbaf for further training later. I understand. Please teach me my two masters. Then let us begin. Watch closely, Rodney. I will first demonstrate the complete version of the Elbaf spear. Brokey stood, raising his axe, and stated, The most crucial aspect is the weapon in your hand. Without a resilient weapon, attempting this technique with mere flesh will impose immense strain. Our weapons, which have been battle-tested for a century, may very well shatter after executing this technique. He lifted his axe and swung it down towards the empty sea. Elbaf spear, Wagwa. With that strike, a magnificent spiral of air surged forth, compressing the fierce and violent energy into a sharp spear, seemingly capable of piercing through anything creating a massive hole in the ocean's surface until the force dissipated, leaving the cavity engulfed by the sea. Crack. That blow also caused his ancient weapon to fracture, marking the end of its lifespan. That Rodney's Sharingan recorded Broki's movements, and he exchanged points from a shop for a standard straight blade from the hidden cloud village. Mimicking Broki's earlier actions, he gathered a substantial amount of chakra into his arms and the blade. Elbaf Spear. Waigwa. Boom. The spiraling sword energy condensed into a spear, but did not travel far before dissipating in midair. Ah, not bad, indeed. Such a learning aptitude. You are truly an exceptional warrior, Dongli exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Even they had taken considerable time to learn the Elbaf Spear. When they first attempted it, they could not produce such sword energy. Exactly. A natural-born warrior. Given time, you will surely master it, Broki affirmed. Dongli added, Broki just demonstrated the complete version of the Elbaf Spear. I will now teach you the simplified version, although it seems you may not need it. It will aid you in grasping the technique. That he rose and swung his great sword. Elbaf Spear. Waigwa. This strike, while weaker than Broki's, still held considerable power, and cracks began to form on his weapon if he repeated such an attack a few more times. It might very well crumble. Waigwa attacks, even with giant weaponry, could not be sustained indefinitely, which was one reason they seldom employed this technique. Dongli and Broki began instructing Rodney on the nuances of Waigwa, enlightening him and clarifying many of his uncertainties. Using the simplified version greatly enhanced his success rate, and the destructive potential was quite impressive, with an attack range of 40 meters in front of him. Should he attempt the true Waigwa, it would likely prove unattainable. Elbaf Spear. Waigwa. The spiraling sword energy pierced through a nearby large tree, demonstrating remarkable power. Crack. His straight blade developed fissures before shattering, leaving only the hilt in his grasp. Utilizing Waigwa would significantly reduce the lifespan of his weapon. To continue using a blade, he must learn Hokage. Until then, Rodney would either need to frequently replace his weapon or find one of superior quality. Had I known, I should have taken that third-generation Kitetsu from Loguetown. Now, I am left weaponless after the white fang shattered, he lamented, shaking his head. Suddenly, he recalled the corpse of the swordsman Ryuma from Wano, which had been unearthed by Moria. He remembered that Ryuma possessed a fine sword, the 21 craftsmanship. That sword was indeed of excellent quality. With this thought, he turned to the elder Kolokas beside him and said, Old man, I would like to request a favor. What is it? Kolokas, who was tending to Broki and Dongli's wounds, turned to inquire, I recently noticed a fine sword in the possession of Moria's subordinate zombie. I would like to ask if you could have your friend retrieve it from Sabeti Archipelago. I will go there to collect it. You have your eyes set on that sword? Very well. I will inform the first mate. You can retrieve it from him later. Consider it a token of gratitude for helping Labu find his friends. He had not initially decided on a gift for Rodney, but it seemed he found one. However, he would first assess whether the sword was indeed of good quality. If not, he would prepare a different gift. Thank you very much, old man. Kolokas waved his hand dismissively and returned to his task. Broki and Dongli bore numerous wounds, a testament to their immense physical resilience. Otherwise, ordinary individuals would have succumbed long ago. You should refrain from combat for the next few days. It would not be beneficial for your health. Listen to the doctor, Kolokas advised. Broki chuckled. That's simply one to do, doctor. Our battles occur daily. We only need a volcanic eruption in between to signify the commencement of our fight. You could take a day off. For the sake of your health. Doctor, that would not be us. Their responses left Kolokas exasperated, reminiscent of the crew members from their past voyages who would insist on drinking despite being injured, making it impossible to dissuade them. Very well. Let us agree not to fight tonight. Kolokas relented, waving his hand as he jumped off Dongli's shoulder, choosing to rest. The elder could not afford to stay up all night. It was detrimental to his health. We should also rest, Broki and Dongli said as they lay down, slipping into slumber. Their snores echoed like thunder, booming resoundingly. Rodney, unable to sleep due to the noise, decided to forego rest and found a spot to continue practicing the Elbaf Spear in 6 forms with his shadow clones. As for rest, that could wait until tomorrow. After all, one night without sleep would not make a difference. Chapter 43. The journey to Alabasta. After a fortnight of sailing, Rodney finally arrived at his destination, the harbor city of Alabasta. known as Canola. Not long ago, he had bid farewell to Labu and Coloccas as he entered this nation. On the day he departed from the little garden, the colossal goldfish capable of devouring islands was shattered by Dongli's Elbaf spear, marking the end of his sword's life. During the past 2 weeks, aside from training, Rodney had also dispatched a shadow clone to learn navigation and medical knowledge from Coloccas, primarily focusing on the latter. The essence of medical ninjutsu lies in stimulating one's cells to divide rapidly using chakra, thereby accelerating healing. However, cellular division has its limits. Excessive stimulation can lead to reduced lifespan. Thus, minor injuries should be treated with medicine. Simultaneously, he had inquired with Coloccas about identifying edible and inedible items in the wild. Nonetheless, he primarily consumed meat. Caution was warranted with plants, as ingesting something peculiar could lead to dire consequences, leaving him with no place to lament. For 2 weeks, he diligently committed Coloccas' words to memory, enhancing his recollection through a Sharingan, transforming it into his own knowledge. The Sharingan proved to be exceedingly useful as he approached Alabasta. He bade farewell to Labu and Coloccas. Propelling himself through the sea with wave riding, it was then that he encountered a sea cat, which he decided to adopt as his steed, for the people of Alabasta regarded the sea cat as a sacred creature. Its appearance also signified his entry into Alabasta's climate. The sea cat delivered him to the harbor, and as he leapt onto the shore amidst the astonished gazes of those nearby, he inquired, "Excuse me, is there a place here that sells water?" Indeed, the art of water manipulation allows one to conjure water, yet the notion of consuming water that one has expelled feels rather peculiar. Although he previously resorted to this technique when stranded at sea in the East China Sea, he would prefer to avoid it if possible. Upon reaching the shore, he was greeted by a sweltering wind that struck him with fervor. This place bore little resemblance to a coastal city, resembling instead an arid interior, with endless stretches of yellow sand stretching as far as the eye could see. It is quite evident that this is a nation suffering from severe water scarcity. A local offered directions, to which Rodney tossed him a banknote of decent denomination, expressed his gratitude, and departed. Due to the scarcity of fresh water, in addition to bars, there existed establishments dedicated solely to serving water. And much like the liquor, the price was exorbitant. He procured a barrel of water, slung it across his back, and subsequently acquired a map of Alabasta. Unfolding the map, he noted that the port city of Canola awaited him. And from there, a westward journey across the desert would lead him to the sole great river of Alabasta, the St. Dora River. After crossing the river, he would arrive at the parched city of Alruma, and from there, venture north through the oasis of Yuba, ultimately reaching the stronghold of Crocodile, known as the Rain Base, often referred to as the City of Dreams. Nevertheless, he could also approach via the waterways, commencing from Canola and entering the mouth of the St. Dora River. Indeed, this expansive river which traverses Alabasta is fed by the influx of seawater. Were it fresh, the cities alongside it could sustain a significant populace. Alas, it is a saline river. Navigating the St. Dora River would expose him to the perilous attacks of the resident St. Dora catfish, which could prove troublesome. Taking the land route would also present its own challenges. He retrieved a coin, its obverse indicating land, its reverse water. With a gentle chime, the coin spun in the air before landing in his palm. The result? Land. Very well, he would proceed overland. He sought out another individual to confirm his bearings. Purchased a sand skiff, and after a brief tutorial from the proprietor, quickly mastered its operation. The sand skiff resembled a sailboat of the desert, propelled by the winds, which here were capricious to prepare for such unpredictability. Rodney exchanged for wind release. Breakthrough, just in case. Once the water was secured atop the skiff, he steadied himself, tied a rope around his waist, and raised the sail. With a sudden whoosh, the skiff took off like an arrow. Rodney deftly adjusted to the wind's direction, surging towards the St. Dora River. Pirate Hunter, Josta J. Rodney. Have you arrived at Canola? The course was set westward. If he continued this path, he would eventually reach Rain Base. What was his objective? The Baroque Works, the kingdom's largest casino, where a voice, cultured and refined, spoke from a hidden office within the Rain Feast. Having effortlessly dispatched Mr. 8 and Miss Monday, whose strength was not to be underestimated. Yet, as the boss had decreed his elimination, and with a high-ranking agent of Alabasta named O'Hara, it was decided to deploy Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. The two devil fruit users should suffice in dealing with the suspected devil fruit power-wielding pirate hunter. With the assignment settled, the woman smiled and returned her focus to her work. That a piece of good news. After traversing the desert, Rodney directed the skiff across the St. Dora River and discovered that the skiff was not only adept at swift movement over sand, but also capable of navigating the water surface. Though it leaked slightly, the rate was trivial enough that he could reach the opposite bank of the St. Dora River. That was sufficient. Curiosity piqued, he peered down into the river's depths and noticed a colossal shadow approaching. Damn it, something else is coming. It was the same when journeying across the sea, where sea kings would often surface unexpectedly. Could they not find another method? Wind release. Breakthrough. A gust propelled the sail, and the skiff surged forward once more, just as a massive creature erupted from the water, its enormous maw gulping down a mouthful of the river. Its house-sized eyes appeared rather endearing as it spotted Rodney and began to pursue him with a mighty tail. Damn it, what kind of catfish grows to such a size? What do they even eat? Rodney disregarded the skiff's trajectory, unleashing several fireballs that detonated upon the St. Dora catfish. The creature writhed in pain, attempting to evade, its body crashing against the water's surface, sending waves that propelled the skiff even faster. Rodney chuckled, exhaling another gust to hasten their escape. Once they cleared the water surface and reached the sandy terrain, he lowered the sail, lifted the skiff, and poured out the remaining water. After shaking off the sand from his long robe, specifically chosen to protect his skin from the sun's harsh rays, he donned a pair of windproof sunglasses. The entire ensemble had cost him a pretty penny, thanks to that unscrupulous merchant. The sun's heat was relentless, mercilessly scorching. The daytime desert offered no shelter, and with the sun's relentless glare, the sand was unbearably hot. Had it not been for the special materials of his ninja footwear, they would likely have melted by now. Within minutes, the skiff had dried under the sun, and he placed it back upon the sand, standing atop it. The remaining water was stowed in his waist pouch, and once more he raised the sail and surged forward. In mere minutes, he arrived at the port city of Alruma, though it paled in comparison to the prosperity of Canola, appearing rather desolate. The population was sparse. Alabasta lay within a desert region, dry and arid, and compounded by the use of dancing powder. Moisture had become exceedingly rare outside the capital. Some places had not seen rain in over a year, and the entire nation was filled with discontent. Not long ago, news had surfaced that the king had secretly employed the globally prohibited dancing powder, further inflaming the people's grievances. It was rumored that a rebel army had begun to gather near Canola. Yet at present, the populace remained minimal. Rodney secured the skiff, parking it before the only inn in the expansive city. The once thriving city had dwindled, with many residents relocating to the nearby oasis of Yuba or crossing the St. Dora River to reach Canola. The available water here was woefully insufficient to sustain the remaining inhabitants. The innkeeper, a gaunt elder with a kindly demeanor, smiled and advised, "Guest, you would do well to leave this place. It is hardly suitable for living." "But why do you remain, old man?" Rodney inquired. "Because this is my home, that we have a little water left, enough to sustain us for a while longer. I will not abandon my home unless absolutely necessary." This was their home. They would not depart so easily. Chapter 44. Distilled Water, an Ambush I See. Rodney pondered in response to the innkeeper's words. "Do you not wait and hope for rain? Have you considered drilling a well to extract groundwater or employing other methods to procure fresh water?" The innkeeper shook his head. "The town possesses but a single well. Normally, after a few rains each year, the groundwater suffices for everyone's daily needs. However, with over a year without rain, it has long been depleted. It is precisely this shortage of fresh water that drives people to leave us for other methods of obtaining fresh water. I am unaware. We have always relied on rain and groundwater." Rodney fell silent. Logically, being near the coast would allow for the distillation of seawater to obtain fresh water, although excessive consumption of distilled water is not beneficial for the body. In the short term, it could significantly reduce dependency on fresh water, an urgent necessity. Yet, it appeared that the people here were oblivious to this option, but he discerned that the technological landscape of this world seemed misaligned. Due to geographic isolation, Many lived in starkly different circumstances. Some appeared to exist in modernity, while others seemed trapped in the medieval or even ancient eras. Their daily lives were far from vibrant. And technology primarily served the upper echelons of society, with the lower classes having little access to it. They clung to traditions passed down through generations. Even individuals capable of firing lasers existed. Yet some lived as if in antiquity. It was perplexing. Is not technology meant to serve humanity? The people of this world seem to funnel all their energy into warfare, neglecting the plight of the common folk, leading to a dismal state of productivity where lives were undervalued. Damn it. Rodney exhaled, realizing he was no scientist capable of instigating a technological revolution. He could only undertake actions within his means. His worldview clashed profoundly with that of this world. Even though he had assimilated some aspects, he still felt a sense of dissonance. He stood and asked, "Innkeeper, do you have any concave glass?" A pot lid would suffice, but preferably concave glass. Concave glass, you say? Let me think. I believe we have some. What do you intend to do with it? Just conducting an experiment. Rodney smiled as he spoke. The proprietor produced a large glass dish, seemingly intended for holding food. He then requested 2 bowls, one large and one small. Proceeding to the banks of the St. Dora River, he filled the larger bowl halfway with seawater, placing the smaller bowl into the sand, its concave surface facing the larger bowl, covering it completely. This setup was left exposed to the sun. Curiously, the proprietor inquired, "Dear guest, what is the purpose of this endeavor?" "To extract fresh water from seawater," Rodney replied. His words left the proprietor astounded. "Extract fresh water from seawater? Are you jesting?" Unfamiliar with the concept of distillation due to the influence of technology, the proprietor was nonetheless aware that they could distill fresh water from moist sand. They had always relied on nature for sustenance, surviving on rainwater, with the grim reality that without it, many would perish. The water hidden within the sand was scarce at best, although the concave glass dispersed light. The relentless sun and sand caused the seawater to evaporate rapidly. The vapor rose, only to be captured by the glass, where Rodney exhaled a refreshing mist, allowing the heat to condense into droplets. The curvature of the glass directed the droplets inward, ultimately falling into the small bowl, while the water in the larger bowl continued to evaporate. Before long, Rodney brushed aside the sand, retrieving the now scorching glass in both bowls. The small bowl brimmed with warm distilled water, while the surface of the larger bowl was encrusted with a layer of salt crystals, the bottom a mushy mixture of water and salt. He handed the distilled water to the proprietor, saying, "Give it a taste." Trembling, the proprietor took a sip. It was mild, devoid of any brackish flavor, and while it felt slightly different from the water he was accustomed to, it was undoubtedly fresh water, truly extracted from seawater. Tears welled in his eyes as he cradled the water, exclaiming, "If only you had come sooner, so many lives could have been saved." Rodney replied, "While this is indeed fresh water, consuming it for extended periods is not advisable. It is essential to supplement your diet with vegetables and other foods, as distilled water lacks the trace elements necessary for the human body." He added, "Oh, and remember to store some ice for the evening. The temperature variance in the desert is extreme, reaching 40 to 50 degrees Celsius during the day and plummeting below zero at night. The condensation of distilled water is a critical step. It merely has a lower temperature than the vapor, so ice is preferable." That he noted the required materials and steps for distillation on paper and handed it to the proprietor. The proprietor received it with gratitude, recognizing its life-saving potential for those unfamiliar with such methods. In the desert, the presence of water signified survival, freeing them from the whims of nature. All credit was due to the man before him. "May I ask your name, esteemed guest?" "Just J. Rodney. Remember every step outlined above, and it would be wise to construct a more effective collector." After resting, Rodney prepared to depart. "Lord Rodney, are you leaving already? Could you not stay a few days longer? Once everyone learns of your accomplishments, you shall surely attain fame and become a national hero like Lord Crocodile." The proprietor earnestly implored. He believed Rodney would surpass Crocodile, for while Crocodile protected his people, Rodney's method could save countless lives if disseminated widely. "No need. It is but a small matter. I have more pressing tasks at hand," Rodney declared, raising his sail and departing with the sand cart. The proprietor gazed at his retreating figure, resolute in his belief that Rodney's name would echo throughout Alabasta. Not long after exiting Alorma, Rodney halted the sandcart. Before him stood a massive, earth-toned turtle. Blocking his path, on the turtle's back rested a seat with an umbrella, occupied by a man and a woman. The man, with dark skin and clad in a brown coat adorned with the white number 5 on his left chest and the right hem, sported dreadlocks and sunglasses, presenting the image of a rock star. The woman, holding a small parasol and dressed in a lemon-yellow form-fitting skirt emblazoned with cut lemon motifs, wore a matching hat, exuding the charm of a fashionable beauty. Her smile radiating a sense of schadenfreude. She glanced at the wanted poster in her hand, featuring Rodney's face, and remarked with a grin, "Oh, look what we have here. Such a pity the bounty has been rescinded. 3 million belly would have made for quite the pocket change." The man interjected, "Let's skip the pleasantries, Miss Valentine's Day. Once we take care of him, our mission will be complete." Miss Valentine's Day retorted, "We came all this way just to eliminate this guy. The sun is scorching, and my skin can hardly bear it." Mr. 5, expressionless, picked his nose, extracting a clump of mucus, which he flicked in Rodney's direction. Eliminating him is merely a trivial task, quite simple. With a snap of his fingers, the mucus flew forth, boom! An explosive detonation erupted, sending waves of sand and dust into the air as a kunai embedded itself in their seat. Igniting the explosive tag, Mr. 5 seized it, and while his hand became blackened, he remained unscathed. "I consumed the bomb fruit, making explosions harmless to me," he proclaimed with a hint of arrogance that this is final struggle. Miss Valentine's Day mocked, "How pathetic, this is the fate of the weak." With a swift motion, Mr. 5 pushed her aside, launching shuriken that embedded themselves in the sand behind them. Turning around, he found Rodney standing unscathed. A smile playing on his lips. Surprise. "Motherfucker." Chapter 45. The assassination of the Baroque Works agency. Rodney discarded his robe, revealing a flurry of shuriken in his palm. A barrage of shuriken hurtled toward Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day. This all you have? How dare you flaunt such trivial skills in my presence?" Mr. 5 scoffed, flicking another clump of mucus to counter the shuriken. The explosion reverberated as Mr. 5, having consumed the bomb fruit, could turn his entire body into a bomb. Even his expelled mucus served as an explosive. It was a terrifying ability, yet he chose to play with mucus. Did he not fear injuring himself? Miss Valentine's Day ascended, floating on the wind, gazing down with exaggerated glee. Mr. 5, he remained standing. Having consumed the float fruit, she could manipulate her weight freely, ranging from 1 kilogram to 10,000. The recent explosion had granted her a temporary lift into the air. "Dear lady, your taste is commendable, those yellow and white stripes," Rodney quipped, observing the view above. "I will kill you. Behold my attack, 10,000 kilograms." Crushing down, Rodney glanced at her and took a step back. Boom! The weight of Miss Valentine's Day crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater as sand cascaded into the void. Emerging from the pit, she wore an expression of indignation. With her weight under control, she leaped into the air. Indeed, one cannot trust a woman's weight. Rodney mused silently. That moment, Mr. 5 charged at him, throwing a punch that would detonate upon contact or even proximity. Rodney dodged, releasing a vacuum bullet. The unseen air bullet struck Mr. 5, causing an explosion that forced him to stagger back. Astonished, how is this possible? A vacuum bullet should easily penetrate stone. Mr. 5 brushed the dust from his attire, saying, "I anticipated your sneak attack. If you come into contact with me, my body will explode, rendering your attacks futile." "So, that is how it is. I thought you were a fool." Rodney chuckled. All made sense now. The vacuum bullet was neutralized upon contact, leading to the earlier scene. Then allow me to demonstrate fire release. Phoenix fire. Fireballs shot forth one by one, as Rodney charged alongside them. The fireballs did not strike Mr. 5, but served as a feint, exploding into clouds of dust that obscured vision. Mr. 5 heard a voice declare, "Fishman karate, 100-pound cannon." The surging force of the punch pierced through the smoke and struck Mr. 5, propelling him away. This time, no explosion occurred, for Mr. 5 was utterly unprepared. Such a splendid fruit was wasted. Shaking his head, Rodney, relying on his Sharingan, swiftly maneuvered through the dust to arrive at Mr. 5's back. With a swift rotation of his body, he unleashed a dragon-shaped whirlwind, sending him soaring into the sky. Konoha's Dragon God! Bang! Mr. 5 crashed to the ground, unconscious. Rodney turned to Mississippi Valentine, offering a smile that, combined with his crimson eyes, filled her with dread, leaving her with a psychological scar. Yet she was relieved to be airborne. If the wind could carry her away, she might survive. Feeling a tightness around her ankle, she looked down to see a steel wire tied to an unknown weapon ensnaring her leg, the other end firmly grasped by Rodney. "Come down!" Rodney yanked Mississippi Valentine from the sky. "Ah!" she screamed, plummeting to the ground, where a cold kunai was pressed against her throat. The man who had effortlessly defeated them said with a grin, "I have a few questions for you. Which high-ranking agents from Baroque Works are in Rain Base?" He slightly opened his eyes, his blood-red pupils radiating a chilling light that rendered Mississippi Valentine's hands icy, making her feel as though she were plunging into an icy abyss despite the sweltering heat. Without a second thought, she blurted out, "Mr. 2, Mississippi Merry Christmas, Mr. 4. I saw them a few days ago. I don't know about the others. They should be on missions. Oh, I see that if you're deceiving me, this will be your fate." He smiled, tossing the kunai towards a nearby, doomed at a scream echoed as Mississippi Valentine stiffened her head to see a machine gun-wielding vulture and a sunglasses-clad otter in ludicrous spotted attire pierced through by the kunai. Their lives extinguished, blood staining the sand. These were mid-level operatives of Baroque Works, known as the Unlucky Duo, tasked with gathering and reporting intelligence while monitoring the actions of other Baroque Works members. Should they discover any negligence, they would eliminate the offenders with explosives, and this instance was no exception. However, they were handled by Rodney instead. Rodney smiled. "I'm not a devil. You know, perhaps there was just a minor oversight." "Right?" Mississippi Valentine nodded vigorously. Yes. There are more omissions, including the vice president, Miss. All Sunday, Mr. 1, Mr. 2. I don't know anyone else. I swear. Please believe me." "All right, I'll take your word for it." The last things Mississippi Valentine saw were Rodney's smile and those swirling, blood-red eyes. Something seemed to burst forth from her neck, her strength gradually waning. Yet she felt no pain, her body warm and oddly comfortable. "But I never said I wouldn't kill you," Rodney murmured softly, burying Mississippi Valentine's body beneath the yellow sands before turning to Mr. 5. Approaching the gravely injured Mr. 5, he retrieved a banana from his pouch. Should a devil fruit user perish, there is a significant chance the fruit's power will attach itself to a nearby fruit, transforming it into a devil fruit with that ability. Of course, it all depends on probability. Success is not guaranteed. Killing Mr. 5 now might not necessarily yield his powers. Much like Char Dinger's cat, Rodney's fruit remained uncertain. He might acquire Mr. 5's ability, or he might not. However, in the hands of a martial arts expert, it would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than in Mr. 5's possession. For instance, if the bomb fruit were consumed by Garp, his punches would not only possess immense power, but simply striking an enemy would cause an explosion, making his body a potential bomb. No joke. Playing with trivialities is for amateurs. If it suits close combat, then it should be utilized in that manner. Training martial arts to deliver explosive punches is far more appealing than indulging in frivolities. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed. The kunai plunged down, ending Mr. 5's life. Subsequently, he noticed the banana in his hand beginning to change. The yellow skin gradually turned red, adorned with spiral patterns resembling a vine. Superhuman explosive fruit. Arise. However, Rodney chose not to consume it, instead deciding to keep it for later use. The explosive fruit seemed somewhat superfluous to him, given the existence of a Kekkei Genkai called Explosion Release in the Naruto universe. Without mentioning Deidara, the artist, during the Ninja World War, the Earthquake Fist technique employed by Kabuto during his Edo Tensei summoning was akin to the explosive fruit. Although it merely caused the target to explode upon impact, it was sufficient, and he still had detonating tags, after all. Sighing, reflecting on how a certain office worker's ability was far more practical. Turning anything he touched into a bomb was incredibly useful. Killer Queen, third bomb. The loser's dust, time rewound by an hour. Putting aside his unrealistic fantasies, he buried Mr. 5's body and approached their mode of transportation, the waterway turtle. After glancing at it, he used genjutsu to control it, leaping onto its back, exclaiming, "Let's go! To Yuba!" The waterway turtle kicked up a cloud of dust as it sped across the sandy terrain, slightly faster than the previous sand sled. Chapter 46. Yuba Yuba. A city built in an oasis amidst the desert over the past decade, serves as a vital transit hub connecting Rain Base and Alabasta, a necessary stop for desert merchants to rest and replenish supplies. Since its establishment, it has thrived in abundance, but with over a year without rain, the oasis has started to dry up and sand encroaches upon it. Recently, nearby nomads have arrived, exacerbating the water scarcity. The water supply in Yuba's waterways has dwindled significantly. The man responsible for Yuba's construction was Gerudo, the father of the future rebel leader. The incident involving the dancing powder was exposed shortly before Rodney's arrival, causing a national uproar and leading many citizens who trusted King Cobra to fall into doubt. More radical individuals joined the rebel forces. However, Gerudo remained steadfast in his faith in the king, believing he would not commit such an atrocity. Although his son trusted Cobra, he chose to join the rebels for the sake of the suffering masses, leveraging his innate leadership qualities to rise to the position of leader. But that was not the case yet. Rodney arrived in this once prosperous oasis, which, while still more thriving than Alabasta, bore the somber expressions of its inhabitants as water supplies dwindled. Recently, merchant caravans have become scarce, leading to a decline in local services. Residents struggled to earn a living and faced threats to their lives, prompting many to consider leaving for self-preservation. The remaining trees, though few, were of drought-resistant varieties whose names eluded him. However, while seeking refuge in their shade, a gust of wind filled his mouth with sand. "A sandstorm is coming," Rodney exclaimed in the distance. Yellow sands rolled ominously. Akin to an apocalypse, the dust was swept high into the air, descending like a colossal primordial beast intent on devouring this pearl in the desert, just as he expected the townsfolk to retreat into their homes. A group rushed out, led by a somewhat portly elder, whose rough hands gripped a shovel tightly, eyes filled with determination. "Come on, everyone! Yuba will absolutely not be consumed by mere sandstorms. We will restore Yuba to its former glory." His words bore a certain power, inspiring those around him. That a group of burly young men raised their shovels, shouting loudly as they charged forward, heading toward the waterways. They must not allow the sands to swallow the last hope of Yuba. Rodney observed this scene, sighing as he followed, feeling somewhat intrusive, yet unable to restrain himself. Helping out was no trouble at all. He purchased a windproof veil from the sand village in the system shop. Breathable and effective against sand, paired with windproof sunglasses, he was fully equipped. The sandstorm approached rapidly. Rodney entered it, visibility plummeting. The individuals he had seen earlier gathered near the waterways, shoveling the encroaching yellow sand away. However, human effort pales against the forces of nature, especially when some acted with malicious intent. Rodney appeared alongside them, creating clones. The sudden appearance startled the group, and the elder, who was Gerudo's son, Kosha, stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you?" Rodney received no response from his surroundings. All his shadow clones were meticulously positioned on either side of the waterway, their movements synchronized as they declared in unison, "Doton, Dori, Heki." Amidst the astonished gazes of others, wall after wall of earth surged forth from the ground, seamlessly merging to form an extensive barrier against the encroaching sands. The clones continued to shift, tirelessly working to connect the segments of this protective structure. Once the sandstorm subsided, all of Rodney's clones dissipated from exhaustion. When Deroth and Kosha, among others, located him, he was breathless, seated atop the carcass of a deceased purple scorpion. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire your name?" Deroth extended the utmost courtesy of Alabasta towards Rodney, a gesture mirrored by his son Kosha and the others to owe them. This enigmatic figure was deserving of such respect. The construction of the sand barrier had significantly alleviated their daily burdens, safeguarding the waterway, which in turn protected the lives of the city's inhabitants. "Rodney, you may call me that," he replied, rising to his feet, aware that his chakra had been considerably drained, leaving him with little more than half of his usual reserve. However, he still had some left. Ever since mastering the 100 Healings technique, he had been infusing chakra into his forehead daily, Though the mark of the technique had yet to manifest, he had no intention of utilizing it just yet, as it was not a moment of dire need, and he preferred to conserve his resources. With a smile, he said, "Uncle, I plan to stay here for a few days. Might you waive my travel expenses?" "Certainly. It shall be waived," Derode responded, turning away. "You have done so much to protect the lifeblood of this city. I will do everything in my power to accommodate your wishes. I am the mayor here. And my name is Derode, and this is my son, Kosha." Kosha, though somewhat taciturn, regarded Rodney with evident respect, albeit tinged with caution, as the power he had just wielded resembled that of a devil fruit user, a phenomenon he had encountered before, though not with such formidable capabilities. "Thank you, Uncle," Rodney chuckled as he dragged the massive scorpion, which he had dispatched while constructing the dory Heki, away. Such a large creature must surely be delicious. Initially, the others intended to assist him in moving the scorpion, but soon discovered that it was a Herculean task, while Rodney handled it as if it were as light as paper. Once settled into the finest room of the inn arranged by Derode, he exhaled deeply. Water resources here were exceedingly precious, and bathing would be a cumbersome affair. Fortunately, Rodney possessed the water release technique, but to avoid any misunderstandings among the locals, he opted to bathe at night. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. "Come in." The one who entered was Kosha. "Pardon the intrusion. My father sent me to see if you require anything, Mr. Rodney. Oh, it's nothing. This place is quite comfortable. By the way, where's the scorpion I killed?" Rodney inquired. "It is placed at the back of the inn," Kosha replied, hesitantly adding, "May I ask what you intend to do with it?" "Eat it." "Eat? Such a large scorpion?" Kosha was taken aback, as they had never considered such a creature as a source of sustenance. "Indeed it oh, and by the way, I would require an iron plate, some stones, firewood, and a few seasonings. I plan to prepare an iron plate dish." "Yes, iron plate scorpion." "Understood," Kosha responded, leaving in silence. Although puzzled, he chose to fulfill Rodney's request. Soon, he returned with the necessary items as twilight approached. Rodney ignited the flames, dismembering the scorpion, discarding the inedible parts, and peeling away its exoskeleton to reveal tender white flesh, reminiscent of crab meat, as it sizzled on the iron plate. He sprinkled seasonings over it, causing the nearby children to drool with anticipation. "Come, let's feast together," Rodney called out, gathering everyone for a lively bonfire party. The festivities continued deep into the night, until everyone eventually returned to their respective homes. Later that night, Rodney finished his bath, draped in a robe, and ascended to the rooftop of the inn, where the stars shone brilliantly, a breathtaking sight. Looking down, he noticed someone waving at him. Upon closer inspection, it was Derode that he leaped down and asked with a smile, "What brings you here, Uncle? Staying up late is not good for one's health at your age." Derode chuckled, shaking his head. "It's nothing. I have grown accustomed to it, as I rise quite late in the morning." "What have you?" "Cannot sleep." "Not quite. I am merely curious about the source of Yuba's water." Today, he had conjured the dory Heki along the waterway, yet he had not discerned its origin. Derode revealed without reservation that water originates from underground springs, surfacing from deep within the earth to invigorate this city. "Is that so? Can we dig a well?" Rodney inquired. "This is not Eruma. We are close to the Sandora River, situated in the heart of the desert, relying on underground water and rain for sustenance. Digging a well is quite challenging. We have been striving to achieve it," Derode explained. He was not a rigid individual. He understood the necessity of wells, yet despite numerous attempts, they had yielded no success. Nevertheless, Derode faced the sandstorms with unwavering resolve, his spirit as resilient as steel. He would not succumb to such adversities. Determined to continue fighting for Yuba, Chapter 47. When drowsiness arrives. Offer a pillow, is that so? Rodney pondered. He had not experienced an immediate sense of the water scarcity in Yuba, as it was far less severe than in Eruma. However, the threat of sandstorms lingered. Without the efforts of Derode and the others, it could very well share the same fate as Eruma. Given the recent sandstorm, it was likely that within 6 months, this place could dry up. Since Kosha remained, it indicated that the situation had not yet deteriorated to the point of his joining the rebel forces, suggesting a lingering faith in Kibura. However, Crocodile was a significant obstacle. Intent on erasing Yuba, this oasis city from the map. Yet the atmosphere here felt somewhat off. Never mind, this was not his concern, as long as he could dismantle Baroque works before the rebellion and defeat Crocodile. That would suffice, the sand fruit. After all, bidding farewell to Doroth, he refrained from inquiring why the elder was present at this hour. Perhaps he was naturally nocturnal. Standing before the narrow window, he gazed out over the tranquil, silent desert under the night sky, contemplating what expressions Crocodile might display when confronted with the sands of either Shikaku or Gara. A tea would undoubtedly be quite amusing. However, the sands against sands held little significance. Crocodile's weaknesses were glaringly evident. He relied heavily on his fruit abilities, wielding terrifying power thanks to the favorable conditions here. Yet, when faced with water, the sand would solidify, temporarily stripping him of his abilities. At that moment, his strength would be greatly diminished compared to Rodney's. At that point, Crocodile would be significantly weaker than Rodney. How delightful it would be to have him at his mercy. With that thought, Rodney couldn't help but chuckle wickedly, resembling a villain with a rather unsightly grin. The following morning, as dawn broke, the sun still hidden beneath the horizon, and the air remaining somewhat humid, Rodney rose early. After a hearty breakfast, he serendipitously encountered Kosha, who was carrying a shovel. Curiously, he asked, "Kosha, since the sandstorm has passed, what are you up to?" Kosha explained, "Digging a water well. Yuba cannot solely rely on the waterway. Otherwise, we would all perish here. Water is invaluable to this land, akin to life itself. The human body requires moisture, especially in this arid desert. Yuba's water was indeed dwindling. They could not depend solely on waterways." "I shall assist," Rodney declared with a smile. "That would be quite unnecessary. You have already aided us immensely," Kosha replied, feeling somewhat reluctant. "Not at all. I have nothing pressing to attend to, and resting here for a while is no trouble." Rodney insisted, shaking his head with a grin. "Please prepare several shovels. I can make use of many." Recalling the abilities Rodney had employed during the sandstorm, Kosha nodded in agreement. After expressing his gratitude, he had someone fetch a pile of shovels. Shadow clone technique. Rodney created several clones, directing them to a nearby area with vegetation, where they commenced digging. "Hey everyone, for the sake of water, let us dig diligently." "Oh." The shadow clones lifted their shovels, forming groups of 3 or 4. Utilizing their chakra and incredible strength, they dug with remarkable speed, while some clones, finding shovels cumbersome, resorted to using the earth release technique. Kosha stood there in bewilderment, holding his shovel, uncertain of what to do, as the shadow clones had already excavated a substantial amount of sand piled to the side. Rodney tossed a shovel of sand aside, crouching to feel the soil, which was slightly moist, not parched at all. It seemed they had indeed found the right spot. He called over a few clones to initiate a frenzied digging spree. Yes, they dug deeper. The sand became increasingly damp and cool. Nodding in approval, Rodney realized he had already descended into a pit over 10 meters deep. He shouted, "Kosha! Kosha! Mr. Rodney, I'm here," Kosha replied, peering down into the pit. Rodney exclaimed, "We've struck the right spot. There should be water here." "That's wonderful news." Kosha clenched his fist tightly, overwhelmed with joy. "Please fetch some tools for transporting sand. I've already compacted the surrounding area, and I can no longer proceed." "Understood. Please wait a moment." Kosha, brimming with enthusiasm, dashed back and gathered a group of individuals to assist in transporting the sand. Subsequently, shadow clones began to work alongside Kosha and the others, moving an increasing amount of sand, which grew heavier as it was saturated with water. Instead of merely piling the sand aside, they intended to distill the moisture for consumption. Even in poverty, there are resourceful solutions, were it not for their location deep within the desert. The inhabitants might have already devised a method to distill seawater. "Hey, we've struck water! Wait, don't dig any further!" The Chunin, hearing a shout, hurried over, only to find Rodney standing atop the murky water, with several clones still digging, and the water level rising steadily. "Water! We have water! Haha! Yuba can once again regain its former vitality. Splendid! May the heavens bless us. We shall surely triumph over the sandstorm. If only we could await the rain. Yuba will undoubtedly return to its previous splendor. The discovery of fresh water was, without a doubt, a potent tonic for the people here. Water signified life, and Yuba had regained its lifeblood, enabling them to restore the town's previous prosperity. Fantastic! Water has appeared. Kusha tightened his fist, knowing Yuba could endure for a while longer. Rodney returned to the waterhole, and alongside 3 clones, he conjured an earthen barrier to encircle the pond, saying, "Let us find a few individuals to erect a shelter here to prevent direct sunlight from evaporating the water unnecessarily." "Very well, Mr. Rodney." Kusha understood and sent people to seek out the finest masons in Yuba to construct a sunshade, complete with an entrance, ensuring that the sandstorm could not easily overwhelm it, while retrieving water might be somewhat troublesome. It was certainly preferable to wasting the precious resource. As the crowd cheered, Rodney gazed into the distance, where a cloud of dust had risen. Narrowing his eyes, a crimson hue flickered in his gaze. His vision sharpened as he peered through the haze, spotting a large turtle, exuding an air of sophistication, swiftly making its way towards them, pulling a pink cart that bore a somewhat feminine charm. Kusha also noticed the commotion, and Rodney exhaled softly, saying, "It may be an assassin sent for me." "Kusha, instruct the people of Yuba to remain indoors. Otherwise, they may be caught in the crossfire." However, before Kusha could express his willingness to assist, he was interrupted. "This group comprises formidable assassins. Your presence would be of no use. I am better equipped to handle them." With that, he leapt away, vanishing from Kusha's view, leaving only a silhouette behind. Watching his retreating figure, Kusha's fist loosened and tightened again in contemplation. After much internal conflict, he ultimately decided to notify everyone to take cover. What a time to arrive. Rodney stood at the crucial juncture where the waterway intersected with the turtle's path. Obstructing its route, the cart's door swung open, revealing a throng of individuals, among whom emerged a bald man, arms crossed, with a prominent one emblazoned on his chest. Tall and muscular, he donned attire reminiscent of a monk, adorned with serpentine motifs on the sides. His expression was cold and unyielding, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. He was clearly the type of person who spoke little but meant business. More concerning to Rodney, however, was the individual beside him, lounging with one leg crossed, clad in a pink swan outfit with Bon Nu inscribed on the back, revealing 2 shapely legs. With an alluring visage, he arched one leg while the other rested on its toes, resembling a ballet dancer, exclaiming, "121, 1-2, 121. Mr. 2, a senior agent of the Baroque Works, was the only one without a partner, embodying a gender-bending persona. The ocean harbors many wonders, including gender-bending beings, and there are quite a few, reminiscent of a certain country where Sanji endured 2 years of torment. For a lecherous soul, this was undoubtedly the greatest of tortures, nearly resulting in his assimilation. Though Funkray was a perverse individual, he was loyal and, though not entirely virtuous, not wholly malevolent either. Well, I suppose I can let him go for now," Rodney mused, scanning the other individuals before fixing his gaze on a man adorned with a 1 on either cheek. Mr. Point 11, the scimitar-wielding Hanazu, the swift blade of 50. If one desires a weapon, it seems one is readily available. Chapter 48. The Baroque Works. The scimitar wielded by Hanazu, Mr. 11, was precisely the weapon that secured his position as a mid-tier agent within the Baroque Works. Without this esteemed blade, his prowess would have been indistinguishable from that of countless others below the mid-tier rank. The leader of this assassination attempt on Rodney was none other than the Baroque Works' most formidable senior agent, Mr. Point 1 Das Bones. Having consumed the superhuman cutting fruit, he could transform any part of his body into a razor-sharp blade, while his skin hardened to a metallic toughness. Next to him stood Funkray, Mr. 2, a genderbender. While Mr. 3 and his partner were absent, and Mr. 4 was accompanied by his partner, Miss Christmas, alongside a cadre of less formidable assassins, including Mr. 9, Mr. 11, and the blue-haired girl, Miss Wednesday, the princess of this nation, who was undercover within the Baroque Works to investigate the matter of the dance powder. Alongside her subordinate, Ikaram, leveraging her formidable strength to secure a position as a mid-tier agent. The failures of Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day had stirred the ire of Crocodile, prompting him to dispatch Mr. 1 and others to locate Rodney, with the intention of either recruiting him or, failing that, eliminating him. Crocodile would never allow a threat to persist, Mr. One proclaimed, to the pirate hunter of the East Blue. The crimson-eyed Rodney, I extend an invitation to join the Baroque works. Should you accept, all past transgressions shall be forgiven, and you may ascend to the rank of Mr. 5 or higher. Should you decline? However, as he spoke, a sharp blade formed over his arm, and even his fingers became lethal edges. It was clear that should Rodney refuse, they would swiftly converge upon him to enact his demise. Is that so? Rodney scratched his head, squinting with a smile. In that case, I shall open my eyes and unleash my murderous intent. With a fierce glint in his blood-red Sharingan, he launched himself into the sand. Mr. Point One immediately commanded, Miss Christmas, a plump, elderly woman spoke at a rapid pace. Understood. Understood. No need for idle chatter. Her mouth elongated, sprouting whiskers, while fine black hairs emerged from her skin, and her hands morphed into claws, transforming her into a humanoid mole. Miss Christmas had consumed the animal mole fruit and was now rapidly burrowing through the sand in search of Rodney's whereabouts. Mr. 11 felt a tight grip around his ankle, a tremendous force dragging him down before he could even utter a scream, burying him beneath the sand. Fool! Mr. 11, you dolt! Are you a pig? Miss Christmas fumed as she pulled Mr. 11's lifeless body to the surface. Mr. Point One, with keen eyes, spotted the explosive tag affixed to Mr. 11's chest and shouted, Everyone, run! It's Rodney's bomb paper! Mr. One and his companions possessed far more information regarding Rodney than anyone else, including knowledge of the explosive tags, though none knew its name. Hence they referred to it as bomb paper, which was quite formidable. Boom! The explosive tag on Mr. 11 detonated, and the group hastily retreated, dropping to the ground as the explosion sent an avalanche of sand and debris flying. Princess Vivi had yet to rise when she felt a hand clamp over her mouth, startling her into silence as she was pulled beneath the sand, with shadow clones whisking her away to Yuba. The remaining individuals prepared for battle. Emerging from the sand, Rodney shook off the grit and unsheathed Hanazu, the blade adorned with flame-like patterns, a superior weapon compared to his standard long sword. Holding the scimitar across his chest, he stood resolutely upon the earth, pointing it at the assembled agents, asking, who wishes to step forward and meet their demise first? Did you take little 11's scimitar? Then allow me to show you what I can do. Funkray's voice sounded like a quacking duck, and merely hearing him caused Rodney's expression to shift. While watching the anime, Funkray displayed loyalty and humor, albeit as a perverse character, making him quite interesting. However, in reality, he was a different matter altogether. This motion, this tone. Never mind, perhaps it is best to forego the knife. As the blade was thrust into the sand, a mole suddenly emerged, hurriedly exclaiming, Are you an utter fool? You nearly struck me. I could have died. I surely would have. Step back. It was unclear who uttered the warning, but as Mississippi Christmas Cheer looked up, she saw the gleaming blade raised high, descending with alarming speed. Instinctively, she burrowed into the sand, leaving behind a gaping hole that was violently torn apart by the menacing sword energy, causing the dry sand to converge towards the center. This fellow clearly approached the situation with a playful demeanor. Mr. Point One solemnly remarked, He seems to regard Mississippi Christmas Cheer, and indeed many of us, as mere playthings. Sensing Rodney's intentions, Mr. One exchanged glances with Von Clay, and they both advanced from opposite directions, one forward and one behind. Mr. Point One's fingers curved into claws, blades sprouting from his fingertips, reaching out to seize Rodney, who countered with a flower-like stance, causing sparks to fly. Ballet fist technique, elegant swan dance. Von Clay unleashed a flurry of kicks against Rodney, creating countless afterimages. Shadow clone. A figure appeared beside him, blocking Von Clay's kick before vanishing. What was that? Mr. One thought, finding Rodney to be an insufferable nuisance, more troublesome than any adversary he had ever encountered. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he launched a fierce assault, each strike as swift as a gale, which Rodney expertly parried without fail. Von Clay gasped to think he could match little One's strength. Truly a fearsome opponent. However, I too must employ my most formidable techniques. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the air, executing a spinning kick aimed at the two engaged in combat below. A human demon fist technique. Memories of that summer. Oh, disgusting. Rodney repelled Mr. One with a fierce blow, his body spinning to generate a violent dragon-shaped whirlwind, swirling a mass of yellow sand into the form of a fearsome golden dragon. Wood Leaf Dragon God. What? Von Clay's attack collided with the Wood Leaf Dragon God, instantly engulfed by the massive sandy beast. The sand lashed against his face, stinging painfully, and in some places it tore through his skin, drawing blood. Struggling against the wind, Von Clay managed to open his eyes, catching sight of Rodney at the center of the swirling sand dragon. Gritting his teeth, he spun rapidly, unleashing a barrage of spinning kicks to close in on his target and bring him down. Behold my proud technique, Human Demon Fist Technique. 320,000 revolving kicks. You should take a break. Would Leaf Great Whirlwind, a powerful kick soared towards Von Clay, colliding with his long leg and sending him flying to the ground. Unable to rise, still shivering in disgust, Rodney mused that while the Sharingan could flawlessly replicate the physical techniques here, the Human Demon Fist Technique was something he had no desire to learn. He sensed that acquiring it would cost him something profoundly significant. Perhaps his integrity, or so he thought. Shifting his gaze to the onlookers, he remarked, "All right, who is next?" Woof! Out of nowhere came a dog bark, followed by the sight of a hefty fellow hurling a baseball straight at him, which Rodney effortlessly dodged, landing behind him. Daha! A baseball thinks it can attack me. What a delusion. Just as Rodney reveled in his triumph, the baseball suddenly erupted with light, prompting him to react swiftly and retreat. Boom! Damn it, it's a bomb. Rodney sprang from the sand, tightening his stance as a pair of mole-like claws shot up from the ground, gripping his ankles and preventing his escape. Mr. One pursued, swinging his arms, the blades gleaming ominously, clearly intent on severing his head with a single strike. Chapter 49. Mr. One's blade was blocked by Rodney's flower-like stance. In an instant, Mr. One launched another offensive, fingers forming into a knife, aiming directly at his heart. .6 dials. Iron block. His muscles hardened like steel, rendering his body immobile. However, withstanding this strike would suffice. A metallic clang resonated from his chest as Mr. One's attack failed, causing him to retreat once more. Just as Mr. Four's baseball bomb approached, breaking the iron block, he freed himself from Mississippi Christmas cheer-esque grasp, utilizing the shave technique to evade and flinging the flower-like stance towards Mr. Four, who wielded a baseball bat weighing several tons, while simultaneously unleashing fire release. Phoenix Fire! Fireballs rained down from the sky like meteor showers. Mr. One swung his arms, shattering the fireballs aimed at him. Clang! The flower-like stance was struck away by Mr. Four's bat, embedding itself in a sand dune. Rodney swiftly darted over, retrieved the flower-like stance, and assumed a pose, causing Mr. One to sense impending danger. Step back. He hardened his body to steel-like rigidity. Elbaf gun, Wagwa. Spiral sword energy tore through the desert, stirring up vast clouds of sand, carving a deep trench in its wake. Mr. One stood at the center of the trench. Even his iron-like body sustained injuries from this immature Wagwa. Mr. .4 Miss and a few other nameless onlookers lay incapacitated on the ground. Some lost consciousness, while others lay dead. Terrifying. Is this person a monster? Mr. One murmured. The so-called monster regarded the flower-like stance in his hand, smiling as he said, "What a fine blade. It should hold for a while longer." "Hey, you there, shall we continue?" Mr. One, struggling to rise, replied, "With your strength, are you truly just setting sail?" "Yes, I believe I set sail about a month ago. If memory serves." Rodney smiled. Mr. One, "Des Bones, what do you say? Care to join me? The terms are negotiable. Although I'm a lone wolf, I wouldn't mind having a partner or two who won't drag me down." With that, he took a keen interest in Mr. One's abilities, wishing to recruit him. Mr. One remained silent, adopting a combat stance, clearly preparing for a fierce battle. In that case, allow me to grant you a rather spectacular demise. Lightning enveloped the flower-like stance as Kanai, lacking any craftsmanship, could still be infused with chakra. How could the flower-like stance not be? What kind of fruit is this? Mr. One couldn't help but inquire, initially assuming that Rodney possessed a fire-based fruit akin to the flame fruit. However, the sudden appearance of lightning left him perplexed. What a mystery. Perhaps I am a magician. What you see may simply be an illusion. Shrugging, he chuckled at Mr. One and declared, "Come on, I'll give you a swift death. Transforming his fingers into blades, he crossed them before his chest and lunged fiercely at Rodney. Micro dust slash. Rodney sensed countless minuscule sword energies intertwining, forming an impenetrable web of blades. If struck, he could very well be cleaved into cubes. Sending chills down his spine, he brandished the flower-like stance, truly dancing with it. The air filled with its afterimages, allowing him to clash with Mr. One dozens of times in an instant. The Sharingan spun incessantly, capturing Mr. One's every move with precision. Several times he spotted openings, but alas, Mr. One's body was as hard as steel, and even lightning-infused chakra could not breach it swiftly. Your swordsmanship is commendable, were it not uniquely yours. I would be quite envious, he mused, as a wielder of the Sharingan. Failing to replicate would be a disservice to his eyes. Regardless of suitability, one must copy first and foremost, employing the same techniques against foes. If one cannot win, then at least one could annoy the opponent. You see, it's a 50-50 chance. Clearly, I could resolve this swiftly, yet I refuse to unleash my full strength, all to vex my adversary. With his chakra reserves, a swift resolution should indeed be the path to take. Regrettably, Mr. One's techniques were developed after consuming a devil fruit. Even replication would not suit Rodney. Unfazed by Rodney's thoughts, Mr. One shifted his approach, manifesting a series of horizontal blades along his arms, which began to spin rapidly like saw teeth. He swung his arms, attempting to sever Rodney with the blades. Clang, clang, clang. The serrated blades clashed with the flower-like stance, creating a fierce and intense spark. This fellow is unyieldingly hard. Perhaps I can end this swiftly. A plan formed in his mind as he sought to elude Mr. One, submerging himself underground at Mississippi Christmas cheer. Where did that fellow go? Mr. Point One inquired. I don't know. I can't find him. Mississippi Christmas cheer replied from below. I see him. Ah, Mr. One was acutely aware that Miss Merry Christmas's time was running short, and thus he focused intently on locating Rodney. Beyond a sand dune, Rodney inscribed his hand with blood obtained from Miss Merry Christmas, invoking the art of spirit summoning. With a resounding thud, a palm-sized slug materialized before him. Lord Rodney, inquired the slug, why have you summoned me in such a diminutive form? Surely, there is a purpose, Rodney replied with a smile, as he tucked the slug into his sleeve, adding, Sister Slug, seize the opportunity later to assist me in dealing with an adversary. Understood. The slug's tentacles twitched, clinging to his sleeve to avoid being dislodged. Thus, with a flourish of his weapon, he stepped forward and descended with a fierce strike. Mr. One swiftly crossed his arms to intercept the weapon, feeling a sharp pain as he did so. Astonishingly, he felt actual hurt. He retaliated with his blade, temporarily forcing Rodney back. Upon raising his right arm, he discovered several small holes corroded by an unknown slime, causing him excruciating discomfort. Despicable. Wasn't it promised that I would receive a swift death? I beg your pardon, but for me, victory is paramount. Rest assured, I will ensure your demise is not too merciful, Rodney declared. In matters of combat, Rodney displayed no scruples. Any method to secure victory was permissible. This was a life-or-death struggle. Survival was all that mattered. Regardless of the tactics employed, Mr. One, I will endeavor to spare you pain. Otherwise, would you prefer to take your own life? A fool's dream, Mr. One retorted. Being a hardened warrior, he could never accept such a humiliating end, which he considered an affront. He felt a deep disdain for this slippery adversary, who was only attempting to revile him. I shall rend you limb from limb. Foamed daisy slash, his palm and fingers transformed into blades, launching towards Rodney with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey. Clang, 6 dials, iron block. The tip of the weapon met Mr. One's hand, unleashing a barrage of petal-like slashes that surged towards Rodney. With a whoosh, the sand dune behind them was shattered into smaller mounds, while Rodney's upper garments were cleaved, leaving tattered strips draped over him, his body marred by several grievous wounds that exposed bone. Impressive. Rodney winced but absorbed Mr. One's onslaught, discarding his weapon as immense strength surged into his fist. Fishman karate, superhuman strength, 2,000-watt punch. Boom! Without hesitation, his fist collided forcefully with Mr. One's chest, delivering a blow powerful enough to shatter mountains, pulverizing what his weapon could not. Mr. One's body was sent hurtling through the air like a feather, with Rodney in swift pursuit, determined not to grant him a moment's respite. Pain from heaven. Concentrating chakra in his foot, he delivered a crushing kick to Mr. One. Boom. A crater formed around him, and even with Mr. One's formidable physique, he could not withstand the barrage from Rodney. Mr. One has fallen. Ouch, that hurts. Were it not for my caution regarding his blade, I would have dispensed with my weapon entirely. His swordsmanship was woefully inadequate. Lacking dominance, fists could not block blades, and the foam daisy slash was inescapable. The body replacement technique was effective only if one had the means to flee, utilized for misdirection, not as an infallible solution. To endure such an attack was surely agonizing. Chapter 50. A yearning for a peaceful life. Neferutali Vivi, the princess of Alabasta, was a truly devoted royal, humble and akin to her father, cherishing peace and beloved by her people. As a competent princess, she had recently infiltrated the Baroque works with the palace guard captain, Kuro, to investigate the true culprit behind the dancing powder. In just a few months, they had successfully attained the rank of mid-level agents through their formidable strength and exceptional skills. Presently, she and Kusha were assisting Rodney in bandaging his wounds, while a slug nearly half her height rested on him, using chakra to aid in his recovery. That Mr. Rodney, of Baroque works, all dead, while perhaps one or two may still be alive. But losing those high-ranking and mid-ranking agents has severely weakened Baroque works, leaving it on the brink of collapse. Mission: dissolve Baroque works mission level. Be reward: Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Water Release, Water Barrier. Palm Sage Technique, Permanent Chakra Fruit, 5,000 mission points. Status: completed. Those mid-level and high-ranking agents he eliminated rendered Baroque works ineffective, essentially disbanding it. With a substantial influx of mission points, he consumed the permanent chakra fruit before their eyes, restoring his depleted chakra while simultaneously raising his chakra limit by 30%. Lord Rodney, has your chakra suddenly replenished? The slug inquired. Indeed, I merely used a secret medicine akin to the soldier pills. It poses no threat to my health, Rodney replied with a smile. He turned to Princess Vivi and asked, So, Princess Vivi, what brings you to seek me? I wish to express my gratitude and invite you to the royal capital, Alabasta. Though Rodney had dismantled Baroque works, severing their investigation, it was clear that Baroque works posed no benefit to the kingdom, and Rodney's actions warranted her respect. It was nothing, merely a matter of convenience. I will visit the royal capital when the opportunity arises, but not at this moment. He shook his head, smiling as he added, If you wish to investigate the dancing powder, I can assure you it is no longer necessary. I will unearth the puppet master behind it. That it is not a difficult task. The puppet master? Is it truly possible? Vivi exclaimed, realizing that the king had indeed been wronged. Kusha clenched his fists. Even if he were to become the leader of a rebel army, he would continue to trust the king, who cherished his people, believing that the monarch was merely pressured by Baroque works, which had impeded his rule, prompting the rebellion. Of course, Princess Vivi, King Cobra, is a capable ruler. Were it not for the water scarcity in Alabasta, this nation would likely thrive beyond measure. That he believed that a wise ruler like Cobra could elevate the nation's prosperity in a more favorable environment. But Alabasta's dire lack of water severely constrained economic development. Thank you for your praise. I have always held great faith in my father, but this is our homeland. We shall undoubtedly lead our people to prosperity. Yes, Vivi, I believe you and His Majesty can achieve that. Thank you, Chief. Would you be willing to assist me later? Princess Vivi and Kusha shared a childhood bond, both deeply concerned for their people, filled with hope and goodwill for their nation. Mr. Rodney, might I inquire who the puppet master is? A man you cannot contend with, driven by ambition and unscrupulous means. That man is my target. After glancing at the two, he continued, Please prepare some items for me. Your status as a princess should enable you to arrange this, correct? Certainly. I will promptly inform my father to send the items. Very well. 3 days later, as Rodney's wounds healed, he set forth to the Rain District. Equipped with the items prepared by Princess Vivi, in the Rain District's grandest casino, the Rain Banquet, the deputy director of Baroque Works, codenamed Miss All Sunday, whose true name was Nico Robin, reported 3 days ago. Our operatives dispatched to eliminate Rodney were all annihilated. Seated in the shadows was Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, an ambitious man seeking the ancient weapon Pluton to become the pirate king. The smoke from his cigar curled ominously around his scarred face, heavy with a grim demeanor. His golden hook rested heavily on the table as he pondered for a long while before asking, "Mr. Point One has also fallen?" Indeed. According to the accounts of witnesses, his chest was shattered, his spine fractured, and his upper body was beyond repair. Perhaps due to his devil fruit abilities, he did not disintegrate, but that level of injury is undoubtedly fatal. Moreover, Mr. Two's body is unaccounted for. Miss Wednesday is missing the do not concern yourself with her. With the near-total annihilation of our high-ranking and mid-ranking operatives, the remaining members will be of no use even if they are promoted to high-ranking agents. Find Miss Wednesday. Princess Vivi is of great importance to this nation and to us as well. Crocodile coolly assessed the situation. Baroque Works was finished, and his ambitions lay in ruins. He had initially planned to garner public favor over the years to facilitate his usurpation. But without Baroque Works support, all his plans had been thrown into disarray. Jostad J. Rodney, what exactly do you desire? After a moment of contemplative silence, he spoke. Within a single day, gather all available information regarding this individual. Rodney, and have it ready on my desk by tomorrow. Understood. Nicole Robin nodded and departed, her graceful figure captivating him. Crocodile exhaled a cloud of smoke, reflecting. Nicole Robin, truly an invaluable assistant, yet he extinguished his cigar in the ashtray. An unpredictable fellow. For now, he still holds utility. The ancient weapon, Pluton, the most fearsome warship ever crafted, was forged in the prosperous shipbuilding city of Water 7, that capable of obliterating an island with a single shot. It now lies dormant somewhere in the world. While the historical records detailing its whereabouts remain concealed within Alabasta, the precise location yet to be discovered. Only Nicole Robin possesses the ability to decipher these ancient texts, thus rendering her immobile for the time being. He pondered, Pluton. If I could obtain it, I could extend my hand and seemingly grasp the very world itself. Upon exiting the office, Nicole Robin returned to her workspace, opening a drawer that housed a stack of documents concerning Rodney, the pirate hunter. Armed with peculiar weaponry and explosive devices, red-eyed Rodney. Was his crusade solely to eradicate pirates? For wealth? No, he lacked for nothing. She sought to analyze the essence of Rodney, as the intelligence gathered by her operatives dates back to the very inception of his notoriety. Commencing from a moment he targeted the Krieg pirates. His attacks incorporated various elemental assaults capable of unleashing torrents of water. Her gaze sharpened. She could ascertain that this time, Crocodile was destined to falter against this pirate hunter. Would she then seize the opportunity to escape amidst their clash? She could conceal herself during their battle, continuing her covert investigation. However, should Rodney falter, she would inevitably fall into Crocodile's grasp, having collaborated with him for 2 years. Robin fully understood the nature of the man, insidious, ruthless, and willing to employ any means necessary. A pirate audacious enough to covet nations, instilling in her a profound apprehension, coupled with the powers granted by his Loguetown devil fruit. It was prudent to observe the unfolding events. Should Rodney emerge victorious, she could propose an alliance. This man would undoubtedly be intrigued by the whereabouts of Pluton. Robin believed few would resist the allure of the ancient weapon. Pluton, a chance to ascend to power and dominate the world, was seldom forsaken. If Rodney were to learn of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff at her. Why not gather sufficient task points to acquire several tailed beasts? They could fight, flee, and even serve as power sources. Tailed beast bombs could obliterate mountains, and his Sharingan could still be enhanced. Wasn't the Heavenly Star a suitable option? Why fixate on Pluton's firepower? Would the world government grant him clemency upon acquisition? Rodney, he yearned for a tranquil existence. Perhaps. Chapter 51. Should I become your pawn? In the rain-drenched city, Rodney arrived at this still-thriving metropolis, known as the City of Dreams. The environment was splendid, a veritable oasis, not lacking in water. Despite nearly 2 years passing, there had yet to be a scarcity of this vital resource. Although it was daytime, a refreshing breeze swept away the heat, and the date palms were laden with ripe fruit, appearing delectable and seemingly ready for harvest. Seeing no one around, he plucked a few and popped them into his mouth. They were sweet and delightful. In this city of rain, several pyramids towered, prompting him to ponder. Ah, I recognize the Egyptian influence. But why construct pyramids? These are tombs. What, are they preparing for a headstone clash? Am I to be a king of kings? Ha ha! I, the pharaoh, reign supreme. He shook his head to dispel the absurd imagery. Coughing lightly to clear his mind of the sudden thoughts, he focused on the largest pyramid, adorned with blue and white stripes and edged with golden bricks, crowned by a statue of a crocodile with bananas atop its head. Rain Banquet, the largest casino in Alabasta, operated under the cautious ownership of Crocodile, though the public face was Nicole Robin. She had carefully concealed her true identity, as her bounty was excessively high, with control over the kingdom's most lucrative casino. Crocodile amassed wealth daily, indulging whims such as nurturing crocodiles and occasionally dispatching a few pirates for sport. His life was rather comfortable. Yet for the sake of ambition, he abandoned a peaceful existence, donning a pair of sea-stone handcuffs and a stylish black and white striped outfit. Embarking on a life of all-inclusive accommodations, participating in the Marineford War, clashing with the admirals, and emerging as the top contributor. Upon entering the Rain Banquet, the atmosphere was relatively tranquil, devoid of the usual uproar. Though the occasional gambler, blinded by rage over losses, would erupt in fury, only to be swiftly ejected by the staff. Ignoring such occurrences, it remained a relatively serene environment, exchanging 10,000 berries for chips. He approached a gambling table. Instead of immediately placing a bet, he scrutinized the dealer's movements. He mused, stroking his chin. Squinting, he activated his Sharingan, meticulously recording the dealer's actions. Not too shabby, he concluded. This gambling technique is quite swift, yet still somewhat sluggish for someone of their ilk, adequate for deceiving the average individual. Having observed enough, he joined the game, leveraging the techniques replicated through his Sharingan and executing moves so rapid they eluded ordinary perception. Amassing a significant fortune in chips, the dealer, desperate to win back, attempted to outplay him, only to find himself utterly depleted. The dealer quickly realized he had encountered a master. Promptly, he summoned the owner. The individual who emerged was a statuesque beauty, exuding an air of maturity and intellect, though her prolonged stay in Alabasta had left her skin slightly darker, an inconsequential detail that would fade with time. Upon meeting Rodney's astonished gaze, Robin discerned that he recognized her. But how could he possibly know her? The bounty poster depicted her as a mere child, making recognition unlikely. Red-eyed Rodney. Those eyes were truly remarkable. Instinctively, she averted her gaze from his enchantingly peculiar orbs, maintaining a polite smile. "Good day, Mr. Rodney. Have we met before?" "I've seen your profile," he replied, cough, cough, "but I don't recognize you." Suddenly recalling the Risku images that invaded his mind, he coughed again, asking, "Miss?" "All Sunday." Robin paused momentarily, smiling as she replied. "So you are already aware. Come with me. The VIP room awaits." "Very well," he consented. Following Robin into the lavish VIP chamber, he sank into a plush sofa, inquiring, "So what brings me here?" "Not much, Mr. Rodney. It appears there is significant discord between you and our Baroque works." "Of course, I have done nothing. You dare pursue me?" Rodney's face was a mask of indignation as he thundered. "I merely came for a leisurely visit, and you send assassins after me. Now, this conflict is established. Either you Baroque works, or I must perish." Robin retorted from the outset. "It was you who instigated this, was it not?" "Whiskey Peak, Mr. 5, Mr. 1, they were all your doing, were they not? Our Baroque Works is a legitimate assassin organization, and you have severely wounded us, yet you dare to retaliate?" Robin mused, wondering if she had overestimated the depths of this man's depravity. Or was the dignity of the strong? Who taught him such shamelessness? "If you seek compensation, present your terms, and we shall consider them." This was merely a stalling tactic. Crocodile was approaching, and she needed to buy time. Robin held little regard for Rodney, a mere pirate hunter. Were her true identity to be unveiled, this man would surely draw his blade. Her bounty was exceedingly high. Ever since O'Hara's destruction, she had lived amidst treachery and conspiracies, a burdensome existence that brought her to this point. Yet in pursuit of deciphering the historical texts and uncovering the enigmatic blank century, she had struck a deal with Crocodile solely to unravel the mysteries of history. Her aspiration was merely to uncover those obscured narratives. Yet an immense obstacle loomed between her and that secret history. Conditions? Rodney pondered before smiling and stating, "Then I shall take you as my prize, for you are not the true master of Baroque works." Robin's heart skipped a beat, though she maintained her smile, her eyes turning frigid. "That jest is hardly amusing, Mr. Rodney." "Not amusing? Then let us change it to Crocodile's head." He rested one hand against his head, exuding an air of indifference as he prepared for something, though the actors had yet to arrive. "Ah, Lao Sha, why have you not yet come? Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and our Baroque works is certainly no match for him." Robin remarked, "Do you wish to kill him? Who wouldn't want to eliminate a warlord?" He replied, "It's a pity that after he became a warlord, his bounty ceased to increase. Otherwise, with his prowess, a bounty of 200 or 300 million would be a mere trifle. The 7 warlords are pirates acknowledged by the world government. Their bounties remain unchanged, and they're not pursued by the Navy. However, should they lose that title, their bounties would skyrocket, and the Navy would relentlessly hunt them down. Lao Sha is not like Buggy, relying on luck and the conqueror's hockey to maintain his position among the warlords. In fact, he could even aspire to become one of the 4 emperors in the future, provided he first escapes from prison." His gaze roamed over Robin's curvaceous form, yet his eyes remained keen and lucid. "Let me calculate. Doesn't the bounty of the son of the devil seem to be slightly higher than Crocodile's?" Robin took a step back and calmly replied, "My value extends beyond merely exchanging for a bounty with the world government. I know you are still a historian. I too have a keen interest in history. What do you say, Nico Robin? Would you consider joining me? It's far more promising than Crocodile's path. Seeking alliance with a tiger leads to a disastrous end." Robin chose silence, recognizing that this man was indeed akin to those she had encountered before, if not greedier still, that in truth, she had misunderstood Rodney. He was genuinely interested in those historical matters. The blank century, how intriguing to ponder. What secrets does the world government conceal? What transpired during that lost 100 years? Unfortunately, he could not decipher it. Otherwise, with his knowledge of the historical texts, he would be able to find and comprehend them swiftly. One could only lament that he had traversed to a time that was out of sync. Had he arrived a decade or so later, he would have witnessed the completion of the narrative. By then, the Grim Reaper would still be in elementary school. So, what truly occurred? His curiosity surged uncontrollably, and he endeavored to present a congenial smile as he said, "Miss Robin, do consider, my offer is quite generous. Should you join me, I shall promote you to the position of vice captain. Isn't it just you? No, wait, you don't even possess a ship, do you?" Chapter 52, Sand Crocodile. Faced with Rodney's inquiries, Robin expressed her reluctance to respond, sensing that this person before her was deceitful, emanating an aura of a charlatan, someone not to be trusted, having roamed the world for years. She felt she could see through him. "You jest. My current position here is rather satisfactory," she replied, wearing a practiced smile devoid of any flaws. "Oh, is that so? After analyzing the historical texts, do you believe Crocodile would let you go?" "Don be ridiculous. Once he learns what he desires, he will undoubtedly eliminate you, the informant. So, you are aware?" Robin's expression turned somber. Of course, she knew Crocodile was a cold-hearted individual, yet she had never intended to divulge the true content of the historical text to him. The fact that Crocodile was the true mastermind behind Baroque works was a secret known only to him. How could this man possibly know? "I have my special sources of information." He squinted, making Robin wish to land a few punches on his face. However, Rodney was correct in one regard. Seeking a tiger skin would lead to a dire fate. Crocodile, the sand crocodile, was far more terrifying than a mere man-eater. He understood the art of lurking, seeking opportunities for a decisive strike. "Leave that to me." Is that so?" Rodney glanced around and remarked, "By the way, what did you summon me here for? My chips have yet to be redeemed, and they amount to several million berries. That won't be a problem for you." Indeed, greed radiated from this man. "Moreover, the boss wishes to meet you. Please wait here for a moment." "I see." Sitting with his legs crossed on the sofa, he refrained from touching the fruits and wines on the table, pondering the possibility of poison. That if he were to be poisoned, it would be a trivial task for Crocodile, a ruthless pirate who knew nothing of the so-called honor of a warrior. "Robin, your boss is yet to arrive. Let us converse." "Hey, don't ignore me. It's quite boring this way." Honestly, at this rate, you'll never get married. Robin was resolute in her decision to ignore him, fearing that engaging with him would lead to an incessant entanglement, which would be quite bothersome. This man was not only greedy, but also a loquacious chatterbox. Indeed, declining his offer to be vice captain was a wise choice. Otherwise, she would have no tranquil days to enjoy in the future. Although, for someone like her, merely having books to read suffice for tranquility. Oh, dull. Robin, how about I tell you where the historical texts are located? You know, this time, Robin could not contain her reaction. Cited, of course, I know the locations of more than just one, he said with a grin. Where are they? Humph. Robin retorted, you better speak up. If you continue to leave me hanging, you might just end up tongue-tied. The historical texts? I'm quite interested as well. Rodney, why not become my subordinate? I'll give you Mr. 1's position. Suddenly, a fine swirl of sand emerged from the crack in the door, coalescing into a humanoid shape on the opposite sofa at last. A tall man with a scarred face, clad in a suit and draped in fur, exuding a sinister aura emerged. The sand crocodile. By the way, I isn't it a bit too hot in this desert for such heavy clothing? Aren't you warm? Crocodile replied. I had anticipated a more formidable opening statement or negotiations, yet you suddenly blurt out such a remark? Is your focus rather peculiar? He chose not to respond, sensing that an answer would diminish his stature. Robin stood behind Crocodile, who paid her no mind and continued, if what you say is true. Then Rodney, I believe we can collaborate. Rodney's eyes widened. This was the first time he locked eyes with Crocodile's blood-red gaze, evil, bloody, and foreboding, reminiscent of the Sharingan, exuding an ominous aura. Baroque works? That is a mere joke. As for Mr. 1, he indeed possesses some skill, but regrettably, he is no match for me. Aside from you, the entirety of Baroque works cannot contend with me. Pray tell, why should I join your ranks? To seize control of this world. He spread his arms wide, his expression fervent. I shall not hide it from you. I have come to this land seeking the ancient weapon Pluton. If I can obtain information regarding Pluton and locate it, I shall wield that power to become the pirate king and claim this world. He was unperturbed by the possibility of Rodney leaking this information. Should he refuse to comply, that man was as good as dead. That sounds splendid. Rodney smiled as he extended his hand. Robin looked on with disdain, while Crocodile grinned, thinking that this fellow might not be so difficult to handle after all. Unfortunately, Crocodile's right hand was not clasped in Rodney's. Instead, his fingers began to form various seals as he shouted, Water release. Water chaos wave. What? A torrent of water erupted from thin air, instantly solidifying Crocodile's sandy form, making it impossible for him to elementalize and revealing his true self. How could this be? This person's ability, with a fierce glint in his eyes, Crocodile's hook shot towards Rodney's throat, the attack swift, accurate, and merciless, devoid of hesitation. Holding the Hanazono in hand, Rodney blocked Crocodile's hook. Realizing his attack had failed, Crocodile broke free from Rodney's grasp, flung open the door, and bolted outside, with Rodney in pursuit. Robin pondered over the water beneath her feet. Why, despite being water, did it not render her powerless? Could it be that his water does not incapacitate devil fruit users? She had not disclosed any information regarding Rodney's abilities to Crocodile, thus inadvertently ensnaring him. Haha, sand crocodile, don't even think about escaping. Rodney resembled a frenzied husky, brandishing a blade as he pursued Crocodile, exhaling fierce flames while darting toward his target down the narrow corridor, but a wall of sand. The beads of moisture on his body were absorbed by the sand, allowing him to utilize his abilities once more. With a swift motion of his right hand, a sand wall emerged to shield against the fireball, in that confined space. The fireball erupted, prompting Rodney to hastily summon an earthen barrier, narrowly avoiding being ensnared by his own skill. Boom! The corridor was blasted open, dust swirling chaotically, visibility plummeting. Desert treasure blade. The sand sliced through the earthen wall like a knife, compelling Rodney to sidestep, revealing a gash where he had just stood. The cut remarkably neat and smooth, seemingly not the result of a sand assault. Water release. Water surge. Having exchanged 1,000 points for this water technique, he harnessed his immense chakra to conjure water from thin air. The waves surging through the labyrinthine passage, inundating the entire Rain District. Gamblers engrossed in their games were swept away by the sudden deluge. The fortunate were carried away, while the unfortunate were thrust into the adjacent waterways, where colossal banana crocodiles lurked. Banana crocodile. A feast. Robin experienced the sensation of swimming for the first time. Having consumed a devil fruit in her childhood, she never learned to swim, deeming it unnecessary for herself. Fortunately, Rodney's water technique was composed entirely of chakra, devoid of the sea's curse, allowing her abilities to remain intact. Hands emerged from the water, lifting her up, her garments clinging to her exquisite form. This individual's powers truly counter Crocodile's. Could it be that she was destined to collaborate with him? This time, Robin seriously pondered Rodney's earlier words. Chapter 53. Caught you. Crocodile now found himself in dire straits, drenched and rapidly swimming through the water. Though he was puzzled as to why the water had not sapped his strength, this was hardly the time for such musings. The banana crocodiles he had raised were watching him intently. Banana crocodile. Look, isn't that the boss? Crocodile. Damn it. Can someone explain what the hell is going on? No matter how hard he fought with hands and feet, these cold-blooded creatures wouldn't recall who had fed them. In their eyes, he was merely food. But how could one speak underwater? This was madness. Had he known, he would have fed them until they were full that a banana crocodile lunged at him, and Crocodile barely evaded, using the hook of his left hand to snag the crocodile's jaws, causing it to yelp in pain as he flung it from the water. Standing on solid ground, he gasped for breath. The sun shining down on him, evaporating the water from his body, when suddenly a voice rang out. Water release. Water surge. Crocodile. A torrent of waves surged forth, overwhelming him, flooding the desert. The thought of drowning in the desert felt as absurd as freezing to death in the sweltering summer. Now, Crocodile realized it was no joke. His body immediately began to turn to sand, floating in the air. How could this be? What devil fruit did this person possess? He had never heard of fruit that could manipulate both water and flames. It was exceedingly formidable. Yet, it seemed that his water had no effect on the devil fruit abilities. Crocodile reflected, as the entire Rain District succumbed to the flood, yet its inhabitants did not flee. Instead, they were filled with unrestrained joy. Water, so much water, how long would it last? Families hurried to gather it. For although the Rain District was not water-deprived, living in the desert, everyone understood the significance of water. Unbeknownst to them, this water would eventually dissipate, as chakra could not sustain itself in the air for long. It would ultimately be exhausted. No, this battleground was unsuitable for me. There was too much water. He had once believed that in Alabasta, this desert nation, no one could defeat him. Now it seemed there was an enemy, a foe that could be described as his mortal adversary. Unless he eliminated him, he would never find peace. Water release. Waves, high-pressure water columns erupted from the depths, all aimed at the airborne crocodile. Trouble, sandstorm. A swirling sand vortex materialized in his palm, capable of collapsing buildings at close range. As the sandstorm swept up the water droplets, the sand, now heavy and drenched, plummeted into the water below, leaving only a gentle breeze. Two figures burst forth from the water, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Rodney, who had been hiding within. Crocodile widened his eyes as sand swirled his right palm, resembling boiling water, and he swiftly unleashed a crescent-shaped sand blade. Crescent sand dune. It struck one of the Rodneys, transforming him into water absorbed by the sand. Water. Can one create another self using water? Where's the other? Turning to seek the other's whereabouts, he discovered the figure advancing toward him. Is this the true form? Desert Diamond Blade. 4 fingers morphed into 4 sand blades, hurtling toward Rodney. Water release. Water whip. Rodney pulled back his palm, conjuring a long whiplash of water that struck the incoming Desert Diamond Blade. Effortlessly, his form was shredded by the Desert Diamond Blade, dissolving into a puddle of water. What an exasperating ability. Resolving not to linger any longer, he hastily retreated, soaring toward the city beyond the Rain District, gazing down at the residents who watched him intently, contemplating whether to silence them. Yet Rodney did not grant him the luxury of time to contemplate. Water release. Water shark bullet. A shark entirely formed of water erupted from the surface. Hurtling toward him, the shark, flying, made of water, without further thought, He absorbed the water shark bullet with the crescent sand dune, hastily shifting his body outside the rain district, standing atop the dunes beyond, granting him a modicum of safety. That method must be dealt with decisively. Has he arrived? Without water, how will you combat me? He spotted a figure approaching rapidly, employing the six styles, a pirate proficient in the six styles, in the New World. Pirates often mastered a few techniques of the six styles, as it was common for Navy members to defect to piracy. Knowing a few moves was trivial, but encountering a recently embarked pirate skilled in the six styles raised concerns. Crocodile, damn it, desert great sword. His arm transformed into sand, flowing into the ground, where a sand blade erupted in Rodney's path, attempting to sever him in two. Bang. His form dissipated into a cloud of white mist. Vanishing. Crocodile's expression darkened. How many skills did this person possess? The ability to survive through ninjutsu was exceptional. Those who had never encountered ninjutsu could not distinguish between the real body and the clones, making it exceedingly frustrating. There were also substitution techniques and transformation techniques that a skilled genin could handle multiple opponents. These genin were not merely from Konoha, but rather from other villages. Earth Release. Earth River. The sand beneath Crocodile's feet turned exceedingly soft, causing him to slide backward, as 700 units of Earth River combined with 750 units of Earth Dragon Bullet at the river's origin. A massive Earth Dragon opened its jaws, spewing mud bullets. Rodney emerged from the sand, unleashing a torrent of flames. Composite ninjutsu. Earth Dragon Flame Flow. The flames ignited the mud bullets, inflicting dual damage upon the enemy. The Earth Dragon Flame Flow collided with Crocodile, shattering his form into sand. How could such an attack possibly affect me? A natural type. The sand in the air coalesced in a half of Crocodile's face. Disdainfully proclaiming, of course, I was merely testing my new skill. Crocodile, I am quite curious how your scattered form will react to water. Rodney chuckled, water droplets coalescing around him. Crocodile's eyes widened, despite being in the desert. Where did this water come from? Clapping his hands together, he shouted, ha 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 ha. Water release. Water surge, a torrent akin to a tsunami, surged forth, forcing Crocodile to retreat repeatedly as he promptly utilized his abilities to blend the surrounding sand with the waves of water, causing the two to merge, swiftly sinking into the sand, leaving only a wet patch of ground. Water release. Water whip. The water whip struck Crocodile in midair, causing him pain. Upon contact with water, his body would materialize, rendering him a natural type that could be defeated without haki. Moreover, this fellow was overly reliant on his fruit, neglecting to train in martial arts or haki, reigning over the relatively weak adversaries in the early stages of the Grand Line, resulting in minimal growth in strength. In summary, he was akin to a certain delusional deity who had been led astray. Rodney grasped the water whip in his hand, coiling it around Crocodile's form. Lightning release. Thunderous wave? Old Shah was struck with such force that his entire body went numb, rendering him nearly immobile. The water flow whip shattered, and Rodney himself swung a fist that landed squarely on his face, causing Old Shah to spit blood repeatedly. Nevertheless, this fellow surprisingly held on, roaring, "This is my territory." From his palm, sand swirled upward, and as it coiled, an endless tide of yellow sand surged forth like crashing waves, forming a devastating desert tornado that raced toward him. Rodney drew Huajo, gripping the hilt with both hands, and with a fierce declaration, Elbaf's lance. Wagwa, a spiral of sword energy erupted, disrupting the raging tornado and scattering it apart. With a swift motion, he leaped over the sand dune, wielding his blade. That Crocodile's golden hook reflected dazzling light under the sun, and with a flick of his arm, the golden hook flew out, colliding with Huajo. The crescent-shaped sand dune, upon contact, could absorb all moisture from a person, turning them into a mummy, a fate Rodney wished to avoid at all costs. With a loud thud, a piece of wood appeared, decaying instantly upon touching the crescent dune. Shattering in the wind, a whirlwind of yellow sand enveloped someone behind him, and upon glancing back, it was indeed Rodney. Got you. Chapter 54. The one who survives to the bitter end. Got you. Crocodile sneered, a hint of smugness on his face. After enduring so much, he finally managed to catch this troublesome adversary. Before him stood Rodney, entirely wrapped in sand, with only his head exposed. Though ensnared, his expression bore no trace of fear. Instead, he wore a serene smile and softly remarked, "Do you truly believe you have captured me?" "What?" Crocodile paused, wondering if this was yet another clone. When did he develop the illusion of capturing my true self? With a sudden thud, he transformed into a wooden stake, and Crocodile realized the truth. He quickly turned to disperse the sand, defending himself from the front. His body abruptly split in two, sand spilling from the wound. And turning around, he saw Rodney wielding his blade, hacking down indiscriminately, tearing his body to shreds without any semblance of technique. Useless. You can no longer employ water, can you? Die. Rodney. Crocodile concentrated his form, and fine, dense grains of sand converged into a sharp blade, aiming for Rodney's chest. Spit! A mouthful of thick phlegm, rich in water resources, splattered onto Crocodile's head, drenching him completely. Crocodile chuckled. My apologies that my throat isn't feeling well. Cough, cough. Let's continue. Rodney displayed an apologetic smile, exuding a wholesome demeanor, albeit with a sly glint in his eyes. I certainly don't believe you. You are insulting me. No, I meant no offense, Rodney replied, tilting his head. I simply find this quite amusing. You scoundrel, I shall kill you and turn you into a mummy. Placing you atop the rain feast, Crocodile exploded with rage, having expected some profound wisdom from this man, only to be met with outright humiliation. If he, Crocodile, were to endure this, he would no longer be a warlord of the sea, nor a sand crocodile. Crocodile pressed his hand against the damp sand, and Rodney suddenly felt the ground beneath him give way, sinking all around. Desert sunflower! Crocodile gazed at Rodney with a deathly glare, saying, I must thank you. Originally, there was no underground water vein here, but your water allows me to control the sands and create quicksand. However, I must fulfill my promise. I will excavate you and leave you exposed atop the rain feast to dry. His tone brimmed with arrogance, clearly elated with his current state. The desert sunflower technique required controlling the flow of the underground water vein beneath the dunes to manipulate the sands and create quicksand, ultimately entombing a person alive. However, the underground water vein was not nearby. He could only utilize Rodney's water to create a small quicksand pit sufficient for killing him. Though he feared water, he had cleverly crafted a formidable skill from his weakness. Naturally, this tactic was only effective against those lacking strength or unique abilities. A skilled martial artist, or one with keen reflexes and observation haki, would easily escape. As the quicksand engulfed his knees, Rodney remained calm. Knowing it would not be his demise, he gazed steadily at Crocodile, causing a flicker of unease in the latter's heart. Suddenly recalling that this man could traverse through sand, Crocodile quickly reacted, attempting to manipulate the sands to eliminate the Rodney trapped in the quicksand. Desert Blade. The desert blade sliced through the quicksand pit, cleaving Rodney, yet he dissolved into a cloud of smoke, disappearing from sight. Another illusion? Having been toyed with by Rodney time and again, Crocodile, in a fit of rage, recklessly wielded the desert blade, carving deep gashes into the desert, only for them to be swiftly filled by sand. Where is he, scoundrel? Always hiding, Crocodile, who had maintained an air of villainy, could no longer contain his frustration, cursing vehemently. Anyone would be incensed by such mockery. Rodney was a master of survival, his true form still concealed within the sands. Occasionally observing Crocodile from a distance, sensing the time was ripe, he resolved to strike. As Crocodile vented his wrath, he paused, carefully surveying his surroundings, attuned to the rhythm of the sand beneath his feet, seeking to discern its secrets. Unfortunately, having devoted himself to fruit development, he lacked observation haki. The figure burst forth from the sand, the blade glinting ominously under the sunlight, radiating a terrifying killing intent. Lacking haki. This attack was merely a feint and could not harm him. Thus, he surmised that the true threat lay elsewhere. He chose not to defend against the incoming strike, knowing that to succeed, he must locate the true body. Thud! He stared blankly at the blade that pierced his chest, his own subordinate's weapon, now turned against him. Yet he lacked haki. He could have elementalized, but how could this happen? Rodney stood before him, saying confused, Look at your feet. Crocodile glanced down to find handcuffs binding his ankle. Rodney casually remarked. Sea prism stone handcuffs, specifically designed for dealing with devil fruit users. As he spoke, another Rodney emerged from the sand, grinning at him. And you? I'm not one, he replied nonchalantly, because I am not a devil fruit user. My abilities stem from elsewhere. What a terrifying ability. Crocodile staggered back, blood dripping as he muttered, Monster! Are you trying to cloud my judgment with rage? Being overwhelmed by anger dulls one's cognitive faculties and heightens the likelihood of a surprise attack. How insidious. Yet, he had to admit, it was a commendable performance. Even if he were to fall, it would still be impressive. However, in his dilated eyes flickered the glimmer of survival, shining brightly as he roared. Pulling out Hokage from his chest and removing the sea prism stone handcuffs, I am Crocodile. I'm destined to become the Pirate King. I shall not be stopped here. Desert Greatsword. A sword of yellow sand erupted from the ground, piercing through the two Rodneys before him. Thud! Thud! The two Rodneys vanished into smoke, leaving Crocodile wide-eyed, even the Hokage in his hand dissipating. Another fake? Indeed, a mere illusion. The only genuine item was the sea prism stone handcuffs, while everything else was a ruse. This time, the genuine Rodney appeared, declaring, Crocodile, you have lost. Even if you rise again fueled by dreams and passion, how long can you sustain it? Your heart has already been pierced. Truly, this was the world of pirates. Passion was akin to adrenaline. When on the verge of collapse, shouting a few dreams might just restore a sliver of vitality. Coupled with a buff, enabling a last-ditch counterattack. If witnesses were present, one could very well find himself worshipped, begging to become a loyal follower. Regrettably, Crocodile was not the protagonist. A few shouts might ignite potential. But they were ill-suited for dealing with someone like Rodney, who had mastered the art of survival. His body attempted to rapidly transform into sand, but to no avail. Looking down, he discovered that the previously discarded sea prism stone handcuffs had once again coiled around his ankle. A hand emerging from the sand, giving a thumbs up, Crocodile forced a wry smile. What exactly is your ability? Ninjutsu, a power of a different system from the devil fruits. I see, but I still refuse to accept this. That's of no concern. A ninja's forte lies in assassination. That I am not one who dons the title of assassin while engaging in berserker antics, he stated, bending down to grip the hilt of Hokage. The bounty of 70 million is now mine. Drawing slash. With a swift flash of the blade, a cut sealed the throat, and the body of Crocodile collapsed. The back of a knife was clasped by the arm, wiping away the blood from the blade. How treacherous. The once formidable warlord Crocodile has fallen. Mission: defeat Crocodile. Mission level: B status: completed. Reward: bloodline limit, boil release, fire release, red of the phoenix flower claw. Fire release, head hardening, lightning release, faux darkness, lightning release, wrath of the thunder tiger, 5,000 mission points. Unlock bounty mode. Chapter 55. The reaction of Sengoku bounty mode. Upon opening the system panel, it became clear that from this moment forth, in addition to missions, one could also earn mission points by eliminating pirates. The conversion rate was such that for every 100,000 berries, one earned a mere 1 point of mission value, while 1 billion berries would only yield a scant 1,000 points. Seeing this, Rodney was overjoyed, for it meant he could accumulate mission points in abundance. However, a thought struck him. Crocodile had a bounty of 70 million before becoming a warlord of the sea. That would equate to 700 mission points. System: you have deceived me. System: produce a fruit. With Crocodile's demise, can I obtain his sand fruit? 1 second passed, then 2, then 3. Alas, the apple in hand showed no signs of change. It seemed futile, as the sand fruit had already manifested somewhere in this world. TSK, rather unsatisfactory. Biting into the apple, he dragged Crocodile's corpse back into the rain-soaked ground. 3 days later, the World Economic Journal reported the slaying of the warlord of the sea by a mere pirate hunter who had only recently set sail. An investigation revealed the formation of the assassin group Baroque Works, which had secretly employed dance powder to frame King Cobra, with recorded evidence to substantiate Crocodile's inescapable guilt. Indeed, Rodney had borrowed a recording snail from Princess Vivi and had it tucked away on the day he encountered Crocodile. In the overconfident Crocodile, he extracted the information he sought, though he edited out certain portions of the dialogue. After all, the mere mention of Pluton, a word akin to taboo, could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, the slayer of Crocodile, Rodney, swiftly garnered notoriety across the Grand Line's first half. The warlords of the sea were recognized by the world government as pirates, embodying power beyond the reach of ordinary pirates. The notion that one such unremarkable pirate hunter could fell a warlord was difficult for many to accept. However, the incident of a pirate usurping a nation truly shocked the world. It was a kingdom at stake. Should Crocodile have succeeded, it would imply that a pirate could ascend to the throne. It inevitably evoked thoughts of another warlord, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and whether his rise to power had unfolded in a similar fashion. At Marine headquarters, Marine Admiral Sengoku, known for his sagacity, contemplated the report in hand. From the onset, he had been skeptical of the warlord system, yet was unable to oppose the higher-ups' decision to integrate pirates into the world government. These warlords had joined for various purposes, utilizing each other while vying for their own goals, and once a flaw was exposed, they would be eliminated by the world government. The original design of the world government was to create a balance of power among the four emperors, warlords of the sea and the marines. However, the warlords had only succeeded in complicating matters for the government. Crunch, crunch. The sound of snacks echoed in the office, where apart from Sengoku, a robust elder indulged freely in the treats. Veins bulged on Sengoku's forehead as he could no longer contain himself. Garp, be quiet. Crunch, crunch. Sengoku rose, approached Garp, snatched the snacks from his hands, and devoured them all. My snacks. Sengoku, leave me some. Garp and his old friend tussled over the treats. But Sengoku had already finished them. Do not eat in my office. Do you think this is a lounge? Isn't it? Garp replied nonchalantly, digging in his nose. Garp, you rascal. Since Roger's death, Garp had entered a semi-retired state, often treating his office as a tea room, casually sipping tea and munching on snacks. However, Sengoku admonished, do not mistake me for your kind of slacker, you scoundrel. I am busy, and your constant snacking is making me crave it too. Despite Sengoku's appearance as a disciplined and responsible admiral, he had fully liberated his nature after stepping down. Why did he bond with Garp, a perpetual jokester? Because they were both jesters at heart. Garp sauntered to Sengoku's desk, opened a drawer, and skillfully retrieved a bag of snacks, tearing open the packaging to munch. Garp, those are for my relaxation after work. Do not fret, Sengoku. You ate my snacks? I can take a bag of yours too. You scoundrel! That bag you just devoured was mine. Go eat your donuts. Ha! Garp chuckled heartily and then noticed a report regarding Rodney. Oh, isn't this that Rodney kid? Has his strength grown to such an extent? You know him? Of course. That kid is not bad. He helped me retrieve my grandson. In exchange, I taught him the 6 powers. What? You taught him the 6 powers? Haha. It is of no great matter. The lad is talented. A quick learner, though I'm uncertain what fruit power he possesses. It feels particularly troublesome. Nonetheless, he poses no threat against Hokage. Garp munched on snacks, his words somewhat unclear. Stop eating and tell me clearly. Well, crunch, crunch. Garp briefly recounted his encounter with Rodney, leading Sengoku to ponder deeply before asking, Garp, do you think this young man can be trusted? This young man seems reliable enough, but what troubles me are his eyes. They give me a curious sensation, supposedly brought on by his fruit power. Did he mention what fruit? He did not. Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose, accustomed to Garp's antics, yet aware that age had elevated his blood pressure. What of his abilities? He managed to retrieve my grandson. So his abilities must be commendable. He can wield several elemental powers. Water, fire, wind, earth, and lightning. He excels in leg techniques and swordsmanship, though his physical constitution is rather weak. I sense he is even weaker than Luffy. Utilizing such a multitude of abilities? What exactly is that fruit? Sengoku resumed his contemplations. Meanwhile, Garp, unconcerned, remarked, that kid has accomplished a few things in the East Blue. There is no need for worry. After all, he did defeat Crocodile, right? By the way, where is he now? Still in Alabasta. I hear he's been invited by the royal family at I see that he scratched his head. Garp, what do you think of promoting him to Warlord of the Sea in Crocodile's stead? Sengoku articulated his thoughts. Rather than allowing a pirate to become a warlord, it would be preferable to have a pirate hunter in that role. Especially since he opposed pirates. I think not. That lad is rather greedy and unlikely to share bounties with the world government. Garp laughed. Speaking of which, The rewards for being a pirate hunter are quite generous. Perhaps I should consider it. Shut up, you scoundrel. Regardless, we must at least give it a try. Your grandson has stirred up quite a bit of trouble. Garp's old friend. Sengoku was well aware that Ace was Garp's grandson, though he remained oblivious to Ace's true identity. Perhaps he knew but chose not to voice it, as long as the world government did not pursue the matter. Ha! After all, he is my grandson. Garp laughed uproariously, and, as the jest continued, he eventually dozed off. Garp. Sengoku landed a punch on Garp's face, waking him from slumber. No, not again. Huh? Stop laughing. Ace has turned down the position of Warlord of the Sea and has ventured into the New World in search of the red-haired pirates. Then let him be. That damned red-haired. Ace must give him a good thrashing. Garp exclaimed angrily, wishing for Ace to become a pirate. Curse that red-haired. He has led Luffy down this irreversible path. Sengoku glared at him, knowing that the lad had neglected to learn Haki, relying solely on his fruit powers. How could he possibly stand against red-haired? Why did you allow him to set sail anyway? The child has grown, and I can do nothing. His convictions are such that even I, as his grandfather, cannot bear to stifle them. Garp suddenly grew solemn, leaving Sengoku in silence. Then he burst into laughter once more. Truly my grandson. Just like me. Ace has already prepared himself for the possibility of losing his life. The conviction in his eyes, the steadfastness he exudes, reveals to him the visage of another. His lifelong adversary, IT, is this realization that compels him to decide to release Ace. Otherwise, with his capabilities, even 10 Aces and Luffy would be unable to escape. Chapter 56. That I look forward to your guidance. Captain. So, Garp, do you think he is willing to become a Warlord of the Sea? I am not sure. Garp continues to munch on sunbae tea that moment. The door creaks open, and an elderly woman walks in, greeting the two. Sengoku, Garp, the newcomer with her silver hair impeccably arranged, possesses eyes that sparkle with wisdom, and her benevolent features hint at the beauty she once held in her youth. Vice Admiral Tsuru, like Sengoku, is a strategist, standing alongside him to bolster the navy. Oh, little Tsuru, would you care for some senbei? Garp generously offers the senbei he received from Sengoku, only to have it declined by Tsuru. Sengoku pours her a cup of tea, while Garp is left to serve himself. Tsuru, your timing is impeccable. Please counsel me on whether Rodney is suitable to become a Warlord of the Sea. The one who defeated Crocodile? I believe he is. How so? Tsuru replies, Sengoku, you tend to overthink. You must realize that he is a bounty hunter. Having him as a warlord is far more beneficial to us than having a pirate. The real question is whether he will accept. Indeed, will he agree? He should, Garp mentions, as he has a slight penchant for wealth. Then let us remove any stipulation regarding his income being partially allocated to the world government, that we are not in dire need of such trifles. Have the Gorosei consented? Tsuru inquires. Sengoku responds, they proposed this to me, which is why I am considering whether Rodney is a suitable candidate for the position of warlord. Garp, you should make the trip. No, I'm disinclined to move. Garp chuckles. That lad is quite amiable. As long as you don't ruffle his feathers. Once, Luffy vexed him, and he ended up planting him in the ground, leaving him famished for quite some time. It's amusing to recall that I shall go then. I have a few inquiries of my own for him, Tsuru states. Sengoku ponders and asks, regarding Doflamingo? Yes, Doflamingo, a pirate who ascended to become the king of Dressrosa, is shrouded in suspicion and employs methods reminiscent of crocodiles. I wish to inquire further about the specifics. Tsuru has long been an adversary of Doflamingo, relentlessly pursuing him before he became a warlord, causing Doflamingo to flee in fear. If given the chance, she would relish the opportunity to bring him down. Very well. You may go. That I entrust this matter to you, that I hope this individual proves trustworthy. Sengoku decisively assigns the task to Tsuru. Understood. Tsuru nods, engages in a brief conversation with him, and then depart from Sengoku's office. Garp, put down the senbei. If you eat any more, there will be none left for me. Do not be so stingy, Sengoku. I happen to be quite hungry. Garp, Tsuru, hearing this, smiles faintly before leading her companions out of the naval headquarters. In the capital of Alabasta, Alabasta, Rodney has been invited by Princess Vivi and others to unveil Crocodile's conspiracy, thereby vindicating King Cobra. After a period devoid of rain, the long-drought-stricken nation is set to welcome the much-needed downpour. Reclining in the guest room of the palace, Rodney savors the exquisite cuisine prepared that evening. Yet he realizes that this place is not suitable for prolonged stay. He must depart in due time. The palace is enveloped in silence at night, rendering the faint sound of breathing, aside from his own, remarkably conspicuous. He brandishes a kunai, hurling it towards the source of the sound. Mr. Rodney, you truly are something. I've come to pledge my allegiance. From the shadows emerges a figure. That not Robin. Upon seeing her, Rodney reclines again, smiling as he queries. Miss Robin, what brings you here at such a late hour? Are you perhaps yearning for a warm embrace in the solitude of the night? He pats the space beside him, saying, I wouldn't mind, I mind. Robin maintains her smile. Mr. Rodney, you are quite the joker. Regrettably, I am accustomed to solitude. I mentioned, I have come to pledge my allegiance and become your subordinate. She has contemplated this. Although Rodney is indeed stronger than Crocodile, her observations over the past days have led her to deem him a decent person. However, she remains uncertain if he would offer her protection, given her status as a wanted criminal, one with a bounty even higher than Crocodile's that know. All right, why not? I am one of the few historians capable of deciphering the poneglyphs and can be of significant assistance to you. Robin is taken aback, not expecting him to decline. The Annihilation Engine. Who would dare to claim it? Your previous employer fell in my hands. I have no desire to meet the same fate at the hands of another. I believe we can engage in negotiations. I possess many skills and can assist you with business and intelligence gathering. With a flourish of her hand, another arm sprouts from her own, appearing entirely real. The Hana no Mi, a paramecia-type devil fruit, allows her to sprout any part of her body as if it were blooming, making it an excellent ability for gathering intelligence, and, the possibilities. None of that interests me. Rodney shakes his head. Robin grits her teeth and asserts, I can reveal the location of Pluton to you. Apologies, but I have no interest in that, rather than seeking out a possibly ruined Pluton. I would much prefer to locate Poseidon. Ancient weapons are not limited to just one that you are aware of ancient weapons. Robin asks, her voice trembling. What is the matter? Pluton, Poseidon, Uranus. Why not the trio of brothers? Zeus, Rodney, displaying a touch of obsessive-compulsive humor, quips, You know their names? Robin inquires, What is the matter? The historical text detailing Pluton's location is enshrined in Alabasta's poneglyph chamber. Poseidon was born over a decade ago. How old is she now? Uranus, I've forgotten. How could this be? Do you know the true history? Robin leans in eagerly, speaking earnestly and urgently. Please tell me. I would pay any price for this knowledge. What truly transpired during that lost century? Please, I wish to know. O'Hara, Robin's homeland, houses the world's largest library, the Tree of Knowledge, which contains a vast array of books and invaluable texts from across the globe. It is a sacred archaeological site in the West Blue, where renowned scholars gather to uncover the mysteries of that blank century in history. Robin's mother was among them. Due to her devil fruit ability, she was often viewed as a monster by the local children. In a bid to gain her mother's attention, Robin secretly learned the ancient script and successfully passed the examination, becoming the youngest historian. She undertook all this simply to sail alongside her mother. However, in the end, the world government enacted a buster call on O'Hara for researching that blank century, leaving her as the sole survivor of the island. In her final moments, she merely exchanged a fleeting glance with her mother before their eternal farewell. Robin, wanted by the world government, began a life of wandering, but due to her identity and the exorbitant bounty on her head, she was constantly betrayed, rendering her life a tragic tale. All she ever desired was to uncover the true history. I am sorry, I do not know. Rodney sits up, his playful demeanor fading. He feels he may have crossed a line with his jest. Perhaps it is best to share what he knows, leaving her quest to find the rest to her own determination. You don't know? A flicker of disappointment crosses Robin's eyes, but Rodney's next words rekindle her hope. However, I do know the locations of the poneglyphs. Miss Robin. I can share this information with you. Whether you can obtain it will be up to you. I am deeply grateful. Please, Sherty informs her of the locations of the poneglyphs in Alabasta's poneglyph chamber and the base of the Golden Bell on Gyre Island. But when she hears that several poneglyphs are in the hands of the Yonko, despair washes over her. That place is utterly inaccessible to her, at least for now. Just when Rodney thought he could finally rest, he hears Robin cheerfully say, "Captain, I look forward to your guidance." Rodney. Robin gazes at him with a smile, her newfound power to defeat Crocodile now a temporary shield for her. Don't you think? This individual is unlike Crocodile. He is not a nefarious character. Chapter 57. Historical text. The moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating the room where a man and a woman gazed into each other's eyes, in a confined space with only one man and one woman. The atmosphere was charged with potential that if the man were to take the initiative, who knows what might transpire? Don't be too quick to claim the title of boss. I'm accustomed to working alone and do not require an assistant. Robin, the annihilation engine, the bane of captains, aside from Luffy, who, due to the protagonist's halo, possesses remarkable resilience. Few can withstand the trials, and he certainly does not wish for her demise one day. No, no, no. Come now, Captain, you shouldn't speak like that. You'll end up lonely and alone. Hey, I am single and proud of it. As long as I am well fed, my family will not go hungry. I absolutely will not take you in. Well then, I suppose I shall lay down here for the night. Captain, with a smile, Robin took the covers from Rodney's bed and spread them on the floor, then retrieved a garment from her backpack to cover herself, lying down and cheerfully saying, "Good night, Captain, but I don't even have a ship." Rodney thought it quite absurd, gazing silently at Robin, who was peacefully asleep on the floor beneath the BD. This some kind of stubbornness. It reminds me that when Robin joined the Straw Hat crew, she did so on her own accord. Though initially not aligned with them, she eventually became their companion. What does it mean to become my crew? I was merely jesting at the time. She must have taken me for a protective shield. Right? Miss Robin, are you not afraid that I might bind you and deliver you to the world government? Haha, Captain, if you truly wish to do that, you would have acted on it during the rain banquet. Thus, I can ascertain you harbor no animosity towards me. And you must be a good person, Captain. You will protect me, your crew member, won't you? But I don't even have a ship. And Miss Robin, please refrain from bestowing me with good person cards. That's final. I am heading out to sleep. Saying this, he opened the window and leaped out, fearing that staying here might lead to unforeseen troubles. The captain is rather shy in certain aspects. However, does this imply that he has accepted me? Contemplating this, she lay down upon the bed, disregarding its scent, and soon fell into slumber. The following day, Rodney returned to the palace for breakfast, prepared by the wife of the chief guard, a Karam. The couple bore a striking resemblance to one another, even in their voices. The meal was quite delightful, and he packed some pastries to take back to his room. Robin had already risen, seated by the window, perusing books. "This is for you. Eat it while it's warm." "How considerate, Captain. I initially thought you were the type destined for solitary existence, but you were surprisingly thoughtful. Thank you. Please refrain from using the term destined for solitude. I am not that kind of person." "So, are you truly prepared to become my crew member?" "Indeed," Robin replied with a smile. "Captain, you can protect me, can't you? Protecting you poses no issue, as long as we are not in the New World. I can safeguard you adequately," he stated. "However, Robin, although I fear you might inadvertently lead to my demise, I must ask, are you genuinely ready to be my subordinate? Once you join my crew, there will be no turning back. Betrayal is not permitted, so, Captain, are you planning to dominate my life indefinitely? How unfair." Yet, she tilted her head, contemplating, "That could be agreeable. As long as you do not betray me, I will never betray you, or not employ such adorable gestures and expressions. It makes me want to confine you underground. Ahem, back to the point. Then, let our collaboration be fruitful." Rodney extended his hand, clasping Robin's. Robin officially joined Rodney's crew. As for the likelihood of being captured by the world government? Apologies, but Rodney, who always dons a disguise, has never feared such matters. The desert night was somewhat chilly as two figures stealthily approached the mausoleum. One figure emerged from the shadows, instantly rendering a group of guards stiff and unconscious with a mere glance. What a useful ability. Captain Rodney, a gentle, intelligent voice echoed as a graceful silhouette stepped from the shadows, silver moonlight illuminating her beautiful visage. Robin scrutinized Rodney's crimson eyes, still smiling. Enough chatter. Let me locate the mechanism. I shall investigate. Before the mausoleum stood 9 stone statues, arranged in a neat 3x3 formation, worn smooth by the ravages of time and sand. Rodney, uncertain which statue concealed the true mechanism, summoned his duplicates to search. Upon pushing aside a sea cat sculpture, a stone staircase revealed itself before them with a resounding thud. The historical text is located beneath the mausoleum. Captain, how did you know there was a mechanism here? You must have visited before, right? Robin inquired curiously. How could that be? I merely caught a glimpse. Caught a glimpse? Robin was puzzled. Enter now. I shall explain later. Very well. Eagerly, Robin stepped into the passage leading underground to the grand hall beneath the mausoleum. Rodney commanded his duplicates to stand guard and entered alongside Robin. He ignited a torch, illuminating their path, when a hand appeared on his shoulder, taking the torch and freeing Rodney's hand. Such a convenient ability. Robin walked slowly, showing no haste, instead taking a keen interest in the reliefs on the walls. Rodney observed these carvings and sensed an Egyptian aura, even in the illustrations. The reliefs chronicled numerous mythological tales of Alabasta, the remarkable deeds of great kings, and significant events that impacted Alabasta. Meanwhile, Rodney remained oblivious, and they arrived before a grand door. As he pushed open the stone door, a musty odor wafted toward him. Rodney stepped inside, found the torches, and ignited them all, illuminating the hall as brightly as day. Robin had already reached the central historical text of the Grand Hall, crafted from indestructible materials and encrypted with incomprehensible script, readable only by those who understood the language that I in this world. Only the individual before him was capable of deciphering these characters. Staring at the text, which resembled tadpoles, Rodney felt as though he were gazing at celestial scriptures. Utterly incomprehensible. I withdraw. This merely records the location of the Pluto, which does not concern me. With nothing better to do, he drew his sword and struck the historical text. Duong. The impact sent a jolt through his entire body. Robin shot him an irritated glance. Captain, the historical text is indestructible. Please refrain from such acts of vandalism against historical artifacts. She harbored a strong disdain for those who desecrated history. Rodney offered a sheepish smile. I heard it was indestructible, so I thought I'd test my luck. And what was the outcome? Indeed, it is quite resilient. Well then, please vacate. I will handle things from here. Understood. After taking a few steps, he turned back to Robin. Wait a moment. I am a captain here. What is this attitude? Robin continued her focus on the historical text, completely ignoring him. How embarrassing. Rodney retrieved some jerky from his pocket, sitting outside the door to munch. After consuming half, Robin emerged, saying, Captain, I have discovered the location of Pluto. Would you like to know? I do not wish to know. I brought you here solely because you desire to learn. I have no need for such information. The fate of Crocodile is laid bare before me. I do not wish to become the next him. That was because he lacked knowledge of Pluto's location. Had he known, he could have dominated the seas. Hey, don't dismiss the Yonko, nor underestimate the world government. With 170 member nations and the resources accumulated over the years, it's uncertain whether a possibly decrepit ship could contend with them. Waving his hand dismissively, Rodney remained unconcerned. He had no intention of opposing the world just yet. If one day the captain wishes to know, I shall inform you. Robin said earnestly, That would require dire circumstances before I would seek such knowledge. Rodney believed he had a greater chance of abducting Shirahoshi from Fishman Island than utilizing Pluto. Haha, I will assist the captain in keeping this secret. I truly appreciate it. Closing the door behind them, he departed the underground hall with Robin, sealing the passage and leaving the mausoleum. Everything unfolded as if it had never occurred. Chapter 58, Appointment as a Warlord of the SEI in the Desert. A sand sledge sped across the dunes, with Rodney at the helm and Robin seated behind him. Robin inquired, Captain, are we truly leaving Alabasta just like this? Did you not see the historical text? There is no longer any reason to remain here. I'm a pirate hunter, Robin. Following me only leads to bloodshed. He smiled at Robin. It will be quite exhausting. Robin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. Well, my decision to follow the captain is already made. However, Captain, since I have chosen to accompany you, you must promise to protect me. She sighed. Suddenly, I feel so exhausted. I long to be a salted fish. Rodney let out a sigh, resembling a fish devoid of dreams. Observing this man, who seemed bereft of any fighting spirit, Robin found it hard to believe that he was the same person who had battled Crocodile and ultimately vanquished him. Thus, she pondered, should I really follow him? What Robin needed was a shield to protect her, yet the man before her suddenly appeared unreliable. Captain, a man cannot be without dreams. You have a dream. Indeed, I aspire to become Hokage. Hokage, yes, I am a ninja, and the title of Hokage represents the pinnacle of ninjutsu. I know of 7 Hokage. Rodney stated, however, if I were to become Hokage, I will be the first that I'm curious about the nature of those 7 Hokage. Oh, the first was a gambler. The second was his brother, a genius master of forbidden techniques. The third was a man of great talent, but also a lecher. The fourth possibly shared that trait. The fifth was a gambler who always lost, yet pretended to be youthful. The sixth was a little yellow fellow, and the seventh was a lecher who raised foxes. Thus, the 7 Hokage of Konoha are as such. Since Minato was a disciple of Jiraiya, it is plausible that such traits could be inherited. However, he lost his romantic prospects after flirting with Kushina in his childhood. Robin glanced at him and asked, "So, Captain, are you a gambler or a lecher? Do you think I would guess? Do you think I guess whether you guess or not? Do you think I guess if you guess whether I guess or not? Do you think I— All right, let us stop this game." Rodney interjected, gazing at the distant Santora River. "We shall take the water route. Is that really all? The sand sledge cannot traverse the water for long. If something goes awry, only you can walk on water. Captain, did you intend to carry me across?" Robin questioned. No, I absolutely will not carry you. By the way, Robin-chan, if you encounter a little brat named Momonosuke, do not underestimate him just because he appears to be a child. Eliminate him immediately, the kind where you twist off his head. What could have prompted the captain to say such a thing about this boy named Momonosuke? No need to ask why. That kid must die. That's all. That Rodney's expression suddenly turned somewhat sinister, startling Robin, who nodded. I understand. Yet her curiosity lingered about what the boy had done. She wished to inquire further, but refrained upon seeing his grim countenance. So what exactly had Momonosuke done? Momonosuke must die. The sand sledge glided onto the surface of the Santora River under his command. We will take the water route to the rapeseed fields. By a small boat. Keep an eye on the river's surface. I often face ambushes from below, so trust in my luck. All right. The sand sledge sped across the water, creating a large wave and carving a long wake upon the calm surface. The speed on water far exceeded that on sand, especially with Rodney controlling a giant catfish behind them, propelling them even faster, arriving at the estuary within a day. Wait, that's the captain, a vice admiral from the naval headquarters. Su's ship. Robin spotted a large vessel approaching, its sail adorned with a prominent character for crane. Rodney's lips twitched. No wonder they couldn't catch Doflamingo. Such a large character was visible to anyone. Forget him. We shall proceed. He placed a veil on Robin, navigating past through S ship without drawing attention to that moment. A woman aboard the ship, adorned with a beauty mark on her chin and wielding a long sword, called out, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Rodney?" He halted the sand sledge, inquiring, "What does the Navy want with me? Are you here to avenge Crocodile?" As he spoke, he turned the sand sledge around, shielding Robin behind him. "No, you misunderstand. Please come aboard for a moment. We have other important matters to discuss," the woman replied. "Wait for me here. Don't be afraid." He patted Robin's shoulder, instructing her to disguise herself, and handed her a bundle of explosive tags, saying, "Detonate them if necessary." The purpose of the explosive tags was primarily to reassure Robin. Tsuru was no ordinary vice admiral, but an astute figure who had served alongside the admiral, posing a challenge not inferior to that of a general. This thought made Robin apprehensive, and she began to suspect whether Rodney had betrayed her, yet his actions subtly eased her concerns. "Yes, I will. Don't hold too tightly. It might explode," he cautioned before leaping onto the warship. Her eyes dazzled at the sight of numerous female Navy personnel, and an elderly woman with a spirited demeanor greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Rodney." "Hello, Vice Admiral Tsuru." Tsuru chuckled, at such a young age. You possess considerable strength. The sea now belongs to your generation. No. We juniors still have much to learn from you esteemed seniors. Vice Admiral Garp's punches are indeed painful. He recalled, shivering at the thought of Garp's fists. Tsuru smiled slightly. I had initially informed the Alabasta royal family, but upon discovering that you had already left, I decided to take a chance and hope to encounter you here. Fortunately, it seems luck is on my side. By the way, I heard you train with that Garp fellow for a time? Yes, I learned some of the 6 styles today. How well have you mastered them? I know them all. Well, knowing them and being able to use them are 2 different matters. Tsuru nodded, and once pleasantries were exchanged, she revealed her purpose. I am here on behalf of the world government, hoping you will take Crocodile's position as a warlord of the sea. Me. A warlord of the sea? Rodney pointed at himself in disbelief. Yes, Tsuru nodded. You exposed Crocodile's schemes, defeated and killed him, thereby proving your strength. So, Jostad, J. Rodney, do you wish to become a warlord of the sea? Let me think. Rodney began weighing the pros and cons. Becoming a warlord of the sea would indeed provide numerous benefits, but there were drawbacks, such as being subject to the world government's 4 summons and needing to pay a certain percentage of his earnings. The 4 summons isn't too much trouble. It's just a matter of paying a certain income tax. This income tax. Noticing Rodney's internal struggle, Tsuru added, your contract is special. You need not pay income tax to the world government. The world government is vast and does not lack the funds of one Rodney. Considering your unique position, the world government has granted you special approval. You only need to continue your work of hunting pirates, and we in the Navy will provide you with the utmost support. Unlike that group of incompetent fools, Rodney was a pirate hunter, aligning him closer to the side of justice, having stepped over Crocodile's corpse to ascend, thus proving his might, making him well suited for this position that I see. I think I have no reason to refuse. With a smile, he asked, what must I do? The appointment order is already here. You only need to sign it. Tsuru instructed a woman who had just called Rodney to bring over the appointment order and a pen, presenting them to him. The order stated that the world government officially appointed Rodney as the new warlord of the sea, detailing the responsibilities and obligations of the position, as well as the benefits he would receive for signing this order. Rodney promptly signed the order, smiling, Vice Admiral Tsuru, I suppose I am now half a member of the world government. I would like to request your Navy's assistance. Tsuru replied, please go ahead. Could you provide me with a small boat? This way, I won't have to buy one at the rapeseed fields. Of course. All female Navy personnel, give them a lifeboat from the ship. Thank you very much. By the way, Mr. Rodney, I have some questions for you regarding Crocodile. Certainly, please ask. Thus, Chapter 59, A Chance Encounter at Sea. News of Rodney's appointment as a warlord of the sea swiftly made headlines in the World Economic Journal. Capturing the moment, he engaged in friendly discourse with Tsuru, documented by a photographic snail and published in the paper. The article was replete with exaggerated praises, dubbing Rodney a partner of justice, portraying him as a comrade of the Navy, a lackey of the world government, and an enemy of pirates, which sent shockwaves throughout the realm with the emergence of a new warlord of the sea. In Dressrosa, a flamingo chuckled as it read the newspaper. Crocodile, it seems your ambitions remain unfulfilled. I initially thought you would succeed. Casting aside the newspaper in hand, he lifted a glass of red wine, savoring the crimson liquid as if indulging in the ecstasy of victory, even though he had already relished it before. The Whitebeard pirates, led by the world's mightiest man, chuckled upon hearing news from his sons, proclaiming, Gwa, has that brat been defeated? Rodney, a newcomer, how long can he ride the waves of this vast sea? Surely for a time, I presume. The man with the pineapple-shaped head laughed, adding, if he cannot even reach the New World, then he is of no consequence. Only in the New World does a pirate find their true domain. In comparison, the first half of the Grand Line is but a playground, while the 4 seas are mere heavens. Gwahaha Marco, that lad is no ordinary fish. He will indeed reach the New World. Why do you have such high hopes for him, old man? It is simply a feeling, my children. Let the feast commence. Oh, how the ship erupted into a jubilant atmosphere. Ah, Captain, you are now a name renowned across the seas, Robin remarked, perusing the newspaper aboard the ship with a smile. Rodney reclined in a deck chair, nonchalantly responding, it's nothing much. merely having succeeded the position of Warlord of the Sea. I stand to gain significantly, and the world government acquires a powerful enforcer. It's a fair exchange. Besides, I have a plan that necessitates this position to— Oh, could you share the nature of this plan? Captain, it's a secret. However, in a few days, another warlord may find their circumstances rather unfortunate. He mentioned some of Crocodile's plans to Genjutsu, who is likely aiming to uncover a flaw in Doflamingo's schemes to capture him. Yet, while Doflamingo's methods mirror Crocodile's, his execution is far cleaner. The Navy will find it challenging to identify any weaknesses, but Genjutsu will undoubtedly make him uncomfortable with a pat on the deck. He mused at how useful the Navy's ship was. Though a lifeboat, it was not diminutive, boasting its own sails and cabin. He and Robin lived quite comfortably aboard it. It would be even better if we had books. Robin often lamented, "Sister, having books presupposes we need a larger vessel. The bounty on Crocodile is sufficient for us to construct a fine ship in Water 7, Rodney declared, covering his face with a newspaper. Call me if anything arises. I shall take a nap. Robin gazed at him in disbelief, sighing at her misfortune of having such a languid captain. The wind was steady, the weather fair. Everything appeared normal. Robin, though not as skilled as Nami, had managed to survive the sea long enough to possess some genuine abilities. The weather of the Grand Line was as unpredictable as a child's temperament. One moment it was clear skies, and the next, dark clouds loomed ominously, accompanied by fierce winds. Observing the sky, laden with dark clouds threatening to spill over, Robin hastily roused Rodney. They furled the sails to prevent the mast from snapping, securing items on the deck, and took refuge in the cabin together. What a wretched weather, changing so abruptly. Captain, haven't you experienced this before? Previously, I traversed the sea floor. Upon entering the Grand Line, I merely followed Laboon beneath the waves. I've never encountered weather like this until now. This is a first. Then I suppose I'm a burden to you. Captain. Not all. This experience is rather novel. The small vessel bobbed chaotically atop the swells, making Rodney feel queasy. Captain, please pull yourself together. Seasickness is rather unseemly. Apologies, Robin, but I truly cannot help it. I feel unwell, he replied, his complexion paling. Robin glanced through the porthole, spotting towering waves approaching, and urgently exclaimed, Captain, over there. Rodney fell silent and dashed out of the cabin. Water release. Water barrier. A wall of water surged alongside the small ship, shielding it from the crashing waves and averting disaster. Captain, with you here, I feel quite secure. Robin smiled, of course. I am currently leaning over the ship's railing, losing my lunch, he retorted. Robin, I take back what I just said. The rain ceased abruptly, the air cooled, and tranquility returned. Yet pure white snowflakes began to fall upon Rodney's head. Snow? What a ridiculous weather! Recovering quickly, he stood atop the mast, using water release to wash the seawater off the deck. Fresh water served the greater purpose of cleaning the deck, preventing the corrosive sea salt from damaging it. The ship's wood was treated with a special coating to resist decay from the salt water. As the temperature dropped further, Robin returned to the cabin to wrap herself in her clothing. While Rodney's skin reddened, steam rising from his body. Boil release, the bloodline limit, born from the fusion of fire and water chakra, was his first such ability, enhancing his physical prowess through steam manipulation for combat. It could amplify his strength and speed, and it could also unleash a highly corrosive mist. The fifth Mizukage Meiterumi had once used this technique to dissolve the Susanoo of the Uchiha brothers, though it required a confined, ventilated space to be effective. With arms crossed, the snowflakes melted within a meter of his body due to the heat radiating from him, feeling the surging power within. Rodney couldn't resist clenching his fists. Even without using brute strength in his boil-release state, he could rival his own strength in his monstrous form. If combined, however, his body might not withstand it. The combination of monstrous strength and boil-release could yield a backlash greater than the injuries sustained from opening the third or fourth gate of the 8 gates. Given his current condition, he might be wounded after a single strike. The snowfall soon ceased, temperatures rising, allowing him to dismiss the boil release. Captain, we have veered off course, Robin noted, observing the record pointer in her hand. Now slightly misaligned due to the storm. That's so. No matter, Robin, prepare for battle. Our business is at hand. Rodney activated his Sharingan, gazing into the distance, declaring, "It appears we have encountered a formidable opponent. Captain, do you recognize them?" "I suppose so. They're notorious in the North Sea." He dispatched a shadow clone to scout the situation while he and Robin hoisted the sails to accelerate their journey. The shadow clone skimmed across the waves, leaping into the sea, employing the wave riding technique to approach the pirate ship. What was supposed to be a battle revealed merely a pirate vessel, beside which floated a giant snail resembling a small house. A cacophony of screams erupted from the pirate ship as a burly youth, exuding an aura of nature, engaged in senseless slaughter. No pirate could stand against him. With a mere flick of his wrist, he dispatched one pirate under the weight of his iron fist. Hey, this is rather dull. Speak quickly. Where is Weskier?" he demanded, gripping a pirate. The pirate, barely clinging to life, could not respond, and upon realizing this, the youth ended his life with a single punch. He surveyed the remaining pirates, sneering, "A bunch of weaklings. Now tell me where that guy Weskier is. Don't waste my time. I'm quite busy." Just then, the cabin door swung open, revealing a voluptuous woman with pink hair and long legs. Clad in a pink battlesuit that enhanced her allure, she dragged a gaunt middle-aged man in a white lab coat, announcing, "Yuji, we've found the target. The mission is accomplished. TCH, how useless this lot is. I'll take care of them." He grinned malevolently as he approached the remaining pirates, only to be engulfed by a fireball in the next moment. Chapter 60. Germa 66. The fireball surged forth, striking the young man, named Yuji, from the pirate ship and sending him plummeting into the sea. The pink-haired woman displayed no concern, merely locking eyes with the assailant, and asked, "Are you the new warlord of the sea?" "The pirate hunter Rodney?" Rodney tilted his head in inquiry. "Germa 66. With those eyebrows, my dear, have we crossed paths before?" Germa 66, a formidable military organization from the North Sea, is also known as the Experts of War. This nefarious army is led by the Vinsmoke family, operating as mercenaries across the globe without a fixed territory. They possess massive snails capable of traversing the Red Earth continent, showcasing formidable and efficient combat capabilities alongside advanced technology. Currently, the leader of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Judge, once collaborated with the world's most powerful scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, to discover the bloodline factor of the life blueprint. However, this experiment was halted by the world government, and Dr. Vegapunk was taken away, while Vinsmoke Judge returned to the kingdom with the experimental data, applying it to his own children, transforming all but Sanji into powerful modified beings. Moreover, they cloned and modified soldiers, establishing a new Germa 66 army that instills fear in nations worldwide. These soldiers, unafraid of death and utterly obedient, serve as exceptional instruments of war, and their rapid replenishment is highly convenient. What a clutch pickup line. Mr. Rodney. YNJI is not so easily defeated, Reiju stated with an expressionless demeanor. YNJI. Sounds like the fourth brother, right? I know, a curly-haired blonde chef. I wonder if he is connected to you. Rodney remarked that Reiju's hand trembled slightly, her heart fluttering with a mixture of anxiety and hope. Sanji was the only sibling she cared about. He was the one who had always been gentle and willing to call her sister, thus being the only family she acknowledged. Rodney shattered her long-held composure in that instant. Could it be related? Rodney's smile widened, delight evident in his voice. That chef named Sanji is doing quite well. He was adopted by another chef and runs a seaside restaurant in the East Blue. He is renowned as the best cook apart from the head chef. Thank you. You should leave quickly. Being entangled with that fool YNJI is not a good thing. It will be troublesome. And this is our Germa 66 mission. Hearing that her brother was thriving, Reiju smiled contentedly and offered a kind warning. Forgive me, but I am quite intrigued by the individual in your grasp. He rested his chin on his hands while perched on the ship's railing. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the sea. YNJI, clad in green Germa combat attire, soared upwards using the jet propulsion beneath his feet. With both the propulsion and hover devices engaged, he floated in mid-air, furiously declaring, "How dare you ambush your lord YNJI? I shall kill you." YNJI, wait. She intended to stop him but realized he had already charged ahead. His fist whirled through the air, but Rodney deftly evaded the oncoming strikes. Robin, Understood. 6 pulse flower. Anchor flower. 6 arms sprouted from YNJI's body, restraining his arms and neck. His strength as a green prowler was formidable. And while the 6 pulse flower merely halted his movements, that pause granted Rodney the opportunity to leap from the ship and act in tandem with his clone. Fishman karate. Monster strength. Double thousand-tile fist. Both fists struck YNJI's body, sending him crashing back into the sea once more. This attack, however, did little to harm YNJI, for his body was a scientific marvel of Germa 66, endowed with skin as tough as steel. The combat suit he wore was a specially crafted shape memory armor, significantly mitigating damage. Nevertheless, it bought them some time. So, you intend to oppose Germa. Even if you provide me with information about him, I will not hold back. My father's orders must be followed. Reiju's cape unfurled like butterfly wings, yellow spots appearing upon it, while a faint purple powder swirled around her toe. I thought you were different from that foolish brother of yours. It seems you remain a well-behaved girl, unlike that perverted chef Sanji. Rodney chuckled, mocking her. Despite your fine figure, you still haven't grown up? Due to her modifications, Reiju was unable to defy her father's commands, living as if she were a mere puppet or tool. Indeed, a similar laughter echoed behind Reiju, startling her as a hand pressed against her back, followed by a low whisper. Water release. Water prison jutsu. As the words fell, Reiju found herself enveloped in a mass of water, choking on the liquid in her surprise. The water clone seized the unconscious Weskier from her grasp and tossed him to Rodney, who was intrigued by this individual seemingly pursued by the Vinsmoke family, hoping to extract valuable information. Well then, farewell. He leaped backward, plummeting into the depths. The water of the prison suddenly transformed into a vivid purple. A purple water arrow piercing through the prison, shattering the water clone's torso. Cough, cough, cough. Spitting out the water, YNJI emerged, drenched, but his green hair remained unaffected, as if it had not been wet at all. He approached Reiju, mocking. Reiju, you truly are useless, his tone devoid of respect for his sister. Reiju acknowledged this truth with a cold snort, retorting, aren't you going to hurry? Weskier still possesses knowledge about our Germa secrets. I know, you're so annoying. YNJI's fist clashed with a resounding clang. That guy's been pissing me off. Let me take him down. He's merely one of the 7 warlords. In the face of Germa 66. He's nothing but a mere chicken. Do not underestimate him. Anyone capable of defeating a Logia user like Crocodile is certainly not to be trifled with. Treat him seriously. She delivered a fierce kick towards YNJI, sending him flying towards Rodney and Robin, who had distanced themselves. Captain, why are we bringing this person back? Robin inquired, still unclear about the situation. That I sense a profit to be made. And also, Robin-chan, we have drawn Germa 60's attention. Germa 66? Aren't they from the North Sea? Do they even still exist? Robin, well-read, knew of Germa 66, but only in passing, unaware of its current status or its leaders. Indeed, they have caught up with us. Rodney sneered, leaping into the air towards the approaching YNJI, instantly creating multiple shadow clones. What? YNJI, taken aback by the sheer number of Rodneys, braced himself. In the next moment, he heard a series of explosive sounds. Suddenly, several alluring, voluptuous women appeared before him. What is this? YNJI's eyes turned heart-shaped, his movements freezing in place, as the women transformed into smoke and delivered thunderous blows to his face. Thud. YNJI fell back into the water once more. Indeed, your Vinsmoke family is filled with perverts, Rodney remarked, returning to the ship, while Robin regarded him with disdain. Captain, your interests are rather peculiar. Could you refrain from mentioning that you know me in the future? If others discover our acquaintance, I would find it quite embarrassing. This is merely a tactic to lure the enemy. No, truly, you are a pervert. Do not slander me with such a calm demeanor. That fool YNJI. Reiju couldn't help but facepalm, pondering why her foolish brothers still harbored such desires despite their modifications that dulled most of their urges. The jet propulsion beneath her feet unleashed a gust, allowing her to soar swiftly without utilizing the moonwalk as she pursued Rodney. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Lightning release. Angry thunder tiger. Flames intermingled with the ferocious thunderous tiger surged forth. intimidating Reiju and forcing her to retreat, just as YNJI resurfaced from the water. Water release. Water wave. A massive wave crashed over him, submerging him once more. Chapter 61. Negotiating terms. Is this the attack style of this new warlord? Quite troublesome. Reiju evaded the oncoming waves, hovering in the air, calling out, YNJI, how long do you intend to play? In the depths, YNJI activated his jet shoes, propelling himself into the air, seething, I will dismantle him. How dare he subject me to this humiliation? I am the pinnacle of Germa 66, a war machine, accustomed to crushing victories. When have I ever been treated this way? Do you think such tricks can fool me? That was an accident. I will not be deceived by such illusions again. Just be good, Reiju. I will kill this guy. With that, his jet shoes surged forward. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. A small fireball composed of fiery chakra, gathered in his mouth and shot forth with great speed. How audacious to flaunt such trifling skills in front of the masters. Yongji did not flinch. He prepared to catch the fireball with his bare hands. Boom! The intensely condensed chakra exploded the moment it made contact with Yongji, demonstrating the formidable power of a B-rank ninjutsu. That a figure was sent flying once more, crashing into the water. Leijio remarked. Wasn't the intention to teach him a lesson. It was only due to Yongji's Germa battle suit and his modified physique that he had not sustained fatal injuries. A typical person would either be dead or severely wounded by such an attack. From what I could assess, he seemed injured, but not gravely. So did IT. Was the first time I had encountered someone so stubborn. His head was more resilient than a cannonball. This guy actually took it head on. Rodney exclaimed, Captain, is he dead? Not dead. If he were, that woman wouldn't be so composed. Surrounding Leijio was a swirling pink toxic mist. The notorious reputation of the poisonous powder was well-deserved, as she could absorb potent toxins without the aid of the devil fruit and wield them effectively. Therefore, Magellan, you might as well withdraw. TCH toxins? That's Rodney's current weakness. He has no resistance to poison. Sister Slug excels at healing, but is inept at detoxification. Then came the ninjutsu. Mist concealment technique. He exhaled a cloud of white smoke, instantly enveloping the surface of the sea in a thin mist. Although it was but a veil, a multitude of water clones emerged, shrouding the sea in an obscuring fog. Without a moment's hesitation, Leijio flew toward the mist, her back turned to it, as the jets on her shoes unleashed a powerful gust, piercing through the haze, yet the ship was nowhere to be seen. What a troublesome individual. Why hasn't Yongji resurfaced? Leijio pondered with a furrowed brow. Even if injured, he shouldn't take this long underwater. Could it be? A sinister thought crept in her mind in the depths of the sea. Rodney's numerous shadow clones, their skin flushed red, restrained Yongji, preventing him from ascending to the surface with any speed. Despite possessing monstrous strength, the clones, enhanced by boiling escape techniques, held him down. Once he reached his limit of breath holding, inducing suffocation and unconsciousness would be a trivial matter. Above the water, Rodney emerged from the mist, dragging the unconscious Yongji, and smiled. Are you looking for this fellow? Yongji, you, of all people, were defeated by him. He is the creation of my father. Creation? Rodney scoffed. It is this emotionless creature that is truly the unfinished product. ISNT it. Vince Gaji's only masterpiece is you, isn't it? A being with the power of a modified human, yet still possessing emotions, an actual person. As for Gaji's other sons, beyond Sanji, the other three brothers have lost much of their humanity, becoming mere combat machines devoid of fear. When one loses the capacity for fear, Leijio understood the emotions that bind people together. Even if not as intense as Sanji's, hers were far superior to those of Yongji and his ilk. Yet she too had feelings. Oh dear, is this the life you desire, to be shackled like a puppet, released only when necessary, confined to a designated spot, ignorant of joy or freedom? Vince Leijio, ponder this. Your only brother, who you truly care for, lives each day pursuing his passions and dreams. Do you not yearn for such a life? Leijio bit her lip. She could not deny the allure of Rodney's words. She longed to meet the only brother she acknowledged and to chase after her own life. Yet, she was a Germa 66 poison girl, born to obey her father's commands. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly and calmly stated, "Mr. Rodney, please return my ineffective brother to me. We can consider the matter regarding Weskier a failed mission." Yongji held a significant position within the Vince Smock family, held in higher esteem than Lei Jio and Gajia's eyes. His safety was paramount. "Oh, you mean this waste? Fine, take him back. Let him train for another 2 years. Oh, I forgot. The power of modified humans can only increase through further modifications, right? How much strength can your foolish father truly bestow upon you?" He laughed heartily, his form dissolving into a puddle. Lei Jio bit her lip and caught Yongji, who suddenly opened his eyes. Mirroring Rodney's crimson gaze, that a wave of disorientation struck him, and distant memories surged forth. A gentle blonde woman embraced him, and a small, equally gentle boy, softly singing a lullaby. "Mother, Sanji." Remarkably, the illusion succeeded. Yongji's hand struck Lei Jio's neck, sending her into a slumber within the dream he wove for her. Even modified beings possess a tender heart. Yongji hoisted Lei Jio onto his shoulder and made for the ship hidden in the mist, where Rodney, Robin, and the one called Weskier awaited. Splash! As the shadow clones transported the unconscious Yongji aboard, they dissipated. Robin inquired, "Captain, why have you brought them back?" Her gaze swept over Yongji and Lei Jio, finally lingering meaningfully on Lei Jio. Don T jumped to conclusions. "I'm merely intrigued by the battle suits they wear. Germa's 66S technology is unparalleled, especially in biotechnology. This shape memory armor boasts formidable defensive capabilities. How does one remove it?" She searched Yongji for the mechanism to disarm him. Not there. Lei Jio had somehow freed herself from the illusion, causing Rodney to question whether she had willingly succumbed to it earlier. She discreetly positioned herself in front of Robin. Smiling, "Miss Lei Jio, your swift awakening has surprised me." Drawing the Hanazawa, the sharp tip aimed directly at Yongji's throat, she declared, "This time it's for real. This is a fine blade that should inflict some harm upon you. How can I trust you? A failed mission will not spare you from my father's wrath." She whispered, "Iji and Niji are not like us. It is I, Orochimaru, who will kill you, not Rodney." With a flick of her face, she revealed a pale visage, her voice hoarse, without the telephone bug. "How will you contact your father? If you encounter a maritime disaster on a mission and perish, I wonder if Lady Lei Jio would accept such a fate. I'll send off your useless brother first." Raising the Hanazawa, she was about to stab down when Lei Jio hastily exclaimed, "Wait. Oh, what is wrong, Miss Lei Jio?" "Afraid. If you are frightened, perhaps you should divulge the method to remove this tortoise shell." With a flourish of the blade, she murmured, clenching her jaw. She tapped a few points on Yongji's body, seemingly activating a mechanism. The battle suit shrank, transforming into a green canister marked with a number 4. Originally designed for emergency medical treatment and ease of operation, it was now repurposed for disarmament, leaving Lei Jio exasperated. Very well, then, she seized Yongji and steel wires shot out, binding him tightly except for his head. Like a mummy, he was suspended at the ship's rear, submerged in the sea. After all, he was a modified human. He wouldn't die. He could only swell from being submerged. Chapter 62. I shall train in hockey. A chair was dragged out from the cabin, and Rodney sat down casually, stating now, "Let us address the matter between us. Miss Lei Jio, I am quite curious about this so-called waste named Wesker. What threat did he pose that compelled your Germa 66 to pursue him?" Lei Jio turned her head away, refusing to answer. "Not speaking? Then I shall inquire of this fellow." He hoisted Wesker, who resembled a corpse, raised his eyelids, and directly used illusion techniques to control him, rendering him a puppet devoid of self-awareness. "Now, Mr. Weskier, please explain why the Vince Smock family is hunting you." Weskier's eyes were vacant, his expression dull. "Because I was once a scientist researching biotechnology alongside Vegapunk, and Vince Smock prevent me from exposing his research and seizing my technology. Gaji sought to kill me. I had no desire to collaborate with the world government, so I was left adrift upon the seas." Snap. With a finger snap, the illusion was dispelled, and Weskier fell limp once more. Rodney chuckled. "It seems fortune smiles upon me. I've caught a big fish. Tiske. Miss Lei Jio, thank you for delivering this researcher. Now, I've secured him. Additionally, please pay the ransom." "Ransom?" Lei Jio was taken aback. "Indeed." Rodney smiled slyly. Hands clasped over his knees point two operatives from Germa 66, a scientific modified human, a poison girl, and a green winch. If converted to pirate bounties, let me calculate 200 million berries each. Consider it a friendly price. This is robbery. I am not. Miss Secretary, do you accuse me of robbery? Alas, Captain, you are merely discussing a business deal that I wonder if Miss Vinsmoke would be willing to engage in exchange with our captain? A professional smile adorned Robin's face, though it appeared rather insincere. You see, we have no money. Then let us proceed with disarmament. Oh, is that so? Seizing the moment while Lei Jio was inattentive, he deftly activated the mechanisms on her battlesuit. Transforming it into an elegant uniform, he tossed a pink can labeled with the number 0 in his hand, smiling as he remarked, "Every move of yours is under my scrutiny. Now, take a brief respite. Miss Lei Jio, and indulge in sweet dreams." The three tomo in his eyes revolved, fueled by an increased chakra. Lei Jio's delicate form trembled as she struggled against the gentle whispers of her mother, calling her name. And her brother affectionately addressing her as sister, but a swift hand chop struck Lei Jio's neck, plunging her into an illusion. TSK, my proficiency in genjutsu still leaves much to be desired. Withdrawing the Sharingan, he turned to Robin, who was watching him with a meaningful gaze. "What does that look?" he inquired. "Oh, it's nothing, just a thought that the captain might be a scoundrel," she replied. "Why would you say such a thing?" "I merely seek a sum of money. After all, aren't we headed to Water 7 to construct a ship? I fear I will run out of funds. No, I mean in other aspects. The captain's abilities are exceedingly perilous. In the future, I should avoid making eye contact with him, or perhaps it would be best if I simply did not appear in his presence." "Hey, what do you take me for?" Robin pondered for a moment before responding. "A peculiar pervert with unique tastes, Rodney. This conversation is going nowhere. Who has peculiar tastes? It's merely seduction techniques. Yet even the progenitor of chakra, the goddess Tsutsukika Gaia, would be momentarily stunned by such a tactic. Do you believe I would dare to employ reverse harem techniques on you?" Instead of dwelling on Robin's remarks, he shifted his focus to the massive snail bearing the castle on its back. Stroking his chin and suggesting, "Robin, how about we change locations? With this creature, we can easily traverse the calm belt at a swift pace, far more comfortably than our small vessel." That sounds good, and I wonder how extensive the library of Germa is. With how many texts I have yet to peruse. Intrigued by the giant snail's library, Robin, with the assistance of shadow clones, transported several individuals and their luggage. Rodney used his Sharingan to control the snail, steering it in a designated direction. Due to being a cyborg, YG awakened swiftly, only to be dragged back into the sea by several shadow clones, succumbing to suffocation once more, his face swelling from being submerged. Weskier also regained consciousness, and upon seeing Rodney, appeared utterly despondent, but he quickly roared, "I will never hand over my research findings to you, Germa scum." "Wait, damn you, Vinsmoke Judge, do you truly believe your technology can compel my submission? Such thoughts are utterly absurd. No, haha, Judge, you shall never obtain my research result, and why, dear wife. I have arrived." He pulled out a vial of medicine, ready to pour it into his mouth. Rodney hurriedly intervened. "Wait, uncle, are you insane? Look closely, I am not a Vinsmoke, nor am I one of Germa. I am merely a passing pirate hunter and a warlord. Do you think I would believe your nonsense?" "Rodney, are all scientists so deaf to reason?" Feeling a headache, he unleashed a gaze from his Sharingan, rendering Weskier unconscious. "Captain, have you obtained any information?" Robin lounged on a deck chair on the castle terrace, engrossed at her reading, but no with a sullen expression. He sat on a nearby deck chair. "Oh, I truly resemble a villain so much that you mistook me for a member of Germa. Robin, you should try this next time." "Captain, can't your eyes compel him to speak the truth?" "No, genjutsu is only temporarily effective. It cannot last indefinitely. After all, I lack the abilities of the other gods, and even if I did, I wouldn't use them on someone like him. That would be a waste." "What is the other god?" Robin inquired curiously, "A rather formidable genjutsu, though whether I can attain it remains uncertain." Rodney shook his head. He was still unaware of the evolution of the Sharingan, whether it required emotions or a system exchange. As neither had been mentioned, if it were emotions, then the Manjiki would be the limit. Unless the system also offered Hashirama cells, excessive use of a manjiki would lead to blindness. After all, he had no foolish Udo or an overly attached older brother to provide him with a new pair of eyes. He subconsciously touched his eyes, smiling as he asked, "Robin, has Miss Leggio awakened?" "Captain, do you wish for her to join our crew?" "No, Leggio will only obey the commands of Vinsmoke Judge, and she must comply. Our orders hold no weight for her. Should she ever betray us under Judge's orders, I would have nowhere to lament. It is better to secure a ransom, as for this snail. I shall keep it. It is far more useful than a ship. I had initially planned to purchase a vessel upon reaching Water 7, but it seems unnecessary now. This snail is much more advantageous than a ship. Moving swiftly, though it requires frequent supplies, which is not an issue that if it consumes meat, the problem simplifies. The only concern is acceleration. Being an animal, its explosive speed will not be exceptional that a little modification will suffice. Perhaps adding a jet propulsion system at the rear. Robin blinked, feeling as though her captain's actions resembled that of a brigand. However, as long as it ensured her protection, she was indifferent. Thus, they navigated the treacherous waters of the rising currents without encountering any peril, steering clear of Sky Island. After all, Rodney, who had yet to master Hokage, was no match for that long-eared, delusional deity. The strongest Logia type, the Rumble fruit, was vanquished by Luffy's absurd rubber-based physics, showcasing the sheer irrationality of defeating something through scientific means in a world devoid of scientific logic. Alas, those of us who lack cheats should simply avoid the limelight. Hokage! I must train in Hokage! Chapter 63. Vinsmoke Judge, Bururu Buru, Bururu Buru, Bururu Buru. The transponder snail continued to vibrate, prompting Rodney to approach and connect the communication. The transponder snail immediately mimicked the appearance of the person on the other end, its expression turning fierce, complete with two upward curving whiskers. This remarkable creature, capable of imitating human faces and transmitting voices, fascinated Rodney upon its first use. Moshi, who is this? Are you not Leggio? Who are you? A gruff male voice responded, carrying an air of superiority. Vinsmoke Judge, I am. Who are you? Where is Leggio? Judge inquired. They are now my captives, Lady Leggio and your worthless son. Impossible. They're my finest creations. How could anyone defeat them in the first half of the Grand Line? According to Judge's reasoning, only a Yonko or a Vice Admiral level powerhouse could contend with his children. How could they fail in a mere minor task? Hey, don't underestimate them. Let's discuss terms. Your two children, 200 million berries each, along with 2 devil fruits. This is extortion? Oh, I thought the illustrious Vinsmoke family would not be concerned with such trifling sums. How disappointing. It appears your family has seen better days, hasn't it? Oh, my apologies. You are now akin to mercenaries without a homeland, just like hunting dogs. Ha. Without hesitation, Rodney retorted mockingly, for he felt it was no harm to deride someone of Judge S. ilk, treating one's offspring as mere tools for family restoration and one's spouse as a breeding vessel. Discarding children at will, with only profit in mind, such a father had long lost the right to be called one. That Rodney harbored not a shred of goodwill towards such a person, thus finding pleasure in his disdain. You scoundrel! Dare you reveal your name? Our Germa 66's technological prowess will make you regret your actions. Oh, come at me, you bastard. I am Warlord Rodney. Should you dare to face me, I will surely eliminate you. Crush your technological prowess. Let you know that in the face of absolute power, your technological might is but a jest. Provided that you can find me first. The 7 warlords. You scoundrel, do not presume that just because you have recently become one of the 7 warlords, you can act with impunity, Gaji roared. Apologies, but the 7 warlords truly can do as they please. You old fool, do not think you can maneuver the world government. It is futile that I will handle my spoils. They have no reason to demand that I relinquish your children. What would they think if they discovered your past research on the bloodline factor alongside Dr. Vegapunk? How amusing. Where did you learn of this matter? YG. No, he wouldn't betray me. Could it be Reiju? Gaji began to directly suspect his own child. Rodney's gaze grew increasingly frigid. A scoundrel who cannot even trust his own offspring is indeed unworthy of fatherhood. TSK. I am growing more inclined to knock him out. come up with your conditions. Then if only you could find me, I would grant you a grand gift. Wait, your call was abruptly ended by Rodney. Turning around, he saw Robin smiling at him and asked, "Is there something on my face?" "No, the captain looks quite handsome today." "Of course, when am I not handsome?" It's just for today. Please do not be too vain." Captain, you seemed quite angry just now." A person like Gaji is unfit to be a parent." He shook his head and stated, "To be frank, Gaji's actions towards his children and wife render him unworthy of being human." He briefly recounted Sanji's tragic past, which could hardly be deemed a childhood, to Robin. This lamentable past, which could hardly be classified as a childhood, left Robin in silence, making her reflect on her own upbringing. In comparison to Sanji, she realized she was somewhat more fortunate. She then said, "Captain, I support your choice, and I must say, you are rather awkward." "Awkward yet tender, you mean?" "What awkwardness? I merely find him displeasing. Do not misuse words towards me. Or you shall accompany my doppelganger to guard YG today. By the way, what are we having for dinner?" "Who knows? All unrelated personnel aboard have been cleared out by the captain." "Including the chef," Robin replied with a smile. "Who would have thought those clones would dare to attack me? Ridiculous. Even the chef was wielding a weapon to fight. Germa truly is a band of battle maniacs." He recalled the chaos in the kitchen when a group of chefs brandished knives against him, leaving him in disarray. "Are all of Germa's soldiers? Captain, can't you control them with your eyes?" "No, that would waste my chakra," Rodney replied, insisting that chakra should not be squandered on such trivialities. "Besides, this is a war machine that can operate without clones, so it's better to eliminate them." "That is the captain's choice, so Captain, tonight's dinner is entrusted to you. Germa's library is quite impressive. I took a look. Please inform me when dinner is ready, and do not use your powers to conjure ramen. I can hardly endure another meal of it." Robin tossed a remark as she left, leaving Rodney at a loss. If I can cook, do I still need to eat ramen? After resolving to prepare a meal, Rodney entered the kitchen, gazing thoughtfully at the fresh and lavish ingredients before him. How can I avoid accidentally crafting a culinary disaster? I should have controlled those chefs. I need to find a proper cook. The frustrated Rodney reluctantly picked up a knife and began to cook. Moments later, boom! Hearing the commotion, Robin looked at Rodney, now covered in black soot, with several lines of despair etched on her forehead. "Captain, are you attempting to make a bomb?" No. I was merely trying to cook." "Who knew that fish would explode?" Rodney vehemently denied. "No, it is simply that your culinary skills are lacking, Captain. You still want me to cook? Isn't it the captain's duty to care for the crew?" I'm the captain. It is the crew's responsibility to prepare meals for the captain." "Captain, this is exploitation. I am a historian. Did you not claim to possess numerous skills? It is just a matter of making food." "No, such matters are best left to the captain." The two began to bicker when suddenly Reiju approached. Rodney did not restrict her freedom. After all, without Germa's combat attire, she could not leave. Hearing their argument, she suggested, "Why not let me cook?" "You would surely poison the food. Or rather, as a noble lady who has never lifted a finger, it would be far simpler for you to poison someone." Rodney and Robin exchanged glances. And Rodney finally said, "Robin, eat ramen." After a brief silence, Robin replied, "Fine, Captain, I want tonkatsu." "Then I shall have miso," Rodney said. Upon concluding, he exchanged for 3 steaming bowls of ramen. Robin thanked him and took her bowl. Departing, Rodney handed the other bowl to Reiju. "Eat up. Where did you obtain this?" "Mind your own business. Just eat. Poisoning you would be pointless. Thank you." Accepting the bowl, the aroma of the ramen stirred her appetite. When she looked up, Rodney had already left, and from afar, she heard his complaints. "Damn it, I feel like throwing up from the ramen. Why can that Naruto kid eat it for decades without growing tired? I must find a chef. This man seems to be a good person, albeit somewhat awkward." Taking a bite of the perfectly textured ramen and sipping the broth, she was taken aback by the delightful flavor. Delicious Chapter 64. Adding a bit of blockage. Germa Kingdom. The only nation in the world without fixed territory, Germa Kingdom's whereabouts are ever-changing. They rely on advanced technology, a fearless military, and the princes and princesses of the Vinsmoke family to form the fearsome Germa 66. As a nation steeped in technological prowess for generations, Germa's technology far surpasses that of most countries, even leading in certain aspects. They exist like mercenaries, traversing the world, acting as hunting dogs to swiftly tear apart their enemies for their employers. The rulers of Germa Kingdom, the Vinsmoke family, once conquered the entire North Sea by force, a testament to the nation's former glory. However, that splendor has long faded. The current head of the Vinsmoke family and commander of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Gaji, in his quest to restore the nation's past glory, has unhesitatingly resorted to scientific means to modify his children, granting them immense power while stripping them of much of their humanity, turning them into mere fighting machines obedient to his commands. Germa Kingdom is composed of numerous colossal snails that carry their territory, floating upon the sea, capable of being disassembled and reassembled at will, facilitating rapid movement and combat. These snails can traverse the Red Line without navigating the Upside-Down Mountain or the Calm Belt, significantly reducing time expenditure, making them an exceedingly efficient means of transportation. In the Royal Palace's conference hall, a statue of a giant eagle poised for flight, inscribed with the number 66, symbolizes Germa 66. Beneath the majestic eagle sits an opulent throne, occupied by a tall man adorned with a metal helmet, golden hair cascading down, and a ludicrously pointed mustache. Vinsmoke Gaji, father to Reiju and others, a selfish and hypocritical individual. Bang! A fist crashed onto the table before him, shattering it to splinters as he bellowed. That damned scoundrel! Does he truly believe that becoming a 7 warlord makes him invincible? Ah, I will surely eliminate him. After all, he is merely a dog of the world government, as one of the member nations of the world government. Killing a 7 warlord is trivial. Although the Germa Kingdom lacks territory, it can still participate in world conferences and maintain some influence over the Navy. Otherwise, Sanji's bounty would not simply be for capturing him alive, but rather for his very life. He cast his gaze upon the two sons, Iji and Niji, and declared, "So, Iji, Niji, you shall go to the Grand Line and teach that arrogant Rodney a lesson," reminding him that becoming a 7 warlord does not grant him the right to act as he pleases. "Understood, father." Iji, speaking in a foolish, high-pitched tone, was the eldest among the 4 brothers. Compared to the proud and arrogant Niji and the reckless YG, he was more composed and cautious, making him better suited to lead Germa 66. "Very well, I will ensure that scoundrel meets his demise at my hands, allowing him to witness the might of Germa's technological prowess." The blue-haired Shamate smirked, his palm crackling with electric energy, having acquired extraordinary powers through scientific modification. Unlike the devil fruits, he was not hindered by sea prism stone or seawater, presenting a significant advantage. Speaking of which, Yuzi and Reiju are truly worthless. They were actually defeated by such a character, Niji scoffed. "That cannot be said. Rodney is capable of defeating Crocodile. Capturing Reiju and Yuzi is certainly no trivial feat, Niji. Do not underestimate him," Ichi urged. "Haha, Ichi, you are simply too cautious as long as we join forces. Few can stand against us. Reiju and Yuzi are utterly useless. We are perfection incarnate." He frowned at his brother's words but chose not to retort. Rising from the throne, Judge proclaimed with pride, "Go forth. My esteemed sons, unleash your might to crush that fellow's arrogance, and let him understand that Germa's dignity cannot be insulted. Let them witness our power." This man was still unrepentant, preparing to subdue Rodney through violent means. "Yes, father. Understood, father," the sea breeze whispered gently. Thanks to the snail, Rodney and Robin were untroubled by the weather affecting their voyage, each finding moments of leisure. Robin settled comfortably in a chair, engrossed in a book, while Rodney engaged Yuzi in combat. Yes, Yuzi, stripped of his battle gear, was merely a tough-skinned brute skilled in strength, posing no significant threat, a perfect target for honing his skills. "You useless clone, if you have the capability, face me in a one-on-one duel. Let us see if I, Yuzi, 1T smash your head open." Green-haired Yuzi's every attack was deftly evaded by the real Rodney, who skillfully employed shave, moonwalk, and paper drawing to dodge, occasionally retaliating with finger pistol and gale kick, while his other shadow clones provided feigned assaults. Indeed, his mastery of the 6 forms had flourished through the training with numerous shadow clones, and he utilized them against Yuzi. As long as he didn't kill him, that was all that mattered. Rodney was truly a combat enthusiast. Beside Robin sat Reiju. Though her freedom was curtailed, her treatment was evidently far superior to Yuzi's. She resided in her previous quarters, and as long as she refrained from spreading poison, Rodney would not harm her. Here, she found a peculiar enjoyment, experiencing a rare sense of relaxation. There was no oppression. It was rather amusing. No, the captain is merely striving to grow stronger. He is typically quite lazy, Robin whispered, turning a page. The captain possesses many methods, but as he states, the body is the foundation of revolution. Only with a strong body can immense power be unleashed. Moreover, Miss Reiju, the captain holds a wealth of information. Reiju pondered for a moment and inquired, including my past? The secrets of Germa? Robin continued to read, a smile gracing her lips, choosing not to respond. Once again, Reiju gazed at the intelligent beauty before her, wondering why this person always spoke in half-truths. Was she not afraid of loose lips? Splash. It seemed something had fallen into the water. Reiju knew her foolish brother had once again plunged into the sea. Each time Yuzi fought Rodney, he would end up in the water, and it appeared he had been unceremoniously kicked overboard. Judging by the force of the earlier strike, it was likely a minor injury. Forget it. Let him climb back up on his own. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow clones dissipated into smoke, and the experience and memories gained from battling Yuzi granted Rodney newfound insights, enhancing his hand-to-hand combat abilities. With the task points remaining at 2,000 after exchanging for numerous ninjutsu, he stroked his chin in contemplation. What he required was not ninjutsu, but rather auxiliary techniques or other items. Narrowing his eyes, he seemed to have devised a plan. It appeared Weskier's documents were still being written. Upon learning of Weskier's identity, Rodney had used genjutsu to control him, compelling him to record his research findings. After which he would release him. That a feeble researcher held no immediate value for him, but that did not mean he would not later. Rodney was not in a rush. Having exchanged for a few items, a small black insect fluttered from his sleeve, entering the castle. Yuzi crawled back up from the sea, intent on troubling Rodney once more, but alas, as he ascended the castle, he was greeted by a smiling shadow clone. In that moment, he realized that smile bode ill. Bastard, what do you want? Oh, nothing much, just asking you to take a nap. With that, several steel wires shot forth, ensnaring him. Humph, do you think a few strands can bind me? Don't be ridiculous. He was about to exert force to break free when a large foot loomed before him. Yuzi, splash. Once more, he was plunged into the sea, closely followed by several shadow clones. As Yuzi was once again submerged and rendered unconscious by the water. Yuzi, can't you do something more productive? Art is explosion. Captain, your laughter is quite repugnant. What do you know? This is called art. Robin did a certain blonde once said, art is Patrick Star, and I wish to emulate him, so, Captain, what do you intend to blow up? Germa. Their bodies and battlesuits are unlikely to be significantly harmed by explosions. Right? They won't be killed. I just want to give them a little trouble that I revel in causing my enemies distress. Their unhappiness brings me joy. Captain, your nature is not only twisted but also vile. What you say is absurd. I merely wish to celebrate. Chapter 65. The cicadas shell water. 800 years ago, the world's notorious battleship, the Pluton, was constructed here. This place is the strongest shipbuilding workshop in the world, home to a cadre of highly skilled shipbuilders. Among them, the most renowned is Tom, the fishman shipwright who crafted the Oro Jackson for Pirate King Roger over 20 years ago, due to his service in building a pirate ship for the Pirate King. He was sentenced to a suspended sentence because of the sea train, and 14 years later, upon completion of the sea train, he was wrongfully accused and taken to Judicial Island, where he faced execution. During his lifetime, he had 2 disciples. One is the current mayor of Water 7 and president of the Galileo Company, Icebook. The other is Frankie, who has now become quite the eccentric. Captain, don't speak of such uncertain matters in the future. You initially planned to seize that snail, but now speak of blowing it up. What a heartless man you are down the streets of Water 7. Robin, disguised by Rodney, walked alongside him, with Rodney carrying a black box in each hand. Robin's skin had become fairer, a beauty mark added to her eye, and some details of her features altered. She appeared quite different from her former self, to the extent that even the bounty poster would not reveal her as the devil-esque child. One could only say that the art of disguise is truly terrifying. After all, this island harbors CP9 agents, and if Robin were to be recognized, it would spell trouble. The 7 warlords may be tolerated by the world government. But Robin is another matter entirely, as she is the only person in the world capable of deciphering the true history. Should she be recognized, it would indeed be problematic. Thus, Rodney employed disguise techniques to alter Robin's appearance, transforming her into another individual, codenamed Bartman. Don't say that. Who knew that the snail would have a tracking device? It's rather infuriating that such a useful item would come equipped with such a feature. And it cannot be removed. Rodney grimaced. This was information that Reiju had voluntarily disclosed. These snails broadcast a form of biological wave, allowing similar snails to sense one another and locate themselves. This was originally designed for ease of finding allies on the battlefield. Given the chaos that ensues, now it was being exploited for tracking them down. Being pursued daily by Germa 66 is a significant hassle. They subsequently acquired another ship, transferring all useful items on board, leaving behind shadow clones and Yuzi before departing for Water 7. Drawing Germa 66 in another direction to avoid complications, he no longer held any hope for the bounty, having discerned from Judge's words that he was a miser who would never comply. Since you lack sincerity, I shall teach you a lesson, even if I too am merely trying to con a wolf. Miss Reiju, does following me pose any issues for you? Dr. Weskier has already descended, Rodney remarked, directing his gaze toward the black-haired beauty behind him, smiling as he added, "Once you choose to accompany me, betrayal is not permitted." After completing his documents, Rodney allowed Weskier to leave, while the documents were stored elsewhere. However, Reiju chose to follow him, the reason unknown. Yet, according to Robin, as long as she did not encounter Judge face-to-face issuing commands, she still possessed a degree of freedom. In other words, this young lady, who had been the obedient daughter for years, had finally entered her rebellious phase. "As long as you do not fall to Germa 66, I shall never betray you." Captain Leiji, aside from her dyed hair, had also undergone some facial enhancements, while the tattoo on her long leg was concealed beneath long trousers. Throughout the years, she had never found the opportunity to express her desires. Even during missions, with Yuzi by her side, she dared not entertain such thoughts, choosing instead to obey. The faint wish for freedom, nestled deep within her heart, remained unspoken. Truth be told, she harbored a sense of envy towards Sanji, who pursued the life he desired. Yet now, she too could venture forth, with Rodney providing her cover, even in the event of his failure. She could claim to have been coerced by special means. Her father would understand that she could not defy his wishes, and thus, everything would not be construed as her own volition, allowing her to extricate herself and return to Germa 66. Back to the Vinsmoke family, becoming the deadly poison that struck without hesitation. This was her contingency plan, a means of shirking responsibility, yet simultaneously a rebellion against fate from this young lady. She yearned to experience a life unlike any other, as long as it diverged from her past. Upon hearing Leiji's words, Rodney replied, "Oh, that won't be a problem. At least I can easily help you escape. In terms of fleeing, there was likely no one more adept than him in the entire world. With the combination of shadow clones, substitutes, and transformations, he could be said to roam without restraint. Furthermore, he held absolute confidence that once they entered the Grand Line, his strength would grow exponentially to that point. She need not worry about her safety. The New World was rife with pirates. Only those with bounties exceeding 50 million dared to claim the title of pirate, thus ensuring a plethora of mission points to be earned, which could then be exchanged for ninjutsu and bloodline limits. He couldn't help but smile at this bright future. Leiji, curious, inquired, "Has he always been like this?" "Occasionally. I've grown accustomed to it." "Miss Leiji, having such a captain, our future seems rather bleak, doesn't it?" "Indeed." "Hey, you two, could you show me a little respect? I'm a captain, after all." "Captain, could you spare some funds? We need to purchase supplies." Robin extended her hand towards Rodney, requesting the operational budget in a rush. "We will discuss that once the ship is built. Moreover, we should take a trip on the sea train to the culinary capital and then find a reliable chef." I see that IT is indeed necessary to have a chef. Otherwise, encountering the captain's dark cuisine might lead to dire consequences. Robin pondered seriously, deeming it a valid point. After all, her cooking skills were merely average, not particularly delicious. Yet not inedible. Lady, being a lady, was not required to think of such matters. And as for Rodney, it went without saying. After his last cooking attempt, the kitchen had been blown to smithereens, making the need for a chef all the more pressing. Thus, embarking on the sea train to find a skilled chef was of paramount importance, preferably one with combat capabilities. As they walked and conversed, the atmosphere was rather amicable, when suddenly Rodney smiled and remarked, "Exploded? Exploded? What exploded?" "The Germa snail did. Oh." Time rewound to moments prior, where a snail emblazoned with the Germa 66 insignia inched closer to another moving snail ahead. Clad in Germa battle suits, Ichiji and Niji utilized their jet shoes to leave the castle. Catching up to the snail in front, be cautious. We are already within the territory of the 7 warlords. It stands to reason that there are no defenses here. Ichiji, sporting a flamboyant red hairstyle, surveyed the eerily quiet castle through his sunglasses. "What is going on? Is no one here?" "Of course not. This is our Germa territory. They would never submit to anyone else. They must have been exterminated," Niji replied, nonchalantly striding inside, unlike his more cautious brother Ichiji, who frowned and followed closely behind. The castle's design was largely consistent, and they swiftly made their way to the hall, where they found Yuzi, his face swollen like a bun, tied to a chair, unconscious alongside Leiji, who lay on the floor. Yuzi, Leiji that as Niji prepared to approach and awaken them, he was halted by Ichiji. Come out that a shadow clone emerged from the darkness, grinning as it remarked, "You truly live up to your reputation. Huh. Second pillar. I didn't expect your senses to be so sharp. Did you detect me?" Ichiji retorted, "I do not know you." "Then, where is the ransom I requested?" Niji sneered, "Someone like you dares to ask us for ransom. Do you know whom you are dealing with?" The shadow clone casually dug in its ear and blew on its fingernail, questioning, "Who? You. You shall pay for this." Accustomed to a life of arrogance, Niji could not tolerate such affront. Sparks of electricity crackled around him as he instantaneously appeared behind the shadow clone, delivering a knee strike, only to find it had struck nothing but air. "Where is it? That was a fake. Look at your leg." Another shadow clone appeared, wearing an exaggeratedly false grin. "Niji, your leg." Looking down, Niji discovered an explosive tag affixed to his leg. With a whoosh, the tag ignited, exploding with a loud bang, causing Niji to stagger back, his leg tingling painfully. While he could endure the pain, fury boiled within him. "I will kill you." Chapter 66. Explode, explode, explode. Oh dear, are Germa's people so impatient? But since there is no ransom, I am quite saddened. Since you do not wish to provide me with ransom, does that imply our negotiations have failed? The shadow clone tossed Yuzi to the brothers. "What do you mean?" Ichiji grasped Yuzi, perplexed that it means we will mutually activate the explosive tags. With a single hand sign, the chaos erupted. Boom! 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 A series of explosions ensued, reducing the entire castle to ruins. Damn it. Is this lunatic not afraid of being caught in the blast? Ichiji and Niji escaped the explosion's range. Such blasts were ineffective against them, but they suddenly realized the explosions relentlessly pursued them. "What is going on? Why are the explosions following us?" Niji inquired. "I don't know. Split up." Ichiji grasped Yuzi and darted in another direction, only for the explosions to shift and follow him. Niji quickly grasped the situation. "Ichiji, it's Yuzi. The explosions are tracking him." "I understand." Tearing open Yuzi's shirt, he discovered it was plastered with explosive tags. Ichiji scoffed, realizing that the tags were used for tracking, and they too would detonate. Conceiving a plan, he hurled Yuzi toward an explosive tag that had been summoned. Boom! The explosion erupted, and a dark figure shot out, revealing Ichiji, who, in a state devoid of battle gear, was caught in the blast of numerous explosive tags. Sustaining injuries, Niji caught the injured Yuzi. Ichiji's actions were the most natural to him. They shared no brotherly bond, having grown up together without any fear of death. They only completed their father's orders, obeying his commands. What a waste. We allowed that guy to outsmart us. This fool is only marginally better than Sanji. Speaking of which, I suddenly feel a tinge of regret for Sanji's demise, Neji remarked. Ichiji, however, gazed out at the sea, a solitary figure bobbing on the waves, a joyful smile on his face. How do you like this grand gift, Germa? I spent quite a bit preparing this present. Many explosive tags were used. But it was exhilarating. You bastard. Neji tossed Yuzi to Ichiji and shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Shave. The combination of instant movement and shave elevated his speed, yet the shadow clone Sharingan struggled to track Neji's movements. Barely evading the strike. What happened to your previous bravado? Neji scoffed. To provoke Germa means you must pay the price. Haha. Don't be hasty, kid. By the next time we meet, I'll likely be able to pin you down. So I must ask, what is the price? Your life. Electricity crackled around his fist as it surged towards Ichiji .6 styles. Iron block, his body as hard as steel, was nonetheless sent flying by the blow. In midair, he twisted, pressing his chest and gasping. Fortunately, there is still a decent amount of chakra left from my main body. Otherwise, I would have likely perished from that strike. The shadow clone was fragile. Ordinary attacks would cause them to dissipate. Therefore, to bolster the shadow clone's strength, Rodney had intentionally distributed more chakra to enhance their durability. However, if attacked again, it would likely perish. Your body seems fine, but you shall perish. Neji attempted to act, only be stopped by Ichiji. Wait, Neji. What? Why are you stopping me? Iji, I was just about to finish him off. Silence. Iji is far more of a commander than Neji. He inquires, Rodney, where is Reiju? Where is she gone? Her. Who knows? Perhaps she is on some island, or maybe she has met her demise. His skin flushed with color, steam emanating from his body as he assumed a stance, declaring, experience my latest invention in ninjutsu. Boil release, steam fist. The initial gesture mirrored that of the washing fist. With a single punch, scalding steam burst forth, compressing the vapor generated by the boil release into his fist before unleashing it, resulting in a formidable steam punch that could inflict secondary burns on the target. Iji pulled his cloak to shield against the steam fist, a mist forming over his eyes as he disdainfully remarked, boring attack. Neji, kill him, but we will search for Reiju later. I can hardly wait. Neji transformed once more into a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of electricity in midair, and lunged toward the shadow clone, delivering a punch that pierced through its chest. The shadow clone flipped him the bird before vanishing with a pop. Where did he go? Neji was taken aback. That sensation felt akin to striking thin air. So ephemeral. Iji stated, he fled, likely a user of a devil fruit. Let's return and report to father. At least we've retrieved Yuji. Yes, if we disregard the severe injuries, recovering him is certain. Yuji is also a modified human. Such minor wounds merely require a few days of recuperation for him. That coward who only knows how to run. Next time we meet, I will surely kill him. Neji was quite displeased as he returned to Germa's castle, reporting this mission to Gaji alongside Iji. Gaji was seething with rage. Not only was Yuji injured, but Reiju was also missing, and they had lost a snail. More importantly, Yuji's battlesuit was nowhere to be found, an embodiment of Germa's 60E6S technological prowess. It could not be lost. Where's the battlesuit of the green pulley? We never saw it from start to finish. As soon as we met, Rodney detonated that explosive paper, and the castle was blown to smithereens, sinking into the sea that we have already dispatched personnel for salvage. Iji remarked, forget it. It is likely in Rodney's possession. Our Germa 60 SXS technological marvel is bound to attract envy. You bring Yuji back and tend to his injuries. I will launch an offensive against several kingdoms in the North Sea. Regarding the green pulley battle suit, Gaji believed that with Rodney's methods, it was utterly impossible to decipher its workings. There was no need to worry. Sooner or later, he would reclaim it. Yes, from Rodney's corpse. Although he had greatly overestimated Rodney's integrity. Indeed, Iji and Neji executed Gaji's orders with utmost diligence. The castle once again set sail, heading straight for the North S-E-8 in Water 7. Rodney received and organized the memories of the shadow clone, then chuckled to share his joy with Robin and Reiju. Reiju giggled, saying, so, they currently have no idea of my whereabouts that I asked. Doesn't your old man have some sort of tracking device installed on you? Even the snail has one. Logically, Germa's most crucial combatants wouldn't lack such measures. Reiju replied, "It's impossible. He believes we are perfect modifications and cannot betray him, rendering such devices unnecessary. This is Gaji's arrogance, thinking his experiment flawless, neglecting the feelings of his children and underestimating Reiju's intelligence. Being outsmarted by a child, he foolishly assumes that Reiju and Iji are merely emotionless combat machines incapable of betrayal, thus requiring no tracking devices. Unfortunately, after their mother's death, to avoid being bullied by Iji and the others, Reiju chose to suppress her emotions, only allowing her tenderness to blossom in the presence of Sanji, her only acknowledged brother and her sole family aside from their mother. Gaji, the deceived, remains oblivious to the fact that his daughter is a master of shadows, unaware that she still harbors emotions. Although Reiju adheres to Gaji's commands, she possesses a rebellious heart. Under Rodney's persuasion and the influence of his illusions, she awakens her desire for freedom. How wonderful! At present, I truly cannot contend with your two brothers, Rodney mused. However, in due time, once I grow stronger, defeating them will be a trivial matter. Yes, this is the case without considering the use of the 8 gates. Hence he requires other ninjutsu techniques. Chapter 67. Water 7. The Carrera Company, a shipbuilding enterprise, encompasses ship hull manufacturing, maintenance, and upgrades, ranking among the world's top shipyards, vying for the #1 position. The president of this company is a disciple of the legendary shipwright Tom, who established Carrera Company after Tom's demise. Over 8 years, he amalgamated 7 other shipbuilding firms, rendering Carrera Company the official shipbuilder for the world government, preventing them from taking action against him openly. This individual's abilities are formidable, and his shipbuilding craftsmanship is unparalleled in the contemporary era. Aside from Frankie, few can surpass him. Rodney would never seek Frankie, that eccentric, for shipbuilding, as he felt that associating with him would distance him from something important. Upon Rodney's arrival, Icebago hurriedly came out to greet him, not merely as a significant client, but also as a warlord of the sea, requiring exceptional service. "Hello, Mr. Icebago. I am Rodney. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." "Hello, Mr. Rodney. I am not worthy of such praise. We are merely craftsmen relying on our skills." After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, they were led by Rodney to dock #1, the finest dock at Carrera Company, where many outstanding vessels are constructed. Despite having orders from the world government, military ships are not produced here. Such strategic resources could not be entrusted to Icebago's company. What if a daring pirate came to plunder? Thus, the company provides only commercial and civilian vessels for the world government. That I am unsure of the type of ship Mr. Rodney requires. Please specify your demands, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Although Icebago is a skilled shipwright, he spoke too confidently. What if the esteemed individual before him had some peculiar requests? It would be awkward if he needed something that could not be fulfilled. Rodney stated, in terms of size, it should be comparable to an ordinary military vessel. The design is up to your creativity, as long as it isn't too ugly. Use the sturdiest materials available to you. And the interior should have basic facilities. Additionally, I would like a training room with sufficiently sturdy walls. That would be all. That all? No further requirements. Icebago was unexpectedly relieved, finding this task not at all challenging. In fact, he believed any other shipwright could manage it. Behind him, his secretary, CP9 Agent Khalifa, diligently recorded Rodney's requests, adjusting her glasses, wondering if this warlord was joking. His demands for the ship were astonishingly minimal, especially compared to the bizarre requests they had encountered from other high-ranking individuals during their time undercover. The kitchen should be reinforced. I fear it might explode. Icebago, Khalifa, what are you planning to do in the kitchen? Why would it explode? Robin and Reiju stifled their laughter, with Reiju softly saying, "Captain, perhaps we can skip that altogether. After all, we will never let you near the kitchen again." Robin interjected, "We need a library, with ample bookshelves, preferably by the window for natural light." "Very well. The bedroom should also have good lighting," Reiju added. Rodney remarked, "In that case, let us place the crew's rest area above. It should be well constructed. The kitchen, bathroom, and training room could be on the first floor. 10 crew rest areas should suffice. Oh, if space is insufficient, expand the hull." "Understood." Icebago nodded, finding the requests reasonable and easily achievable. After further discussions, Rodney paid a deposit to Icebegu. With the balance to be settled upon completion, a standard practice, Icebegu made no objections, nodding for Khalifa to take note. Delivery is expected in about a month, as it is not a large task. However, the cost will be quite steep, estimated at 200 million. A good ship easily costs over 100 million due to the expensive materials. Labor costs are relatively negligible. Icebegu and his team are not the type to cut corners. Using inferior materials to pass off as quality, such behavior would be an affront to their craftsmanship. And no worries. I am not in a hurry that I happen to be heading to the culinary capital. 200 million, you say? I still need an additional 50 million Icebegu. The payment might be delayed. I need to find a few pirates first, that's fine. After all, Rodney is a warlord of the sea and will certainly pay. Then I entrust this to you, Mr. Icebegu. We shall take our leave now. Farewell. With a sigh, he turned to his secretary, Khalifa, and remarked, "It appears we shall be working late tonight." The shipwrights nearby, upon glimpsing Khalifa's long legs, whistled and teased, "Boss, looks like you'll be enjoying some overtime with Khalifa tonight." Icebegu maintained a jovial rapport with the shipwrights, exchanging light-hearted banter without any offense taken. However, Khalifa retorted sharply, "President, this constitutes sexual harassment," as she delivered a swift kick in his direction. "You lot, Khalifa, wait. I merely meant to discuss design." Bang! Icebegu crumpled to the ground, conceding that the punishment was deserved, and thought to himself that he had gotten off lightly this time. As the trio departed, Khalifa exchanged a furtive glance with a few shipwrights nearby. Subsequently, a man with a white dove perched on his shoulder pretended to suffer from a stomach ache and discreetly trailed behind them. "Captain, we have a follower," Robin suddenly remarked as they walked. The abilities of the Hana Nomi manifested, revealing an eye and an ear that emerged at the blind spots of their pursuer. Observing him intently, "I'm aware," Rodney nodded, adding, "Several individuals from CP9 were among those just now. It's likely one of them, no need for concern. After all, he is skilled in stealth. Surely he would notice if someone were tailing him." CP9, Robin fell silent, recognizing them as the most formidable operatives aside from CP0, known for their pervasive reach. She instinctively touched her cheek, recalling that her appearance had changed and would not be easily recognized. With a sigh of relief, she said, "The one following us has a white dove perched on his shoulder. He seems to be a worker from Dock 1. Are you referring to a white dove on his shoulder?" Rob Lucci, then, the only CP9 member known for such a companion, was indeed Rob Lucci, a cold-blooded individual notorious for his ruthless past. At the tender age of 13, he had executed a hostage to eliminate a pirate who had threatened a king with 500 soldiers. Justifying it as a means to prevent harm to the hostage, he harbored a unique and dark sense of justice, believing that the soldiers were weak links that led to the crisis, thus ensuring it would not recur by eliminating them. What kind of logic is that? Rodney was at a loss for words. However, since he was being followed, there must be some consequence. That dove looks rather plump. I could make a nice stew. He led the two women into an alleyway before emerging again, with Rob Lucci still in pursuit. Meanwhile, Rodney, employing his doppelganger and transformation techniques, trailed behind him. Rob Lucci had initially intended to conduct a routine surveillance of the new warlord of the sea. But halfway through, he sensed he was being followed. As the strongest among CP9, it was impossible for him not to notice. Yet, when he turned around, there was nothing amiss, and suspicious individuals were in sight. Everyone seemed engrossed in their own affairs, leaving him with an unsettling feeling that he could not shake off. "Excuse me," a burly man carrying a wooden post brushed past him, as he silently stepped aside. Lucci suddenly felt as if something had vanished from his shoulder. Turning around, he discovered his dove was missing. "Hadori," he called, but received no reply. Unfortunately, his faithful companion had vanished. Damn it! Who could have taken him? His first suspicion fell upon the muscular man who had just passed by. However, amidst the crowd, that figure had disappeared without a trace. Not only had Hadori vanished, but Rodney and the others had also seemingly evaporated, as if they had never existed. Lucci found himself in a predicament, having lost both his dove and his target. Chapter 68. Encountering the Pervert. Rob Lucci was infuriated. He had ventured out only to find his dove missing. Yet he was also gripped by a profound fear. who could so effortlessly take Hadori from his side. This was a masterful opponent. Hadori was not just a pet, but a companion, exceptionally intelligent and loyal. Having been by his side for quite some time, the loss unsettled him, but as a seasoned CP9 agent, he knew he must remain composed. Thus, he decided against pursuing the trio and focused instead on finding Hadori. Meanwhile, the pigeon named Hadori, dressed in a tie, was firmly grasped by Rodney's doppelganger, who wore a menacing expression, contemplating which part would be most delectable. To be frank, this dove was quite plump, though not filling enough. It would require effort to prepare. What a hassle, he mused, deciding instead to issue Rob Lucci a warning. Ultimately, Rob Lucci did find his beloved dove, bound with steel wire to a wooden post, its feathers having been considerably plucked. Appearing to have been mistreated, tears welling in its eyes. Hadori had suffered unjustly. Forget the pursuit. Those three were merely out shopping, yielding no intelligence at all. But could it be that Hadori is warning me? A mere pirate, indeed. While he was filled with disdain for pirates, he was also struck with trepidation at how stealthily Hadori had been taken without his notice. The sheer capability of that individual was astonishing. He chose to return and report Rodney's activities in Water 7 to the world government, yet received no response. Meanwhile, the CP9 agents continued to lurk, awaiting the schematics for the legendary ship. Unaware that Acebug had already entrusted the designs for the Pluton to a certain pervert, but on the other hand, Rodney was busy procuring necessary supplies alongside Reiju and Robin. Although the Crocodile company would handle the furniture, they still needed to purchase daily essentials, intending to notify the company for transport once the ship was completed, allowing them to set sail immediately. Additionally, they relished the opportunity to explore the aquatic city. The towering spire at the heart of Water 7 resembled a fountain, with ocean currents surging into it and cascading down the intricately woven waterways that crisscrossed the city. This elaborate system of canals facilitated daily transportation by boat, as land routes were far less common. The inhabitants had adapted to this lifestyle, even raising a fish species known as blue, which served as a means of transport when boats were unavailable. These fish bore a resemblance to horses, adorned with pale yellow scales and equipped with fins instead of limbs. They were docile, hardworking, and capable of carrying loads, making them ideal for ferrying people, costing merely 1,000 berries for a ride. With 3 individuals in tow, they rented a 4-person blue, with Rodney occupying 2 seats for himself as they admired the scenic beauty of Water 7 at the city, rich in history, boasted a unique water-based culture, making it a singular marvel within the Grand Line. Indeed, a gem of the SEAS for the items they had purchased. They were already delivered to the Crocodile company, alleviating any concerns, especially given their ample finances. "Captain, where to next? The food capital?" Robin inquired. "Well, I need to find a chef and perhaps deal with a few pirates. After all, our shipbuilding funds are running low, and our operational expenses will need to be covered," he replied, casting a sorrowful glance at the 2 ladies. "Do you have any idea how much you just spent on clothes?" "Captain, don't be stingy. Those were merely daily necessities," Reiju countered, "that we only bought a few outfits. Besides, didn't you purchase some clothes too? And should you consider replacing those shoes? I've never seen you change them. I wear ninja footwear which can silence my steps, and I have changed them." "Thank you very much. You simply did not notice," he retorted. "Captain, don't you walk on water with those shoes?" Robin had always assumed Rodney's reluctance to change shoes stemmed from their ability to let him tread upon the surface of water. "Certainly not. That is my ability," he stated, removing his ninja footwear and stepping barefoot onto the water surface before returning to his seat on the blue. "This isn't technology. Only the affluent can afford such luxuries." Undoubtedly, Germa is affluent, exceedingly wealthy. Otherwise, it could not sustain the exorbitant costs of scientific research and the creation and operation of clone soldiers. The profits from a single war contract are immensely lucrative, far surpassing the earnings Rodney makes from hunting pirates. Reiju inquired. "So, is this the extent of the captain's abilities? What kind of devil fruit have you consumed, Captain? Such a myriad of powers is unheard of upon the seas. Why couldn't it be a result of personal study? There are more paths to power than merely consuming a devil fruit, although ingesting a superior one can elevate one's strength to extraordinary heights. However, That does not equate to invincibility, that if one lacks knowledge about the varieties of devil fruits, then consuming one becomes a gamble reliant on sheer luck. Strength or weakness hinges entirely on fortune. After all, what if one were to ingest a worthless fruit, transforming into a land-bound creature, or worse, be ensnared by one's own abilities, as some fruits are indeed futile? Is that so? It appears the captain is not even an ability user. After contemplating, Reiju refrained from further questioning. I've heard there is a delicacy known as water meat here. Would you care to join me in trying it? I think I'll pass. I wish to explore a bit. Robin, would you like to come along? Reiju asked. I also plan to purchase some books. Captain, you may proceed alone, but do remember to return by nightfall. Very well, very well. The trio parted ways, with Rodney striding confidently towards the vendor of water meat, a local specialty of Water 7, which even Luffy praised, though it was rare for him to find anything he would refuse to eat. Yet one must certainly give it a try, wouldn't he one? Thus, he eagerly dashed into a restaurant to acquire some water meat, a dish especially favored by Brook, renowned for its tender, juicy texture and delightful flavor. As a celebrated tourist destination, the scenery here is indeed splendid. Having purchased a sizable bag of meat jerky, he began to savor the views while munching away. Suddenly, he was confronted by a group of peculiar individuals. How should one describe them? In broad daylight, clad in nothing but undergarments, their attire diverging from that of ordinary folk, their behavior eccentric, striking strange poses before him. Naturally, being perceived as deviants was to be expected. Right before him stood several stout legs encased in fishnet stockings, a truly glaring sight. What the hell? You're not some third gender of the sea. Do not dress like that. No, let us not forget they are indeed peculiar. The Frankie family, known for their ship dismantling business, bears a notorious reputation in Water 7 that merely inquiring about them could invite a barrage of insults, followed by spitting, as they resort to all manner of deceit. At times, when funds ran low, they even moonlighted as pirate hunters to make ends meet, perceived by the residents of Water 7 as rogues, brigands, and scoundrels. Just then, a burly man clad in stockings was about to speak. Rodney took a step back, then activated his Sharingan, rendering the group before him unconscious. The throng of bodies collapsed to the ground. To avoid obstructing the flow of pedestrians, he disposed of them beside a trash bin. Ah, I performed a good deed today, he mused, feeling an elevation of spirit. Well, let us continue our journey. There is nothing of great concern now. Tomorrow, we shall indulge in a feast in the culinary capital. Prue, Chapter 69. The aroma of deliciousness. Culinary capital. Prue, a wave of enticing aromas assailed him. Not the fragrance of perfume, but the delightful sense of various dishes, sweet, savory, sour, and spicy, all coiling into his nostrils, causing his fingers to twitch with anticipation. Rodney, Robin, and Reiju had just disembarked from the sea train, unable to resist the urge to enter this gastronomic paradise and feast heartily. How fragrant! Robin exclaimed, truly worthy of the title culinary capital. Even the train station is brimming with street vendors. Flanking the station were lines of food stalls, enticing those freshly arrived in this vibrant locale. The mere whiff of these culinary delights rendered Rodney immobile. Should that gluttonous Luffy set eyes on this, he would undoubtedly sweep through without paying, leaving the Straw Hat crew to settle the bill. Takoyaki. Freshly made takoyaki. Seafood stir-fried noodles. Seafood stir-fried noodles. If it's not delicious, you don't pay. Hide barbecued meat. Hide barbecued meat. Guaranteed to have you coming back for seconds. The shouts echoed incessantly, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement as a throng of tourists lined up at the stalls, contemplating their choices, with some places already forming long queues. Captain, what shall we try first? Or should we seek out the chef? Captain, Reiju inquired, but received no response. Turning her head, she found him already at a roadside stall. Robin smiled, saying, the captain has a few great passions, with eating being one of them. Let us catch up with him. Look over there, and there too. She pointed towards several queues where Rodney's figure was visible. This fellow had even sent his clones to stand in line for him. Truly, he was one of a kind. Very well. Initially, she found Rodney somewhat unreliable, but now that perception had deepened, this man was indeed a character. I've grown accustomed to it. Though the captain can be unpredictable at times, he remains dependable, provided one overlooks his occasional lapses into madness and his nonsensical ramblings. Not sure what to say. Perhaps silence is best. Boss, 6 servings of takoyaki. Certainly. Boss, 4 servings of sea king meat. No problem. And another serving of grilled sea cow snake. Patience, please. Rodney and his shadow clones returned, each face alight with satisfaction. Robin and Reiju also held the snacks he had procured. With snacks in hand, Robin remarked, "Captain, we haven't even left the station yet. I sent tea at time to move on?" "Yes, it has been half an hour, and we still haven't escaped the throng of food stalls." Although they sampled a bit, they weren't lost in indulgence. Rather, it was their captain who hadn't paused even once. Hearing this, Rodney halted his munching, falling silent for a moment before replying, "Impossible. I distinctly remember traversing quite a distance and consuming a fair amount." "That can't be right. It was a straight path. How could we not have moved on?" Reiju countered. "No, Captain, take a closer look. We're merely 50 meters from the platform. Do not overlook significant reference points. Could it be that I am ensnared in an illusion?" The shadow clones wore grave expressions, entirely unaware of their own indulgence in the culinary delights. Only 2 of the clones hoisted the original and carried him out of the enticing encirclement of food stalls. Yet upon exiting the station, Robin and Reiju fell silent, for it was indeed a culinary capital. The streets were predominantly lined with restaurants, and the inns were nowhere to be seen. Rodney's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is bad," Robin whispered. "Indeed, there is no salvation," Reiju echoed. As anticipated, Rodney's gluttonous nature triumphed over the anesthetic toxins coursing through his system. In a single bound, he surged forward, his clones trailing behind him. "Let us search for an inn. As for him, let us hope he doesn't overindulge," Robin remarked, unable to suppress her exasperation. And no matter how many worlds he traversed, Rodney's appetite remained unscathed. He simply craved to eat, and none could deter him, especially given his body's need for nourishment. With a hearty appetite and swift digestion, it seemed unlikely they would be leaving any time soon. "Should we consider staying here?" He pondered. All thoughts of ninjas, pirates, and the like were cast aside. Nothing mattered more than a good meal. Reiju and the others located an inn, the first floor bustling with a lively restaurant. The culinary capital was indeed teeming with visitors, most of whom were there to experience the local delicacies. Due to their unreliable captain, they not only saw an inn, but also aimed to find their target, for pirate crews frequented this area. Yet these rogues dared not act recklessly, for a flag, adorned with a skull painted with lipstick and a top hat, fluttered at the highest point of the culinary capital. It resembled the haphazard doodles of an untalented child. Yet it represented the mightiest of the 4 pirate crews upon the seas. The big endowed pirates. Generally speaking, the primary territories of the 4 emperors predominantly lie within the New World. However, due to Big Mom's penchant for exquisite cuisine, she is determined to claim even cities situated in the first half of the Grand Line. As these locales are renowned as the culinary capital, it would be inconceivable for her to overlook such a tantalizing place. Each year, this culinary capital must tribute countless delicacies to the New World, and under the protection of Big Mom's pirate flag, any who dare to challenge this gastronomic haven must reckon with the big endowed pirates. The Navy, wary of the big endowed pirates, sees no necessity to risk incurring the wrath of an emperor over what is merely a food island. Consequently, they can only turn a blind eye. Although the Navy feels somewhat helpless regarding the 4 emperors extending their influence into the first half of the Grand Line, they prefer to avoid conflict whenever possible. Black Gun Moros, the leader of the Black Gun Pirates, boasts a bounty of 13 million berries. The beautiful demon, Lofi, from the Demon Blade Pirates, has a bounty of 10,040,000 berries. Bloodsword Yodel, the captain of the Tequila Pirates, carries a bounty of 27 million berries. Utilizing the Navy bounties acquired from Baroque works, Robin identified several targets amidst the crowd, remarking, "A few more should suffice, but we must locate the captain first, or perhaps his doppelganger. Let us proceed then." I hope the captain hasn't been overwhelmed by indulgence. The 2 women wandered about, hoping to encounter their captain or his double, but after a thorough search, They found themselves halted in front of a restaurant hosting a competitive eating contest. Rodney had already advanced to the finals, having transformed into a rather corpulent figure, indulging in a feast that had left him quite rotund, unable to resist the tantalizing flavors. Robin remarked, "Reiju, I think I'll linger here a few more days before returning to Germa. Ought to seek out a more reliable ally." Both women found the situation increasingly unreliable. Just as they conversed, the eating contest concluded, with Rodney emerging victorious, clinching the title of champion of the Uncle Burger eating competition, earning 100,000 berries and a 7-day free meal voucher. Burping contentedly, the rotund Rodney stepped forward to claim his prize, exchanging the 7-day voucher for 10,000 berries, totaling 110,000 berries. "Aw, ladies," he said, "I seem to have overeaten. It's a bit uncomfortable. Captain, it's time to get to work. We've located our target. Ditto. Where is it?" When it came to work, he was rather dependable. "Follow us." "All right, I too must engage in some exercise. I have consumed rather too much." The IT wasn't that he was greedy, but rather that the dishes were simply too enticing. Ah, how delicious. Chapter 70. Sada Tavern. The Sada Tavern is better described as a restaurant. For most patrons come seeking the delectable dishes crafted by the owner, Sada. It is said that Sada's culinary skills are among the finest in all of Prulu. In his past, he was a renowned chef who accompanied a pirate to sea, only to return in disarray after losing a hand. For chef, losing a hand is a calamity, as cooking becomes exceedingly difficult without the ability to coordinate two hands, especially considering that his arm was severed at the shoulder, rendering the use of a prosthetic impossible. Thus, he could only open a tavern. While he still managed to cook, the daily offerings were limited, leading him to primarily provide drinks. Nevertheless, the tavern remained bustling with patrons, drawn by the extraordinary dishes available. The Sada Tavern welcomes both pirates and ordinary folk alike, though fighting is strictly prohibited. Generally, no one dares to cause trouble under Big Mom's protection, even though Big Mom has not explicitly forbidden disturbances here. It is understood that anyone who acts recklessly will face dire consequences. This is the reason for the tavern's safety. Typically, as long as the tribute to Big Mom is not disrupted, they will not intervene. For it is merely an island famed for its cuisine, not worth inciting a major conflict unless someone attempts to obliterate it entirely, in which case not only Big Mom, but also the Navy would seek retribution. Today, numerous pirates had congregated, commandeering the tavern. "Hey, Sada, where's your food?" A brutish man with a fearsome demeanor occupied a table, his yellowed teeth and bulging physique making him an imposing figure, towering nearly 2 meters tall. He bore a long sword that glimmered ominously, reeking of bloodshed. This was Blood Sword Yodel, leader of the Tequila Pirates, with a bounty of 27 million berries. Hailing from the South Blue, he had vanquished several pirate crews before arriving at the Grand Line, where he continued to eliminate rivals with formidable prowess. He had come to sample the legendary cuisine of Sada's Tavern, having cleared out all other patrons under the pretense of reserving the establishment. Onlookers outside watched with trepidation, fearing for Sada's safety. These wretched pirates, truly, aren't they afraid of the Navy discovering them? Someone whispered. The Navy, do they dare act boldly here? Besides, those fools are far too busy to concern themselves with this place. Another scoffed, expressing disdain for the Navy. We ought to find a way to help Sada. It's not easy for him and his son to run this tavern. Young Lester may be quite capable, but he likely cannot contend with these pirates. What should we do? In the back kitchen of Sada Tavern, an elder and a youth stood before the stove. The one-handed Sada expertly sought at ingredients, his face a mask of calm as the fragrant aroma wafted from the pan. Beside him, a golden-haired youth, strikingly handsome and clad in a chef's uniform topped with a chef's hat, though not that of the head chef, stood at nearly 1.80 meters. Robust yet youthful in appearance. Dad, are we really cooking for that man? What other choice do we have? Can we truly stand against them? They are pirates with bounties of 20 million. While that may not be significant in the Grand Line, it is ample to intimidate us, Sada replied, measuring fish sauce for seasoning. Lester, I know what you're thinking. Now is not the time for rashness, but Dad, you could easily defeat him. Lester knew of his father's strength. While he may not be a world-renowned pirate, his prowess was sufficient to contend with the man outside. Harmony brings prosperity. Harmony brings prosperity. Sada filled a plate with a completed dish. Take this to him. and do not provoke him. Lester clenched his fist, unwilling to accept such humiliation, despite having faced similar situations before. But this time, he refused to endure such indignity to go on. Sada, unaware of his son's displeasure, continued to focus on the cooking. Lester carried the dish, stepping into the dining area where a group of drunken patrons indulged recklessly in the fine wines, the cacophony of laughter, curses, and thumping resonating throughout. Inebriated pirates displayed their foolishness, making Lester feel capable of taking them all down. Lowering his head, he approached the only clean seat in the tavern, Blood Sword Yodel's table. "Your order, please enjoy." He placed the dish before Yodel, keeping his head bowed. "Ha ha ha, I can hardly wait." Yodel rubbed his hands together, inhaling the enticing aroma with great satisfaction. Sada's dishes never disappoint. He seized a piece of meat with a fork and popped it into his mouth. Juices splattering, the flavor overwhelmingly delightful. "This is it. This is what I've been waiting for. Ha ha ha, absolutely scrumptious. I shall feast on this daily from now on." Yodel's laughter echoed like a hoarse owl, grating on the ears. That Lester's gaze hardened as he watched Yodel devour the meat, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The boning knife concealed beneath his clothes was drawn, capable of easily slicing through soft bones and stripping thick skin. Aimed directly at Yodel's heart, in a flash. A fork intercepted the blade, revealing a coating of sauce. Yodel's rage flared. "You wretched boy, how dare you attempt a sneak attack? You are courting death upon encountering a miss." Lester wielded his bone knife with deft precision, continuously altering its trajectory to target the vulnerable spots of his opponent, clearly intent on delivering a lethal strike. Regrettably, the opportunity was fleeting. Yodel, possessing formidable strength, had bent the fork he held during their recent skirmish, now gripping Lester's slender arm with a fierce determination. Yet as he prepared to exert force, he realized his arm was unresponsive. My hand. How could this be? "Boss, your hand," cried out one of the remaining subordinates, still lucid. Yodel, belatedly aware, lifted his hand only to discover that his forearm had vanished, the incision neat and smooth, a swift cut that caused blood to surge from the wound uncontrollably. Ship's doctor, Frank, where are you?" Yodel called out anxiously. A pirate interjected. "Boss, Frank is drunk. Damn it." Yodel cursed in South Sea slang, pressing down on the wound. Though the pain was excruciating, it was the absence of the boy who had just ambushed him that incensed him further. Instead, he found himself facing another man, tanned and healthy-looking, who bore a somewhat familiar smile and held a sword. "Wait, why did that sword look so familiar? Isn't that the boss's sword?" "Indeed, that's the boss's sword," exclaimed a pirate in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. "Why was their captain's sword in the hands of a stranger? You brat, I'll make you pay." Yodel seethed in rage, his fury, already ignited by his injury, now flared up further by the intruder's smirk, compelling him to cleave the man in twain. Instead of covering his wound, he chose to strike with his bloodied fist. The blow shattered the floor beneath him, and he muttered, 27 million for that head. TSK. This trip was not in vain. But you, Yodel, why are you so tall? Shouldn't you be under a meter? This person had clearly surpassed that height. "You brat, let my blade pierce your skull and silence your brain." He leapt down, and the corpse behind him crumpled. Ding! Host has killed a pirate with a bounty of 27 million, awarding 270 task points. Chapter 71. Lester, boss. How could this be? The boss with a bounty of 20 million. No, run. Suddenly, someone recognized Rodney, the new warlord known as the Magician, exclaiming his new moniker. This title of Magician, bestowed by an unknown source, was much more pleasant than the previous red-eyed moniker, which should have belonged to Hawkins, a fellow supernova, but had instead been affixed to him, while the title of Fate Weaver he had crafted seemed to have diminished in circulation, particularly in East Blue. Yar. Has someone come out? All pirates, men on the left, women on the right, and those who are neither in the middle, or I'll eliminate you. He sat atop Yodel's corpse, demanding, "Aren't you moving faster?" Yes. Under the imposing presence of the warlord, none of the pirates dared to flee, fearing for their lives. "Hey kid, you were quite brave just now. What is your name?" Rodney inquired with interest as he opened a bottle of wine. Addressing Lester. Alfred Lester. Alfred? That surname reminds me of Butler Hero. Rodney suddenly asked, "Can you cook?" Yes, I cook very well. Standing before the legendary warlord, Lester felt no fear, only a sense of familiarity that I see. Rodney's eyes brightened. I need a chef. Would you like to join me, young Lester? No. Thank you for your kind offer, but I prefer to stay here. An one-armed man emerged from the kitchen, holding a platter of food. Lester can stay in Pulu. The sea is far too dangerous. He lacks the ability to survive there. That Lester's father, eager to refute, was interrupted by Sada. Enough. Lester, you are my son, and you will stay here in Pulu as a chef. Do not entertain any thoughts of setting sail, Sada declared with a heart of stone, aware that his son's yearning for the sea stemmed from his past exploits. Yet he could not bear to let his son tread the perilous path he had once walked. It was far too dangerous, and, as a father, he wished to provide the best for his son, not allow him to follow in his footsteps, even if the one seeking his son was a titan of the sea. A titan, you say? I'm just trying to make a living that I see. Then it is unfortunate, Lester. It appears I must seek other chefs. Does anyone know of any skilled chefs here who wish to set sail? Since Lester's father disapproved, Rodney would not press the issue. Thank you immensely for your understanding regarding the chef situation. Father, wait, Lester exclaimed loudly, tears streaming down his face as he nearly shouted. I have grown up. I wish to embark on adventures like you once did, to experience the freedom you once spoke of. He yearned for his father to take pride in him, to savor the delicacies of the Grand Line, to create even better dishes, and to become a renowned chef across the seas. He aspired to be the foremost chef of the ocean. You fool. Sada struck his son's face, much like before, but with greater force, gasping for breath as he said, that place is not for a little brat like you to venture into. Even as a chef, it is exceedingly perilous. I should never have shared those tales with you. Stay home and do not go anywhere. Father is the fool. Lester wept, his tears flowing freely as he cried. Didn't we promise Mother? I want to become the world's greatest chef. How can I stagnate here? Pulu is the culinary capital. I have savored all its famous dishes. How can I grow without experiencing more? How can I fulfill my promise to Mother? Sada fell silent, and Rodney offered a piece of paper to Lester to wipe his tears and snot, saying, how should I put this? I originally shouldn't have gotten involved, but Lester, I was too hasty just now. I must clarify. The sea is dangerous, and my ship requires strength from its crew. Even chefs must possess the ability to protect themselves. After all, they were not merely a pirate crew, but a hunting team, one that hunted pirates, requiring every member to be combat ready. Lester, in many respects, still appeared too weak. I can do it. Lester's face flushed as he declared, even if I am not strong enough, I can train. Father is strong. I haven't fully grasped Father's abilities yet. My physical strength is insufficient. As he spoke, his voice dwindled, filled with shame. Before this individual, he felt weak, even pathetically so. Sada was rendered speechless by his son's words. Rodney extended a hand, saying, Come, let us see what your physical condition is like. Lester was unsure of what to expect, but extended his hand anyway, which Rodney grasped firmly. Pull away with all your strength. Lester possessed considerable strength. While he may not have surpassed Rodney, he was stronger than many, even outclassing some adults. However, compared to those with remarkable physiques or evident training, he fell short, landing in the average range. Your strength is decent. How old are you? 17.17. You can still train. Your physical condition is acceptable. Not bad. This young boy had potential worth cultivating, only if not for his father. Father, I want to set sail. No, Sada flatly rejected. Why? You are not strong enough. What constitutes strong enough? Defeat them. Sada pointed at the group of pirates restrained by Rodney. The pirates looked bewildered. Lord Rodney, Lester must defeat at least 10 pirates. Otherwise, I won't allow him to set sail. In the perilous sea, weakness was a sin, and Lester must be formidable enough. Sending him out otherwise was akin to sending him to his demise. Rather than that, it would be better for him to remain in Pulu for life. While he might not become the world's greatest chef, he could still strive to be the best chef in the culinary capital. I have no objections. Rodney shook his head. I can do it, Lester asserted firmly. Then go out and fight. Those outside, disperse. Everyone, scatter. Rodney commanded, his words carrying weight, causing the crowd to flee in terror. "S for you. Whoever defeats him can leave. I, Rodney, am a man of my word. However, there are only 10 slots available." The pirate's eyes lit up, sensing a glimmer of hope. If they couldn't defeat the magician Rodney, surely they could best a mere young chef. They rushed to sign up, and Sada personally selected 10 pirates to challenge his son, Lester. Standing outside Sada's tavern, Lester wielded a bone knife in one hand and a cleaver in the other. One sharp, one heavy. Is this the standard for chefs? Is it truly wise to wield kitchen utensils as weapons? What are the dishes you will prepare afterward? If you must blame someone, let it be your foolish old father. One pirate, grinning with malice, swung his blade in a chaotic and erratic manner, relying solely on brute strength, destined to exhaust himself. Having often battled against Sada, Lester understood the trouble such opponents posed. He easily evaded their attacks and seized the moment when his adversary showed signs of fatigue. Delivering a decisive blow, Rodney, observing from the side, was taken aback. Was this young man not new to killing? His composure was striking. Sada silently watched as Lester defeated pirate after pirate. How could he not be aware of his son's prowess? He had personally trained him in the art of the blade. How could Lester not surpass this ragtag group? He merely sought to justify to himself a reason for his son to depart, a reason to let him go. The boy had grown. To confine him here would stifle his development, yet he feared for his son's safety upon the treacherous seas. Indeed, the emotions of a father watching his child grow are complex. "Father, was this the sentiment you felt when you sent me to sea? I think I'm beginning to understand." After vanquishing the last pirate, battered and bruised, Lester stood before his father and declared, "Dad, I am now worthy of setting sail. Indeed, you have earned that right. You resemble me so much, Mary. Our child mirrors me even more." A smile broke across his face. "You have grown, Lester." Chapter 72, The Black Pearl. Allow me to introduce our new chef, Lester Alfred Lester. He will be responsible for our culinary needs aboard the ship. Rodney announced to Reiju and Robin, as Lester, still bearing wounds, stood before them. "Greetings," Lester said. Bowing deeply to the two women. "I am Lester, and from this day forth, I shall oversee your meals. That I humbly seek your guidance." "Hello, Lester. I am Robin, and I look forward to your culinary skills and whatever you do. Do not let the captain cook, or you will surely regret it." Robin smiled. "Huh, why is that?" Reiju interjected. "Just remember this one thing. I am Reiju, and heed our collective wisdom. Never, ever allow the captain to cook. We do not wish to meet our demise." Hey, can we avoid speaking of such matters in my presence?" Rodney grumbled. "That was merely an unfortunate incident. I can cook well enough. I once even prepared braised sea king." "Captain, that was merely grilling, and you always burned it," Robin retorted sharply. Rodney clutched his chest in mock despair. "What on earth did I bring you aboard for? To ridicule me daily?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lester suddenly realized that his standing with the captain aboard the ship was rather LOWW. "The way, Lester, what are those injuries on your body?" Reiju inquired. "This is a testament to a man's growth." Rodney interjected. "Lester has become a man now. Well, in spirit at least." Lester felt a strange sense of validation, but also sensed something amiss, unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. "Speaking of which, where is our ship?" Lester asked curiously. Robin replied, "It is still under construction. Our journey is not solely to find chef. We are also here to collect bounties on pirates. Captain, what is your target?" "Oh, right here." He produced a blood-stained, burlap-wrapped object from his pouch, saying, "A bounty of 27 million berries." True to the Captain style, it seemed he had opted to bring the heads back to avoid complications. Robin dragged forth a woman with a broken neck, a victim of a joint lock, known as the Demon Blade Beauty, Lofi, with a reward of 10,040,000 berries. Indeed, this is quite in line with your character, with the power of the flower fruit. Arms sprouted from Lofi's back, swiftly snapping her neck, a task Robin excelled at, adept in assassination, executing Lofi effortlessly as she ventured to the restroom. Reiju dragged out a corpse, its skin a sickly purple-black, blood oozing from every orifice, lifeless eyes staring blankly. 13 million berries. Quite easy. Actually, I feared it would be a challenge. But hunting pirates pales in comparison to the riches from war. The profits from a single battle are immense, enough to sustain Germa for a long time. While the bounties from pirates are substantial, they are unpredictable and often come from formidable foes, making them a hassle compared to the convenience of being mercenaries in a war, where the resistance is not as fierce. Rodney could not help but scoff. Not everyone has a wealthy family like yours, my lady. Let's make a trip to the nearest naval base to exchange for berries. Otherwise, we might never retrieve our ship. And we might need to hunt a few more for subsequent operational expenses. Very well. I shall scout ahead. Robin accepted the task. While Rodney's abilities were handy, hers were far more discreet. And even if he went, he wouldn't know the bounty on these pirates. What if he encountered a few with low rewards? After accumulating ample bounties and indulging in the culinary paradise of Kuro for half a month, they returned via sea train to Water 7. Their ship was now mostly complete. There was no need to elaborate on Aizaburo's craftsmanship, as his design had gained the approval of Rodney and the others, who acknowledged its excellence, crafted precisely to Rodney's specifications, with additional enhancements. All three were immensely satisfied. Lester felt particularly pleased, especially upon seeing the kitchen's layout. By the way, I still need to purchase some knives. Lester remarked. Did you not bring your kitchen tools from home? Rodney queried. Those are for cutting vegetables and cooking. The new ones are for battle. Lester replied matter-of-factly. Why not change your weapon? I'm a chef. I only know how to wield a cleaver. My father taught me exclusively about cleavers. He said that a chef's knife is still a knife. Why should I not use it in battle? What exactly did your father teach you? Sanji chimed in. He said a chef's hands are meant for cooking. But your father has a point. No matter how skilled one is, one should not underestimate a cleaver. Although Rodney found the ship's chef's demeanor peculiar, he said nothing further, providing him with a budget to purchase the knives he desired. Bone knives, cleavers, slicing knives. Half a month later, their ship was finally complete. Doc went out accompanied by Aizaburo and his secretary, Khalifa. They arrived. This is the remaining balance, Mr. Aizaburo. Please sign here. Rodney and Lester handed over 2 black boxes, each filled with stacks of berries. Let us inspect the ship first. Trust is a wonderful feeling, yet it is wise to verify the goods before payment. This ensures peace of mind that if there are any unsatisfactory aspects, adjustments can be made. Once payment is received, making changes later could prove troublesome. No worries. I trust your craftsmanship, Mr. Aizaburo. Rodney confidently handed the money to Khalifa, followed closely by Lester. Khalifa, her face obscured by the money, replied, It is my honor to receive your praise. Aizaburo motioned for the money to be taken from Khalifa's hands, wiping his brow as he smiled. Now, please follow me. Your ship is ready. If there are any areas of discontent, we will rectify them immediately. He led them to the waterway at Dock 1, where a sailboat, slightly larger than a warship, rested quietly. Its hull, painted in a hue that mirrored the sea, seemed to blend seamlessly with the ocean, a camouflage as requested by Rodney, for they were a hunting vessel. Aizaburo elaborated. In accordance with Mr. Rodney's specifications, we constructed the hull using the sturdiest materials available. While it may not rival Adam Tree, it is among the finest and most resilient woods in the world. And considerable effort was expended during its construction. Wind release, vacuum orb. The attack capable of shattering stone left no discernible marks on the ship's hull, much to Rodney's satisfaction. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Seeing his satisfaction, Aizaburo beamed. Would you like to board and inspect the vessel? Lester, please check the kitchen. You all can assess whether it meets your requirements. They had arranged for everything they purchased to be delivered aboard by the Carrera Company, ready for departure once inspected. Captain, the kitchen is flawless. I am quite pleased, Lester exclaimed, peeking out. The study is also splendid. Robin stated that the design of the study was entirely her own conception, meticulously crafted to her specifications. And the books she purchased were neatly arranged by the personnel of Carrera Company upon the shelves. Leggio expressed little requirement for her living space. Content, as long as it was clean, and readily agreed that, in light of this, Aisabu remarked that the ship was perfect, extending his heartfelt gratitude. Perfection is a grand claim, he replied, but I am curious to know what name Mr. Rodney intends to bestow upon this vessel. The Black Pearl, came the response. The collective reaction was one of confusion. Robin interjected, I find the name Dark Sphere rather appealing. Poisonous Pink is also a fine choice. Captain, what do you think of Culinary Master? What sort of ridiculous names are these? They pale in comparison to my suggestion. Let us call it the Black Pearl, or perhaps the Caribbean would suffice. Captain, your naming skills leave much to be desired. Yet it far surpasses your Dark Sphere. Let us stick with Poisonous Pink. No, Culinary Master, Isabah chimed in. It seems none aboard can come up with a suitable name. Ultimately, Rodney, in his capacity as captain, decreed that the new ship would be named the Black Pearl. Chapter 73. The eerie weather at sea. The weather upon the ocean is as fickle as a child's countenance, prone to sudden changes. Just moments ago, the sky was a canvas of blue, adorned with fluffy white clouds, but in an instant a tempest arose, leaving no refuge and catching all by surprise. The winds howled ominously, and the waves surged violently, transforming the once placid sea into a ferocious beast intent on engulfing them within its maw. Lower the sails, lower the sails. Robin, quickly reassess our course. Legio, come assist. Legio, take the helm, and Lester, steady yourself, commanded Rodney as he distributed tasks. The Black Pearl galloped across the tumultuous sea. He and his shadow clones stowed the sails to prevent the mast from being shattered by the fierce winds, while Robin simultaneously established their bearings and directed Legio in maneuvering the ship's wheel. Although not a seasoned navigator, she had acquired some knowledge in this regard. Steering the ship posed no challenge for Legio, while Lester was currently in a flurry, attempting to secure the items in the kitchen. Ouch! One of the shadow clones suddenly vanished, a hailstone the size of a fist crashing onto the deck. Hail! This is bad. The storm had morphed into a hailstorm, and each hailstone was of considerable size. Never mind, let us take refuge in the cabin. Hail poses no threat to the Black Pearl. Shaking his head, he and his clone prepared to retreat into the cabin. The storm had diminished, and while the waves continued to churn, they posed no significant threat, merely causing the vessel to sway uncomfortably. Wait, Captain, do not return just yet. Robin exclaimed suddenly. There is something enormous in the sky. Rodney activated his Sharingan, glancing upward through the clouds, where a massive hailstone, resembling a meteor, plummeted at an alarming speed, its landing spot unmistakably their location. However, the sailboat relied on the wind for propulsion, and with such ferocious winds, the sails could not be raised. Their movement was agonizingly slow, and the waves offered no assistance. Captain, allow me to handle this.